The barbecue is not like this, you are all burnt. Zhou Wen was awakened by a woman's voice when he was thinking. Looking up, it turned out that Li Weiyang sat down on the chair next to him, and those girls had already played with Li Xian and others before, and there were only 2 people left at the roasting stall. Give it to me. Li Weiyang stretched out his hand in front of Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was so fascinated just now that he forgot that he was still holding the barbecue in his hand. The roasting time was too long, and the outside of the meat was roasted black. Zhou Wen embarrassedly handed the kebab to Li Weiyang. Li Weiyang put the charred meat aside, and took a few fresh ones and grilled them on the charcoal fire. At first glance, you are the eldest young master who has never suffered any hardships, and you can't even roast meat. Although this is not a skill, food is the foundation of our human existence. Without food, even an epic powerhouse will be killed, starved to death, and now a large area of land is occupied by the dimensional realm. The area where humans can harvest food has been greatly reduced, and unnecessary waste still needs to be avoided. Li Weiyang said while roasting, I'll teach you roasting. After you leave the academy, you really enter those wild dimensional fields. The food that can be obtained at that time will probably be mainly raw meat, and roasting is also a must-have skill. At least it can make you feel more comfortable eating out. The most important thing for barbecue is to control the heat. Zhou Wen actually knows how to roast meat, but he was thinking about something just now, so he forgot the roast meat in his hand, which is why this happens. Now listening to Li Weiyang saying this, he didn't refute it, but listening and listening, Zhou Wen suddenly had a flash of light in his mind, staring straight at the meat that Li Weiyang was roasting. Muscles and fats are roasted over the fire, giving off an appetizing aroma. I remember that when humans first used fire, it was to defend against wild beasts and cook food. Sui Ren, one of the 3 emperors, brought fire to humans, so that he had such a huge achievement and was respected by humans in the East District as one of the 3, the head of the emperor. Could it be that the fire element power attached to the ancient emperor scriptures is not actually the destructive power of flames, but the vitality of flames? The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more he felt that there was nothing wrong. He always wanted to find the shadow of the ancient emperor scripture from the power of flames. But the fire element power in the ancient emperor scripture was not biased towards lethality. The general fire element vitality art, after being promoted to legend, with some vitality skills, you can achieve the effect of fire element power. However, the ancient Emperor Sutra did not have such an effect. The flame power attached to it was subtle and restrained. People say that water is the source of life, but they don't know that fire is the source of civilization. Without fire, perhaps life would not be born in the cold world. Without fire, humans would have no way to eat cooked food and kill large parasites in some food. Zhou Wen watched the barbecue on the charcoal fire, more and more thoughts flashed in his mind, but it was a little scattered, and he hadn't grasped the point. I'm talking to you. Have you heard what I said? The next time you grill the meat, you can't burn the meat again. Li Weiyang said while grilling. It's so beautiful. Zhou Wen looked at the flames and said, at this moment, he felt that the flame seemed to be a little different from usual, exuding a certain moving brilliance. Usually, Zhou Wen looked at those flames and only felt their heat and lethality, but looking at those flames now, he felt that there seemed to be some kind of rhythm of life energy in the flames. Although Zhou Wen still can't accurately grasp the nature of the flame's impact on life, but in his eyes, the flame is not as simple as a simple lethal power. What did you say? Li Weiyang froze slightly and turned to look at Zhou When? It's so beautiful, I never noticed that it looks so hot, but it turns out to have such a beautiful and moving side. Zhou Wen stared at the roasted meat and said, naturally he was talking about those flames. Li Weiyang is not an immortal, so I can't see what Zhou Wen is thinking. Hearing Zhou Wen talking like this, I thought Zhou Wen was talking about her, and couldn't help but blushed slightly, and said a little embarrassedly. It's just roasting meat, it's not a big deal, it's not as good as you said. No, for me, this is the most important thing, it's so beautiful. Zhou Wen stared at the flame and said, his body and mind were already attracted by the beating flame. You, so much nonsense, eat your barbecue. Li Weiyang handed the barbecue to Zhou Wen. She was a little shy, praised like this, or praised by a boy, even the usual hot she is. Also a little embarrassed by her temper. I finally understand that the real characteristic of fire is not destruction, but life, and the fire of life is its true beauty. I finally understand. Zhou Wen got up and walked back. He finally understood why he has been unable to comprehend the true meaning of the ancient emperors' scriptures. Originally, he had reversed the direction from the beginning. Now Zhou Wen just wants to go back immediately, and then take a good look at the ancient emperor's scriptures again. The excitement can hardly be suppressed. Li Weiyang was holding the barbecue, and everyone was stupid there, watching Zhou Wen run away. His mind was full of question marks. Flame? Beautiful? Moving? What the hell? What happened to Zhou Wen? Li Xian came over and asked Li Weiyang suspiciously. How do I know what happened to that lunatic? I'm not a lunatic. Li Weiyang angrily stuffed the barbecue into Li Xian, got up and left. What's the matter? What are the nerves of one or two? Li Xian's expression was stunned, and he didn't know why Li Weiyang was so angry. After Zhou Wen returned to the dormitory, he began to comprehend the ancient Emperor Sutra in the practice room. He soon discovered why the fire element power attached to the ancient Emperor Sutra was so weak. This is not because the ancient Emperor scriptures are not strong enough, but because it is too much. The real essence of the ancient Emperor scriptures is life. If the power of fire is too strong, then everything will be destroyed, naturally including life. Therefore, the power of fire must be there. But it must not exceed a certain limit. Just like the role of the sun on human beings is a truth. With the sun, there are days and nights and the 4 seasons, and only with the sun is the possibility of life. But if the earth is too close to the sun, then all the plants and animals on the earth will be scorched, and no life can bear it. It's the same as barbecue. It's too raw to swallow, it's burnt, and you can't eat it. The most touching thing about life is that little spark. Zhou Wen faintly felt as if he had caught something, but for a while not able to accurately grasp. For several days, Zhou Wen was comprehending the ancient emperor scriptures in the practice room, and he learned more and more about the true meaning of the ancient emperor scriptures. And Jing has been practicing the sun shooting art recently. Although he has made great progress, he has never been able to understand the true meaning of the sun shooting art, so he has been promoted to the epic level. Originally, with her talent, it should not be difficult to advance to the epic level, but because of her hidden disease, she has never been able to perceive the true mystery of the sun shooting technique. Quiet is not afraid of enduring hardships, and she can endure the inhuman pain caused by her old illness every time she cultivates the sun shooting art. But comprehension of this kind of thing is not something that can be solved by enduring hardships. Those with poor talent, even if they practice for 10 years, may not be able to achieve the epiphany that some people have overnight. quiet, talented, perceptive, and hardworking enough, can be said to be a rare genius in the world, but her body is not suitable for practicing the sun shooting technique, which makes her feel like she is separated from something and has no way to comprehend the true meaning of the sun shooting technique. After comprehending the failure again, she huddled in a corner of the room quietly and painfully. Every time she practiced the sun shooting art, she had to endure this kind of pain. The phone rang. Quiet barely stood up, walked to the table, picked up the phone and connected the call. My little Jingjing, I haven't seen you for a long time. Mom wants to have dinner with you. Are you free tonight? Ouyang Lan's voice came from the phone. Today. Jing had just practiced the sun shooting art, and the pain in her body did not disappear so quickly. Now, she really doesn't want to move a step. Mom is only you and Tianzua. Tianzua is busy with military affairs. I haven't seen him for many days. You go to school and live in the school every day. The house is empty and I am alone. Ouyang Lan said as she spoke. She felt like she was about to cry. I see, I will go back tonight. And Jing said helplessly. Ouyang Lan immediately turned cloudy and sunny and said happily, then I'll wait for you at Migao restaurant. By the way, remember to call Xiaowen and ask him to accompany me for dinner. I haven't seen him for a long time. I will ask Ah Sheng to pick you up at the gate of the academy. You can't. Before the quiet words were finished, a beeping sound came from the handset, and Ouyang Lan had already hung up the call. And Jing frowned slightly. Although she took the initiative to let Zhou Wen go to the Holy Land instead of her, she had already put aside the matter of the quota, but even so, she was still reluctant to face Zhou Wen. When she saw Zhou Wen, there was always a lump in her heart. She always felt that if it wasn't for her physical problems, she was the most suitable candidate. He was determined not to call Zhou Wen, but Ouyang Lan had already said it, and he hesitated for a while. After washing and changing his clothes, he walked out of his small building and went outside Zhou Wen's small building. The doorbell rang, but after waiting for a while, Zhou Wen didn't come out. It's not that I don't call, it's that he's not there. Quiet pressed 3 times, but no one responded. So he turned around and prepared to leave. Bang! At this moment, Jing suddenly heard a sound that seemed to come from Zhou Wen's small building. It sounded like something was wrong, as if something had been broken. It won't happen, right? Jing glanced at Zhou Wen's small building, but then thought, if he doesn't have an accident, what does it have to do with me? He turned around and walked a few steps. When he was about to return to his yard, Jing turned around and walked to the gate of Zhou Wen's small building. He rang the doorbell again, and muttered to himself while ringing the doorbell, as if to convince himself. He lives next to me, just separated by a wall. If something happens to him and affects me, I have to figure it out. But after ringing the doorbell a few times, there was still no response, and the sound of things shattering came from the small building again. Quietly looked up and saw that the glass door of the balcony on the second floor of Zhou Wen was not locked, so he jumped up and landed on the balcony, pushed open the balcony door and walked in. Zhou Wen, what are you doing? Jing walked inside while talking. No one answered her, and then there was another bang, and Jing heard it clearly this time. The sound came from the practice room. There is a soundproof design in the practice room. Even if you are practicing boxing and punching sandbags, there will be no such sound. What is he doing? It won't really happen, right? Jing thought to himself, and looked around again. I suddenly saw that there was a floor that was burned and twisted, as if it had melted and then solidified. I felt a little bad in my heart, and I felt that something must have happened. Anjing naturally didn't know that the floor was burned when Zhou Wen summoned the goldfish, and thought it was Zhou Wen who was attacked. It won't be the Federal Inspectorate that attacked him, right? And Jing walked quickly to the front of the practice room and pushed the door. The door was locked and could not be pushed. Quietly knocked on the door a few times, and called Zhou Wen's name a few times, but no one answered, making it even more certain that something had happened to Zhou Wen. Without hesitation, he summoned a sword, cut off the steel door of the training room, and rushed into the training room. The scene the entry saw made Jing slightly startled. There was no picture in the practice room as she imagined, no people from the supervision bureau, no signs of fighting, and nothing was broken. The only thing that can be seen is that Zhou Wen is suspended in the air, and his whole body seems to be exuding light and heat, like a sun. Although the light is a bit harsh, it is not harmful. Although the temperature makes people feel hot, it is not unbearable. On the contrary, it has a comfortable feeling, as if it is basking in the sun. He's condensing his life soul. Quietly stared at Zhou Wen, his pupils contracted slightly. When she defeated Zhou Wen with one move before, Zhou Wen was only a mortal rank. In less than a year, Zhou Wen had already gathered his life soul to advance to the epic rank. This speed was too fast. It was almost to the point of making Jing feel a little jealous. If it wasn't for my old illness, I would have been promoted to epic level long ago. If it wasn't for me not being able to go to the Holy Land, the Sun God bloodline on his body should belong to me. Jing looked at Zhou Wen and thought to himself. But soon, Jing discovered that something was wrong with Zhou Wen's situation. Zhou Wen's power looks a lot like the result of the sun shooting art being suitable for the blood of the sun god, but if you look closely, you will find that this is not the case. It seems to be a little different. What's the matter? Didn't he practice the sun shooting art? Then what did he practice? How did he get the blood of the sun god? Jing was full of doubts, staring at Zhou Wen, who was condensing his life and soul, and looked carefully. Bang! Bang! And Jing heard the voice again, and now she found that the voice came from within Zhou Wen's body. The position of his chest, and the voice seemed to be his heartbeat. In the ancient times when the hair and blood were drunk, human beings used the ground as their seats and the sky as their blankets, fighting against countless terrifying creatures, and using their own bodies to resist the invasion of frost, rain and snow. One day, human beings will master the power of fire, kicking off an era of blood and fire, and civilization will begin. Fire represents destruction, but also hope. Countless images flashed in Zhou Wen's mind. In that glacial world, groups of humans huddled in caves and snuggled together, but they were still shivering in the harsh wind and cold wind. People kept closing their eyes and never opened them again. Open. One person came with a torch and lit a bonfire, filling the cave with warmth, and countless humans worshipped it. Quietly looked at Zhou Wen's body, and saw that the sun-like light on Zhou Wen's body was getting stronger and stronger, not only light and heat, but also an indescribable power, which made people have the urge to bow down and bow. This kind of kneeling is not the fear of the gods, nor is it faith, but pure worship. Bang bang. Bang bang. Zhou Wen's heart was beating more and more, and he could already see his chest rising and falling violently, as if The heart inside was about to burst his chest. Infinite vitality erupted in Zhou Wen, and even the quiet standing at the door of the room could feel the vigorous vitality. This is not the sun shooting technique, it is definitely not the sun shooting technique, although it has the power of light and heat, and although it looks very similar to the sun shooting technique, the sun shot technique does not have such vitality, and does not have such an all-encompassing sovereign spirit. Quiet Eyes stared at Zhou Wen. She was extremely surprised. Originally, she thought that when Zhou Wen went to the Holy Land, he would practice sun-shooting art, and then would have the opportunity to obtain the sun divine body. But Zhou Wen now tells her that even if he doesn't practice the sun-shooting art, he can still obtain the sun divine body. The life force on Zhou Wen's body has almost condensed into substance, illuminating the whole room like sunlight, and the quietness standing at the door was also illuminated by the sunlight emanating from Zhou Wen's body. And Jing suddenly felt a warm force invaded her body, which soon made her whole body warm. The pain in her body that had just relapsed and was still in pain actually improved a lot. The pain in her body, the feeling is disappearing fast. How could this be? Jing is unbelievable. It is also a masculine power. The sun-shooting art makes her extremely painful, and it will only make her hidden illness worse and worse. Zhou Wen's power can reduce her pain, or even slow her down. Disease. And Jing can clearly feel that the stubborn disease in his body like a piece of ice is slowly melting under the illumination of Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen's heart beat more and more fiercely, and the light and heat on his body became stronger and stronger. The blood vessels in the whole body swelled up because of the violent beating of the heart, and appeared like a purple dragon pattern. On Zhou Wen's skin, the muscles of his whole body were also tensed, as if full of infinite explosive power. Powerful strength, vigorous vitality. Zhou Wen only felt that his body seemed to have endless energy, and even if he fought against the sky, he could stab the sky into a big hole. Zhou Wen feels that he can use 4 words to describe himself at this time. Dragon, spirit, and tiger are the most suitable. Since he needs blood to play games, his physical fitness and strength have been getting stronger, but this kind of energetic feeling, but it has been a long time. Now Zhou Wen can't wait to punch out and level the entire dormitory. Whatever house and quilt you want, my body temperature can melt the ice and snow, illuminate the whole world, and make the blizzard more violent. The gushing vitality and spirit continued to condense on Zhou Wen's body, and finally flowed towards the heart, causing Zhou Wen's entire chest to emit light and heat, as if there was a sun inside. Quietly staring at Zhou Wen suspended in the air, a strong brilliance shone on her body, causing the mass of ice in her body to melt quickly, and warmth spread all over her body. Quiet has the urge to cry in her heart. Ever since she was sensible, she has never felt warmth, as if there is ice in her body. Even in the middle of summer, when everyone else is sweating profusely, she will only feel a little less chill in her body. There will be no warm feeling. But now, the ice cubes in her body are melting, and an unprecedented warm feeling spreads all over her body. Dong dong, dong dong. Zhou Wen felt a strange thing condensed in his heart, that thing combined with the heart, and spread to the whole body at the same time, forming a strange body system. Zhou Wen felt that this heart-centered body system was like a power engine, bringing infinite power to his body. I have to leave immediately, even if I suffer from a chronic illness. For the rest of my life, I will never accept Zhou Wen's power to heal my body. And Jing turned around and was about to leave. Although she knew that by staying, Zhou Wen's power would dispel the disease that had plagued her for many years, but her quiet pride made it impossible for her to accept Zhou Wen's cure anyway. Anyone else would do, except Zhou Wen. She is quiet, the quiet of the family, even if Zhou Wen takes away the qualification to enter the Holy Land, she can confidently and proudly tell everyone that she is better than Zhou Wen, and she can defeat Zhou Wen. But if she accepts Zhou Wen's power now, even if the disease in her body is cured, how will she handle herself in the future? She will never be able to face Zhou Wen with her head held high, and she will never be able to tell everyone confidently that she is better than Zhou Wen, and as long as she wishes, she can defeat Zhou Wen. It will never be possible to live so proudly again, which is even more unbearable than being infected with a chronic illness. Without any hesitation, Quiet turned around and left. Even though her body longed for sunshine, she would rather go to the dark and keep her last pride. But at the moment when he turned around quietly, Zhou Wen's power broke out completely, and the brilliance above his chest spurted out like the sun's rays. In an instant, the dazzling brilliance seemed to melt the entire room, and the quiet body was also swallowed by the brilliance. Quiet only felt that the scorching power teleportation filled her whole body. The ice and cold in her body, like a snow mass placed in a furnace, melted directly in the blink of an eye, and it seemed that some kind of iron chain shackles in her body were also melted. His body softened, and he fell directly to the ground. Zhou Wen's consciousness was completely awake, and he saw a group of human-shaped light and shadow radiating brilliance like the sun suspended in front of him. He knew that it should be the soul condensed from the ancient emperor's scriptures. However, in addition to the soul of life, just condensed by the ancient emperor's scriptures, there was actually a woman sitting paralyzed at the door of her room, holding the door frame with both hands, struggling to stand up. Quiet. Looking at each other, Zhou Wen immediately recognized who it was. Quiet, why are you here? Zhou Wen looked at Jingjing suspiciously, not knowing what was going on. When he was condensing the soul of the ancient emperor's scripture just now, his whole body and mind were immersed in the ancient emperor's scripture, and he had no idea at all what happened outside. And Jing's whole body was warm and soft. She had never experienced this feeling before, and the cold power in her body could not be felt at all. Now, Quiet's inner pride has never been hit as much as it is now, and his heart is extremely ashamed and angry. He forced himself to stand up against the door frame, trying to make himself look as cold as possible at the same time, and gritted his teeth and said, I'm here, of course. It's to destroy your condensed soul, otherwise what do you think I'm here for? After he finished speaking, he ignored Zhou Wen's reaction and turned around and left. Zhou Wen stared blankly at Jing leaving. He didn't quite believe what Jing said, but he couldn't think of what Jing was here for. The phone rang suddenly. Zhou Wen picked up the phone and saw that the caller was Sheng, so he chose to answer. Master Wen, are you ready? I'm waiting outside the gate of the academy. Sheng waited for a while, but still didn't see Zhou Wen and Jing coming, so he called Zhou Wen. What are you waiting for? Zhou Wen asked suspiciously. Ms. asked you to have dinner with Miss Jing, didn't Miss Jing inform you? Sheng said. Oh, I've informed you, you wait for me. For a while, I'll go over immediately. Zhou Wen is in a very good mood now. The ancient emperor's scripture finally condensed the soul of life, which is undoubtedly a great thing for him, so for Ouyang Lan's invitation, Zhou Wen did not refuse, just in time to have a big meal and console himself. Zhou Wen first reborn from a drop of blood, glanced at the information in the game, and sure enough, when he used the ancient Imperial scriptures, his life soul, became a new life soul. Ancient emperor, initial body and ancient life born from blood. And fire, an emperor who competes with heaven for fate. Probably already aware of the ability of the ancient emperor. Zhou Wen did not immediately study it carefully, took a quick shower, changed his clothes, and went out to the gate of the academy. When Zhou Wen arrived at the gate of the academy, he saw Anxing's car parked not far away. When he walked to the car and saw Jing sitting in the back row with an expressionless face, he opened the front door and sat in the co-pilot's seat. Anxing looked at Zhou Wen up and down, with surprise in his eyes. Zhou Wen, have you gathered your soul? How do you know? Zhou Wen asked suspiciously. Generally speaking, as long as the life soul is not summoned, no one should be able to distinguish who is epic and who is legendary. Anxing explained with a smile, I didn't tell you before, I'm very sensitive to things like souls, but if the average person has been condensing the soul for a long time, the soul in his body is more restrained, and he can't sense it. The breath of life and soul is very heavy. It should have just been condensed for a long time, right? It turned out to be the case. I just succeeded in condensing before I came here. Zhou Wen said. That's really a good thing, Madam really invited the right meal, just to celebrate for you. Anxing paused, and then said, you can condense the soul of life so quickly, it can be seen that your talent is indeed like Ouyang. What the old gentleman said is ordinary. Very excellent. It took so many years to condense the soul of life, which is already very slow. Zhou Wen said. Hypocritical. Sitting quietly in the back row, he said, but he didn't see Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was accustomed to talking in this way, so he simply ignored her, and Anxing didn't answer, and continued to ask, how to condense the soul of life, share it if you don't mind, so I can report this great news to my wife when I look back. It's nothing special. Before, our Xianwen Association and Weiyang Club held a joint event. Li Xian asked me to go to have a barbecue. At that time, I observed the charcoal fire and had some feelings. After returning, I continued to comprehend. I was lucky. I understood the true meaning of fire, broke through the bottleneck and condensed the soul of life. Zhou Wen said briefly. He couldn't hide his promotion to the epic level, so he simply told them directly, and it would be better to put the life and soul of the ancient emperor's scripture on the surface, and other life and souls could be hidden, especially the slayer. Zhou Wen was unwilling to do so. Let anyone know the existence of this life soul, he always feels that this life soul is too weird. Eat barbecue to understand the soul of life? Jing did not speak, but the corners of his eyes kept twitching, and his heart was shocked. Ouyang old principal is right. You really are the kind of extremely focused person. Such a person is the easiest to succeed. No matter what you do, you can use analogies to draw inspiration from all aspects of life. Anxing said. The person you are talking about is Feng Qiuyan. He is such a person. No matter how Zhou Wen heard it, Anxing seemed to be talking about Feng Qiuyan. Is Feng Qiuyan from the Feng family? I really don't know that, but I will pay attention to him in the future. Anxing paused, then said to Zhou Wen, Master Wen, what are your plans after graduation? With your talent, no matter what you do, you will succeed, but in this day and age, you can't do anything safely. Should you consider joining the army? Let's talk about it later. Zhou Wen didn't want to continue this topic. Xing didn't mention it again. Ouyang Lan had already been waiting for them in the private room when he brought The two to the Migao restaurant. The current Ouyang Lan looks much thinner than when Zhou Wen first went to Anne's house, but with a kind smile on his face, he pulled Jing and Zhou Wen to sit next to her. Asheng, you sit down too, we are all a family, and there are no outsiders. Ouyang Lan said something to him when he saw Anshing standing beside him. Anshing was not polite, he pulled a chair and sat next to Zhou Wen, and said to Ouyang Lan, Madam, Master Wen condensed his life and soul today and was promoted to the epic level. Really? Xiaowen, you're such a genius. Ouyang Lan was very happy, she even squeezed Zhou Wen's cheeks with both hands, and pulled it hard a few times, and Zhou Wen's face was deformed. Zhou Wen stared at Ouyang Lan blankly, not knowing how to react for a while. Ouyang Lan also seemed to realize that he was a little too excited, so he released his hand and said, I'm sorry, I used to pinch Xiaojing before, so I just squeezed it. Zhou Wen was suddenly speechless, and at the same time, in his mind, what would happen to quiet if it was pinched like this? However, it is somewhat unimaginable. The indifferent appearance of Jingjing makes it difficult to imagine what she will look like after being pinched. In addition to Jing, everyone was very happy during this meal, but Jingjing was very entangled in her heart. She didn't know what it was like to eat this meal, and she really didn't know how she should face Zhou Wen in the future. After returning to the dormitory, Zhou Wen carefully studied the ancient emperor's life and soul, and found that the sun suffix behind the power attribute disappeared like the previous trajectory suffix. The ancient emperor's life soul can fuse with Zhou Wen's body, giving him a powerful power, which is somewhat different from the traditional power type life soul. The traditional power type possessed life soul is a multiple of directly increasing the power. For example, an epic powerhouse with a strength of 40, if his life and soul is a power additional ability, then it is possible to increase his strength to 60, 70, or even 80. However, when the strength reaches 80, it does not mean that the strength of 80 can be achieved all the time. In fact, the strength that a person can burst out has a lot to do with skills, physical strength, etc. People who have not undergone training, even if they have 80 strength, but the power that the real punch can produce is likely to be less than 60, or even less than half. Even for a well-trained fighter, the moment when he can burst into peak combat power will not be too long. Generally, he can maintain the peak power output for 2 or 3 minutes without dropping 90% of his power. He is already considered an extremely powerful character. If you continue, your body functions will decline, and you need a buffer period before you can continue to explode. However, this is not the case with the ancient emperor's life and soul. The ancient emperor's life and soul provides a powerful power system. Now Zhou Wen's power is 32. When the ancient emperor's life and soul is possessed, he can always maintain his power at its peak state. When physical strength declines, strength weakens, etc., it is simply a fighting machine. And the current ancient emperor's life and soul is only the lowest initial level. If he can continue to grow, I don't know what kind of ability he will have in the future. Maybe Zhou Wen can break through the limit of power and burst into extraordinary power. Moreover, the ancient emperor's life soul also has fighting ability. His fighting power is equivalent to Zhou Wen's attributes, which is equivalent to a clone of Zhou Wen. This is somewhat similar to the soul doctor of the Dark Doctor, which makes Zhou Wen very satisfied. Looking at the light and shadow like the sun god in front of him, Zhou Wen was slightly depressed. The brilliance of the ancient emperor's life soul was too strong, like a humanoid creature condensed from light. and it was completely unclear what he looked like. There are still the Tao Ju on the wordless monument and the little Prajna Sutra in the little Buddha temple. Which one should I start with? Zhou didn't have a good idea for a while. The ancient Emperor Sutra can also be related to fire, but Zhou really doesn't know which way to start with these two kinds of vitality art, so he can only find a material related to Taoism and Buddhism in the database of the Academy. Look. However, these two categories of information are too broad and profound. Even if it takes a lifetime to study, it may not be possible to study all of them. Zhou doesn't know where to start, and he really has no clue. Inside the phone, the flower buds on the dead tree had withered over the past few days, and grew a purple-red fruit that looked like it was made of copper and shaped like an egg. In the past, the fruit of Dark Doctor took 7 days to mature. Zhou estimated that this one would take at least 7 days, so he could only continue to wait patiently. He was really looking forward to what kind of companion pets would appear in this fruit. Zhou opened the mobile game and tried to go to the temple under the ruins once, and wanted to use the teleportation ability of the Lost Kingdom to enter the temple and take a look. Passing the Owing stone statue with the offerings, and arriving at the gate of the palace on the left, the moment the blood-colored villain pushed open the gate of the palace, he saw a head like a tiger and a wolf, with a dark body, twin tails, and a back. The winged monster swooped up at an unbelievably fast speed, and even the speed of the ghost steps could not match it. Zhou pressed his finger, the ring of the Lost Kingdom, the grimace's eyes flickered, and the blood-colored villain's body suddenly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already behind the monster. Zhou quickly looked at the environment in front of him. Now he should be in the temple. I saw that the temple is very simple, there are no exquisite decorative patterns, and there are no various calligraphy works. There is only a stone altar and a stone confession. On the altar, there is no deity statue, only a stone. Zhou only had time to look at the stone, and the game screen went black, and the blood-colored villain had apparently been killed by the terrifying dimensional creature. Even if the gods are not enshrined in the temple, the demons should be enshrined. How can they enshrine a stone? Zhou was puzzled. He only glanced at the stone, and felt that it seemed to be a rock, almost 3 meters high, shaped like a mountain, and there was nothing special about it. After waiting for 24 hours, Zhou went to the temple on the right again. The temple on the right was a bit more peculiar. Zhou used teleport to enter, but only glanced at it. There is metal everywhere. In the palace, even the walls and pillars are made of metal. There are also altars and confessions, but they are also made of metal. On the metal altar, there was actually a huge metal axe enshrined. The axe was double-edged. It looked dark and cold, bigger than the door. The handle of the axe was like a metal pillar. It looked very heavy. It is a heavy weapon that no human can move. Although he was able to enter the temple, he would die if he entered. Except for teleportation, even the ghost steps could not escape the attack of the two mythical creatures. Zhou really couldn't think of any way to contend with them. However, there was no place to hide in the temple. If the old principal and the others really entered the temple, they would have been miserable. Zhou brushed the dungeons every day, read some relevant materials, and studied the methods of condensing the life soul and raising the level of the life soul. Several days passed without knowing it. Zhou was swiping the copy of Little Tiger that day, and the phone suddenly rang, and Zhou answered the phone while swiping the copy. Zhou, are you okay? A familiar voice came from the phone. It turned out to be Zhongzia. Zhou didn't care about brushing the dungeon anymore, so he left the game, clenched his phone and said, "I'm fine, I've returned to the academy, how are you?" After a moment of silence, Zhongzia said, "I can't go back to the academy. If there is a chance, let's meet again later." "What are your plans?" Zhou when asked again. Although they didn't get along for a long time, he felt that these students of Wang Mingyuan had a very good temper with him, and they became close without knowing it. The world is so big, so naturally, there will be a place for me. If the teacher can do such an earth-shattering event, I can't lose face as a student. Naturally, I have to do something great, Zhongzia said. What's the big deal? Zhou Wen was a little worried. Zhongzia's temper was weird, but she was talented. Let's meet later. I have some things left in the academy, and I won't go back in the future. It's useless to keep those things, so I'll give them to you. The things are there. Zhongzia told Zhou Wen a place. I took something and sent it to you. Zhou Wen said. No need, just treat it as a souvenir. Zhongzia hung up the phone. Zhou Wen called again, but heard that the other party had shut down. Zhou Wen put away his mobile phone helplessly, thought about it, and planned to go to the place Zhongzia said first. However, Zhou Wen was not sure whether the things were still there, because Zhongzia's things were hidden in Longjing. When the director of the Supervision Bureau personally brought people to search, it is very likely that they had already searched those things. As for what it was, Zhongzia didn't say, and Zhou Wen didn't come to ask. When he came to the old dragon cave again, Zhou Wen felt a little uncomfortable. The scene of Wang Mingyuan wearing an apron and cooking here for the four of them is still vivid in his mind, but now it is a mess. I thought about cleaning up the laboratory and restoring it to its previous appearance, but I felt a little uncomfortable. I picked up a few pieces of equipment, and finally put it down again. They're all gone, so what if they are cleaned up? Zhou Wen sighed in his heart, and after putting down his things, he walked straight to Longjing. The stone well platform beside Longjing had been demolished, and the iron chain had long since disappeared, making Zhou Wen even more uncomfortable. At the beginning, he didn't pull the chain too much. They all joked that it was fishing for dragons, but they never really caught anything, not to mention dragons, not even snakes. They just consoled themselves. That's it. Switching directly to the fate of the great demon god, Zhou Wen flew down the wall of the well and stopped about 20 meters away from the wellhead. The cold fog here is already thick, and it is almost impossible to reach out to see 5 fingers. Zhou Wen approached the wall of the well, reached out and groped on the stone, and started to feel cold and biting, like 1,000 years of ice. Zhou Wendao is not worried about the danger. He has entered and exited Longjing many times in the game, knowing that it is still far from where the white dragon is, and will not disturb it. After groping for a while, he started with cold stones. Suddenly, Zhou Wen only felt a softness at the start, as if he had touched a sponge, and he couldn't help but feel happy. After carefully fumbling around, he found the wooden board that Zhongzia said, and took it apart to reveal a hole that only his arms could go in. Zhou Wen reached in and groped for a while, and then took out a bamboo tube from it. The hole was not deep, so he touched it again, and seeing that there was nothing else, Zhou Wen flew out of Longjing with the bamboo tube. After leaving the Longjing, I carefully looked at the bamboo tube, only to find that the whole body of the bamboo tube was emerald green, like freshly chopped bamboo, and it was stuffed with cloth on the side of the opening. Zhou removed the sealing cloth, looked inside the bamboo tube, and saw a rolled object inside the bamboo tube, which seemed to be paper or something. After pouring the thing out, Zhou realized that it was not paper, but a hide of an unknown animal. After processing, it became a skin roll. The workmanship of the leather roll is very good, just because the era seems to be too old, and the grinding is a little worn. What is Zhongxia putting here? Zhou was a little puzzled, and spread out the scroll directly, only to see a lot of handwriting written on the scroll, because the handwriting looked a little faded. But the years did not fully erase their traces. Zhongxia usually dislikes reading books, so why did she hide such a thing here? If Jiang Yan hid this thing, it would be easier to convince people. Zhou was a little curious and carefully looked at what was written on the leather scroll content. Seeing this, Zhou couldn't help but be taken aback. What is recorded in the scroll is a witchcraft called casting spirit, which is a method of how human beings can integrate with other creatures, but the method described in it is too amazing and does not conform to human common sense at all. If I saw this before, I would only regard it as something made up by delusionalists, and it is impossible to realize it. But thinking of Wang Mingyuan, who turned into a different dimensional creature, Zhou Wen's expression became strange. Isn't the teacher using this technique of casting spirits to merge the creatures in the white cocoon? Zhou Wen thought to himself, but why does Zhongxia have this? Where did he come from? Did the teacher give it to him? Zhou Wen couldn't think of the result. After hesitating for a while, he put the leather roll back into the bamboo tube, and then put it into the chaos space of the chaos bead. This thing is absolutely taboo among humans. Zhou Wen doesn't want others to see it, and he has no plans to learn it. If Zhongxia doesn't come to fetch it in the future, he intends to permanently seal it in the chaos pearl, so that it will never see the light of day again. After doing all this, Zhou Wen walked out of the old dragon cave. The outside of the Longmen grottos has already resumed its former liveliness, and even more people have changed. Many people set up stalls outside to sell their harvests. Among them, the most popular are the crystals of various attributes. Although everyone wants the companion eggs, but the price is too expensive, and the number of transactions is relatively small. Zhou Wen, what are you doing here? Someone stopped Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen turned to look and saw that the person who called him was Huang Ji, and this guy even set up a stall here to sell things. Senior, if you don't play games well, why do you come here to set up a stall again? Zhou Wen was a little depressed. He didn't study the game, and came here to set up a stall, so his money was not spent in vain. Huang Ji mysteriously pulled Zhou Wen aside and whispered, I'm working on the game, some unimportant parts have been subcontracted, and it should be almost the result in 2 months, that's not in a hurry. Today, there are big things going to happen here, maybe you can get some benefits, you can wait and see together. What can happen here? Zhou Wen looked around. Although there are many dimension fields in the Longmen grottos, they are all inside the grottos. What can happen outside the grottos? Little brother, you don't know about this. The dimensional fields in the Longmen grottos are all different, but in fact, the Longmen grottos are a whole dimensional field, including our current location, which is the scope of a different dimensional field. Huang Ji, he pointed to the stone steps under his feet and said, Of course I know this. Zhou Wen didn't know what Huang Ji meant when he said this. Then you're not surprised, why are there different dimensional creatures in those grottos? and there are many miraculous things, why are there no outside? Huang Ban asked. Does this need a reason? Zhou Wen asked rhetorically. Huang Ji covered his forehead, curled his lips, and said, there must be a reason for everything. If there is no reason, then we just haven't figured it out. There are actually magical things outside the Longmen grottos, but they don't usually appear. Tonight is the time when the miraculous appeared. Otherwise, do you think, why are there so many people here? More will come later, and many people who know the news will come here tonight. What kind of miraculous thing is it? Zhou Wen heard a bit of meaning, thinking that there must be some benefit, otherwise there are too many strange things in other dimensional fields. Why don't you go to other places, but come here? This miraculous thing in the Longmen grottos opened the Buddha's eyes. Huang Ji said enthusiastically. Legend has it that in ancient times, the Longmen grottos were flooded with floods, often flooding cities and fields. This year, the torrential rain in the upper reaches kept falling, and the water level rose again and again. The experienced old people knew that they were afraid of another flood, and they all began to migrate to the mountains. There is a family of children. When playing on the river bank, they heard a strange sound from the water, as if someone kept saying underwater, can't drive, can't drive. The children didn't take it seriously. 2 days later, there was a big flood in the upper reaches. All the people on the mountain looked at their fields, and cities were about to be submerged by the flood, and they felt very uncomfortable. Although they brought out everything they could, but once the flood was over, the fields would be wiped out, there would be no food to eat in the coming year, and there would be a famine. And there will be plagues after the flood. The medical technology at that time is not enough to control the plague. It can only be filled by human lives, that is, the area is relatively large, so it will not be infected and die. When everyone was in grief, the child heard the strange sound coming from the water again, as if asking, can it be turned on? Can it be turned on? The child is very strange. He told his parents about it. The parents were overjoyed and told the child that if he heard the sound again, he would answer on. It didn't take long for the child to hear the voice again, and this time he said open as his parents taught him. Then I saw the billowing river. Water split, and the flood water from the upper reaches actually split into 2 paths, one going around from the left side of Tiandi City, and the other going around from the right side, but there was no flooding. At the place where the river flows, the mountain wall that was previously sunk under the river is exposed to the water, and Buddha statues and grottos with different postures appear. Among them, there is a Buddha statue with his eyes looking directly at the sky, divided into 2. After the great flood passed, the common people found that the Buddha statue's eyes were closed, and only then did they know that the Buddha statue had saved their city. Since then, those Buddha statues and grottos have also surfaced, which is now the Longmen grottos. Of course, this is just a legend and cannot be taken seriously, but the story of Buddha opening his eyes has been handed down nearby. Huang Ji told Zhou Wen whether there was a Buddha who opened his eyes to save the common people. The Buddha statue opens his eyes. If he can catch a glimpse of the Buddha statue, he may have a great chance to appear. What big chance? Zhou Wen asked, curiously. Huang Ji shook his head and said, I don't know. I heard that there have been several Buddha openings in the Longmen grottos before. Every time someone glanced at the Buddha statue, it seemed that the Buddha's light fell on him, but what happened to those people after that? I'm not sure about the benefits. I just heard that there is a student with average aptitude who is basically at the bottom of the academy, and will definitely be ranked among the top 3 in each unified examination, but it's the last one. He was lucky to meet the Buddha who opened his eyes once, and was glanced at by the Buddha statue. Since then, he seems to have opened his eyes, and his academic performance has been rising, and he was promoted to legend within a few months. I heard that, not long after graduation, I was promoted to the epic level. Is there such a god? Zhou didn't quite believe it. I don't really believe it, but there are so many legends out there, and I just heard people say it. There has been a lot of rain recently, and the water level of the river has not exceeded the legendary mark. Today might be the day when the Buddha opened his eyes. If there is nothing to do, just wait here. Maybe if you get a glimpse of the Buddha, then you can make a lot of money. Huang Ji said. Hearing what Huang Ji said, Zhou Wendao also felt that he should stay and have a look, even if the Buddha statue didn't like him. It would be good to have more knowledge. Zhou sat down next to Huang Ji, waiting for the so-called Buddha to open his eyes. Which is the legendary, closed-eyed Buddha statue? Zhou saw that there were many Buddha statues around, but none of the Buddha statues have their eyes closed. That's the one. Huang Ji pointed to it. Fortunately, Zhou eyes are very good, otherwise the Buddha statue would really not be seen. It is because the Buddha statue pointed to by Huang Ji is too inconspicuous. The more important Buddha statues are full-body sculptures, and the Buddha statue is only a relief, and it is only a foot high. It's so inconspicuous there that if you don't pay attention, you'll ignore it. Zhou took a closer look and found that the Buddha statue really had his eyes closed, but after looking at it for a while, he didn't find anything magical about the stone statue. Old Zhou, so you are here, but you made me look for it. After so long on the phone, why didn't you answer? Li Xian and Li Weiyang walked over with a group of people, and saw Zhou from a distance. Ran over and complained. Zhou just remembered that when he came out, he didn't bring that ordinary mobile phone. Why are you all here? Zhou looked at it and found that the people from Xianwen Society and Weiyang Society were almost there, and even the classics were there. What else can you do? Didn't you also come to open your eyes for that Buddha? Li Xian pouted and said, as if he was very dissatisfied with Zhou and he came alone behind their backs. Senior Huang Ji told me just now that I only knew about the Buddha's eye-opening. Before, I went to Liaolongdong to pack some things. Zhou explained. Then you are here. If the Buddha statue really opens his eyes, maybe he can fall in love with the two of us, then he will earn it. Li Xian said. When the two were talking, many people came one after another. Zhou saw that Wei Gu brought many backbones of the student union, including Xing Tianluan. Xing Tianluan didn't catch Zhou very much, but just glanced at him, but Wei Gu nodded to Zhou with a smile, looking rather kind. Zhou nodded slightly as a response, but he always felt that Wei Gu today was a little different from before, but he couldn't tell what was different. The sky was getting darker and darker, and when the sun was about to go down, more and more people came, not only from inside the academy, but also from outside the academy. After all, the Longmen Grottos did not belong to the Sunset Academy. Seeing more and more people, but the Buddha statue did not move, let alone open his eyes. It was getting dark, and he was almost invisible. Suddenly, Zhou heard the sound of rushing water, as if something was tumbling in the river, stirring the river water to bubbling. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the churning river, and Zhou also looked over. with a clatter, green lotus leaves emerged from the water, and after sticking out of the water, there were still many water droplets on the lotus leaves spinning, causing the lotus leaves to sway from side to side. The sound of clattering was endless, and more lotus leaves appeared on the river surface, like bamboo shoots after the rain, and they kept coming out. After a while, the river surface was almost completely covered by lotus leaves. At a glance, it seems to have become a green emerald river, and in the darkness, those lotus leaves still emit a faint light. When the Buddha opened his eyes before, was there such a vision? Zhou Wen asked Li Xian. Li Xian shook his head and said, I really don't know this very well, but I heard that before the Buddha opened his eyes, a vision would indeed happen, but I only heard that thousands of birds came from all directions, and I have never heard of He Xinglian. Leaf. When the two were talking, the river surface changed again. I saw a lotus flower stretched out from the water and slowly bloomed among the lotus leaves, making the river surface more pleasant. Those lotus flowers are like lanterns, shining brightly on the river surface, which is really a spectacle. Zhou Wen was watching the sight of the lotus blooming, but suddenly he heard someone shouting, Open your eyes. Buddha opened his eyes. Zhou Wen and others turned around and looked over, and saw the statue on the stone wall. The double closed place seemed to have drawn a golden line, and there was light shining from it, as if it was about to open its eyes. Zhou Wen moved in his heart and switched his vitality formula to Little Prajna Sutra, thinking, Little Prajna scripture is also a Buddhist vitality formula, maybe it will have some effects, maybe if I go out of the same door, maybe that Buddha statue will look at me. A glance. Many students and practitioners approached the Buddha statue, hoping to be favored by the Buddha statue. Feng Chuyan, Ming Xiao, and Tianjinjin also came too. Zhou Wen sighed. Tianjinjin looked at the Buddha statue curiously and said, Is it only possible for those who have the physique of Buddhism, or those who are related to the Buddha's fate, to be able to obtain it? The chance for Buddha to open his eyes? Who knows, those people who have been caught by the Buddha statues in the past don't seem to have heard of their Buddhist physique. Li Xian thought for a while and said, Isn't there a standard? Tianjinjin asked again. Even if there is a standard, no one knows now. Li Weiyang said. Between the few people talking, the eyes of the Buddha statue were fully opened, and a pair of eyes flashed with Buddha light, but the direction he was looking at was not the human beings on the shore, but the lotus leaves and lotus flowers of the river. Is he watching flowers? Ming Xiao looked at the Buddha statue and thought, It looks like it should be. I think viewing flowers should be his main purpose, looking at people is just incidental. Li Xian pouted and said, There are thousands of people along the Longmen grottos, all eagerly looking at the Buddha statue and admiring the flowers. The Buddha statue is very stable. Seeing that the Buddha statue didn't mean to look at him, Zhou Wen couldn't help being slightly disappointed. It seems that the small Prajna Sutra has no effect. Suddenly, a figure not far away ran to the river, jumped straight up, jumped into the river, separated the lotus leaves, and swam to the position where the Buddha statue was looking. I'll go, this brother can do it, he has an idea. If you want to obtain Buddha's fate in this way, your brain is probably broken. Right? Thinking about the fate of Buddha, is it crazy? If you can get the fate of the Buddha like this, what is the fate? He destroyed so many lotus flowers and disturbed the interest of Buddha statues. To enjoy flowers. It would be good not to be punished. Still want to get Buddha fate? Stop dreaming. People reacted and immediately understood what the man wanted to do. Some were amazed, but most of them were cynical. That person is interesting? Is he a classmate from our school? Zhou Wen looked at the man struggling to swim in the river with interest. They were all attracted by the Buddha statue just now, but they didn't see who jumped into the river. Although this method seems very unreliable, but this person dares to think and do it, but not those who sneer on the shore can compare. It should be. Li Xian was also a little unsure. The man was swimming among the lotus leaves and was blocked by many lotus leaves. In addition, the river water wet his clothes, so he couldn't tell whether he was wearing a school uniform. Bang! The man was swimming with all his might, but suddenly saw a lightning strike in the air, which directly hit the man swimming in the water and slashed the man directly into the water. Yi Lianhua also suffered, and they were all blackened after the lightning strike. I'll just say, if you dare to use such a tricky method in front of the Buddha, you deserve to be struck by lightning. Some people just want to take shortcuts. Now you know it's amazing, right? Even the Buddha dares to fool him. Who will he cut if he doesn't cut you? Many people watching are gloating at the misfortune. Even if someone cares about whether the person was struck by lightning or not, no one dares to save them. They are afraid that if they go into the river, they will be struck by lightning, just like that person. Zhou Wen thought that man was very interesting. He had seen the power of thunder and lightning, but it wasn't enough to hurt him, so he said to Li Xian, "You wait for me here, I'll see if he's dead." Zhou Wen didn't summon the arm and wings, but just launched the dragon gate flying immortal technique and walked towards the place where the man was struck by the thunder on the lotus leaf. Stepping on the lotus leaf too. The place where the man was hacked, seeing him floating face down in the water, he reached out and grabbed him out. After a closer look, he was a little surprised. The man's hair and clothes were scorched black, but he didn't die, he just passed out. This is not the point is that this person, Zhou Wen, actually knew, and it was Fang Ruoshi who was admitted from Guide High School with him. No wonder it jumped. From our side just now, it turned out to be her. Zhou Wen was attracted by the Buddha statue just like everyone else just now, so he didn't notice Fang Ruoshi was gone. Just as he was about to bring Fang Ruoshi back to the shore, he suddenly saw a lightning bolt born out of nowhere, fell from the void, and slashed directly at Zhou Wen and Fang Ruoshi. "Zhou Wen, be careful!" Li Xian and the others all shouted. Among the other people watching, many people gloat at the misfortune, thinking that Zhou Wen is strong and deserves to be hacked. Zhou Wen naturally saw the thunder and lightning falling, and the thunder and lightning came too fast, which did not allow him to have extra time to think. Zhou Wen directly summoned the Ba Jian, and slashed a magic star wheel at the thunder and lightning. The blood-colored light wheel broke out of the sword, collided with the lightning, and suddenly a bloody light burst out. When the magic star wheel shattered, the thunder and lightning also shattered, turning into electric flowers and falling on the surrounding river, scorching the lotus leaves and lotus flowers to black. Boom! Before the sword in Zhou Wen's hand was retracted, another thunder and lightning struck down, giving Zhou Wen no chance to go back to the shore at all. Zhou Wen grabbed Fang Ruoshi with one hand and raised the Ba Jian with the other, ready to raise the sword to slash out the sword light and smash the thunder and lightning that fell from the sky. But his sword was only halfway up when he suddenly felt heat on his ear, and a golden earring appeared on his ear, generating a strange force at the same time. Talking. Zhou Wen was overjoyed, knowing that the hatching was completed. And it automatically returned to his ear, and at the same time a strange power erupted. This power spread to Zhou Wen's whole body, and even the tyrannical sword in his hand was also wrapped by the power of listening to the truth. The thunder and lightning bombarded the tyrant's sword, but instead of bursting out the terrifying power just now, it turned into a strange energy. The Ba Jian was directly transmitted into Zhou Wen's body, making Zhou Wen feel indescribably comfortable. Not only did the thunder and lightning not hurt him, but it seemed to replenish him with energy. Boom! 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 One after another lightning strikes fell from the sky, and one after another all bombarded the tyrant sword held by Zhou Wen. It's over, Lao Zhou is going to be smashed into coke. Li Xian felt a chill in his heart when he saw that the eyes of the person with the thunder and lightning on Zhou Wen couldn't open. With such a terrifying power of lightning, anyone would think that Zhou Wen was going to be electrocuted. However, Zhou Wen, who was in the thunder and lightning, did not feel the pain of being bombarded by lightning. Instead, he felt that his whole body was full of vitality. Every lightning strike on him made the vitality in his body a little more. It overflowed from the pores of his body. The 9 thunderbolts all fell in a moment. When the light of the thunder and lightning dimmed, many students and people watching the battle found that Zhou Wen was still standing there holding his sword, and he was not blasted into coke as they thought. And even his body, the clothes were not damaged in the slightest. Standing on the lotus leaf, Zhou Wen held Fangruashi in one hand and Ba Jian in the other, with a faint golden luster on his body. It seemed that the visual effect was a perfect score, which made many students doubtful. The 9 golden lightning bolts are so terrifying, how come Zhou Wen didn't even get half injured? Xing Tianluan's eyes widened in disbelief. Wei Gu on the side just said lightly, "You are too underestimated by Zhou Wen, how can such thunder and lightning hurt him?" Seeing Zhou Wen walking on the waves and taking Fangruashi to the shore, there was no thunder and lightning falling from the void again. Zhou Wen landed on the shore, and as soon as Fangruashi was put down, he saw 2 golden light beams shot out from the eyes of the Buddha statue, coming straight towards him. Is it finally coming? Zhou Wen was a little excited, not knowing what the power of Buddha's eyes would bring to him. But the next second, Zhou Wen was stunned. The golden light from the Buddha's eyes did not shine on him, but on Fangruashi on the ground. Fangruashi's charred hair and skin, which had been struck by lightning, quickly healed in the golden light. Not only did it heal itself, but it also became more crystal clear, and there was a faint golden luster in the black hair. It seems that the Buddha statue selected Fangruashi from the very beginning. After all, she was the first person to go down the river. Zhou Wen probably guessed the reason why the Buddha statue chose Fangruashi, and he didn't feel jealous. Fangruashi could have such an opportunity. She strives for it herself. Fangruashi opened her eyes, and even her pupils seemed to have a faint golden luster, which made her temperament a little different from before. Why am I here? Didn't I get hit by lightning? Fangruashi sat up and looked around blankly. It was Lao Zhou who rescued you, and you were lucky enough to get the attention of the Buddha statue, but you have to thank Lao Zhou. It wasn't that he helped you block 8 lightning bolts. I'm afraid you have no life to enjoy that Buddha fate. Li Xian said with some jealousy. Thank you, Zhou Wen. Fangruashi got up and stood in front of Zhou Wen and said, "It's nothing to raise your hands." Zhou Wen shook his head slightly, turned to look at the Buddha statue on the stone wall, but saw that the Buddha statue had closed his eyes, back to normal. And the lotus and lotus leaves of that river all withered in a moment, and finally all merged into the river, leaving no Lotus leaf. A crowd of onlookers saw that the Buddha statue lost its divine light, and the river surface returned to normal. Knowing that this time the Buddha's eyes had been opened, they couldn't help but regret it. They didn't jump into the river to seek Buddha's fate like Fangruashi before. Some people left in disappointment, but there were also many people who looked towards Zhou Wen. In addition to inquiring about who the Buddha was, they were also inquiring about Zhou Wen. Just now, Zhou Wen actually blocked 8 golden thunderbolts with one sword without any damage. Zhou Wen was not in the mood to stay here. He told Li Xian and Huang Ji that he had something to do, so he went back to the dormitory first. After returning to the dormitory, Zhou Wen couldn't wait to take out the mysterious mobile phone, and then dug out the information on listening truth. I saw a little golden monkey appearing on the screen of the mobile phone. It didn't seem to have changed much. The body was still so small, but the golden hair on its body turned into a dark golden color. It was much more restrained than before, and it was promoted. The legendary level had 4 ears, but now it has become 6, with 3 ears on each side, distributed in the shape of a zigzag, like a petal. There is not much difference in the appearance of listening to the truth. Zhou Wen went directly to the properties of listening to the listening, and wanted to know what power it used just now. Listening, epic, evolvable. Fate, the eyes and ears are open to the sky. Soul of life, transforming evil. Strength, 41. Speed, 41. Physical fitness, 41. Vitality, 41. Innate skills, listening. Immortal golden body, exorcism, Jioji. Associated state, earrings. Zhou Wen saw the growth of truth listening's attributes as expected, and the skills and the like have not changed, but there is an extra life and evil spirit. It is estimated that the ability to convert the power of thunder and lightning into vitality should be the role of evil spirit. It's just the life and soul of the companion pet, and Zhou Wen can only perceive 1 or 2, but he can't fully figure it out, and he doesn't know what the specific role of evil transformation is. Summoning D. Ting, I saw a small 6-eared golden monkey appeared in Zhou Wen's palm, with golden eyes, staring at Zhou Wen. Summon out your soul and let me see it. Zhou Wen heard to D. Diheng received Zhou Wen's order, but did not summon its life and soul, scratching his ears and scratching his cheeks, as if he didn't know what to do, and at the same time a thought passed into Zhou Wen's mind. I can't do it. I can't do it. Zhou Wen felt that his will to listen seemed to be repeating this sentence. Zhou Wen felt strange in his heart. Could it be that the fate soul of truth listening is the same as my killer, a passive fate soul that cannot be summoned? He couldn't speak, and Zhou Wen had no way to ask it. He could only take it to fight monsters in the game, and wanted to see how its abilities were improved. When you arrive at the poison bat cave, summon Di Ting and let him kill those poison bats by himself. It is worthy of being a mythical pet. Although it is still developing, its strange power is amazing. The movement is as fast as lightning, not slower than when Zhou Wen used the ghost step. A pair of claws are even more invincible. It's an epic poison bat rip. Even the boss of the poisonous bat, venomous White Shadow, was easily caught up by Jin Ting and tore his body apart. Zhou Wen was a little surprised that when the poisonous White Shadow turned into a shadow, he did not even have the claws that could avoid Jin Ting. It was torn in half directly in the shadows. That small body jumped around in the swarm of poisonous bats. Although it could only kill one poisonous bat at a time, the speed of killing monsters was very fast, almost one per paw, and it was not afraid of the group at all. Although the ability to listen to the truth is really powerful, but these seem to be its original skills. The reason why the speed and strength are strong is because of the blessing of the Joji vitality technique. All can break through the limit and burst out with strength beyond their own. The immortal golden body makes it almost unnecessary to dodge attacks of the same level. Even if it is a dimensional creature with a higher level than it, it is not easy to kill it. Don't look at the body of the listening is very small, but it can really be used as a meat pet. Zhou had seen these abilities before, but he had never seen the role of its evil spirit. Seeing that he couldn't try it like this, Zhou turned truth listening into earrings, and went to the underground sea wearing earrings. Before going into the sea, Zhou summoned the goldfish to try it out. As soon as the goldfish's body fell into the sea water, it immediately evaporated a large amount of sea fire into white gas, like a red-hot iron put into the water. Then Zhou hurriedly glanced at the goldfish's attributes and saw that bad luck instantly soared to +100, and Zhou was frightened and quickly took it back. You are obviously a fish, okay, but you don't like water so much, that's your fault. Zhou murmured in his heart, and people rushed into the sea. Switching back to the Slayer's soul, Zhou used his body technique to deal with the 9 black dragons for a while, but he was still defeated and swallowed by a black dragon. Apart from the enhanced hearing range and subtlety, it doesn't seem to be of any special use. When I was in the Longmen Grottos, I could turn lightning into my own vitality, but now I don't have this ability? Heilong sprayed a few times. When the mouth dragon breath fell on me, I didn't see it absorb the dragon breath and turn it into vitality. Is it because the black dragon's power is too strong, it is too late to transform? Zhou thought in his heart, and went to the ancient imperial city to try it out. Can it absorb the flame power on the Vulcan platform? As a result, those flamingos slammed into the blood-colored villain, listening to the truth did not respond at all, and did not absorb the flame. Is it possible that it can only absorb the power of lightning? But the dimensional creatures with the lightning attribute seem to be a bit hard to find. Zhou thought about it, and suddenly thought of Li Xian. That kid Li Xian has the Thunder God sword, just try it out with him. I made a phone call to Li Xian and asked him if he was free. Li Xian happened to be free, so the two made an appointment to meet at the practice ground. Zhou, who do you think this is? When Li Xian came, he even brought someone over. Alai, why are you here? Zhou was a little surprised, because Alai was not a student of the academy, so it stands to reason that he should not be able to enter the academy. Li Xian said proudly, I gave him an ID card, and then let him enter an ordinary university, and then used some connections to let him come to our Sunset College as an exchange student. Cow. Zhou gave a thumbs up, this is really not something ordinary people can do. Alai was still very quiet and didn't talk much. When Zhou and Li Xian brought him out of the Holy Land, his memory was severely damaged, and he remembered very limited things. After that, Alai was taken back by Li Xian and arranged to live in his villa. Since that parting, this was the first time Zhou saw him. Alai, this guy is really strong. I let him practice the vitality art, and gave him some crystals. It didn't take long, he has been promoted to legend, an absolute genius, maybe in a short while he can be promoted to epic level, yes. Li Xian said excitedly. In a sense, Ali's vitality art and vitality skills were taught by Li Xian, and Ali could be regarded as his student, so Ali's achievements made Li Xian very happy. If you need money, you can find Li Xian, fight little monsters or something, you can find me. Zhou Wen said to Ali with a smile. Li Xian gave Zhou Wen a blank look. By the way, why are you looking for me? I want you to test it for me. You use your Thunder God sword to strike me with lightning. Zhou Wen said. What's the use of me hacking you? Even the void lightning in the Longmen grottos can't hurt you at all, let alone mine. Li Xian pouted and said, you don't show off on purpose, right? If you want to hack, you can hack, so many words. Zhou Wen said. Look at the sword. Li Xian fiercely drew his sword and slashed, and the Thunder God sword slashed out a strong thunder and lightning. Sword light and slashed directly at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen didn't mean to split, but just held the Beijian and blocked the thunder and lightning sword light. Bang! The lightning exploded on the sword, and the spread of lightning made Zhou Wen's hair stand up, and his body shook for a while, because of the current, before it stopped. I'm going, it's useless at all. Zhou Wen was depressed, why it was possible before, but not now. Old Zhou, what's the matter with you? Why don't you use the trick you used in the Longmen grottos, to resist my lightning? Li Xian also looked at Zhou Wen with some doubts, wondering what the hell he was up to. Chop again. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and said. Old Zhou, when did you have a hobby of being abused? Li Xian said with a smile, but his hands were not idle, and another thunder and lightning sword light slashed past. Zhou Wen raised his sword to block the thunder and lightning sword light, but the result was the same as the previous sword, his whole body was numb from the lightning, and his hair turned into an explosive head. Haha, Zhou Wen, do you really have a hobby of abuse? Do you want me to chop you a few more times? Li Xian was in a good mood, eager to try, and seemed to want to chop a few more swords. Crack your sister. Zhou Wen has now officially confirmed that Listening's evil destiny soul does not have the ability to transform thunder and lightning. Old Zhou, what are you doing? Li Xian asked with a smile. It's nothing, I just tested my companion pet ability, but I was disappointed. Zhou Wen said truthfully. What companion pet? Do you need to be abused to be able to exert your strength? Li Xian was even more curious. Zhou Wen looked depressed, waved his hand, and said. Forget it, I was wrong, so let's go. I'll go back first. Don't, I made an appointment with Feng Chuyan and Gugu, and I will take you to a good place later. Li Xian said. Where to go? Zhou Wen asked. Li Xian took out a black pass and said, Did you see, this is the pass for the White Immortal Temple, it's hard to get it, only 5 people can enter, you, me, Ali, Feng Chuyan and Gu Jing, we go with 5 of you. White Immortal Temple. Is there such a dimensional field in the academy? Zhou Wen thought about it carefully, but he didn't think of it. There is such a dimensional field in the academy. It's not in our college, but it's in Luoyang City. It's a good place. You'll know when you go back. Li Xian said mysteriously. Baixian Temple, isn't it dedicated to the White Lady? Zhou Wen heard his grandfather tell the story of the White Lady when he was a child, and when he heard the word Baixian, he thought of that story. What are you thinking? The place where Bai Nyangzi was suppressed is called the Tower, on the edge of the West Lake, far away from us. Seeing that Feng Chuyan and Gugu had not come, Li Xian explained, the so-called White Immortal is one of the 5 immortals in the folk The fox, yellow, white, willow, and gray are the 5 immortals. The fox refers to the fox immortal. You should know this, that is, the fox cultivates to become immortal. Very evil things. Lucien refers to snake fairy, gray fairy is mouse, this white fairy is actually hedgehog fairy. These 5 fairy are more prevalent in places farther north. We actually rarely see the Temple of 5 Immortals here, but in Luoyang City, there is a white immortal temple. Now it has become a dimensional field and has always been under the control of the military. The pass there is very difficult to obtain. I am also lucky. Knowledge and knowledge. Windfall? Zhou Wen stared at Li Xian strangely. Li Xian knew what Zhou Wen was thinking, shook his head and said, "Don't worry, this has nothing to do with my second brother. And no one can die in the White Immortal Temple, but it will suffer a little." What do you mean? Zhou Wen didn't know anything about the White Immortal Temple, so he didn't know what it was like. There is a special power in the White Immortal Temple. After entering, every step will feel like being stabbed by a needle. Mostly, there are many blood holes on the soles of the feet, like many needles. But if you forcefully rush in, it will be a good show. I heard that there is an epic powerhouse who is proficient in movement techniques. With his outstanding flying ability, he flew directly into the main hall of the White Immortal Temple. As a result, the talent just entered the main hall, and fell to the ground with a scream. The whole body was densely covered with pinholes, and it was not human-shaped, and blood flowed directly to death. Sounds like this White Immortal Temple is very dangerous? Zhou Wen didn't like going to dangerous places very much. As long as you don't push hard, it's actually not a big problem. Just walk in from the door honestly, as far as you can. Go, but you can't take it anymore. Just turn around and come out. There will be no more injuries. If your endurance is strong enough to walk to the incense burner in front of the temple and light the incense. Stick in the incense burner, it is possible to obtain a companion egg of Bai Xian. Li Xian said. What level is Bai Xian's companion egg? Zhou Wen asked. The level doesn't really matter. In fact, Bai Xian's companion egg is only legendary, but its life is extraordinary. If you can bring a Bai Xian companion pet, it may be a good thing to save your life in the future. You only look at the military. With such strict control, you know it must be a good thing. Li Xian said here, deliberately stopped, apparently waiting for Zhou Wen to ask him. Zhou Wen had to follow his words and asked, what is Bai Xian's destiny? Bai Xian's fate is amazing. It is called invulnerability to all diseases. With a white immortal companion, you can basically guarantee that you will not get sick. You know how terrifying this thing is. In all kinds of harsh environments, there will be times when the body can't withstand it. If one gets sick, it will be more deadly than the average person. At this time, the value of the white immortal will be reflected. Li Xian continued, also, the companion pet of Bai Xian also has the ability to find medicine. Although it can't fight, it can distinguish the strange plants in the different dimension field, and knows which ones are poisonous and which ones are poisonous medicinal herbs, in case there is nothing to eat. You can rely on Bai Xian's help to make a living by eating some herbs, which is better than starving to death, and you don't have to be afraid of eating poisonous herbs by mistake. In this way, this Bai Xian is really a pretty good pet. Zhou Wen heard what Li Xian said was good. It is indeed a good fate to be immune to all diseases, not to mention that this fate has an auxiliary role for the owner. Even a cultivator, no one can guarantee that he will not get sick. In all kinds of harsh environments. If he gets sick, it will be very troublesome. With Xian, there is no need to worry about getting sick. After a while, Feng Qiuyan and Gugu came over one after another, and the 5 of them left the academy together. Li Xian had already helped them prepare the passes for leaving the academy. After successfully leaving the academy, Ali drove the 4 of them to Baixian together. Temple. Baixian Temple is much smaller than Zhou imagined. It is like a courtyard of an ordinary small family, but the style is slightly different. There is an old wooden plaque hanging on the dilapidated wooden door. But the paint on the words is about to fall off. After Li Xian handed in the pass, 5 people were able to walk to the gate of the White Immortal Temple. The gate was already open, and at a glance, you could see the small courtyard inside. Those who put the sundries did not enshrine other gods. And a larger room facing the gate is the main hall dedicated to Bai Xian. In front of the big house, there is a stone incense burner, which is almost full of incense ashes. Li Xian distributed 3 incense sticks to each of them, and then took 3 incense sticks himself, took off his shoes and put them at the door, and was about to go inside. "Why are you taking off your shoes?" Feng Qiuyan asked in confusion. Li Xiandao, "After a while, there will be blood holes stabbed on your feet. You are not afraid of blood. It's always bad to get your shoes and socks dirty." Zhou Wen and the others thought it made sense, and they followed Li Xian's example, took off all the shoes and socks, and walked into the yard barefoot. Li Xian walked in the front, he stepped in with 1 foot, and his expression changed suddenly. But he still walked in with gritted teeth, but when his foot was raised, it was obvious that there was a blood mark under his foot. The bloodstains of the spots formed a footprint. Zhou Wen hesitated when he saw that Li Xian was bleeding so much. This step is enough for him to play a lot of games. However, the yard is relatively small, and there are not many steps to walk in. Total, at most a dozen steps away. For the sake of the White Immortal Companion eggs, Zhou Wen still decided to give it a try. Gugu, Feng Qiuyan, and Ali all followed Li Xian inside. Everyone's expression changed when they walked in. It is conceivable to imagine what it would feel like to be stabbed by many needles on the sole of a person's foot. It's a relatively tolerant person, but he can't help but change color. Gugu was a little bit at a disadvantage, his feet were too big, and the bloody footprints were also much larger. Zhou Wen stepped in with the 4 people at the end, and he was ready to endure the pain of acupuncture, but when 1 foot stepped on the ground, there was no pain, but a warm current rose from the sole of the foot. Then directly into the body, it turned out that vitality poured into the body. "Listen." Zhou Wen felt the power from the earrings, exactly the feeling he had when fighting against thunder and lightning in the Longmen Grottos, and his heart was full of surprises. "I tried to walk a few more steps, and sure enough, I didn't get pierced on the soles of my feet like Li Xian and the others did, and I didn't feel any pain. Instead, a lot of vitality melted into my body from the soles of my feet. It's a bit strange to listen to the evil spirit of life. Under what kind of circumstances will it be useful? It used to be thunder and lightning, and now it is the power of the White Immortal Temple. The two seem to have nothing to do with each other. What do they have in common? What's the point?" Zhou Wen thought to himself. The yard was originally small, so Li Xian and the others only walked a dozen steps in front of the incense burner. But these 10 steps are really not easy to walk, 1 step at a time with Bloody footprints. The more you go inside, the more bloodstains on the bloody footprints, the pain of the 10,000 needles piercing the soles of your feet, if you can bear it once or twice, taking more than 10 steps like this is generally unbearable for ordinary people. Li Xian was the first to walk to the incense burner, then respectfully lit the 3-pillar incense, bowed 3 times, and then inserted the incense into the incense burner. After doing all this, Li Xian looked inside the big house expectantly. Zhou Wen also looked at the big house from the side and saw that there was no god statue in it. There was only a wooden sign on an offering table, and the words "Old Lady Bai" were written on the wooden sign. Click. The 3 sticks of incense that Li Xian inserted in the incense burner suddenly slanted and broke from the middle. This trip is a waste of time. You all try it. Li Xian stepped aside depressedly. It is one thing to be able to walk in and offer incense, but it is another thing to get the companion eggs of Bai Xian. The 3-pillar incense was cut off immediately, indicating that Mrs. Bai did not accept Li Xian's incense, and naturally she would not give him Bai Xian's incense. Immortal companion eggs. Alai stepped forward, followed Li Xian's example and bowed 3 times, and then put the incense on it. The eyes of the 5 people were all focused on the 3-pillar incense, to see if it would break like Li Xian's incense. The 3 sticks of incense were not broken, but the lit incense burned very quickly. The incense that originally took dozens of minutes to burn, actually burned to the end within a few minutes of being broken. Moreover, the smoke emitted by the 3-pillar incense did not dissipate, but condensed into a ball above the incense. After the 3-pillar incense was completely burned, the smoke also turned into a white egg and fell into the incense burner's ashes. Alai, your luck is here, hurry up and get the companion egg, Li Xian said. Alai picked up the companion egg from the incense ashes. It was about the size of a fist, crystal clear and jade white, and looked like porcelain. Next, Feng Qiuyan also went to offer the incense, but the result was the same as Li Xian. The incense was just plugged in, and it suddenly broke, obviously not being able to get the favor of the old lady Bai. Gugu walked over to offer the incense, but the guy didn't bow, he just lit it and put it into the incense burner. Li Xian and the others shook their heads, thinking that it would be a strange thing if they could get companion eggs. But what surprised them was that the 3 slanted incense sticks inserted in the censer were not broken. The smoke also turned into a companion egg. I knew I wouldn't bow anymore. Li Xian looked even more depressed. Old Zhou, it's your turn. Li Xian looked at Zhou Wen at the back and said, but when he saw it, he suddenly felt something was wrong. There were 2 rows of bloody footprints behind the 3 off them, but the place where Zhou Wen stood was clean and nothing. Li Xian took a closer look and found that from the door to the incense burner, there were only 6 rows of bloody footprints of the 3 of them. There is no Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was about to serve the incense when he heard Li Xian say, Old Zhou, are you wrong? The coach hasn't given incense yet. What's wrong? Feng Qiuyan said. Li Xian pointed to the bloody footprints on the ground and said, I'm not talking about incense, I'm talking about these bloody footprints. We all left bloody footprints, why not Zhou Wen? Feng Qiuyan and the others didn't pay attention to Zhou Wen, who was walking at the back. Now that Li Xian said this, they all looked back on the ground, but they didn't find Zhou Wen's bloody footprints. Zhou Wen said, I happen to have a companion pet that can restrain the power here, so I didn't suffer from acupuncture. That's okay? Where did you get your companion pet? I'll get one too. Li Xian's eyes widened, he had never heard of any companion pet that could exempt the power of acupuncture in the White Immortal Temple. Little Buddha Temple, you can try it if you want, Zhou Wen said. Li Xian's eyes widened, you have actually been to the small Buddhist temple. And I heard that a lot of people died there. If you walk in, you will die inexplicably. You didn't die, and where did you get the companion eggs? I read a guide on the internet before, and the guide said that as long as you have practiced the heart meditation and vitality skills, you can safely reach the small Buddhist temple, but if you are in the main hall, you must first learn the vitality skills on a stone tablet in the temple, otherwise it will be a dead end. 1. I tried it, and the strategy is true. Zhou Wen made it clear that if Li Xian and the others had a chance to go in, it would be best to get the companion eggs inside. Anyway, Zhou Wen couldn't get it himself. Whether it is in the game or in reality, he has been there. After listening to the truth, the three-faced Buddha has no response to him at all. You dare to trust the online strategy. If you don't die, it's your fate. I'll forget it. Li Xian shook his head, and then asked him to practice other vitality tactics. Undefeated magic conflict, then. The gain outweighs the loss. Has the coach also practiced various vitality tactics? Feng Qiuyan asked in surprise. Practice casually. The main thing is to cultivate your own vitality art, Zhou Wen said. Feng Qiuyan said with admiration, I heard that you need a special physique to practice the vitality art in the dimensional field. Although you haven't practiced deeply, Coach, you are able to get started with concurrent training. This talent is really amazing. Let's not say anything else. In terms of talent, no one should be stronger than Lao Zhou. He can play games all day long. If he cultivates well, I'm afraid there will be no way for others to survive. Li Xian also said. Indeed, the coach is the only genius I have ever seen in my life. Feng Qiuyan nodded in agreement, looking at Zhou Wen with more and more admiration. Even though Zhou Wen is thick-skinned, he can't stand it any longer. He works hard, plays games every day, bleeds and sweats genuinely, and puts in no less effort than anyone else. It's a pity that everyone else thought he was playing games, and he couldn't explain it. He had to pretend. He didn't hear it, turned around and walked to the incense burner, lit 3 incense sticks, held it in his hand, and bent down to make a bow like Li Xian did. But Zhou Wenkai bent down slightly, and then heard a clatter, and the wooden sign on the offering table shook for some reason and fell to the ground. Zhou Wen was stunned there, and Li Xian and Feng Qiuyan were also dumbfounded, not knowing what the situation was. They didn't feel any wind, not to mention that this is the dimensional field. Even if there is wind, it is impossible to blow the wooden sign down. Why did the wooden sign fall down? Zhou Wen already knew what was going on, and it must have something to do with his fate. Back then, in the Temple of the Earth, the statue of a righteous god like Lord Earth did not dare to be worshipped by him, and it automatically shifted. This white immortal is not a genuine one. Immortals, divine cards, can't stand his worship anymore. Anyway, the Landmaster gave me a treasure map, you have to give me something, right? Zhou Wen stopped bowing, and directly inserted the 3-pillar incense into the incense burner. It doesn't matter if you add incense, just listen to a bang, and the wooden sign that fell on the ground exploded directly, turning into wood chips all over the place. What's the situation? Li Xian looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what was going on. Old Zhou. You are so awesome, this old lady buys magic card was blown up by your 3-pillar incense. Li Xian patted Zhou Wen's shoulder and said. Zhou Wen wanted to cry but had no tears. He just wanted to get a companion egg. Even his sister's magic card was blown up. It seemed that the companion egg was definitely out of the question. Zhou Wen saw that the 3 incense sticks were burning slowly, not broken, but not burning quickly. Don't talk too much, let's go quickly, otherwise it will be very troublesome when the guards come over and find that the magic card is gone. Feng Qiuyan said. Yes, hurry up. Li Xian agreed. Zhou Wen looked at the broken wood chips on the ground and felt very depressed, but he had no choice but to follow Li Xian and the others out of the White Immortal Temple. Zhou Wen was not injured on his feet and put on his shoes directly. Li Xian and Gugu's recovery ability was too strong. When they came out, the injuries on their feet had already healed, and it looked like they had never been injured. Feng Qiuyan and Alai didn't have that strong recovery ability, so they had to wipe the blood off the soles of their feet with socks. The 5 people hurried out of the White Immortal Temple. The soldiers guarding the White Immortal Temple did not see what happened in the temple and did not stop them. If you can't worship or offer incense, don't I have to miss out on the benefits of a lot of dimensional fields? Zhou Wen didn't see the little hand pattern, and he couldn't download the copy, so he was somewhat disappointed. His life and soul are good or not, but there is no distinction between good and bad. Even the magic card has been blown up, how can he get any benefits? After returning to the dormitory, Zhou Wen remembered what happened during the day, and couldn't help thinking to himself, when the Buddha opened his eyes, Feng Ruoshi jumped into the river and caused a thunder and lightning like punishment from the sky, and was turned into vitality by the power of listening. The power is also dissolved by the power of listening. There seems to be no connection between the two, but if you think about it carefully, there seems to be some similarities. It seems that these two powers are both punitive powers. Is it a force against punishment? It seems that something is wrong again. Zhou Wen felt that something was wrong again, but a flash of light suddenly flashed in his mind, and he thought of the passage guarded by Aoyin in the ruins. There are 2 passages on the left and right, which seem to be somewhat similar to the situation in the White Immortal Temple. Zhou Wen decided to try it out and listen carefully to see if it would be useful there. Directly opened the copy of Zhuolu, controlled the blood-colored villain, and killed all the way to the ruins passage, came to the stone statue of Aoyin. This time Zhou Wen did not bring poisonous bats as sacrifices, and summoned the hearing to turn it into earrings, and then Zhou Wen chose to enter the passage on the right. If you don't offer sacrifices, there will be many strange words in the passage, and those words will turn into living creatures, to attack those who enter the passage, and even the armor transformed by the mutant stone can't stop their sharp teeth. If you attack those text monsters, you will be injured instead. After Zhou Wen walked in this time, he didn't see the words, but there was a strange power surging in his body, which turned into vitality and entered his body, causing the vitality in his body to overflow and radiate from the pores of his body. It turned out to be really useful. Zhou Wen was overjoyed, listening to this soul. It seemed to be much more useful than he thought. Even the strange power in the Aoyin channel can be turned into vitality. What kind of power is the Fate Soul? Zhou Wen only felt that the power of Fate Soul seemed to be related to some strange power, but there was no way to accurately characterize it for the time being. Without opening the door to enter the temple, Zhou Wen turned around and ran to the passage on the left. In the absence of sacrifices, the passage on the left did not mutate again. At the same time, a large amount of vitality entered Zhou Wen. Through the transformation of the listening earrings. Body. This makes Zhou Wen overjoyed. Although he can use sacrifices to pass through the passage, the sacrifices are time-limited. In the future, if he really wants to enter the temple to find the old principle in reality, if he stays in it for too long, he will return when he comes out. Is a big problem. Now that he has the Fate Soul, who listens to the evil, he doesn't need to worry about these problems. He can freely enter and exit the Owing channel, and can also replenish his vitality. In this way, the safety is guaranteed, and Zhou Wen is more confident to enter the temple to find the old principle. Since the power of the Owing channel is restrained by listening to the truth, will the Owing stone statue be restrained as well? Zhou Wen's mind also became active. In the past, he was incapable of attacking the idea of Owing stone statue, but now it is different. With this in mind, Zhou Wen came to the Owing stone statue again and looked at the Owing stone statue in front of him. The stone statue of Owing is like a traveler in a cloak. His face has no eyes, ears, nose, and only a slightly opened mouth, which seems to open at any time to choose someone to devour. Zhou Wen also tried to attack the Owing stone statue before, but he was swallowed by the Owing stone statue, and any attack was useless. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored villain to summon Ba Jian, gestured at Ao Yin's stone statue twice, and a magic star wheel broke out and slashed over. The blood-colored sword light wheel slashed in front of the Owing stone statue in an instant, and it was about to hit the head of the stone statue. Owing stone statue's mouth cracked violently, like a demon's mouth, and it was about to crack to the side of the ear. The magic star wheel with the characteristics of attack and invincibility seems to be sucked into the bottomless abyss, and it can't even stir up a little wave. The Ba sword in Zhou Wen's hand kept slashing sword lights one after another, each sword with all his strength, under the blessing of the Slayer. The magic star wheel slashed towards the stone statue one by one as if it didn't want money. The statue of Owing was still standing there, his body didn't seem to have changed or moved, but it moved strangely, his mouth opened and closed continuously, swallowing all the sword lights. In the next second, the stone statue of Owing had already arrived in front of the blood-colored villain. He still stood like a stone statue, as if he had never moved, but that big mouth was about to swallow the blood-colored villain. Zhou Wen was not surprised, but delighted, because when he hit the Owing stone statue before, he could only see the mouth of the Owing stone statue occupying the entire mobile phone screen, directly swallowing the blood-colored villain, and he had no ability to dodge or counterattack at all. But this time, he actually saw the stone statue of Owing moving, and there was no situation where the stone statue of Owing occupied the entire screen of the mobile phone, that is to say, he had the possibility of fighting with the stone statue of Owing. Happy. The listening earrings have been heating up, converting a mysterious power into vitality and injecting it into Zhou Wen's body. Zhou Wen knew that this was because a certain power of the Owing stone statue was resisted by truth. Listen, otherwise the blood-colored villain would have been swallowed directly by the Owing stone statue as before. The ghost step started in an instant, dodging the mouth of the Owing stone statue while swallowing it. Ba Jian, with a strong sword light, slashed towards the waist of the Owing stone statue. However, the speed of the Owing stone statue was even faster than when Zhou Wen used the ghost step. The stone statue moved with the Beijian. The sword light of the Beijian was always 3 inches away from the stone statue, so he couldn't catch up with it. Aoin moved to Zhou Wen's side and took another bite, trying to swallow Zhou Wen's whole body into his mouth. Zhou Wen continued to use the ghost steps to move, and Ba Jian cut out one after another sword light, but the Aoin stone statue also kept moving. Zhou Wen couldn't cut it, but the blood-colored villain was almost bitten by the Aoin stone statue several times. Middle head. But without the trouble of that mysterious power, Zhou Wen had the capital to fight for the first battle, so he didn't feel that the statue of Aoin was so terrifying. It's just that the speed is fast, the strength is strong, and the ability to devour everything. In Zhou Wen's view, these are all problems that can be solved. He is afraid of the ability to be invisible and intangible, and to be tricked without knowing what is going on. Although he was at a disadvantage, Zhou Wen had gradually figured out the battle pattern of the Aoin stone statue. The stone statue of Aoin once again bites at Zhou Wen. This time Zhou Wen did not use the ghost step to dodge. A strange ring suddenly appeared on his finger. The ghost face on the ring flashed in his eyes, and Zhou Wen's body disappeared directly to the side of the statue of Aoin. Death. Ba Jian slashed at the neck of the stone statue of Aoin, who was bowing his head and biting with a strong sword light. Click. With the tyrannical sword. With the characteristics of attacking and invincibility, with a strong gear sword light, the stone statue was cut open, causing stone powder and sparks to fly, and the head of the stone statue was cut off. As soon as the head of the stone statue fell, the body suddenly shattered, and at the same time a line of reminder popped up on the phone: kill the stone statue of the epic creature Aoin, and discover the dimensional crystal. Is the Aoin stone statue only epic? Yes, after all, it's just a stone statue, not Aoin's body. Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored villain to walk over and picked up a dimensional crystal in the gravel. I saw that it was a gray spar with the appearance of a stone statue of Aoin inside, and it turned out to be a crystal of vitality skills. Zhou Wen didn't know what kind of skills Aoin possessed, and he was too lazy to think about it, and directly let the blood-colored villain absorb the crystal of vitality skills. Soon, a strange energy came out from the phone. It flowed into Zhou Wen's body, numb like an electric current, opened his meridians, and formed a new circulation of vitality in his body. At the same time, some vague information was also passed into Zhou Wen's brain. A line of prompts also popped up in the phone: absorb the crystals of the Aoin stone statue, and comprehend the vitality skill, tongue blade, 9 Dan. Zhou Wen's expression became strange. He had heard of vitality skills such as hand blade, arm blade, etc., but it was the first time he knew the name tongue blade. Use the tongue as a weapon. This is really... Zhou Wen was a little speechless, but after studying the tongue blade carefully, he was overjoyed. In essence, tongue blade and hand knife, arm blade and other vitality skills use part of the body as a weapon, but the tongue is too weak and has no bones, making it more difficult to use. The tongue as a weapon. Aoin tongue blade didn't really use his tongue to lick people, but send out vitality from his tongue to attack the enemy. It was similar to using his fingers to shoot a sword light, but using his tongue to send a sword light was obviously more unexpected. I didn't expect that the Aoin statue would still be able to do this. Why didn't I see it used just now? Zhou Wen thought about when he was fighting the enemy in the future. When he was fighting to the death, he opened his mouth and sprayed the opponent's face, but that was not the case. The saliva is spit, but a sword light, what will the other party's expression be? The tongue blade is good, this skill is really good. Zhou Wen thought about it, and couldn't help but feel happy. He finally killed the stone statue of Aoin, who was the gatekeeper, and obtained a very useful vitality skill. Zhou wanted to brush the stone statue of Aoin several times, but even if he was willing to bleed, he could not kill him without the teleportation ability of the Lost Kingdom. Drop the Aoin statue. Even if the blood-colored villain dies and is reborn, the power of the soul will not be refreshed, and it will still be synchronized with Zhou Wen's body. Unfortunately, the 3 life souls must be combined with the corresponding vitality art and life soul. There is no way to use them together. If they can be used together, my combat power must be improved by another level. Zhou Wen thought with regret. After exiting the Zhuelu battlefield, Zhou Wen did not go to the bat cave anymore. Poison bats mainly produce speed crystals. Zhou Wen's current speed crystals have now reached 40 points, but the other 3 attributes have only just broken 30, so Zhou Wen plans to change one place to brush properties. At 41 points, I dare not think that before going to Zhuelu, at least 4 basic attributes must be brushed to 40. Among the dungeons with more epic creatures, in addition to Zhuelu battlefield, there are Longmen Grottos and Ziqing. The epic creatures in Longmen Grottos are scattered and inconvenient to brush, so Zhou Wen plans to go to the underground Ziqing. Zhou Wen brushed the poison Jiaotan for a long time, but he still missed a poisonous dragon finger and did not gather all the 5 fingers. In addition to the poisonous Jiaotan, there are many epic creatures such as saber-toothed fish and electric eels in Ziqing, and there is also the most popular one called the Jasper Toad. Although there are a lot of epic creatures like Jasper Toad, and there will be a lot of good things, but there are not many tutors in the academy who are willing to kill Jasper Toad. Because the Jasper Toad is poisonous, if its body is chopped to pieces, the blood and some liquids sprayed out are highly poisonous, and a little bit of it may kill people. When it was about to die, the Jasper Toad would self-destruct. Within a few dozen meters, the venom was sprayed everywhere, and if it got on it, it might kill it on the spot. Without special needs, who would risk their lives to kill such dimensional creatures? Humans are human beings after all, even if they have the ability to kill Jasper Toads, who can guarantee that they will not lose their minds, and if they get venomous, the end will be bad. Zhou Wen naturally doesn't have so many concerns. His poison attribute is approaching 20. He doesn't care about general poison, and he is not afraid of death in the game. The Jasper Toad, like the poison bat, is a poison-type creature, but the crystals it explodes are mainly based on power, and occasionally some high-level vitality crystals will explode, which is a pretty good choice. Zhou Wen came to underground Ziqing, went to a shallow water area in the city, and saw a big green toad lying on the roof. Although this guy can also water, but it is not usually in the water. Without saying a word, Zhou Wen manipulated the blood-colored villain to pull out the tyrannical sword, and a sword light slashed across the air. The sword light was as fast as lightning, and the speed of the Jasper Toad was too slow to escape. It could only spray venom to resist the sword light, but the sword light cut through the venom directly, and even its body was cut open. Bang! I saw Jasper Toad's body exploded, and green poisonous blood splattered everywhere, dying the nearby river a dark green. Seeing a dimensional crystal falling out, it turned out to be plus 36 strength. Zhou Wen was overjoyed, and quickly controlled the blood-colored villain to fly over and pick up the dimensional crystal. The dimensional crystal was also stained with poisonous blood. When the blood-colored villain picked it up, some green toxins were stained on his hands, but those toxins did not spread. The toxins are slowly dissipating. The poison of this jasper toad is more powerful than the poison of the poisonous bat. It should also explode toxin crystals, right? Zhou saw this situation, but he had a little more expectation in his heart. Maybe he could explode to a higher level. Here. Toxin crystals. Zhou spends most of his time brushing jasper toad, and before every drop of blood comes to Dungeon City, he goes to brush Little Tiger and Hulao Pass. The Hulao Demon General is a good thing. And Zhou also wants to use the warlocks in Hulao Pass to hone his combat skills. That warlock is really powerful. It is too difficult to kill him, but if it is used to exercise combat skills, no one can compare to him. He is more suitable. The IQ of ordinary dimensional creatures is not too high, and the fighting skills rely more on talent, such as the existence of Hulagwan Warlock. It is really rare. There was no clue about the life and soul of the Little Prajna Sutra and Dao Ju, and Zhou had not found a way to increase the Slayer's life and soul level. It was the ancient emperor's life and soul promotion method. So Zhou tried it out. The way to improve the ancient emperor's life and soul turned out to be fighting. As long as there is continuous fighting, the ancient emperor's life and soul will gradually grow. However, the general battle does not have much effect on the ancient emperor's life and soul. It must be a battle with high enough intensity can let the ancient emperor's soul evolve. It was when Zhou was fighting the Hulagwan Warlock that he found that the ancient emperor had undergone some strange changes in the battle. Although he had not been promoted to the evolutionary body, he was indeed growing. The battles of dimensional creatures mostly rely on their own talents and instincts. There are not many real skill-based dimensional creatures. When it comes to skills, humans are better at it. Zhou thought about it. If he wanted to let the ancient emperor order soul evolution, still needs to fight with people. In the academy, the only opponent Zhou can think of is Feng Qiuyan, although he also has classmates who are not weaker than Feng Qiuyan. However, they have not yet been promoted to the epic level, and there is no way to fight the ancient emperor's life and soul on an equal footing. Although Feng Qiuyan is powerful, his swordsmanship is too simple. The battle is just a quick word. This seems to be a bit inconsistent with the artistic conception of the ancient emperor's scripture. Zhou thought about it and found his classmates to practice. No, but in addition to the students, there are so many mentors in the academy, and those are all real epic powerhouses. However, tutors generally do not practice against students, and even finding tutors in their own classes may not work. Let alone those tutors who are only responsible for lecturing. After Zhou studied the mentors in the academy, he felt that there was a mentor who might be willing to be his opponent. This instructor is called Wei Feng. He is the instructor in charge of teaching boxing in the academy. He is good at all kinds of very violent boxing techniques, such as the Vajra Palm and the Demon Fist. For Wei Feng, it is all pediatrics. I heard that he is the best at it. His fist-like vitality skill is called Demolition Fist, and the power of his fist is like a bomb. It can knock down a house into ruins with one punch. Zhou heard that Wei Feng, the mentor, is a retired old military officer. He could have enjoyed life after retiring, but he wanted to make use of his residual energy, so he accepted the appointment of the college to teach at Sunset College. Although Wei Feng is now a mentor, his temper in the army has not changed much. Of course, it is only limited to demonstrations. It will not really work with students, and it has never hurt students. Zhou also heard that Wei Feng was used to fighting in the army. After he came to the academy, no one started to fight with him. He was not used to it. Some are really unable to fight, and some are afraid of being entangled by him. As long as he can't win, Wei Feng will continue to fight with others until he defeats the opponent. If he is in a good mood, he will fight more times. No ordinary person can stand this, so most of the tutors in the academy are disgusted by the smell of Wei, and they hide away when they see him. Others couldn't take it, but Zhou Wen just wanted it, so after inquiring about Wei Feng, he found a time and went to listen to a class of Wei Feng. Zhou Wen is now a celebrity in the school. Although he entered the lecture hall very low-key and chose an inconspicuous seat at the back, he was recognized by other students. Zhou Wen, why did he come to tutor Wei's class? After seeing Zhou Wen, many students whispered in private. Zhou Wen has recently become more accustomed to being pointed at and discussed in private, especially after the Wang Mingyuan incident. This situation has become very common. As long as he is recognized in the academy, someone must point at him. Of course, it's not all malicious, most of them are just discussions. After Wei Feng came, the lively lecture hall became quiet. It seemed that those students were still more afraid of Wei Feng. Zhou Wen looked at Wei Feng secretly, and saw that although he was not too tall, he was very imposing, with a relatively thick skeleton, and he had a lot of energy on his body. Zhou Wen had only seen it in those soldiers. But he didn't have that energy. Today we will talk about the application of Yinjin in boxing. Wei Feng really likes to demonstrate in person. Zhou Wen saw that Wei Feng came out with a transparent silk scarf, hung the silk scarf on a rope, and punched the silk scarf, directly punching the hanging silk scarf through a punch hole. Which one of you will give it a try? Wei Feng glanced over the students who were listening to the class. Zhou Wen originally thought that this kind of situation where tutors let students do experiments would generally be unwilling to students. He had also taken classes from other tutors in the past, and only a few students who were more eager to learn would be willing to cooperate. However, these students in the lecture hall raised their hands to sign up, one by one, raising their hands higher than the other, as if they were afraid that Wei Feng would not choose them. What's the situation? Is Wei Feng so popular? Zhou Wen was a little surprised. The classmate who didn't raise his hand, come up. Wei Feng glanced around, and finally looked towards Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen looked to the left and right and back, and found that in the entire lecture hall, he was the only one who did not raise his hand, while the other students looked at him with half a smile. Zhou Wen suddenly understood why the other classmates raised their hands so enthusiastically. It was obvious that they had already understood Wei Feng's character. They knew that the more they didn't want to go up for the test, the easier it would be to be named by Wei Feng. Positive. Don't look, it's you. Wei Feng looked at Zhou Wen and said. Zhou Wen had to stand up and walk towards the podium. He had also heard lectures by some instructors before, and it was the first time he had really seen a temper like Wei Feng's. He named so many students to come to his class. On the other hand, it also shows that Wei Feng's lectures are really good, otherwise there would be no students to come to his class. After all, the instructor in the academy teaches boxing, not just Wei Feng. I haven't seen you before, this is the first time to listen to my class? What's your name? Wei Feng asked Zhou Wen while tying the new silk scarf on the rope. Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen replied. Wei Feng didn't seem to have heard Zhou Wen's name, he just nodded slightly, and said to Zhou Wen, okay. You can punch, just rely on the power of your fist. If you can wear a silk scarf, I can consider giving it to you. 10 credits. Generally, the credits are allocated by the class tutors. A pure lecturer like Wei Feng has relatively few credits that can be allocated, but it is not completely absent. It can still be used to reward students occasionally. Then many thanks to the tutor. Zhou Wen heard that there were still credits to take, and he felt a lot better. It's a good thing to have confidence, Wei Feng said with a smile. He obviously really didn't know Zhou Wen, otherwise he wouldn't offer credits. In addition to cultivating, Wei Feng usually watches some federal news and reports of the battle ahead. He is not interested in the gossip of students and teachers. So he doesn't know anything about Zhou Wen at all. He knows about Wang Mingyuan, but he doesn't go into it. Learn. In Wei Feng's view, even those legendary top students, if they haven't practiced Yin Jin, it's impossible to break the silk scarf with their bare hands. The silk scarf is tough and light, and a fist hits it with almost no force. Without a good Yin Jin cultivation, no matter how strong it is, it cannot be worn. And it will only make the silk scarf sway. Zhou Wen walked to the silk scarf, he raised his right hand, flicked his wrist, and did some wrist movement. When he used to practice inch strength, he also did the same exercise, but at that time he used paper, which was easier to break. A silk scarf that was thin, light, and tough was more than a grade or two more difficult. Of course, the current Zhou Wen is not the previous Zhou Wen. After he moved his wrist, he raised his fist and wanted to hit the silk scarf tied on the rope. Classmate, your posture is wrong, your body is slightly sideways, don't throw straight punches when throwing punches, you should swing sideways. Wei Feng stepped forward to correct Zhou Wen's movements. Zhou Wen saw that Wei Feng was so serious, so naturally it was not easy to refuse. With his entanglement, he put on a standard stance. This kind of stance does help to exert strength, but Zhou Wen has already surpassed that level, and even if he is lying on the ground, he can still exert strong enough Yin Qi. Okay, now you can try to punch. Remember to use the strength of your wrist and arm, relax your arm, don't use too much muscle before punching. Wei Feng instructed. Zhou Wen threw a punch out according to what he said, and saw that the fist hit the silk scarf, which was light and thin, and hardly exerted any force, and shattered the silk scarf directly, making a punch hole. Wei Feng was stunned for a moment, and he wondered to himself, could it be that I taught so well today that this kid can learn it right away? No, even if I taught well, he fully understood it. It's impossible to wear a silk scarf even if you don't have enough practice. Classmate, have you practiced Yin Jin before? Wei Feng looked at Zhou Wen and asked. When I was in high school, I practiced inch strength. Zhou Wen answered truthfully. That's no wonder. Wei Feng suddenly realized and said with a smile, yes, give me your student number. 10 credits are not a lot of yours. Tutor, can I exchange these 10 credits for a request? Zhou Wen took the opportunity to ask. Wei Feng looked at Zhou Wen with interest and said, tell me. What request do you have? I would like to ask my tutor to be my sparring partner and do actual combat exercises when you are free, okay? Zhou Wen asked. Yes, of course, I like a self-motivated student like you the most. After my class is over, you can practice as long as you want. Wei Feng narrowed his eyes, and the wrinkles on his smiling face ran out. He is really happy that there are students who want to practice with him. This is Wei Feng's favorite show. I hope you can hold on longer, but don't want to run away too soon. Wei Feng thought to himself, he was not afraid of Zhou Wen's enthusiasm for learning. But he was afraid that Zhou Wen would retreat too quickly. After Wei Feng finished today's class, he took Zhou Wen to the practice field, but what he took Zhou Wen to was not a practice field for students, but a practice field for tutors. Students naturally can't come here at ordinary times, only the instructor can practice here. How do you want to practice? Wei Feng asked Zhou Wen after using a separate practice room and putting on his battle uniform. Pure boxing practice. Zhou Wen said. It's okay to practice in actual combat, but you're still a legend, I can only suppress my own strength. Before Wei Feng finished his words, he saw a human-shaped light and shadow appeared on Zhou Wen's body, and then the human-shaped light and shadow merged into it. Within Zhou Wen's body, Zhou Wen's entire body seemed to radiate brilliance. Have you condensed the soul of life to advance to the epic level? Wei Feng looked at Zhou Wen in surprise. When he was at Zhou Wen's age, he was only a mortal rank, but Zhou Wen had already gathered the soul of life, which was too fast. Even though Wei Feng had seen a lot of geniuses in his mentoring career in recent years, it was the first time he had seen one who was promoted to epic at such an age as Zhou Wen. Yes, so please mentor, you must do your best and don't have to show mercy. Zhou Wen said. Don't worry, I won't be merciful. Wei Feng laughed and thought to himself, it can be said that you can be promoted to the epic level at such a young age, it can be said to be an unparalleled genius, but you are still too young, and your level does not represent reality. Combat power, let me teach you a good lesson and let you know how important actual combat experience is in combat. Wei Feng looked at Zhou Wen's clothes and said, do you have an armor-type beast soul? Yes. Zhou Wen replied. Put it on and practice against each other in actual combat. It is inevitable that there will be times when you can't catch up. If you are injured, it will be bad. Wei Feng said. Okay. Zhou Wen felt that this was true, so he summoned a mutant stone scorpion armor to wear on his body to ensure his safety. Then, let's start now. Unlike other mentors, Wei Feng didn't wait for Zhou Wen to shoot first, and smashed it with one punch, but he didn't use his life and soul. Wei Feng's fists were fast and fierce, but they were pure boxing techniques, without the use of vitality skills. Zhou Wen, with the blessing of the ancient emperor's life soul, used the Kasanshang he had learned. These 7 strokes are the essence extracted by Wang Mingyuan from the 7 different palm techniques. Each stroke has its own unique characteristics. The 7 strokes have 7 different artistic conceptions. Zhou Wen has practiced it very proficiently and can play the characteristics of the 7-stroke palm method, but in terms of comprehension of the mood, it is naturally a little worse. It's not that Zhou Wen's comprehension is not enough, and he can't comprehend the mood of Qi Sanzhong, but because he usually doesn't have the opportunity to use the palm technique with sharp weapons like the tyrannical sword and the bamboo sword in his hand. When he usually kills monsters, he will naturally not fight against dimensional creatures with his bare hands, and he rarely has the opportunity to use the palm technique. Wei Feng began to want to educate Zhou Wen with his own experience in boxing, but after fighting for a while, he found that he could not take advantage of Zhou Wen in boxing. Zhou Wen's palms seem to be varied and can cope with various situations. What's more terrifying is that this guy is not like a student at all, but More like an old fritter who has survived thousands of trials on the battlefield and has rich combat experience. Not at all under him. Wei Feng and Zhou Wen fought for more than 10 minutes, and there was no flaw in Zhou Wen's body. Zhou Wen was not only experienced in combat, but also outrageously stable. In his palm, there was no trace of impetuousness. The first attempt was to set a trap to lure Zhou Wen to risk attacking him, but Zhou Wen was completely unmoved. Is this guy really only 16 or 17 years old? Wei Feng couldn't believe it. First, Zhou Wen's fighting experience is too rich, and second, he has such a calm personality. No matter how you look at it, he shouldn't be a 16-year-old youth. Teenagers should have. He has also educated other talented youngsters. Even if those talented youngsters are calm and airy on the surface, as long as they are a little provocative in actual combat, they will become enthusiastic. He took the opportunity to get a good education. Zhou Wen in front of him was completely different. He was as calm as a mountain, and he couldn't be more stable. No matter how Wei Feng tempted him, he was unmoved. How did Wei Feng know that although Zhou Wen is young, he has extremely rich fighting experience in the game? The reason why he is so calm is because of his personality, but the main reason is because he has experienced too many deaths in the game. Having experienced all kinds of trials of death, he thought more than the average young man, and gradually developed a habit of caution. Seeing Zhou Wen's appearance, Wei Feng, if he continues to fight him like this, even if it is the end of the world, there will be no result. I really can't underestimate the young man now. Since he has already used the soul, I don't need to be polite anymore. Wei Feng thought, and summoned his soul. His life soul is a glove that appears on his right hand. It looks like it is made of steel, wrapping his entire right fist. And the forearm behind it, looking like a mechanical arm. You have to be careful, my life soul is called the Fist of Steel. Although it is not very conspicuous, it has a powerful ability. Wei Feng said, the right hand wrapped in the Fist of Steel slammed towards Zhou Wen. Come over. Wei Feng's boxing seems to be open and close, but in fact, it is hidden and delicate. Coupled with his rich combat experience, Zhou Wen tried his best, but he could only barely block Wei Feng's offensive. Now that Wei Feng has used Life Soul, Zhou Wen Dao is not surprised but happy, because the pressure Wei Feng put on him before was obviously not enough, and now that he has used Life Soul, he should use all his strength. Originally, Zhou Wen was still thinking about the function of Wei Feng's Fist of Steel, but Wei Feng's punch came over, and there were holes around the Fist of Steel, which spewed steam like white smoke backwards. Pushing with Wei Feng's fist, an unparalleled speed erupted in an instant. More than twice as fast as before. Because it was a battle practice, Zhou Wen did not use his body technique to dodge, and forcibly took Wei Feng's punch with his palm. Bang! The fists and palms intersected, and Zhou Wen only felt a huge force that shook his arm numb, and his body involuntarily lifted off the ground and flew backwards. Zhou Wen tossed in the air for a few weeks, unloading the huge force, and when he landed on the ground, his arms were still numb, and his palms were shaking slightly. I told you to be careful. The Fist of Steel greatly enhances my speed and strength. I only used 3-point force just now, Wei Feng said, slightly proudly. Come again. Zhou Wen stepped out and attacked again. He had already sensed the impending movement of the ancient emperor's soul, and his heart was beating violently. Wei Feng's boxing was stronger than Zhou Wen's, and with the blessing of the steel fist, Zhou Wen was at an absolute disadvantage. Wei Feng didn't always use the ability of Steel Fist, but he used it once in a while, which suddenly accelerated the speed of the fist, but the effect was even more unexpected, making his boxing more variable, and it was more difficult for people to deal with. Zhou Wen has had to forcibly block Wei Feng's fist many times. Fortunately, he was wearing a mutant stone armor, otherwise, the bones of his arms would be cracked. Despite the armor protecting him, Zhou Wen still felt a burning pain in his arms and numbness. Wei Feng discovered that Zhou Wen's armor was actually very strong, and could withstand the bombardment of his steel fist. Now he has no scruples, and flexes his strength and fists to the fullest. Bang! 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 Zhou Wen suddenly completely lost his ability to fight back, like a sandbag. He was completely suppressed by Wei Feng's fist, and he could only raise his arms to constantly block Wei Feng's torrent-like offensive. It has been a long time since Wei Feng had such a good time. When he was on the battlefield, he could fight recklessly and pour out his power on those other dimensional creatures. But after arriving at the academy, although you can also kill other dimensional creatures, it is still a little different. The biggest difference is that the different dimensional creatures in the academy have detailed information. He only needs to attack the weaknesses of the different dimensional creatures, and he can easily win. But when they were in the army, they fought more against those unknown creatures of different dimensions. The excitement between life and death, the horror and excitement of challenging the unknown, were unparalleled in the academy. Fighting with those mentors is even more constrained and can't let go at all. The battle with Zhou Wen made Wei Feng seem to have returned to when he was in the army. Zhou Wen seemed to be an unknown dimensional creature, making Wei Feng want to find his weakness and completely defeat him. At this time, Wei Feng, just like a ferocious beast, it constantly broke out a terrifying offensive. From the beginning to the present, although Zhou Wen has been completely suppressed, his palm technique has not been chaotic, and it is still outrageous. Under the situation of being suppressed, he still blocks all Wei Feng's offensive, making Wei Feng more and more the more I want to break through Zhou Wen's breakthrough. Wei Feng is getting more and more serious, almost forgetting that this is just an exercise, as if he has fully invested in it, pushing his abilities to the limit. Bang bang. Bang bang. I don't know how many punches Zhou Wen's arms and palms have endured. Wei Feng's fists are like a storm, constantly bombarding, especially the right hand wearing a steel fist. The explosive force shook Zhou Wen's arm almost to the point of breaking through the stone armor. Even the stone armor transformed by the mutant stone scorpion, under the constant bombardment, even began to appear slight cracks, and if it continues, I am afraid it will be shattered. Under such pressure, Zhou Wen still did not use his body technique, but was still fighting against Wei Feng with his palm technique. He could vaguely feel that the ancient emperor's soul was about to move. The heart in his chest that was attached to the ancient emperor's soul is beating strongly. The amplitude of the beating is getting bigger and bigger, and the speed is getting faster and faster, as if it is a racing engine that is starting. Zhou Wen's whole body was full of energy, and his desire to fight became stronger and stronger. Under Wei Feng's strong suppression, he did not feel fear, but became more and more excited. The excitement came more from the ancient emperor's soul. Under the intense beating of his heart, Zhou Wen felt that the blood vessels in his whole body seemed to have turned into highways, and the blood flowed at an excessive speed. In it, rubbing violently against the walls of the blood vessels, making the temperature of the blood higher and higher, as if it was about to burn. Dong dong. Dong dong. Dong 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 dong. Under the action of the ancient emperor's soul, the beating of his heart became more and more violent, making Zhou Wen feel as if his body had turned into a volcano, and a force seemed to spew out at any time. Wei Feng was getting more and more excited. Zhou Wen's stability and the sturdiness of the mutant stone armor made him completely let go of his hands and feet. Apart from not using vitality skills, he had already pushed his abilities to the extreme. I don't believe it, I can't break your defense. Wei Feng seems to have returned to his own in a different dimension field. When fighting against those powerful dimensional creatures, his boxing became more and more tricky, more and more fierce, and more fatal. At this time, Zhou Wen's expression was still calm, but there seemed to be a flame burning in his eyes, his arms were constantly waving, and his footsteps were constantly retreating. Under Wei Feng's crazy offensive, the arm position of the mutant stone armor, many cracks have appeared. If Zhou Wen hadn't deliberately used different positions to block Wei Feng's fist with the fist of steel, and let it bombard the same position continuously, the arm armor of the mutant stone scorpion armor would have been shattered long ago. Although Zhou Wen has controlled the position of the block, there are cracks all over the arm armor now, and if he continues to withstand the attack, the arm armor on the left and right sides will be completely shattered. However, Zhou Wen did not take back the mutant stone scorpion armor, and chose to continue fighting. He could feel that the ancient emperor's life and soul was about to reach a critical point. If he retreated now, he was afraid that his previous efforts would be for nothing. Click. Click. Under Wei Feng's offensive, the arm armor made a small cracking sound, and the sound became more and more. There were many cracks visible to the naked eye on the arm armor, and small gravel broke out from the crack. It is the spider web that generally spreads outward. Zhou Wen's eyes were fiery, and he still waved his arms quickly, resisting Wei Feng's crazy offensive. It's still a little bit. It's still a little bit. Zhou Wen only felt that the power in his body seemed to be a volcano about to erupt, but it couldn't erupt. It seemed that a big rock was blocking the crater, making the volcano hot. The magma cannot spew out. Click. Zhou Wen's arm blocked another punch from Wei Feng's right hand. An egg-sized piece of armor on the outside of his right arm shattered, turning into pieces of rubble and splashing out, as if it were a butterfly effect. Zhou Wen's arm was exposed. Without the protection of the armor, the powerful punch directly bombarded Zhou Wen's arm, and suddenly Zhou Wen's arm bones trembled like a bowstring, as if it would be interrupted together. At this time, there seemed to be magma spurting in Zhou Wen's eyes, causing his pupils to turn red from scorching magma. And a terrifying scorching aura began to erupt from his entire body, as if there was a scorching power gushing out from his whole body. When he came out, the air around his body seemed to be distorted by the scorching power. From a distance, it seemed as if an invisible flame was burning outside his body. The armor on Zhou Wen's arm was shattered. Wei Feng was shocked and stopped attacking quickly. He couldn't help regretting that he was serious when practicing with a student. If Zhou Wen's companion pet died because of this, Wei Feng would don't know what to do. A tutor beat his student's companion pet to death, and this has to be spread out, for fear that others will be regarded as a representative of a violent teaching scum teacher. Wei Feng looked at Zhou Wen and wanted to ask if Zhou Wen was okay. The companion pet was second, and it was the most important thing that Zhou Wen was not injured. But when Wei Feng's eyes fell on Zhou Wen, he was taken aback. He saw that Zhou Wen's body was exuding a scorching aura. The heat seemed to distort the air around his body. It was burning with a transparent flame. Dangerous signals sounded the alarm in Wei Feng's heart. This is the intuition that Wei Feng has honed on the battlefield. Only when he encounters those very dangerous creatures, he will have such a feeling, and now Zhou Wen unexpectedly let him. Wei Feng smelled a dangerous breath. Teacher, please continue. Zhou Wen's body trembled slightly, not because of pain or fear, but because of the powerful force brought by the rapid blood flow, caused by the strong beating of the heart, which caused his body to be involuntarily affected. With one beating, his whole body trembled, and now the frequency of his heart beating is as fast as a piston that is energizing, so it makes Zhou Wen's body look like it is trembling. This does not affect Zhou Wen's control of himself. To be precise, he has never felt as good as now, and his whole body is full of explosive power, as if he is ready to go before the starting point, and his power keeps roaring. A violent racing car with a slightly forward body, from time to time. Can't wait for Wei Feng to punch. Zhou Wen clenched his fist and punched Wei Feng. This is just Zhou Wen's subconscious action. Although his skill is Qi San Zhang, but the subconscious feeling is now only clenched fist, in order to make the congested palms that are about to explode feel more comfortable. With a punch, the surrounding air seemed to be distorted by the scorching heat, leaving a blurry and distorted afterimage on the spot. Zhou Wen's people and fists were already in front of Wei Feng. Wei Feng's expression became dignified, steam spewed out of the air hole of the steel fist, causing his fist to bombard out quickly and meet Zhou Wen's fist. Bang! The fist collided with the fist. Zhou Wen's figure stepped back 4 or 5 steps before he stopped, and Wei Feng just shook, not even half a step back. However, Wei Feng had a look of surprise on his face, and looked at Zhou Wen in disbelief. He has fought with Zhou Wen for so long, and he has a general understanding of Zhou Wen. He knows that Zhou Wen's strength is not weak, there should be more than 30. Such strength is very close to him, but with the blessing of Steel Fist, his boxing power has been greatly increased, far beyond what Zhou Wen's strength can compete with. Before Zhou Wen was able to fight him, he mainly relied on the defensive power of the mutant stone armor, but in the punch just now, Zhou Wen used the fist with the broken armor. Without the protection of the armor, Zhou Wen was only beaten by him. After taking 4 or 5 steps back, his strength has obviously been greatly improved in such a short period of time. However, in the absence of attribute crystals, the strength attribute cannot be increased, unless the strength-enhancing vitality skills are used, but Zhou Wen did not use the vitality skills. It is still the same as before, just using boxing skills to fight him. Could it be the soul of life? Wei Feng looked at Zhou Wen, whose body seemed to be burning with invisible flames, and felt that his whole body seemed to be glowing and hot, and the danger signal became more and more obvious. Without giving Wei Feng time to think, Zhou Wen threw another punch, punch after punch, like crazy, kept punching. Wei Feng's fighting spirit was also stirred up again. He threw his fists and fought with Zhou Wen. The steel fist was full of fire, bursting out with unparalleled punching speed and punching power. But Wei Feng could feel it. Zhou Wen's strength is getting stronger and stronger, and the speed is getting faster and faster, and the whole person's movements make people feel more and more smooth. Fire. Wei Feng felt that there was a flame burning on Zhou Wen's body. It was not a real flame, but Wei Feng felt this way. With the burning of the flame, Zhou Wen's body, no, it should be said that his entire life was light and heat burst forth. More and more dazzling, more and more trembling. My life, my blood, my soul, to live, for the living, even if I shed all my blood, and bury all my bones, for the sake of the people who live in this dark, ruthless, and cold land. There is a silver lining, Tokyo. In the ancient emperor's life and soul, there seemed to be a will from ancient times, roaring, passionate. This is not an adjective. Zhou really feels that the blood in his whole body seems to be burning, as if infinite power has been generated, making him stronger and faster, and every inch of cells seems to be bursting with light, with heat. Bang bang. Bang bang. Zhou Wen's fists were constantly confronting Wei Feng. From the beginning, they fell behind, and gradually they were able to compete with Wei Feng. They were no longer pushed back by Wei Feng, and then Wei Feng's fist, without the fist of steel, was suppressed by Zhou Wen. The strength in Zhou Wen's body is getting stronger and stronger. Bang! The fist and the fist clashed again. Zhou Wen's naked fist seemed to exude the light and heat of the sun, and when it collided with the steel fist, it was not shaken away, but Wei Feng, who swayed slightly involuntarily, actually retreated half a step. This guy. This guy. Wei Feng's eyes shook, looking at Zhou Wen in disbelief. He has been in the army for 30 years, has been a mentor for 6 years, and has seen countless strong men and geniuses, but Zhou Wen's age. There is such a strong person, he has only seen one before. Zhou Wen is the second. During the frantic battle, Wei Feng kept retreating, and every step back made Zhou Wen's stature seem a little bit taller. The body that exuded light and heat became bigger and bigger in his eyes, becoming more and more unstoppable. Block. At this moment, the invisible flame on Zhou Wen's body actually condensed into substantial light. The whole person seemed to exude a radiant sun, and the ancient emperor's soul also pushed Zhou Wen's body, breaking through the shackles of a certain limit. A terrifying force erupted. Boom! Zhou Wen's fist broke through the speed of sound, and violently rubbed against the air, producing light and heat, and blasted towards Wei Feng like a dazzling sun. The alarm sounded in Wei Feng's heart. Looking at the fist that was broken and enlarged in his pupils like the sun, he no longer hesitated, and directly launched his best bigger skill, the burst fist, the steel fist with explosive power, and Zhou Wen's fist bumped together. Boom! The terrifying force was centered on the place where Zhou Wen and Wei Feng's fists met, forming a terrifying explosion and shock wave. The specially made 40 centimeters thick rubber buffer layer on the ground was directly torn by the explosive force, and the cement-reinforced concrete layer below was also torn apart. A big hole was blown up. Wei Feng only felt his arm wearing the steel fist tremble, and his legs were a little weak. Looking at Zhou Wen on the opposite side, he was inexplicably shocked. Even when he used the vitality technique, he was only tied with Zhou Wenjian and failed to gain the upper hand. The power that erupted from Zhou Wen was astonishing. Looking at Zhou Wen, whose whole body was radiating light and heat like the sun, Wei Feng suddenly felt that he was really old, and the world was really dominated by young people. Their youth and vitality were beyond what he was now. Have. Zhou Wen only felt the roar of his heart, and the strength of his whole body was surging with the flow of blood, pushing him to throw a second punch again. Wei Feng could only fight with his fists again, bursting out his vitality skills, colliding with Zhou Wen's fists again and again. This is going to kill him. Zhou Wen is purely relying on the power of his life and soul to explode, and he does not need to use his own vitality, but Wei Feng is able to compete with Zhou Wen only by relying on his vitality skills. The vitality technique relies on the power generated by the burst of vitality, and Wei Feng does not have the Slayer's life and soul to provide infinite vitality. Originally, Wei Feng thought that Zhou Wen's burst of power would definitely not be too stable, otherwise his body would not be able to stand it, but who knew that after a dozen punches, Zhou Wen was still alive and well, as if he had endless energy. The most terrifying thing is that the power explosion of ordinary people has a curve, and it is impossible to keep it at the highest point, but Zhou Wen's power explosion seems to be a straight line, always maintaining the position of the highest peak. Wei Feng only felt that his arm was numb, and he was about to be unable to lift it up. If he continued, he was afraid that his arm would be interrupted. Zhou Wen was completely immersed in the outbreak of the ancient emperor's life and soul, punching punch after punch. He could feel that the ancient emperor's life and soul had been promoted, and it should have been an evolutionary body. Zhou Wen excitedly punched Wei Feng again, but suddenly saw that Wei Feng stopped, looked in the direction of the door of the practice room, and said in surprise, "We are using the practice room, you can come later." "Come on." Zhou Wen stopped his fist involuntarily, turned his head to look in the direction of the door, but saw that the door of the practice room was still closed, and there was no one at all. Bang! In the next second, Zhou Wen only felt a heavy blow to the cheek wrapped by the helmet, and his head was forced to twist to the side, driving his body to fly out, and slammed into the rubber buffer layer of the wall of the practice room. The punch was not too heavy. Wei Feng did not use all his strength. Zhou Wen quickly stood up and looked at Wei Feng with a puzzled expression. Wei Feng said solemnly, "Student Zhou Wen, it seems that you have very little actual combat experience. You can't even guard against such a simple strategy. If you were on the real battlefield, you would already be dead. Today I gave you it's an important lesson, you have to remember it well, you can't make the same mistake next time." "Well, that's it for today's practice. Teacher, I remember, shall we practice for a while?" Zhou Wen stepped forward and said, "Let's come here first today. After practicing for so long, I think you are tired too. Let's practice another day," Wei Feng said as he walked. "Teacher, I'm not tired, let's practice for a while," Zhou Wen said. Another day, another day. Wei Feng took out the phone and put it to his ear as he walked. "Hey, my daughter, what are you looking for? What? Something happened at home, okay? I'll do it now, go back." "I'm sorry, although I really want to continue practicing with you, but there is an urgent matter at home. Let's practice another day." Wei Feng said that he has already walked out of the practice room, and disappeared after a while. Zhou Wen felt a little regretful. The vigorous power in his body had not been fully vented, and he always felt a little uncomfortable. But since there is no opponent, Zhou Wen had to let the ancient emperor's life soul leave his body and float in front of him. The ancient emperor's life soul is still in the form of light and shadow, but the light and shadow have become clearer, as if it is about to condense into reality. The ancient emperor's life soul is like a suspended human-shaped sun. In the future, Zhou Wen no longer has to be afraid of the dark. As long as he carries the ancient emperor's life soul, no matter how dark it is, it can shine brightly. He took out the mysterious mobile phone and looked at the information after the evolution of the ancient emperor's life soul. Anti-life ancient emperor, evolutionary body and ancient life born from blood and fire, an emperor who competes with heaven for fate. The evolved Ancient Emperor has become an anti-life Ancient Emperor. Although the data annotations have not changed, Zhou knows that the Ancient Emperor's ability has undergone substantial changes. The evolution of the life soul is very different, even if it is a fellow practitioner of a kind of vitality art, because of the different physique and understanding of the individual, the condensed life soul will also be different. The evolution of life and soul will further widen the difference due to the difference in personal understanding and growth. Zhou can feel that the Ancient Emperor against rebirth can not only enhance his strength and speed, but also provide an endless supply of energy. Only the basic values can be displayed in the game, and the values after the blessing of life soul will not be displayed, so Zhou does not know what level of his various attributes are under the blessing of the Ancient Emperor. Sure enough, it's more interesting to practice fighting with humans. Next time, let's practice with Tutor Wei. Zhou took back the mutant stone scorpion and found that the mutant scorpion had a broken leg. Fortunately, the mutant stone scorpion was not scattered. The companion egg is a pure energy body. As long as there is vitality crystals to replenish vitality, it can slowly recover in the future. The powerful power brought by the promotion of the evolutionary body of the anti-life Ancient Emperor made Zhou even more want to promote the Slayer. If the Slayer can be promoted to the evolutionary body, or even the perfect body, I don't know what kind of power it will bring to him. It's a pity that Zhou still hasn't found the clue to be promoted to slaughter, so he has to advance to the Ancient Emperor of Rebirth, hoping to promote the Ancient Emperor of Rebirth to perfect body first. However, Zhou went to Wei Feng several times after that. Wei Feng used the family affairs as an excuse and left in a hurry, not giving Zhou a chance to ask him to practice fighting again. In addition to Wei Feng, Zhou couldn't find any other opponents who could practice, so he had to put this matter aside for the time being, and read the works of Buddhism and Taoism while brushing the game copy, hoping to condense the other two kinds of vitality art into the soul of life. When Zhou came to the poison Jiaotan again and killed the poisonous dragon, another crystal of vitality skills exploded. Zhou was already a little numb. Poison Jiao has a very high probability of exploding vitality skills, but basically there are 124 kinds of poison dragon fingers, and the missing poison dragon finger 3 has never been exposed. However, when Zhou let the blood-colored villain absorb the crystal of vitality skills, he unexpectedly discovered that the system prompted him to understand the poison dragon finger 3, which made Zhou suddenly refreshed. The poison dragon finger 3 has actually exploded. Zhou was overjoyed immediately. He was about to vomit after brushing the poisonous dragon for so long. This was the first time that the poison dragon finger 3 had exploded. The 5 poisonous dragon fingers are all collected, and there is no special change in the vitality skills column. The 5 poisonous dragon fingers are listed separately, proving that they are not the same vitality skills. Zhou tried to use the 5 poisonous dragon fingers together, and all of a sudden, the 5 fingers of the blood-colored villain turned pitch black. Which was no different from before, but what happened next made Zhou happy. The black color on the 5 fingers spread to the palm of the blood-colored villain. After a while, the entire palm of the blood-colored villain turned black. At the same time, a prompt popped up in the game: comprehend the poisonous dragon palm. Zhou looked at the skill column and found that the 5 poisonous dragon fingers had disappeared, and there was one more poisonous dragon palm skill. Poison dragon palm, 10 stages epic level vitality skill. Zhou was really shocked. It was the first time he saw the natural 10th rank vitality skills. As far as Zhou Wen knew, the vitality skills learned by the crystallized vitality skills were only 9 ranks at the highest. If you want to reach the extraordinary 10th rank, you have to comprehend it yourself. But this poisonous dragon palm actually came out at 10 stages, and it doesn't need to be understood by oneself at all. It's really a bit powerful. Zhou Wen was thinking about where to try it to see how powerful the poisonous dragon palm that he finally brushed out. He immediately searched for a while in the underground Zicheng. He originally wanted to find a saber-toothed fish or a jasper toad to try the palm. But who knew that they had encountered a relatively rare thunder eel? Although it was not as good as the mutated thunder eel of the princess, it was enough to try it out. As an epic vitality skill, when Zhou Wen condensed the poisonous dragon palm, he did not feel a strong formidable power, which was similar to when he used the poisonous dragon finger before. Nothing, except that the palms turned black, there was nothing special, and the power could not be released. Won't it still be as waste as the poisonous dragon finger? Zhou Wen thought to himself, but the man had already used the ghost step to come to the top of the thunder eel, and slapped the thunder eel on the back. The water splashed, and Zhou Wen's palm patted the thunder eel's back, but he sank it into the water. Zhou Wen could see that this palm didn't even knock off one of its scales, but half of his body was covered. The lightning on the thunder eel was so numb that it almost fell into the water. What the heck, this is the vitality skill that took so long to understand. Zhou Wen was suddenly depressed, only to see the surface of the water surging, and the thunder eel was swimming quickly underwater. Zhou Wen didn't even have the mood to chase. After brushing for so long, he still had a little expectation. I didn't expect the poison dragon palm to be so useless, it was simply an upgraded version of the waste poison dragon finger. But the thunder eel that fled underwater, after swimming for 100 or 200 meters, suddenly stopped moving. After a while, Zhou Wen saw the thunder eel floating on its belly, and at the same time jumped out of the game. A prompt message. Kill the epic creature thunder eel and discover the dimensional crystal. Zhou Wen's mouth opened wide, and it was about to turn into an O shape, when he saw a dimensional crystal burst out from thunder eel's body. He rushed over and picked it up before the dimensional crystal sank to the bottom of the water. This poisonous dragon palm, a bit interesting. Zhou Wen was a little surprised, but he killed the thunder eel with just one palm. Such power is really interesting, and the power of the poisonous dragon palm is obviously related to toxins, not in the traditional sense. Palm strength. The crystal in Zhou Wen's hand was only a low value of +3, but Zhou Wen took a closer look and found that the dimensional crystal that thunder eel exploded turned out to be an electric attribute +3, not a basic attribute. Let the blood-colored villain absorb the crystals of electrical properties, and the body seems to have a thread of current passing through it, making Zhou Wen uncontrollably tremble. Seeing that there is an additional electrical attribute in his own attributes, although it is only 3 points, Zhou Wen is already very satisfied. After all, the crystal explosion rate of the special attribute is very low, and it will explode after killing only one thunder eel. That's pretty good luck. It seems that my luck is picking up recently, and it's time to brush the little tigers again. Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored villain to go to Binyang Cave. But of course he returned without success. Fortunately, Zhou Wen was not discouraged. After switching the dungeon, he went to the Zhuolu ruins. Zhou Wen's goal, this time, was the 9 chained black dragons. He wanted to use them to test how powerful the poison dragon palm was and how high the upper limit was. Just being able to poison the thunder eel is not very useful to Zhou Wen. He uses the tyrant sword to cooperate with the flying immortals in the sky. Killing the thunder eel is like cutting vegetables. He doesn't need to get so close at all, and he doesn't need to directly touch the thunder with his palm. Eels are so troublesome. The reason why he wanted to try his palm with 9 black dragons was because of other mythical creatures. It was difficult for Zhou Wen to even encounter them. Only when the 9 black dragons were chained, his physical mobility was limited, and Zhou Wen had a chance to strike in them. Zhou Wen had tried to use the Beijian with the teleportation ability of the Lost Kingdom before, and stabbed a black dragon, but the Beijian only pierced the tip of the sword a little, and even the dragon scales could not be completely pierced, let alone kill the black dragon. Unless Zhou Wen can stab the black dragon in the same place with hundreds of swords and thousands of swords in a row, it is impossible to kill the black dragon. But under the siege of the 9 black dragons, although their actions were restricted to a certain extent, they were mythical creatures after all, and Zhou Wen could not last too long under their siege, let alone hundreds of swords. He could stab a few swords without dying even if it is big. But if the poisonous dragon palm is really useful and can poison the black dragon to death, Zhou Wen Dao has an idea. Maybe he can have the opportunity to kill the black dragon. Of course, in this way, he can't rely on the teleport of Lost Kingdom to get close to the black dragon. After hitting the black dragon with poison dragon palm, he must use Lost Kingdom to open the distance and escape. Poisoning the black dragon is useless. As soon as the blood-colored villain dies, the dungeon will be refreshed. What's the point of poisoning the black dragon? So Zhou Wen thought about it. He could only approach the black dragon with his body technique, give it a poisonous dragon palm, and then rely on Lost Nation's teleportation ability to escape, waiting for the black dragon to be poisoned to death. This is the only possibility for him to kill methods of dead mythical creatures. Coming to the underground seaside again, Zhou Wen took a deep breath, switched his life and soul to a slayer, then jumped down and got into the sea. Not long after swimming out in the sea, I saw 9 black dragons pulling chariots from the bottom of the sea, and one after another made a strange dragon roar from the bottom of the water, making the sea water tremble uncomfortably. Although the power that the anti-born ancient sovereign can bring to Zhou Wen exceeds that of the killer, the power of the anti-born ancient sovereign is too strong and suitable for frontal battles. Now Zhou Wen is not enough to fight the black dragon head-on, so he can only win by skill, so Zhou Wen is still choose to use the killer soul. Although the strength increase provided by the slayer is not as good as that of the ancient emperor, the characteristic of infinite vitality is what Zhou Wen needs most now. When the 9 black dragons approached, Zhou Wen chose a place on the bottom of the sea with a more complex terrain, relying on the cover of the seabed peaks so that the black dragons did not attack him immediately. When the 9 black dragons pulled the chariot around the undersea mountain peak, Zhou Wen used the 9 dragon tricks he had learned and the ghost steps to move quickly like a humanoid dragon beast in the sea, dodging the black dragons in front of him. Devoured and rushed under the chariot before the 9 black dragons encircled. If you want to get close to the black dragon's body directly, unless you use teleportation, Zhou Wen doesn't have that ability, but relying on the cover of the chariot is different. The 9 dragons' black dragon was locked by chains, and it was inconvenient to drill back into the bottom of the chariot, and its mobility was further weakened. Zhou Wen hid under the car and saw a black dragon's head stretched out, so he slapped it with a poisonous dragon palm. The black dragon reacted too fast. Zhou was already close enough, but it still reacted and let out a dragon roar, the terrifying sound wave. Directly sprayed Zhou's body upside down like the sea water, and the poisonous dragon palm was not able to bump into it. The blood-colored villain flew out uncontrollably with the flow of water. Before Zhou could stabilize the blood-colored villain, several black dragons rushed up to surround him. One black dragon was fighting for it and swallowed the blood-colored villain. Going down, the game black screen instantly. The poisonous dragon palm must be in direct contact with the body in order to function. This is quite bad. If it can hurt people from the air, it will be much easier. Zhou had no choice but to regenerate from a drop of blood and start again. This time, Zhou learned from the previous experience, and did not choose to move the heads of those black dragons. Instead, he used the cover of the chariot to lie away from the attack of the black dragon, turned over to the back of the chariot, and waited for a black dragon to pass by. He turned around and rushed towards the black dragon's body, and the poisonous dragon's palm slapped the black dragon's scales. After this palm succeeded, Zhou's figure was completely exposed, and the 9 black dragons formed an encirclement, seeing that Zhou had no escape. Zhou immediately switched to the demon god Arachi art, and the Lost Kingdom appeared on his fingers. When a black dragon had already sucked the blood-colored villain to his mouth, and half of his body had already entered the dragon's mouth, the blood-colored villain's body suddenly disappeared. So that Kowloon black dragon was stunned. However, the teleportation distance of the Lost Kingdom was too low, and the 9 black dragons soon found Zhou, who hadn't run far. And they all roared and chased after Zhou. Zhou tried his best to swim upstream towards the sea. But when he was in the water, the efficiency of the ghost steps was greatly reduced, and the infinite ghost steps could not increase much speed. Before he swam out of the sea, he was caught and swallowed by 9 black dragons. However, with the experience of hitting the black dragon once, Zhou is more certain that he can succeed. What is missing now is how to escape alive. As long as you can rush out of the sea, you can use the flying ability and infinite ghost steps to escape. Even if you have the 9 dragon art. In the water, it is difficult to compare the speed with the real dragon, so I have to find a way to use the poisonous dragon palm to hit the black dragon, as close as possible to the sea. Zhou thought to himself. I want to start over again, but the teleportation ability of the Lost Realm will not be available until 24 hours later. No, the time interval of the Lost Kingdom is too long, and the distance of teleportation is too close. How can we find a way to upgrade the Lost Kingdom to the evolutionary body and enhance the ability of teleportation? Zhou began to think about how to promote Lost Country. The age of demon gods has changed a lot. After condensing the fate of the great demon god, he has the ability to stay in any space. After condensing the Lost Kingdom, he has the ability to teleport. Both are related to space. If you want to improve the Lost Kingdom, I am afraid that you need to work on space. Zhou thought about it, but couldn't think of a way to improve the Lost Kingdom. No matter which of the 4 districts of the Federation, space has a special power attribute, and dimensional creatures with space power are relatively rare. Generally, there are no low-level things, at least it will be epic. Zhou checked the information in the academy. Although there are many dimensional fields in the academy, there are no dimensional creatures in the space department. However, Zhou accidentally discovered some useful information. The information has nothing to do with Sunset College, and records some strange things in The ancient city of Guide. Among them are the records of the Vulcan platform and the stone furnace in front of the monument. These materials are the same as what Zhou Wen saw in the game, the only difference is only one thing. The stone furnace in the game can spit out firebirds, and in reality it will also spit firebirds. There is a stone knife inserted in the stone furnace in the game, and there are also stone knives. In reality, Zhou Wen tried to draw the knife in the game, but he couldn't find it. He thought it was just a phantom. However, in reality, some people tried to draw the stone knife. Although they couldn't pull it out, they encountered the stone knife. According to the records in the data, the one who went to the ancient city of Guide was a mentor who possessed a fire attribute and a flame attribute. The stone knife, as a result, seemed to take root when it was pulled out, and even the power of the epic level could not make the stone knife move at all. This is strange. You can see and touch in the game, but you can touch it in reality. What's the reason? Zhou Wen had the urge to immediately return to the ancient city of Da, and wanted to find out the problem of the stone knife. However, firstly, the college did not have a holiday, and secondly, he needed a pass to enter the ancient city of Guide. Without a pass, even if he went back, it would be useless. Zhou Wen, the new homework assignment is down, let's go together? Li Xian sent a message. Okay, see you outside the Longmen Grottos. The schoolwork task was still to be completed, and Zhou Wen asked Li Xian to meet. The task assigned by the new tutor is not as strange as that of the princess. It is just to hunt down 10 mortal-level dragon-level stone beasts. This is a relatively common mortal-level alien creature in the Longmen Grottos. For ordinary students, it is not too difficult. For the likes of Zhou Wen and Li Xian, that is, taking a trip, it is all a walk. The two came to the Longmen Grottos and randomly chose a nearby grotto to go in. Soon they saw a few Longmen stone beasts. Li Xian rushed up to 3, 5 and 2, and solved them all. I haven't started filming yet. Zhou Wen laughed. It's okay. Anyway, there are a lot of stone beasts, just kill a few more later. Li Xian didn't care. The two continued to walk inside, and they didn't go very far. They saw a few students in front of them besieging a stone beast. However, the stone beast looked a little special and was a little different from ordinary stone beasts. Ordinary stone beasts are also half a person tall, look like a poodle, and their bodies are gray-white rocks. However, the stone beasts that the students were besieging were a little different. The stone beast's body turned out to be as crystal clear as suet white jade, and it was also much taller, about the size of a racing horse. Those mortal-level students were besieging the stone beast, and their fists and palms and other vital energy skills had almost no effect on the stone beast. Because the probability of a mortal-grade companion egg bursting is too low, those students have no companion pets and can only rely on their own strength to fight recklessly, but the effect is obviously not very good, and one student was scratched by the stone beast. Seeing that Li Xian was his classmate, he carried the Thunder God sword over there and slashed the stone beast to death with one strike, lest they be injured by the stone beast again. The stone beast was split in half by Li Xian, and a crystal jade egg fell out of its body, which turned out to be a companion egg. I'll go, I won't be so lucky? Li Xian looked at the companion egg in surprise. Although it was a mutated Dragon Gate stone beast, it was still a mortal rank. The chance of a mortal rank being able to burst a companion egg was almost the same as buying a lottery ticket. This time it was able to burst, and luck was indeed a little good. Those students are also staring at the companion eggs. Mortal-level companion eggs are rare, and they are mutants. The attributes are definitely not bad. Who doesn't want them? But the mutant stone beast was killed by Li Xian. They dared not grab it, but let them give up. They are not reconciled. After all, they discovered the mutant stone beast first. You can share the companion eggs yourself. Li Xian had no interest in the companion eggs of the mutant stone beasts. The students were overjoyed when they heard it. 2 students were still hesitating, but the other 3 students were already rushing towards the companion eggs. The 3 of them didn't let anyone, and they immediately scrambled into a group. The other 2 students reacted and joined the snatch team. Who doesn't want to have a companion pet? But the average student may not be able to be promoted to legend after 4 years of college. First, it is because the cultivation of the vitality art is not good. Second, there are not enough resources, and there is a relationship between understanding. The general vitality art needs to be comprehended by oneself before it can be promoted to the next level. Those who can be promoted when the attribute, like the fascinating Immortal Sutra, is reached, is an outlier in itself. Li Xian glanced at the classmates who were vying for the companion eggs, and said to Zhou Wen with a pouted mouth, "The reality is so cruel, no matter how good the relationship is, once personal interests are involved, what classmates and friends are not worth mentioning at all. You and I should be thankful that I didn't fall to the point of robbing them." Zhou Wen shook his head and said, "That's not necessarily the case. We also need to fight for it, but the things we are fighting for are more advanced. There is no difference in essence. The level of sadness does not become lower because the things are advanced." That's right, in this world, it's really hard to say whether it's a human being or a demon. Li Xian sighed. Obviously, he thought about his family's affairs again. Even if he was a real brother, he was just as unreliable. Let's go. Let's go and have a look elsewhere. Zhou Wen didn't want to continue this topic. In the future, once the ban on the dimensional field completely fails, there will only be more similar things happening. In order to survive, many people will do everything. The 2 were about to leave, but suddenly they heard a bird chirping from above. The little bird standing on Zhou Wen's shoulder, all the pale golden feathers on his body stood up, as if he had encountered an enemy, looking at the sky. Middle. Zhou Wen was slightly startled, and when he looked up, he saw a big golden bird fluttering down from the sky like a golden cloud, and the target turned out to be their side. "Get out of the way." Zhou Wen felt a sense of danger in his heart, shouted at those students, and at the same time pulled Li Xian back quickly. Those students were still fighting for the companion eggs, and no one paid attention to Zhou Wen. The big bird like a golden cloud fell, and before the bird arrived, a terrifying hurricane rolled down from the height and directly swept the 5. The student roll flew out, the body flew a dozen feet, some hit the stone statue, some fell to the ground, and all of them suddenly spewed blood, and they couldn't get up. The big bird swallowed the companion egg in one bite, and the bird's claws did not fall to the ground. With a flick of its wings, another hurricane burst forth, and it flew into the sky in an instant, and soon disappeared. Zhou Wen and Li Xian were against the wall, holding a Buddha statue in both hands, so they were not blown away by the hurricane. Those students were not so lucky. They rolled and bumped in the hurricane, and their bodies were dripping with blood. I don't know if there was hit and killed. That bird just now couldn't be the golden-winged Dupang, right? Li Xian looked at the sky and said in a bit of astonishment. It shouldn't be. If it were golden winged upang, I'm afraid. It would be even more terrifying. Zhou Wen shook his head and saw those students screaming in pain. Although they weren't dead, they didn't know how many bones were broken. He didn't know how to treat them even if he disturbed them, so he could only go out and call the medical department of the academy and ask the doctor to come and treat them. Old Zhou, I think the big golden bird should be on the top of the Longmen grottos. Why don't we go over and take a look? Li Xian suggested. Zhou Wen looked at the bird that had recovered, and after thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, Don't go, I'm afraid that big bird is not ordinary, and it is beyond your ability to match. When the two were talking, doctors and tutors had already rushed over. The first tutor was Zhou Wen and their new tutor. Seeing the tragic state of the 5 students, the new tutor couldn't help frowning. What happened? Wu Yuxing, the new tutor, looked at Zhou Wen and Li Xian and asked. Li Xian explained the incident in detail. Wu Yuxing listened with suspicion, glanced at the top of the Longmen grottos, frowned, and said, I haven't heard that there are avian dimensional creatures outside the Longmen grottos. Don't run around, leave the Longmen immediately. Grotto, I'll go up and have a look. Wu Yuxing summoned a sword, and he actually stepped on the sword and flew into the sky, heading towards the top of the mountain. Wow, it turned out to be a Feijian companion pet. It's really handsome. I've wanted it for a long time. But the Feijian companion pet is only produced in a few dimensional fields, and the number is very rare, and none of them are produced near us. Li Xian looked at Wu Yuxing's feet. Feijian said with some envy. Speaking of the flying sword, Zhou Wen thought of the little girl and the copper flying sword again. He glanced at the dead man tree in the game and saw that the copper fruit on the dead man tree had grown to the size of a football, but it still did not mean to mature and land. Suddenly, a bird chirped, shook the 4 fields, and I saw a golden light rising from the top of the Longmen grottos. Zhou Wen looked up and saw that golden light, which was the golden bird that disappeared into the sky before. At this time, the bird spread its wings and rushed towards Wu Yuxing, who was standing in the sky with Yu Jian. Wu Yuxing was also unambiguous. He stretched out his hand and summoned a flying sword companion pet. An ancient sword with a sharp sword light slashed towards the golden bird like the sky. The big golden bird also avoided it, and with a violent flick of its wings, it directly tore the sword light all over the sky and crossed with the flying sword. I saw that the flying sword was directly broken into 2 pieces behind the golden bird. Wu Yuxing's face changed greatly. He turned around and ran away from the flying sword. That Tianxia sword is the top epic companion pet that he has worked so hard in the Shushan dimension field for a long time. Tianxia Jianguang differentiated into Jianyu, from a single Jianguang to a ranged attack. After he owned the Tianxia sword, he did not know how many battles he had gone through, but the Tianxia sword was never damaged. Now, it was just touched by the wings of the golden bird, and it broke into 2 pieces. He immediately knew that the golden bird was terrifying, unimaginable. Although the flying sword under Wu Yuxing's feet was fast, it was not as fast as the big golden bird. He just flew out not far, and the big golden bird rushed behind him like a golden lightning. Wu Yuxing was shocked, and quickly used his flying sword to meet the golden bird. He landed on the mountain wall and ran wildly down the mountain. Don't look at it, let's go. Zhou Wen took Li Xian and ran away. Even the epic level tutor couldn't defeat the big golden bird. After a while, the golden bird was fierce, and it might wash the Longmen grottos with blood. It's too late to run. Click. The two did not run 2 steps, and then heard a crisp sound, and saw that the sword light like a rainbow was directly cut off by the wings of the big bird, and even the flying sword was cut off together, and the wings of the big bird were unimaginably sharp. Wu Yusheng was still fleeing, but his speed was faster than that of the golden bird. He was chased behind him before he ran far, and he was about to be beheaded by the wings of the golden bird. Suddenly, I saw a figure coming out of the sky. The man was wearing the costume of the academy tutor and appeared on the top of the Longmen grottos like a teleportation. With a flick of his finger, a yellow light talisman flew towards the golden bird. Facing the sharp flying sword, the big golden bird did not change its color, but when he saw the light talisman, he had some scruples. He flapped his wings, let go of Wu Yusheng, and avoided the light talisman. The instructor who came out of the sky flicked with his fingers, and one by one light talismans broke out, falling to the golden bird like a rain of light talismans. The golden bird's wings vibrated, and there were actually golden light feathers flying out from the wings, colliding with the light symbol, and I saw light explosions everywhere in the sky. The people who originally set up stalls outside the Longmen grottos were already scrambling for their lives. Zhou Wen and Li Xian were also fleeing, but after reaching the border of the Longmen grottos, they did not go out directly. Big Bird. Fight. The golden bird was fierce and unusual, and rushed towards the mentor with a golden feather storm. The light talisman issued by the mentor was also destroyed by the feather storm, which did not cause damage to the golden bird. Zhou Wenjing was worried that the mentor would be defeated by the big bird like Wu Yusheng, but suddenly saw black brilliance gushing out of his white uniform. The black brilliance condensed in front of him and turned into a huge black pipe organ. The pipe organ looks a bit like a piano, with black and white keys, but it is even bigger, and behind the pipe organ, there are black metal pipes like small pipes. The peaks are generally arranged, and the keys are like steps, with multiple layers, unlike ordinary pianos that only have one row of keys. The instructor ignored the rushing golden bird and sat calmly in front of the pipe organ, pressing his slender fingers on the keys. Zhou Wen and Li Xian suddenly heard an ancient and melodious sound, which was indeed different from the ordinary piano sound Zhou Wen had heard before. The piano sound obviously lacked the heavy and distant feeling of a pipe organ. Appeared. That's Principal Lung's magic Qin throne. That's the man who once fought against God. Li Xian looked at the mentor in the sky with surprise. Principal Lung? Is that the headmaster of our college who doesn't care about anything? Zhou Wen was slightly surprised. He had been in Sunset College for so long, and he had never seen such a genuine principal. Usually, the executive vice principal was in charge of the school's work. It should be, although I haven't seen him, but his magic Qin throne is too famous to be wrong. When Mr. N died, and the N family was headless, the House of Lords wanted to bring Sunset College under the management of the Federation. A member of the Duga congressman's family came with a mythical companion pet, but was rejected by Principal Lung's magic piano throne. He didn't even enter the school gate, so he went back in dismay, and the mythical companion pet was unable to break the demon Qin throne. At that time, the prestige of the magic Qin throne had already spread throughout the Federation, and no one knew it. Li Xian said excitedly. When Li Xian spoke, Principal Lung's slender fingers were already beating on the keys, and the desolate and atmospheric music came from the pipe organ, and The sound waves in those metal pipes reverberated and spread like ripples. The golden bird, with a golden feather storm, was originally rushing towards Principal Lung fiercely, but after hearing the sound of the music, its movements became slower. When it flew to the side of the pipe organ, it had already subdued the golden feather storm, and the fierceness on its face had disappeared, but it did not continue to attack, but it restrained its wings and stood beside the pipe organ, as if listening to the music played by Principal Lung. Zhou was also listening to the music, and before he knew it, tears rolled down his cheeks from the corners of his eyes, and Li Xian on the side had already burst into tears. The many human students who did not come and escaped from the Longmen grottos were also crying bitterly at this time. Zhou wiped the tears on his face, stared at the golden bird in the sky, but saw a crystal tear overflowing from the corner of the golden bird's eye, as if it would fall at any time. Principal Lung's soul turns out to be a pipe organ, which is really rare, but my emotions don't seem to be affected by the sound of the piano, so why am I crying? Zhou looked at the magic piano throne in the sky in surprise. At this moment, a tear from the corner of the big golden bird's eye finally slipped down, like a golden gem falling from the sky. The bird that had been standing on Zhou shoulders flew up suddenly, flew to the Longmen grottos, swallowed the tears of the big golden bird, and then flew back to Zhou shoulders. The music in the sky had stopped, and Principal Lung glanced at Zhou and the bird on his shoulder. The calm eyes seemed to have a kind of piercing power, which surprised Zhou slightly. However, Principal Lung's gaze didn't stay on them for too long. He just took a look and then withdrew his gaze, looking at the big golden bird next to him. Go back, no one will disturb you from now on. Principal Lung seemed to be talking to the big golden bird. The big golden bird actually lowered its head, as if to indicate that it had understood, and then spread its wings and flew back to the top of the Longmen grottos. From today onwards, no one is allowed to climb to the top of the Longmen grottos. Principal Lung stood up, and the magic piano throne disappeared. When will I be able to be as powerful as Principal Lung and make those terrifying dimensional creatures obey their orders at the click of a finger? Li Xian said enviously. Is Principal Lung a mythical class? Zhou asked, with a frown. It shouldn't be. I heard that it is the pinnacle of epic, and the throne of the magic piano is a perfect soul, and some people say that Principal Lung may be the closest person to the myth, only half a step away from stepping into the myth. In Li Xian's words, full of admiration for Principal Lung. There are still such strong people in Luoyang. Zhou exclaimed. Definitely strong. Principal Lung is the mentor of the supervisor of an. How can he not be strong if he can teach a student as strong as the supervisor of an? Li Xian said. And Tian's mentor? Zhou didn't think it was great to be able to teach in Tianzhua, but Principal Lung was really strong, and the soul of the music department, like the magic Qin throne, also opened Zhou's horizons. Zhou had never heard of it before, that such terrifying dimensional creatures could be retreated without a fight. Thinking of the music of the magic piano throne just now, Zhou always felt that something was wrong. Zhou is not an emotional person. When listening to the music just now, his emotions did not fluctuate too much, but he even shed tears, which seems a little wrong. Is it really the music of the magical throne that has affected my mood? Zhou always felt that it was not the case. What are you in a daze? Let's go, I still have to complete my schoolwork. Seeing Zhou standing there without saying a word, Li Xian started to be in a daze again, and pushed him Zhou Wen followed Li Xian back to the Longmen Grottos, but he kept thinking about the music. That Principal Lung played with the magic piano throne just now. It's not that music is affecting my mood, absolutely not. Others might not care about such subtle changes in feeling, but Zhou Wen wanted to understand the difference and kept thinking about what felt wrong. What a shame, my schoolwork is done, it's up to you, Li Xian said, while taking pictures of Zhou Wen with his mobile phone. Zhou Wen was not in the mood to do his homework at all. He immediately pulled out the bamboo sword and rushed towards the group of stone beasts. One by one, he killed 10 stone beasts neatly, then turned around and walked back. He intends to go back and check the information on the power of the sound system, and then find out whether it is the music of the magic piano throne that affects his mood, or some other power. Li Xian was used to Zhou Wen's various weird behaviors, so he let him go and didn't ask any more questions. After leaving the Longmen Grottos, Zhou Wen went to the Academy's library, where the materials were divided into categories, which were much more complete than on the internet. Soon he found the area of the music department, and saw that there were 4 rows of bookshelves dozens of meters in length. The above are all books on phonology. Zhou Wen looked at it, and most of them turned out to be books on music scores and music knowledge, or they taught people to practice singing and so on. It's no wonder that there are so few people who practice the origin qi art of the sound system. All the materials are just teaching people how to learn music, but they have nothing to do with cultivation. Zhou Wen read the books in front of the bookshelf, and after searching for a long time, he could only find them. He has written several books related to the phonology Yuan Qi Ju. From the only information available, Zhou Wen found that the phonology primordial Qi Ju was indeed interesting, or rather different. The cultivation method of the phonological Yuan Qi Ju is similar to the general Yuan Qi Ju. The interesting thing is that the Yuan Qi Si of the phonics Yuan Qi Ju is quite special. In general, the vitality Si of Yuan Qi Ju is in one of the 3 dantians in the upper, middle and lower, but the sound system Yuan Qi Ju uses the lungs as the vitality Si, which is very rare. And it is different from what most people imagine. In the phonological data, there is no such statement as music infecting emotions, but only theories such as audio frequency and vibration. The destructive power of the phonological force mainly comes from the pressure wave off the sound. Zhou Wen has read a lot of information, but he has not figured out why the throne of the magic qin can affect the emotions of human beings, or even dimensional creatures. Although there are some seemingly extraordinary theories, those have not been verified, and Zhou Wen feels that those theories and the throne of the magic qin have not been proven. Strength does not match. Without finding the answer he wanted, Zhou Wen wanted to ask Principal Lung directly, but it was rare for his tutor and other vice principals to see Principal Lung. As a student, how could he meet Principal Lung? It was getting dark and the library was about to close. Zhou Wen could only go back to the dormitory and search the internet for information about the sound system, but couldn't find the answer he wanted. However, while browsing the Academy forum, Zhou Wen saw a post about the phonics origin qi art. The name and content of the post made Zhou Wen feel very novel. The post was called The Spatial Dimension of Sound. The person who posted the post was a student's ID, and the attention was relatively low, and it looked like dozens of clicks. There are also fewer replies. There are very few people who practice the sound system vitality art in Sunset College, so few people are interested in this post, but Zhou Wen's eyes glowed after reading it. The content of this post is strange and unrealistic, but the ideas are very interesting. After reading the post, Zhou seemed to understand why the magic Qin throne could affect his emotions, but there were still many things that he couldn't understand, and there was no way to find the answers to all his doubts from the post. Zhou saw that the post was actually posted 2 years ago, and the author's ID was not online. Looking at his post, there was only one such post. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Zhou tried to send a private message to the other party, but with the mentality of trying it out, he raised a few questions that troubled him. Originally, Zhou didn't have much hope, but who knew that not long after that, the other party actually replied to his information, and answered his questions in detail, some strange sayings. Zhou had never heard of it, but it was the answer. The doubts in his mind. Leng Zongjing was looking at his mobile phone while playing with a few gadgets. It has been 2 years since he posted an article on the forum, and there were very few replies. Today, someone sent a private message to him on the forum. Leng Zongjing just looked at it casually, and found that the private message sent by the other party turned out to be some questions about music and space. At first, he thought it was the same as those students before, asking him how to become a phonographer, vitality art, and how to use phonological skills, can achieve the problem of using music to influence everything. If asked these questions, Leng Zongjing is not at all lazy to answer, because he never thinks that music has the ability to infect the emotions of all things. Others thought that his magic lyre throne could affect all things, and that he used the magic of music to move those creatures, but Leng Zongjing scoffed at this. He's never been a person who can contagious others, whether it's music or anything. He doesn't think he has any special contagion. When he was a child, Leng Zongjing was called facial paralysis by his classmates and friends, and nicknamed the masked man or the wooden man, because he could not express any emotions, and even smiling was a very difficult thing for him. Those who asked him how to use his charm and music to infect all things, in Leng Zongjing's view, are simply ridiculous. These questions are really interesting. Leng Zongjing read the questions that Zhou asked, wrote a reply to Zhou, and answered those questions. Soon the other party sent another private message and asked some more questions. This time Leng Zongjing was a little surprised, because these questions, obviously after getting his answer, the other party had new questions. To be able to understand the answers he gave so quickly, and to find out so many problems from other facts, the other party's ideological activity is very good. This made Leng Zongjing more interested, and he replied to the other party's question, and implied some deeper things. In the answer, try to see if the other party could see the problem. After the message was sent, I waited for a while and didn't see the other party's reply. Leng Zongjing couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. If the other party's ideological activity was only like this, although it was quite good, it was not enough to satisfy Leng Zongjing. Since teaching in Tianzhua, Leng Zongjing has not taught students for a long time. It is not that he cannot teach, but that he is really not interested in teaching. After you have taught a student who can understand everything and learn everything by analogy, it is really annoying to teach those students who can't understand everything. And Leng Zongjing will never leave his patience to others, because his patience is used in research, if not for this, he would not be where he is today. Even the 6 major families of the alliance are afraid of his magic piano throne. Others think that he is talented, but they don't know how much effort he has put into it. In this era, everyone thinks that science is useless, and only dimensional crystals and companion pets are the core of the world in the future, and they are doing everything possible to hunt for other dimensional things. But Leng Zongjing is different. Although he also cultivates, his research on science has never stopped for a moment. In his opinion, those dimensional creatures like gods and demons are not gods and demons at all, they are just creatures from other worlds. Just like aliens. And the magical power they possess is also similar to technology, but the rules of those magical powers are the rules of other worlds, and they are a little different from those in the Federation. So, he has been researching the systems of those powers, and the most in-depth research is space. Others think that the attributes of the magic piano throne are music and the soul of the phonology, but those who don't know that think so are very wrong. Because the throne of the magic piano has never been a sound system, but a complete space-based life soul. Music is just one of the ways of using the space power of the magical throne. The magical throne does not have the appeal of music. The music he plays is more based on the vibration, frequency change of the sound. It only affects the frequency of the brain of the creature. This is very clever technology, not his talent. Originally, Leng Zongjing thought that the matter was over, who knew that the private message came again, or it was sent by that ID, and there were a few more questions. After reading these questions, Leng Zong is really interested in this person. From these questions, he can confirm that the other party has probably thought that the throne of the magic piano is not a sound system but a space system. Being able to think of these questions, this person should be one of the people who watched me fight with the golden-winged pung bird at the Longmen Grottos today. Who could it be? Leng Zongjing flashed a young man with a golden bird on his shoulder. Figure. It should be him, right? Although Leng Zongjing thought it should be the boy, but he didn't want to ask for proof. Although he could use the form management authority to easily find out who the other party was, he didn't do that. Although the other party is a very good young man, he has not yet reached the level that makes him interested in knowing who the other party is. However, it is rare for someone to learn and think. Leng Zongjing answered all of Zhou Wen's questions, and also gave some suggestions, suggesting that the other party read some books on space science. Leng Zongjing knows that knowledge is very boring, let alone in this world full of magical power. Even before the emergence of the dimensional storm, few people can calm down and learn that knowledge. There are many things that need to be memorized by rote, and the knowledge involved is also very extensive. If you are not a professional in this field, you may not be able to understand it, and you need to consult a lot of information. However, Leng Zongjing believes that if the other party does not even have such a little patience and learning ability, there is no need to waste time. There are thousands of ways to live. But if you want to achieve excellence in a certain area, you must be able to treat boredom as fun. And you must be able to endure loneliness. There are no friends on the road of learning, some are just one's own efforts and pursuits. After reading the message sent by Leng Zongjing, Zhou Wen felt that the other party's idea was really strange and interesting, and sent another private message, but this time, the other party did not reply to his question, but only replied a line. The answers you want are in those books. Zhou Wen originally just wanted to find out what kind of power the magic Qin throne is, but after in-depth understanding, he found that the magic Qin throne turned out to be the power of the space system. This discovery surprised him and made him even more interested. Because his lost kingdom is also the power of the space system, he feels that he can indeed learn this knowledge. Early the next morning, Zhou Wen went to the library to borrow books in this area, but he really couldn't understand a lot of content. He had never heard of some terms, formulas, and laws. So he could only read the materials while reading. Zhou found that he was very busy recently. He had too many books to read, and even had less time to play games. When the Lost Kingdom could be used again, Zhou came to the underground sea again. This time he did not go directly into the sea, but controlled the blood-colored villain to fly close to the sea. After a while, a huge shadow appeared under the sea, and 9 black dragons roared and drilled out of the sea. Sacrificing the white shadow of poison, Zhou got into the sea and quickly approached a black dragon. But the black dragon's tail flicked, and suddenly a shocking wave was aroused, and the sea water directly shot Zhou Wen's body out. Zhou Wen had to use the impact of the waves to stay away from the black dragon, and drilled out of the sea again, but he didn't dare to fly too high, because there was also a huge danger in the sapphire sky, and getting closer to the sapphire sky might die faster. One after another, black dragons rushed over, spraying water waves in their mouths, like a volcanic eruption. Zhou Wen used the ghost step to rush into the sea again. This time, he spotted the position of the chariot and swam to the chariot desperately. With the cover of the chariot, he resisted the swallowing and attack of those black dragons. Zhou Wen counted every movement of the 9 black dragons. The blood-colored villain continued to deal with the black dragons, and at the same time fled to the back of the chariot and stood against the chariot. A black dragon rushed from one side. Zhou Wen rushed over without hesitation, and put a palm on it. After the poisonous dragon's palm touched the scales of the black dragon, Zhou Wen switched to Lost without looking at the result. The soul of the kingdom escaped using teleportation. This time he was very close to the sea, and after teleporting, he rushed out of the sea. After a short ghost step, the black dragons rushed out of the water angrily, chasing after Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen spread his arms behind his back, and launched the infinite ghost step, dodging the attacks of 9 black dragons, and rushing towards the cave on the mountain wall, not far away. Fortunately, the 9 black dragons could not leave the sea, so Zhou Wen escaped dangerously into the cave, watching the 9 black dragons roaring in the sea from a distance, setting off a tsunami-like wave, which was really amazing. Zhou Wen stood in the cave looking for the black dragon hit by the poisonous dragon palm. Others couldn't tell the 9 black dragons apart. They all looked the same. I found the black dragon with the poisonous dragon palm. On its flank, Zhou Wen saw a black palm print. Because the black dragon was originally black, Zhou Wen almost didn't see the palm print at first. After looking carefully for a while, he found the palm print with a slightly different color from the black dragon. I hope it will be useful. Zhou Wen knows that this is the mythical creature that he is most likely to kill at present. Now, it is difficult for him to fight the real mythical creature, and only these black dragons, trapped in chains, can Zhou Wen have the opportunity to try to kill them. After waiting for a while until the 9-headed black dragon lost patience and dived back to the bottom, Zhou Wen did not see that the black dragon died of poison. After all, it's a mythical creature, and the poison resistance will definitely be higher. Just wait. Zhou Wen quit the dungeon, intending to wait for the CD time of the Lost Kingdom tomorrow, and then go to the sea to see if the black dragon was poisoned. Now the blood-colored villain can never die. Once the dungeon is dead, the dungeon will be refreshed, and the previous efforts will be in vain. Without doing anything too dangerous, Zhou Wen switched to Zicheng to farm epic creatures so that his attributes could be raised to 40 points. Today's luck is quite good. After killing a few jasper toads, a dimensional crystal with toxin 20 exploded, and a jasper toad Companion egg, which has a relatively average property. Zhou Wen actually brushed a lot of companion eggs, but most of them were fed to his several mythical pets as food, and they were more interested in advanced companion pets than ordinary food. Unless it is a companion egg with the best attributes, Zhou Wen will not stay. Why doesn't this mobile game hang up to kill monsters? If only it could hang up. Zhou Wen has been playing for a long time and it will inevitably feel a little boring. After all, killing the same kind of monsters repeatedly, it's not really challenging, it's just time-consuming. Zhou Wen, are you at home? Someone knocked on the door outside. Zhou Wen heard Wang Lu's voice, opened the door, and saw Wang Lu standing at the door of the yard. What's the matter? Zhou Wen walked into the courtyard and opened the door. Wang Lu pouted and said, I can't find you. If I'm okay? Yes, but I've been very busy recently. If there is nothing special, I'll go back and read. Zhou Wen said and walked back. You game fan actually still read books? Let me see, what books do you read? Wang Lu seemed to have something to say, but when he heard that Zhou Wen was reading books, he became interested and followed Zhou Wen into him. Dormitory building. String theory, quantum transmission, Vajraparamita Sutra, Tai Shengdong mysterious Lingbao. Infinitely measured people's high-grade wonderful sutra, your interests are wide enough, ranging from cutting-edge scientific theories to idealistic theories. Are you materialistic or idealistic? Wang Lu casually flipped through the books on Zhou Wen's sofa and said with a smile, I will only do whatever is good for me. Zhou Wen used his mobile phone to check information while flipping through the book in his hand. You're realistic enough. Wang Lu put the book back in its original position. Then sat next to Zhou Wen, looked at the book in Zhou Wen's hand, and saw that the content inside was talking about the membrane of the universe. What's the matter with me? Zhou Wen asked again. You took care of those two pets for you before. You said you wanted to repay me. Are you free now? Repay me first? Wang Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhou Wen and said, What do you want me to do? Every time Zhou Wen went out, he handed over the antelope and the bird to Wang Lu to take care of him temporarily. Come with me to dinner, and then meet someone. Wang Lu said. Who? Zhou Wen frowned slightly. A person I don't want to see, but I have to see. Why are you asking so much? Do you want to default? Wang Lu stared at Zhou Wen and said. No, just ask casually, when will I go? Zhou Wen thought that he was right, and he asked in vain. Right now, you go to change your clothes, we will leave now, and we will rush back before the school closes at night. Wang Lu said. Zhou Wen didn't ask any more questions. He went back to the bedroom and changed his school uniform, changed into his usual clothes, and left the academy with Wang Lu. Zhou Wen wondered why Wang Lu took him to dinner with others, but Wang Lu didn't say anything, so he didn't ask again. After arriving at the restaurant, Wang Lu entered a private room familiarly. Zhou Wen saw that there was already a person sitting in the private room. It was a middle-aged man, but Zhou Wen did not know him. Uncle, this is my classmate Zhou Wen. Wang Lu pointed at Zhou Wen and introduced, and then pointed at the middle-aged man. This is my uncle, you can also call him uncle. Uncle. Zhou Wen had to shout, but he was a little strange in his heart. He didn't know why Wang Lu brought him when he saw his relatives. Sit down. Wang Lu's uncle just said lightly, and didn't mean to communicate with Zhou Wen. Wang Lu sat down. opposite him, pulled Zhou Wen, motioned him to sit next to him, and the two looked at the middle-aged man across the table. Xiaolu, you should have had enough fun, right? You should go back to practice seriously, don't let your parents worry about you anymore. Wang Guotao said with his eyes fixed on Wang Lu. Uncle, I am doing well in Sunset College. Sunset College is one of the top 10 colleges in the Federation. The tutors and teaching resources here are very good. Wang Lu was interrupted by Wang Guotao before he could finish his words. I know the level of Sunset College better than you. The teaching level there is really good compared to general colleges, but after all, it is a college for the general public. There is no way to teach according to your own characteristics and abilities, let alone teach you us the secret technique of the Wang family. Wang Guotao said. I don't have to ask for secret biography among scholars, I think that's fine. Wang Lu bit his lip and said. Do you really think it's good to learn those popular things? If that's the case, not only your parents, but also me will be disappointed. Wang Guotao looked at Wang Lu and said. Uncle, I want to continue to study in the academy. You usually hurt me the most, please help me. Wang Lu begged. I can follow your temperament for everything else, but this one doesn't work. You've been delayed for half a year. If you don't go back to practice seriously, how can you keep up with the progress of other brothers and sisters? You are going to take over the Wang family in the future. If the strength of the people is not strong enough to overwhelm the contemporaries, how can they convince the public in the future? Wang Guotao said. I didn't want to take over the Wang family. Wang Lu whispered. What did you say? Although the voice was small, Wang Guotao still heard it, and his face suddenly turned cold. No, I mean, in fact, the cultivation in the academy is the same, and the cultivation will not be slower than at home. Wang Lu said, pointed to Zhou Wen and said, Zhou Wen is my classmate, and he is also in the academy. Learning is much better than those of my brothers and sisters. He is from the Anja family, so the academy will naturally take special care of him. Wang Guotao obviously knew about Zhou Wen, and then said, and you said that he is better than your brothers and sisters, I'm afraid that may not be the case. Wang Lu was instantly overjoyed when he heard this, knowing that Wang Guotao was exactly as she thought, and he was very fond of face, especially the face of the Wang family. If you don't believe my uncle, you can test him. If he is indeed better than my brothers and sisters who practice at home, how about you let me stay in the academy to practice? Wang Lu took the opportunity to say. Since you brought him, if I say no, I'm afraid you won't give up. Wang Guotao said and looked at Zhou Wen, what are you best at? Nothing is particularly good at. Zhou Wen replied. Wang Lu quickly said, Uncle. Zhou Wen means that he is proficient in everything, you can take the test at will. Do I mean that? Zhou Wen couldn't help laughing and crying, but he couldn't say anything in front of Wang Guotao. Your grandfather has practiced all his life, and he doesn't dare to say that he is proficient in everything. Do you think these words are suitable for a student? Wang Guotao looked at Wang Lu and said seriously. After he finished speaking, he ignored Wang Lu's reaction, looked at Zhou Wen and said, since you don't have any specialties, then I will test you with the usual practice questions of the Wang family. Zhou Wen looked at Wang Lu looked over with prayer in his eyes, and bowed to Zhou Wen with his hands under the table as if he was worshipping a god. Uncle, please tell me. Zhou Wen thought about it for a while, who made himself owe Wang Lu's favor, and this can only help. Wang Guotao poured a cup of tea, pushed it in front of Zhou Wen, and said lightly, the most important thing in practice is the foundation. It's like building a building. If the foundation is not well laid, it is impossible to build a skyscraper. Even if it is barely built, it will soon tip and collapse. Now I will test your foundation. Zhou Wen looked at Wang Guotao with some doubts, wondering how he could test himself with a cup of tea. Wang Guotao kept his expression still, poured himself a cup of tea and placed it on the table in front of him. The table was made of pear wood, about 10 centimeters thick, and was quite sturdy. When Wang Guotao pressed it, the teacup sank directly into the table. The mouth of the cup was parallel to the tabletop. The cup was not damaged, and the tea inside was not spilled. Uncle, aren't you embarrassing people? Zhou Wen has never practiced our family's heartbreaking palm. Besides, even those brothers and sisters in our family, who can be as good as you? Wang Lu immediately protested road. If you can't do it, it means that what the academy teaches is not enough, so you should go home and practice. Wang Guotao said lightly. Wang Lu opened his mouth to protest, but he didn't know how to refute Wang Guotao's words. I'll give it a try. Zhou Wen looked at the teacup in front of him and said, it's a good thing that young people are willing to try. I won't embarrass you. As long as you can make 1/3 of the teacup sink into the table, and the teacup doesn't break, you will pass the test, Wang Guotao said. Zhou Wen nodded and reached out to pat the teacup. Wait. Wang Lu stopped Zhou Wen nervously, looked at Zhou Wen pleadingly, and said, you have to be careful, don't break the teacup, just hit some in. Wang Lu thought to herself, if the teacup is broken, there is no reason to say it. As long as the teacup is not broken, she can still bargain with Wang Guotao even if it doesn't fall into 1/3. Zhou Wen actually didn't quite understand. Since the family had such good conditions, why did Wang Lu have to go to the academy? To study? But he doesn't care about Wang Lu's affairs, as long as he pays back his favor. Don't worry. Zhou Wen said to Wang Lu, then stretched out his hand and slapped it directly on the teacup in front of him. Just hearing a click, and then Wang Lu was desperate. There was nothing on the table, the teacup was smashed by Zhou Wen. Wang Lu only felt the world was spinning, and he wished he could put his head on the ground, thinking, did I get kicked by a donkey in my head? I thought of bringing Zhou Wen here. Young man, there are many things in the world that can't be solved with great strength, Wang Guotao said, and then he was no longer interested in paying attention to Zhou Wen, looked at Wang Lu and said, Xiaolu, go to the college to pack up, I will send it tomorrow. Someone will take you home. Wang Lu was dejected and couldn't say anything to refute. He could only blame himself for bringing a second hand like Zhou Wen here. He told him not to break the cup. As a result, he smashed the cup directly. All spread out on the table. It was horrible. Uncle, then I'll go back first. Wang Lu got up and said. Wait a minute. Zhou Wen sat there without moving, and stopped Wang Lu. Wang Guotao couldn't help frowning slightly, looked at Zhou Wen and said, young man, although your surname is not In, you are still someone from the In family. You should know how to do things properly. Zhou Wen didn't justify anything, because irrelevant people are not worth wasting their time explaining anything. Pointing to the table, Zhou Wen said, Uncle, please comment on what level my palm is among the younger generation of your Wang family. The results are already obvious, do we still need to reevaluate? Wang Guotao said. So, uncle, did you allow Wang Lu to stay in the academy to practice? Zhou Wen looked at Wang Guotao and asked. Wang Guotao laughed at Zhou Wen's anger, looked at Zhou Wen and said, "It's rare. There are not many young people who can be friends like you without regard to face, but if you are really good for Xiaolu, you should let her go home to practice, okay? You go back." Wang Guotao's words are clearly saying that Zhou Wen is shameless, but Zhou Wen is unmoved. "I don't know if going back to practice is a good choice for Wang Lu, but since I have said it first, now that I have done it, should you let Wang Lu, does the dear choose to go back or not?" Wang Guotao, such a well-mannered person, listened to Zhou Wen's words, and he couldn't help but say with a cold face, "I originally wanted to save you some face, but since you don't want it yourself, it's no wonder that I said it bluntly. With a level like yours, it is similar to the boy who just started in the Wang family. At most it is a bit brute force, and there is no need to evaluate it." Wang Guotao was also a little annoyed. In his heart, he wondered why this Zhou Wen was so clueless. He got up and was about to leave. And he didn't want to talk to Zhou Wen, who was messing around. "Zhou Wen, let's go back." Wang Lu walked over to Zhou Wen and said, she knew Wang Guotao's temper, and it was impossible to fool him. Zhou Wen didn't move. He still sat in front of the table, then reached out his hand, pushed aside all the teacup fragments on the table, looked at Wang Guotao and said, "Uncle, please stay. You are sure that the boy who just entered your residence can do this? Do you? Then please demonstrate it for me, so that I can convince me of losing." Wang Lu originally persuaded Zhou Wen to stop talking, but when her eyes touched the table, she suddenly called out with an "ah," and looked at the table in surprise. Wang Guotao didn't want to deal with Zhou Wen at first, and messing with Zhou Wen would lose his identity, but when he heard Wang Lu's scream, Wang Guotao couldn't help but turn around and looked at Wang Lu's eyes fixed on the table. Wang Guotao also followed her gaze. Seeing this, Wang Guotao's pupils suddenly shrank, but his eyes seemed to widen, forming a strong contrast. I saw that there were tea leaves-like patterns on the natural wood-grain tabletop of the yellow color. If you look closely, where are the patterns? It is clear that the pieces of tea leaves have been brewed into the tabletop. The tea leaves were not damaged in the slightest, with distinct stems and leaves, which looked like the original pattern of the wooden table. Impossible. Wang Guotao walked to the table again, stretched out the fragments of the teacups, and soon discovered that there was no tea leaves in the fragments of the teacups, and there was not a single piece of tea in the scattered tea. Wang Guotao couldn't believe his eyes. He was able to punch the teacup into the table because of his strength. However, the hardness of the porcelain is good, but the tea itself is fragile. After being soaked in water, it will rot with a little force. How could it be beaten into the wood? The power of Zhou Wen's palm shattered the cup, and the tea leaves inside were shot into the wooden table without any damage. No matter how Wang Guotao thought about it, he thought it was impossible. Wang Guotao reached out to touch the tea leaves. With the slight force of the fingers, the tea leaves rotted away, and the leaf marks left on the table can be clearly seen. Isn't it fake? Wang Guotao was stunned again, staring at the table in a daze. He really couldn't figure out how Zhou Wen did it. Wang Lu, who was on the side, said with surprise and joy, "You even smashed the brewed tea into the wooden table, and the tea was not damaged at all. How did you do it?" "It's not difficult, just a little skill learned in the academy." "I don't know what level of skill is in the Wang family." Zhou Wen was talking to Wang Lu, but his eyes were looking at Wang Guotao. Wang Guotao looked at Zhou Wen with a complicated expression. He really couldn't do this. He had never seen such a energy. Is this the skill you learned in the academy? Wang Guotao took a deep breath before looking at Zhou Wen and asked. Yes, I just learned it from the post on the college forum a few days ago. Zhou Wen knew that even if he could do the same as Wang Guotao and put the teacup on the table, Wang Lu probably wouldn't really let Wang Lu stay down. He had to prove that what he had learned in the academy was better than what he had learned in the Wang family, so it was really possible for Wang Guotao to consider letting Wang Lu stay. Uncle, among my brothers and sisters, no one should be able to achieve Zhou Wen's level, right? You can't be fooled, Wang Lu said happily. Wang Guotao looked at the tea leaves stuck on the table with a complicated expression. And after a while, he said to Wang Lu, you can stay, but I will send someone to examine you every month in the future. If you don't meet the assessment standards, you must go back immediately. Uncle, thank you. You are so kind. Wang Lu was overjoyed, pulled up Zhou Wen and said, Zhou Wen, let's go. Wait, Xiao Lu. Go and pay the bill first, I have a few words to say to Zhou Wen. Wang Guotao stopped Wang Lu and said. Seeing Wang Lu looking at him suspiciously, Wang Guotao smiled and said, Don't worry, your uncle, I haven't done so much, I just want to ask a few things about you, in front of you. Zhou Wen is afraid to say it. Truth. Uncle, if you have any questions, just ask me directly. Wang Lu said. Go and pay. Wang Guotao said again. Wang Lu had to pay the bill obediently, but before leaving, he kept winking at Zhou Wen, as if warning Zhou Wen to speak carefully. After Wang Lu left, Wang Guotao said, Zhou Wen, how is your relationship with Xiao Lu? It's okay. Zhou Wen answered truthfully. Wang Guotao nodded slightly, then said to Zhou Wen, if you are really good for Xiao Lu, I hope you can keep a certain distance from her in the future. Why? Zhou Wen frowned. Because you are Wang Mingyuan's student. Wang Guotao simply said this. I understand, uncle, don't worry, Wang Lu and I are just ordinary friends. Zhou Wen did not refute. Zhou Wen can understand Wang Mingtao's concerns. In the current federation, Wang Mingyuan is a taboo, which may be even worse than the reputation of the big devil Jing Daoxian. With the brand of Wang Mingyuan's student on his body, any wealthy family in the Federation would not dare to get too close to him, so as not to be thought to be implicated in Wang Mingyuan. Wang Guotao just mentioned that one sentence, and then he didn't say anything. Some words are for the sensible people, only one sentence is enough, and for those who don't understand the truth, it is useless to say more, so he just said a key point. Zhou Wen and Wang Lu left the restaurant together. Wang Lu was very happy. Instead of going back to school directly, he took Zhou Wen around the mall and bought a lot of things. He also bought some clothes for Zhou Wen, by the way, saying it was a reward for him. Help. Zhou Wen, how on earth did you do it? Even my uncle was dumbfounded, and he couldn't do it. Wang Lu said. Zhou Wen said with a smile, actually, it's not entirely Injin, but a skill I've been learning recently. It's a trick. Zhou Wen is telling the truth. It is impossible to achieve this level with Injin alone. The tea leaves that have been brewed are not only too soft and rotten, but also separated by the teacup. The tea leaves hit the table intact. Zhou Wen used some space-based power methods, but it looked like Injin. In fact, Injin only played a small role in it. This is similar to Lim Zongjing's use of the magic Qin throne. Results. Although there is no way to Promote the lost kingdom to the evolutionary body, it is finally a bit of an eye. As long as you continue to study in depth, you will eventually understand. You're smart, I'm so happy today. Are you free tomorrow? I'm going to finish my schoolwork and be my cameraman, Wang Lu said. Okay. Zhou Wen did not refuse. He didn't deliberately alienate Wang Lu for the reasons mentioned by Wang Guotao. He and Wang Lu were just ordinary friends. There was nothing to avoid, and Zhou Wen's personality was not that kind of bad guy. Wang Lu knew very well what his situation was. Since Wang Lu himself didn't mind being friends with him, why should he push Wang Lu out? As for the possible negative effects of the name Wang Mingyuan student, Zhou Wen believes that he will be able to eliminate it in the future and will not let it affect his relatives and friends. Of course, the premise is that Wang Lu himself doesn't mind. Back in the dormitory, Zhou Wen went to the underground Ziqing again. But he killed a lot of epic creatures in it, and it was very troublesome to find. Zhou Wen could only change a copy. Now the blood-colored villain can't die, and Zhou Wen can't refresh the dungeon. He can only go to some safe places to farm monsters. Let's go to bed early today, and wait until I go to the underground sea tomorrow to see the results. Zhou Wen rarely went to bed early, and slept until he woke up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Before the CD time of the Lost Kingdom, Zhou Wen got up to wash up, took the book, and went to the cafeteria to eat while reading. Leng Zongjing introduced a few books he read, which were a bit too deep, many of which were knowledge that Zhou Wen had not read before. But Zhou Wen did not find it boring. Maybe other people will feel very boring when they read many books that they don't understand at all, but Zhou Wen read them with relish. In his opinion, the knowledge he doesn't understand gives him a lot of room for imagination. It's not so much learning. It is better to say that Zhou Wen read it as a storybook. Many times, after Zhou Wen figured out the real meaning, he compared it with his previous imagination. Although it was ridiculously wrong, it also gave Zhou Wen a different feeling. Like Zhou Wen, people who are easy to focus on and fascinate will learn anything faster than the average person. Of course, there are also shortcomings. Zhou Wen was addicted to multi-dimensional string theory and was imagining a wonderful world, but he didn't realize that Wang Lu had been sitting opposite him for a while. When Zhou Wen finished eating and was about to leave, he found that Wang Lu was sitting opposite him. When did you come? Zhou Wen asked. I really don't know what's going on with you. It's enough to be fascinated by playing games. You can be so fascinated by reading this kind of book. I really convinced you. Wang Lu gave him a white look and said, yesterday, I promised to be a role model for me. Videographer, you don't read books to be fascinated, and even forget this? I didn't forget. What are your schoolwork assignments? Where are you going to hunt other dimensional creatures? Zhou Wen put away the book and asked. This time, we don't need to hunt other dimensional creatures. Didn't we go to a Qinghuang temple before? This time the schoolwork assignment is also to the Qinghuang temple, but it is not the small one before, but the bigger one in the city. Wang Lubian said while walking. Your homework assignment is to worship the city god? Zhou Wen was surprised. They had never received such a good homework assignment. This is an academic task only for special admissions. At least one guardian must be defeated. Wang Lu said. Zhou Wen followed Wang Lu to the city god temple. At the same time, someone came to Luoyang and came to Tian's office. Sir, long time no see, you are still the same as before. And Tianzua got up to greet him and let the man into the office. Old, when I saw you last time, there were some black hair, but now it's all white. Fu Yu sighed. Sir guards the East China Sea, kills countless sea beasts, and protects the safety of our Federation. He is the mainstay of our Federation. If you are old, no one in the Federation will dare to say that you are young. And Tianzua asked Fu Yu to give it to him. Made tea. You. Fu. You couldn't help laughing. Sir, what is the most important thing for you to suddenly come to me this time? Someone like Fu Yu would not have left the East China Sea if there was no important thing. He suddenly came here without a phone call. Obviously unusual. Fu Yu put down the teacup, looked at Tianzua and asked. Tianzua, you and I have some kind of master-disciple relationship. There are some things I can't say to others directly. But to you, I won't say those twists and turns. Words. Sir, please speak. And Tianzua said sternly. Wang Mingyuan. Has a student named Zhou Wen, is it related to you? Fu Yu looked at Tianzua and asked. It doesn't matter. He was born to my stepfather's ex-wife and has no direct relationship with our family. And Tianzua said. Then how is your relationship with him? Fu Yu asked again. I have nothing to do with him. And Tianzua said without hesitation. That's good, since that's the case, then if the people from the Supervision Bureau take him away, leave it alone. Fu Yu said. Sir, what do you mean by that? And Tianzua frowned. Wang Mingyuan slashed the holy tower and broke the dimension, almost turning the holy city into a ghost realm. The impact of this incident is too bad. Fu Yu said. That's also Wang Mingyuan's own sin, so what does it have to do with his students? If the students that Wang Mingyuan taught should be punished for their crimes, there are many officials and generals in the Federation who have taken Wang Mingyuan's classes, so why not punish them all? Caught? And Tianzua said. How can it be the same? Before Wang Mingyuan broke through the dimension, he deliberately looked for his 4 students, which is obviously unusual for these 4 students, and Fu Yu hesitated. If you have something to say, please speak directly, and Tianzua said. Fu Yu sighed and said, if the matter of Wang Mingyuan is over, the Federation will not keep staring at his students. Even for the sake of your supervisor and, at most, it will only strengthen monitoring. However, the current situation is very different. There are some differences, and some things cannot be hidden. The dimensional channel opened by Wang Mingyuan seems to be closed, but in fact it is not completely closed, or it has become very fragile. As long as there is a certain degree of power, you can break through the dimensional channel from the vulnerable point. A mythical dimensional creature entered the Federation from there? And Tianzua asked. With a frown. It would be good if it were just like this. The current Federation has great restrictions on dimensional creatures. Even if they come over, the harm caused will not be too great. There are still ways for the top of the Federation to deal with it. After a pause, Fu Yucai said, but I don't know what method Wang Mingyuan used. After him, many well-known figures in the Federation, and even the top officials of the party, have rushed into different dimensions from there, like Wang Mingyuan. Maybe they just want to explore the intelligence of different dimensions. And Tianzua said. To explore news, do you need to become a monster like Wang Mingyuan? Fu Yu sighed. How is that possible? Wang Mingyuan was able to transform into a different dimensional creature with the help of the power of the Holy Tower and the 6 temples. Now that the Holy Tower has been destroyed, the power of the 6 temples will no longer flow out. How did they turn into dimensions? Biological? And Tianzua was finally a little surprised. That's the problem, they can't turn into dimensional creatures themselves, unless someone is secretly making a fool of themselves. Wang Mingyuan? Is there anyone else besides him who can do this kind of thing? Fu Yu continued, the Federation has been investigating, and what we know so far is that those people have had contact with the dimensional Wang Mingyuan, and they must be helping Wang Mingyuan. It is only in the next time that the dimensionalization can rush into the different dimension. As for what method was used and how Wang Mingyuan came back from the different dimension, it is still uncertain. So the House of Lords wants to find answers from Zhou Wen and the other students? And Tianzua understood what Fu Yu meant. Before Wang Mingyuan, he didn't even see his blood relatives and family. But he had to see the 4 of them. Obviously, they have extraordinary significance to Wang Mingyuan. Maybe they really know what it is. The members just want to find the answer is to prevent the situation from getting worse. Fu Yu said. They even invited you, that is to say, has this matter been confirmed? And Tianzua asked calmly. Tianzua, since Zhou Wen is not yours, why should you interfere in this matter? Let the Supervision Bureau take him away. I believe they will not embarrass Zhou Wen too much for the sake of the Yin family. Fu Yu said. Sir, do you believe this? And Tianzua said. Fu Yu was speechless for a while, and when they entered the Supervision Bureau, they would definitely do everything they could to get everything they wanted to know from Zhou Wen's mouth, and they might even use the companion pets and abilities of the soul type, and maybe plunder directly. Zhou Wen's memory, in any case, cannot be as difficult as what Fu Yu said, and Zhou Wen will not be too embarrassed. If I don't promise the Supervision Bureau to take Zhou Wen away, do those members plan to arrest people forcibly? And Tianzua looked at Fu Yu and asked. Fu Yu's face changed slightly after hearing this. Tianzua, why are you doing this? You said it yourself, Zhou Wen has nothing to do with you. And Tianzua smiled and said, Sir, I remember when I was in school, you once taught me that when you go up, you should treat people like people, and when you go down, you should treat yourself like a human being. Zhou Wen is a student of Sunset Academy. He has not committed any fault. I have nothing to do with him, and I don't even have a good impression of him. But as long as he did nothing wrong, no one could take him away from Luoyang. Tianzua, your temper. Fu Yu looked at Tianzua helplessly. Sir, please go back and tell those high-ranking members of Congress that if you want to take Zhou Wen away, you can show enough evidence for my approval or step over my and Tianzua's body. They can choose either. And Tianzua said expressionlessly. Fu Yu knew that there was no need to say any more. He and Tianzua had a relationship between teachers and students. He knew very well what kind of person Tianzua was. Since he said it, even if he added a knife and axe, he could not change it. His decision. After Fu Yu left, Tianzua glanced at the door and said coldly, have you heard enough? And Xing pushed open the door and walked in, said with a smile, Overseer, you didn't despise Zhou Wen the most before, so why did you protect him? What does it mean? In the past, and now it's the same thing that I don't like. I'll protect him, but I just don't want to make the emperor of my family unhappy, and the students of Sunset College can be caught if they say they can, and is there any Wang Fa? Already? And Tianzua said. Yes, you are the most honest overseer in the world. And Xing said with a smile. Why am I so awkward listening to you? And Tianzhua put down the pen in his hand and stared at Sheng. It may be that you are too modest. Lord Overseer. You are not used to listening to praise, but you will get used to it after listening to it more. And Sheng said. Don't give me poverty, don't tell my Empress Dowager about this. Grandpa's matter has already made her uncomfortable, so don't let her worry about it anymore. And Tianzhua ordered. Understood. What about Zhou Wen's side? They have already invited Mr. Fu to be a lobbyist. I'm afraid they won't let it go. Even if they come to arrest people blatantly, they will send people over in private. Zhou Wen stays in the academy, I'm afraid. It would be unsafe. And Sheng said. Is he safe or not, and what does it have to do with us? He is already an adult. If he was caught and killed, he was incompetent and deserved it. Could it be that you still want to be a nurse and hold him 24 hours a day? And Tianzhua said with a cold face. Yes, Overseer, then I'll inform him and let him ask for more happiness. And Sheng saluted and turned around to prepare to go out. Come back. And Tianzhua called on Sheng again. Overseer, what else is there to order? And Sheng turned around and asked. Because of my grandfather's affairs, my mother has been in a bad mood recently. She is not the one who loves that kid the most. Let that kid accompany her. Anyway, he is also in the name of a stepson. This is what he should do, not to mention that the Empress Dowager spoils him so much, he should repay his gratitude. And Tianzhua said with a stern face. Overseer, do you mean to let him move to the Yin family compound? And Sheng asked with blinking eyes. Did I say that? And Tianzhua snorted coldly. No, absolutely not, then I'll go to Zhou Wen and let him go to the Yin family to accompany the Empress Dowager. And Sheng saluted seriously, turned and left the office. Zhou Wen and Wang Lu came to the Qinghuang Temple, which is obviously much more imposing and bigger than the one Zhou Wen and the others went to before. There are 5 rooms in the hall, 5 rooms in the apse, and 12 east and west wing rooms on both sides of the stone pillar pavilion. The Weiling Hall is the main hall, with the city god Lord Wei Ling and 2 judges' statues enshrined inside. There are relief stone carvings on the ridge at the top of the hall. On the 4 corners of the ridge are sculptures of walking people. Legend has it that Han Xian and Zhou Yu, the 4 generals, Peng Wan and Luo Qing, were punished here to guard a city because of their limited air capacity. But this is just a legend. The names of the 4 guardian generals of the temple of the city god in the dimensional realm are the 4 generals of Weiling. As long as you challenge any of the 4 generals of Weiling, and can persist for 3 minutes without being defeated, you can get the Duke of Weiling. Reward given. However, if you want to remain unbeaten for 3 minutes under the 4 generals of Weiling, you must at least be able to do it at the legendary level. Most of the students of Sunset College cannot do it. Not only can not get benefits, but may be life-threatening. The 4 defending generals hold 4 kinds of swords, spears, and mace, respectively, so they are also called sword generals, spear generals, and mace generals. Which defender do you want to choose? Zhou Wen asked. Wang Lu. Peng Wan, corresponding to the legendary hero, I will choose him. Wang Lu thought for a while. Why? First? Zhou Wen was a little surprised, because Peng Wan's reputation should be considered the worst among the 4 defenders. And generally few people choose him. Most people will choose the legendary sword general who may represent Han Xian, or the spear general representing Luoqing. Relatively speaking, there are relatively few people who represent Zhou and the sword general and the mace general representing Peng Wan. I have read some stories about Peng Wan, but I always feel that the so-called crime of murdering my fellow disciples is nonsense. At that time, Peng Wan was recognized as the #1 general. There are quite a few differences. No matter how I think about it, I feel that the story is a bit too bizarre. Just like Zhou name of jealousy, it was fabricated. The Battle of Chibi was all the work of Zhou and other Wu generals. Waiting for the story is just a beautification of Kong Ming by the family. It never happened to Kong Ming. Liu Bei's subordinates didn't have half of the military exploits in that battle. They just came out to pick up the cheap after Cao Cao's defeat. Wang Lu said. Zhou Wen nodded. He didn't know much about the history before the dimensional storm, but he also felt that what Wang Lu said seemed to make sense. Zhou Wen took a picture of Wang Lu with his mobile phone. Wang Lu entered the Weiling Hall, bowed to the Weiling Hall, and then pulled out a talisman with a mace engraved on the shelf for the confession. After the talisman was pulled out, the sound of a meteorite hitting the ground came from the courtyard, and a general in armor appeared in the courtyard with a double mace. The general was imposing, holding a pair of mace as heavy as a giant spirit, staring at Wang Lu like electricity. After Wang Lu exited the gate of the Hall of Presence, the general smashed down with a mace. Although the mace did not shine brightly, it was powerful, like a mountain topping the top. Wang Lu didn't confront the mace, but developed her movement skills to deal with it. Her movement skills were agile and elegant, and under the stormy double mace attack, she still seemed to be able to handle it with ease, which surprised Zhou Wen slightly. Zhou Wen always thought that Wang Lu was just lucky, but he didn't expect that his movement was so exquisite, except for the difference in level and speed. It was no worse than Zhou Wen's movement. For 3 minutes, the mace was completely unable to hurt Wang Lu, and the two mace didn't even touch her clothes. As soon as the time was up, the trump card turned into a white fog and disappeared with a bang, and the talisman that Wang Lu had drawn from the confession case had undergone a strange change, turning into a dimensional crystal, and the crystal contained within it the light and shadow of the mace is a crystal of vitality skills. Would you like to try it too? Wang Lu put away the crystal of his vitality skills and asked, with blinking eyes. Can you? I have no homework assignments. Zhou Wen asked. Since the pass can bring you in, it is natural. Wang Lu said. Zhou Wen nodded. He's all here. Since it's good to take it, don't take it for nothing. Zhou Wen came to the Hall of Presence, and this time he didn't dare to worship. In case the Duke of Presence was bombed, where would he go to get the benefits? He glanced at the talismans on the shelf that represented the 4 swords and spears. One was taken away by Wang Lu, but now it has become 4. Zhou Wen's knowledge of historical figures is limited, and he has only heard their names, and it is difficult to say whether these 4 generals really represent the 4 generals, so after thinking about it, he chose the sword generals. He has a tyrannical sword in his hand, and if he uses sword-like vitality skills, he can also use it. I only heard a bang from the courtyard, and a general with an ancient sword belt appeared in the courtyard. As soon as Zhou Wen came out of the yard, the general slashed directly with his sword, but the speed of the sword was not fast, nor did he have the power to push the mountain to the top. Zhou Wen didn't mean to dodge. He directly summoned the Ba Jian, and slashed at the sword general's ancient sword. He wanted to Try to see how strong the defender here was. But when he slashed over with this sword, he saw that the swordsman actually retracted his sword and retreated, leaving Zhou Wen's sword in the air. What's going on? Are the city defenders also afraid? Zhou Wenjing wondered, but suddenly saw the long sword in the general's hand. The light and shadow in the courtyard flickered, and 10 beauties holding ancient swords appeared out of thin air, all with faces. Sha, holding the sword, rushed towards Zhou Wen. For a while, the sword light turned into a sword formation, trapping Zhou Wen in it. Zhou Wen was a little surprised. The arrival of the sword was a bit interesting, and it was even able to summon a sword formation. Seeing layers of sword lights approaching, Zhou Wen did not evade it. The terrifying sword light erupted from the Ba Jian, and he swung the flying fairy from the sky in an instant. Go out. I saw that the sword lights were intertwined, but in an instant, 10 beauties holding ancient swords were cut off by Ba Jian, together with their swords, turning into white mist and dissipating. When Zhou Wen looked at the sword general, he saw another wave of the ancient sword in his hand, and 10 beauties of the ancient sword appeared, forming a sword formation again. Zhou Wen slashed 7 waves of beautiful sword formations in a row. But the sword general just roamed and did not fight him. Zhou Wen used ghost steps to approach the sword general and wanted to force him to fight, but the sword general's movement was strange and inexplicable. Dodging Zhou Wen's offensive, he turned his hand and summoned the beautiful sword formation. 3 minutes passed quickly, the sword general turned into a white mist and dissipated with a bang, but Zhou Wen was slightly depressed, and he was not able to force the sword general to fight him. When his eyes fell on the command talisman, he saw that the command talisman had indeed turned into a crystal, with the light and shadow of a sword general in it, and it was also a crystal of vitality skills. Zhou Wen was not in a hurry to absorb the crystals of vitality skills, and after taking it into his pocket, he and Wang Lu left the temple of the city god. What are you going to do later? Wang Lu asked as he walked. Go back to read books and play games. Zhou Wen directly expressed his thoughts. Dao Ju and the Little Prajna Sutra have never found a way to condense the life soul, although Zhou Wen also knows that this matter cannot be rushed. Others can condense a life soul before the age of 30. It is a success. He already has 3 life souls. Shouldn't be so greedy, but before the success of the cohesion, there is always a knot in my heart. What's the point of reading books and playing games all day long? Let's go to the dimensional realm to hunt and kill dimensional creatures? Wang Lu suggested. Don't go. Zhou Wen doesn't have the mood to go to the dimensional field. Even if he really wants to kill monsters, he will do it himself in the game. Why should he take risks in reality? Wang Lu rolled his eyes at Zhou Wen and wanted to complain, but he rolled his eyes and said, by the way, you didn't plan a strategy to kill the tigers in Binyang Cave before. Do you want to go again? Zhou Wen originally wanted to go back to read books and play games, but when Wang Lu said this, his eyes lit up. Can you go? I'm here. There's nothing you can't go to. You should also want a little tiger, right? Wang Lu said with a smile. What are the conditions? Zhou Wen looked at Wang Lu cautiously and asked. Wang Lu wanted to take him to brush little tigers for no reason, but he felt something was wrong. We are classmates, and it would be too vulgar to talk about conditions. Let's just say that based on the principle of mutual help and love among classmates, we should lend a helping hand to students who are in difficulty. You will be responsible for my daily breakfast during school, Wang Lu said with a smile. Okay, you can eat whatever you want for breakfast in the cafeteria. Zhou Wen agreed immediately. Although breakfast for several years will cost a lot of money, compared with the little tiger, it is not worth mentioning. Do I look like someone who is short of money? Wang Lu gave him a blank look. Didn't you say let me pack your breakfast? Zhou Wen looked at Wang Lu suspiciously. Wang Lu sighed and said, I'm all my classmates, I won't hide it from you. In fact, I have had a strange disease. Since I was a child. I fell ill every day and every day, I haven't had breakfast for a long time. If you don't mind, I hope you can bring me breakfast every day. That's it, don't worry, as long as I'm in the academy, I'll bring you breakfast on time. Zhou Wen nodded, feeling a little sad for Wang Lu, but he didn't expect Wang Lu to have such a strange disease. No wonder people who usually don't see her for the first half of the day. Then it's a deal, let's go to Binyang Cave now. Wang Lu said with satisfaction. Zhou Wen followed Wang Lu to the Longmen Grottos. Zhou Wen felt that he should be concerned about what was wrong with Wang Lu, so he asked, by the way, what is wrong with you? Is there a way to cure it? Wang Lu pondered for a moment, then said solemnly, every day at the hour. I will be sealed by the quilt monster possessed, and I can't get up. Whenever I have the idea of getting up, it will be unbearable and painful. Quilt monster, seal. Zhou Wen stared at Wang Lu blankly. You don't have to worry about me, I'm still holding on, I won't admit defeat, and I will fight against the seal. To the end. As long as you bring breakfast on time every day, so that I can replenish my physical strength and have enough strength to fight against the seal. Wang the deer had a strong expression on his face and clenched his fists, as if to cheer himself up. Zhou Wen looked at Wang Lu, not knowing what to say. Before the two entered the gate of the academy, they saw Xing standing beside the car. Zhou Wen. Are you free? There is something important to talk to you about. Xing came over and said. You talk first, I'll go back first. Wang Lu said and winked at Zhou Wen again, don't forget our deal, we have to work on time tomorrow. Okay. Zhou Wen nodded. Girlfriend? Xing asked, looking at Wang Lu, who was far away. No, ordinary friends. Zhou Wen shook his head. Xing smiled and said, Wang Lu is destined to be the helm of the Wang family. It's not easy to marry her. Unless you are married, the entire Wang family will not agree. I didn't say it, just an ordinary friend. Zhou Wen said speechlessly. Xing's expression became serious. Looked at Zhou Wen and said, Zhou Wen, there is a new change in Wang Mingyuan's affairs. You and the other 3 students are in a very bad situation. The Federation may send someone to take you back. What do you mean? Zhou Wen looked at Xing in confusion. Xing recounted what happened recently in the Federation, and Zhou Wen was shocked when he heard it. Are those human beings who have transformed into different dimensions from the hands and feet of the teacher? Zhou Wen asked. This is indeed the case at present, so the Federation will try every means to prevent similar incidents from happening again, and will not let go of any possibility, so you, Hui Haifeng, Jiang Yan, and Zhong Zia have become their focus targets, although they dare not arrest people blatantly in Luoyang. But they will definitely send people to arrest you in secret, Xing said. What happened to Hui Haifeng and the others? Zhou Wen asked. Hui Haifeng is protected by his family, so there shouldn't be much of a problem. Zhong Zia and Jiang Yan seem to have evaporated from the world, and there is no news at the moment. Xing replied. Then I can rest assured. Zhou is not worried about his own safety. As long as he is not facing a large number of epic-level masters, he believes that he has the ability to protect himself. The overseer hopes you can go to An's house to accompany your wife. And Xing said these words very cleverly. Zhou was slightly startled, but after pondering for a moment, he said, I'd better stay at the academy. After all, I'm not from the Yin family, and it is impossible to hide in the Yin family for a lifetime. Now is not the time to act with anger. The Federation sent people over, they must be top-level epic powerhouses. And they will not appear in front of you, only secretly. It is very likely that you have no idea what is going on, and you have already been recruited. Anson said. Asheng, just like you said, the dimensional field may lose its effectiveness at any time. When all kinds of terrifying different dimensional creatures are rampant, can I still hide in my house? Zhou said. And Xing looked at Zhou in silence, and Zhou continued, I can't rely on others to protect me all my life. You know, I have gathered my life and soul, and I want to try to protect myself with my own strength. And Xing was silent for a long time before he said, I respect your decision, but you must also remember that even if you have opinions on the overseer and Miss Jing, don't treat your wife as an outsider, it will be very sad. Members of the Congress, I have said that Tianzua is proud of his talents. Relying on the Yin family's foundation in Luoyang and the support of Leng Zongjing, he has never put the House of Lords in his eyes. And it is impossible for him to be handed over. Matter. Shinyuchi, director of the Supervision Bureau, stood in the council hall and said to several members. Since Tianzua is so stubborn and disregards the safety of our Federation, then we can only defend the peace of the Federation in our own way. Director Shen, leave this matter to you, we will see you as soon as possible. Those 4 students of Wang Mingyuan. Representative Xia was the speaker. Yes. Shinyuchi bowed slightly, and then exited the conference hall. In fact, before they sent Fuyu to Luoyang, they had reached a tacit understanding. If Fuyu could not persuade Tianzua to succeed, then the council would acquiesce to the Supervision Bureau to take action. Shinyuchi had even prepared candidates for Luoyang, just waiting for the final order, and he had already expected that Tianzua would refuse to hand over Zhou Wen. Shinyuchi came to the secret prison of the Supervision Bureau. It was called Paradise inside the Supervision Bureau, not because it was so beautiful, but because of the prisoners who entered here. None of them could go out again, just like those who entered heaven. No one can return to the world like that. After passing through one cell after another, Shinyuchi came to a cell, entered his left-hand fingerprint, and verified his iris. The cell's metal door finally opened, and the thick metal door was like the door of a vault. In this strange cell, no prisoners were seen, only a metal box like a mummy coffin stood there. Yake, according to our previous agreement, you help me bring that person back, and I will give you freedom. Shinyuchi said while looking at the metal box. If someone heard the name Yake decades ago, they would have been so frightened that they wouldn't even be able to sleep. In the early days of the Federation, the name of Yake shook the entire Federation. He killed countless people, was sinister and vicious, and did not take people as a model. His name of the devil was almost as good as Jing Daoxian. The difference is that Jing Daoxian is the kind of person who is extremely arrogant. But Yake is different. He prefers to hide in the dark, like playing a game of cat and mouse, playing the other party between the palms of his hands and letting the other party connect. I don't know how he died. Although Yake has killed countless people, there are very few people who have actually seen his true face. At the beginning, the Supervision Bureau paid a huge price to arrest Yake, imprisoning him here for many years, and even dared not let him show his eyes, for fear that if someone saw his eyes, they would be lured into depravity, causing him to escape. Chance to go. Dang dang. There was a knocking sound from the metal box, and that was Yake's answer, because even his voice was blocked, for fear that his voice would affect the guards guarding him. If that's the case, then our transaction will officially start now. Shinyuchi opened the metal box, and saw a silver-haired middle-aged man with a pale complexion imprisoned inside. His hands and feet were locked on the metal box, even his mouth. They were all wearing metal utensils, and there were many tubes inserted into them, which looked like a seriously ill patient. In fact, these devices are all to maintain Yake's life, prevent him from dying, and also prevent him from contacting the prison guards. The shackles were opened, the instruments were broken, and Yake finally came out of the metal box. If you need anything, just say it, Shinyuchi said, looking at Yake, who came out of the metal box. His limbs seemed to be shaking. Give me a glass of red wine, the kind before the dimensional storm, you know, Yake said, slowly moving the muscles around his body. Yes. Shinyuchi smiled. After Zhou Wen returned to the dormitory, he thought about how he should deal with the powerhouse that the Supervision Bureau might send. He didn't think Xing was alarmist. He has already learned the way the Supervision Bureau works. As long as they want to do something, they will do whatever they can to achieve their goals. It is like a poisonous snake. Once bitten, will never let go. Looking at the antelope sleeping on the sofa, Zhou Wen felt a lot more at ease. Zhou Wen guessed that the antelope might be a top epic, or even a myth. This can be seen from the attitude of Xiaoniao in the dormitory. Xiaoniao dares to do anything in the dormitory, dare to fly everywhere, and even dare not fly on Zhou Wen's head, treating Zhou Wen's hair as a bird's nest. However, I have never seen a bird flying on an antelope and jumping around, apparently having some fear of the antelope. With such a powerful thug, Zhou Wen decided to stay in the dormitory most of the time in the future, and he would never go out unless he could go out. If someone from the Supervision Bureau came and angered the antelope, he might be sent off directly. Of course, Zhou Wen didn't plan to really rely on the antelope. He summoned Di Ting, turned it into earrings 24 hours a day, and kept an eye on everything around him. In order to prevent others from coming to him and causing unnecessary trouble, Zhou Wen also posted a dynamic message on his mobile phone. During the retreat, I will stay at home for a month, don't disturb Li Xian, and several other classmates who had a good relationship with him soon sent messages, and Zhou Wen only said that he was going to retreat and practice, and asked them not to come to him for a while. You want to retreat? What about my breakfast? Wang Lu sent a message. Bye, are you free to go to Binyang Cave tomorrow? Zhou Wen replied with a message. Zhou Wen thought that the people from the Supervision Bureau should not come so soon. It would be good to follow Wang Lu to Binyang Cave to brush the little tigers. Maybe they will be able to brush them out? With Little Tiger, if he goes to the game copy again, the explosion rate should increase a lot, and the probability of producing advanced crystals will also increase, so there is no need to brush so hard. Yes, see you tomorrow morning, Wang Lu replied. Zhou Wen finally waited for the CD of the Lost Kingdom to arrive, and couldn't wait to go to the underground sea, where he saw the black dragon with the poisonous dragon's palm. In the place where the black dragon was in the palm, there was a slap-sized thing that looked like a sore. It looked like it was about to bleed pus, but it was not able to poison the black dragon to death. The black dragon just looked a little bit irritable. It seems that the poisonous dragon's palm is still useful, but the toxin seems to be insufficient. With such a small poisonous sore, I don't know when the black dragon can be poisoned to death? Zhou Wen thought for a while, and then gave the black dragon took a palm and escaped again. One palm is not enough, then I will take a few more palms. As long as the toxin is useful, it will be poisoned to death sooner or later. Zhou Wen was ruthless in his heart. Anyway, he can't enter the temple now, and there is no dungeon that requires adventure clearance for the time being, so he wasted on this black dragon. After getting up in the morning, Zhou Wen washed up and went to the cafeteria. He filled his stomach first, and then bought some steamed buns and soy milk to bring to Wang Lu. Fortunately, Wang Lu's dormitory was right next to him, so it was a good way to get there. After ringing the doorbell of Wang Lu's dormitory several times, he saw Wang Lu rubbing his eyes and opening the door. Breakfast. Zhou Wen handed over the buns and soy milk. Why are you so early? Wang Lu took the bag and walked back to the living room, saying as he walked, "It's getting late, I've already started playing games at this time," Zhou Wen said. Wang Lu curled his lips and ignored him. He opened the bag and saw that it was actually filled with steamed buns and soy milk. He smiled and said, "You're saving a lot. I don't know what you like to eat, so I bought the most common one. If you want to eat something, tell me in advance next time," Zhou Wen said. "That's fine, you wait for me for a while, I'll go wash up first." After Wang Lu washed up and ate breakfast, it was more than an hour later. Zhou Wen and Wang Lu went to Binyang Cave together. When the soldiers guarding the cave saw Wang Lu, their eyes suddenly narrowed, and their eyes were fixed on her, like guarding against thieves. "I'm going to turn 3 times," Wang Lu said to Zhou Wen. Naturally, Wang Lu couldn't give out the money. After Zhou Wen paid the money, he asked Wang Lu to turn the lucky wheel. Those soldiers held guns one by one, their eyes were like searchlights, and they stared straight at Wang Lu, but they still watched Wang Lu transfer to the qualifications to enter Binyang Cave 3 consecutive times. The officers in charge here looked straight. After Zhou Wen and the others left, they checked the lucky wheel again, but there was still no problem. They turned dozens of times by themselves, and none of them turned to the red line. Damn it! The officers felt that this was a bit too evil. After the last time, they had installed a more advanced vitality sensor. If Wang Lu used any ability, the vitality sensor should call the police. The device didn't respond at all. The 2 people came to Binyang Cave. Wang Lu's luck was not fake. It was good luck. With the blessing of the little tiger and the lucky 4-leaf clover, it was even more incredible. They only entered the cave for a while. I saw a tiger come to the door by itself, and pounced with its claws and claws. Are you going to kill it yourself? Zhou Wen looked at Wang Lu and asked. He didn't know if Wang Lu needed to kill the tiger himself to have the chance to explode the companion eggs. Stretch out your hand, Wang Lu said to Zhou Wen. What? Zhou Wen stretched out his right hand in front of Wang Lu. Wang Lu stretched out his fingers, drew a circle in Zhou Wen's palm, then held Zhou Wen's right hand, pushed his fingers to the palm, made Zhou Wen's right hand clenched into a fist, and said reverently, "May the goddess of luck and you are here." Well, you can go. Zhou was skeptical. Wang Lu's luck is good, but luck shouldn't be contagious, right? Zhou didn't know how many times he killed tigers in the game, but he only exploded some crystals of vitality, and he never saw the companion eggs at all. Wang Lu made a circle like this and said it was useful, but Zhou really didn't quite believe it. Believe it or not, but the tiger was already in front of him. Zhou couldn't hesitate any longer. He pulled out the bamboo sword with his right hand, and a gear sword light slashed at the tiger. The tiger actually performed exceptionally today, twisting its waist and dodging the gear sword light, but unfortunately it did not expect that the gear sword light flew back upside down due to the return wind and vitality skill, and directly chopped it into pieces in the air. 2 paragraphs. It is a pity to kill an epic dimensional creature with one sword, although it is the weakest one, but your strength is already very powerful, Wang Lu said. What a pity? Zhou asked, while walking towards the tiger's body. It's a pity that you are Wang Mingyuan's student. I'm afraid that no one dares to use you in other places except Luoyang. Wang Lu was blunt, and did not deliberately avoid this topic. Don't need it. Zhou Wendao didn't care. The dimensional field is already very unstable. No one knows how long the Federation can last, and he never thought of becoming a high-ranking official in the Federation. Freedom is great. It would be great if I could do whatever I want like you. Wang Lu muttered to himself. It's a pity that Zhou didn't hear Wang Lu's words, because Zhou eyes were completely attracted by a companion egg in the tiger's corpse. It really exploded. The companion egg. Zhou took out the companion egg, still feeling a little unbelievable. He was about to vomit. When he brushed tigers in the game, and he couldn't burst out a little tiger, but this time it really burst out. Remember my breakfast every day, don't cross the river to demolish the bridge. Wang Lu smiled aside. Certainly not. Tell me what you want to eat, and it will be delivered. Zhou said quickly. Whatever you think is delicious. Wang Lu was not a picky eater. Zhou agreed, couldn't wait to inject vitality, hatched the tiger on the spot, and soon a white tiger companion pet appeared in front of Zhou. Little tiger, epic. Fate, lucky. Little tiger, lucky +5. Soul of life, tiger soul. Strength, 28. Speed, 26. Physical fitness, 26. Vitality, 23. Vitality skill. Tiger punch. Associated state, none. The attributes are really garbage, and it exists like a waste in the epic level. But the unique lucky fate makes such a garbage companion pet have the value of a top companion pet, and it is even more difficult to find. Finally got the lucky little tiger. Zhou felt that a big stone fell in his heart, and he didn't have to think about brushing the little tiger every day. The two of them came out of Binyang Cave with a little tiger, and looked at the soldiers guarding Binyang Cave dumbfounded. Although the attributes of the little tiger are very general, Zhou felt different when riding the little tiger, and the speed seemed to be much faster. Okay, my task is completed, I will go back and continue to catch up on sleep. Insufficient sleep is a taboo for girls. Wang Lu went back to sleep. After Zhou returned to the dormitory, he couldn't wait to take the little tiger to the bat cave to see what the effect of the really lucky companion pet was. As a result, the little tiger did not disappoint Zhou. The dimensional crystals produced were 50% more than usual, and the quality was also much higher. Most of the dimensional crystals had more than 30 attributes, and a 21-point poison crystal exploded. Zhou Wen's highest level of toxin crystals exploded here before, but it was only a dozen points, and his current 20-point toxin crystals exploded from Jasper Toad. It's really a good thing. Zhou Wen liked it a lot. The companion eggs also exploded, and Zhou Wen directly fed them to his companion pet. The tyrant Beeman finally began to evolve after eating the companion eggs of 2 poisonous bats. Little Beeman, who was originally only half-human tall, had crazy long hair on his body, and his muscles swelled up like a balloon. In a short while, he turned into a giant beast 3 or 4 meters high. His muscles were like steel, full of explosiveness. The power of Tyrant Beeman, legendary, evolvable, fate, infinite power. Strength, 21. Speed, 21. Physical fitness, 21. Vitality, 21. Talent skill, Swallow Mountain. Associated state, gloves. Zhou Wen has been feeding for so long, and he has fed a lot of epic-level companion eggs. The Tyrant Beeman has just been promoted to the legendary level, and he does not know when he will be able to advance to the epic level. However, the Tyrant Beeman looks really mighty, and it is only 3 or 4 meters tall at the legendary level. If it can be promoted to myth, it might really be able to devour mountains, which is unimaginably huge. Little Beeman, grow up quickly, don't ask you to be promoted to myth. Quickly promote to epic level, and be a happy thug. Zhou Wen actually did not dare to expect the Tyrant Beeman to be promoted to myth. With so many resources from the 6 heroic families, it is very difficult to cultivate a mythical companion pet, let alone him, if he hadn't had a copy of the mobile game that could brush resources. Zhou Wen might not be able to raise a mythical pet at all. Xing Tianluan has been in a very bad mood recently. He originally thought that after soaking in Shueli, he would be able to get close to those girls from Weiyang Club, and then get close to other beauties. Given his family background and the position of vice president of the student council, it shouldn't be difficult to think about. But who knew that the female students of Weiyang Club did not engage in activities with the student union, but instead often mingled with people from the Xianwen society. Although Xing Tianluan's family has some background, it is naturally worse than Li Xian, and he does not dare to take Xianwen. Action made Xing Tianluan even more depressed. After leaving the academy, Xing Tianluan was walking in the direction of going home. When he walked to a small alley, he saw a middle-aged man who looked pale and seemed a little sick walking over from the opposite side. The appearance of the middle-aged man reminded Xing Tianluan of Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen's face was a little pale, and he looked as if he had not basked in the sun for a long time. Oh no! Xing Tianluan was very upset when he saw that the middle-aged man was staring at him, and stared back fiercely. He originally wanted to say what to look at, but when his eyes met the middle-aged man's, he was in a trance for a while, and stood there. For a while. He only felt that there was a fog in the middle-aged man's eyes attracting him, so he couldn't help looking at those eyes, and he couldn't think about anything else. Yake kept looking at Xing Tianluan, walked slowly to the opposite of Xing Tianluan, then stretched out a hand and carefully pulled a piece of hair from Xing Tianluan's head. Xing Tianluan was suddenly awakened by the pain, although he didn't know why he was suddenly confused just now, but looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, he felt a sense of fear in his heart, and he could not help but step back and ask, "What do you want to do?" Yake ignored Xing Tianluan, pinched the hair with his fingers, and took out a puppet the size of a slap, which looked like a clown. Yake inserted Xing Tianluan's hair into the top of the clown puppet's head. The soft hair turned into a steel needle in his hand, and soon all disappeared into the clown puppet's body. At this time, Yake raised his head, looked at Jing Tianluan, showed a strange smile that made people shudder, pursed his lips, and said, "I need your help with something, and there is a man in your academy named Zhou Wen. Student, you help me get one of his hair or nails." "Are you crazy? Why should I do that for you?" Jing Tianluan didn't know why. The fear in his heart was terrible, and he stepped back while talking. If his legs weren't a little weak, he would have turned around and ran away. Yake didn't say anything to Jing Tianluan. He glanced at the stray dog who was turning over the trash can on the side of the road. He reached out and grabbed it in the air. He pulled out a piece of the stray dog's hair from the air and sucked it into his between the fingers. Under the pain, the stray dog barked at Yake, but Yake just glanced at it, and the stray dog turned around and ran away with his tail tucked, and didn't even dare to bark again. Jing Tianluan saw that Yake took out another clown puppet, and then inserted the dog hair into the clown puppet's head, and the next scene happened that he would never forget. I saw Yake's eyes bright and scary, staring at the clown puppet in his hand, with a terrifying smile on his face, as if a clown was smiling. His pale face, very similar to the clown after makeup. White face. In the next second, Yake's fingers pulled hard, tearing one arm of the clown puppet, and forcibly tore off one arm of the puppet. At the same time, the stray dog also let out a scream, only to see blood spurting. One of his front legs seemed to be pulled by an invisible large hand, and was torn off abruptly. Yake tore the puppet in his hand even more frantically. Soon, the remaining arm and 2 legs of the puppet were also torn off. Similarly, the stray dog also lost its limbs, and blood splattered everywhere. Yes. Under Jing Tianluan's terrified gaze, Yake tore off the clown puppet's head. Jing Tianluan watched the stray dog dismember his body in front of him. His psychological endurance completely collapsed, and he turned around and ran away screaming. "Your hair is here too," Yake said lightly, but Jing Tianluan, who was terrified to the extreme, stopped running away, and stood there without daring to move, as if he was petrified. "Give you 2 days, I want to see Zhou Wen's hair or nails, otherwise you will be like that stray dog," Yake said, reaching out and touching the head of the clown puppet. Jing Tianluan suddenly felt his scalp numb, as if an invisible big hand was stroking his head, causing him to tremble and slump directly to the ground, his pants soaking wet. Yake frowned, and seemed reluctant to look at Jing Tianluan again, covered his nose, turned around, and slowly walked out of the alley. At the same time, Jing Tianluan heard Yake's hoarse voice, "Remember, you only have 2 days. Where will I go to find you after I get the things?" Jing Tianluan asked in a trembling voice. "In order to survive. After you get something, I will naturally appear by your side. Life or death is in your own hands," Yake said, and turned and walked out of the alley. Jing Tianluan got up and quietly chased to the alley, but found that the long street was empty, and there was no shadow of the middle-aged man. If it weren't for the blood on the ground and the corpse of the stray dog, Jing Tianluan would have thought that he had just done something nightmare. Except for the time to go to the cafeteria to eat, and then bring some breakfast to Wang Lu, Zhou Wen almost stayed at home. With the little tiger, the efficiency of monster spawning has been significantly improved, and the dimensional crystals and companion pets that exploded have been greatly improved in both quantity and quality. Plus 5 points of luck has already improved so significantly. If you add a few more points, wouldn't it be possible to double the explosion? right? Zhou Wen thought to himself, where to get another lucky pet. Because the fate of the lucky little tiger is unique, even if you bring another little tiger, there will be no luck stacking effect, so even if Zhou Wen goes to Binyang Cave to brush the little tiger, it will be useless. Wait, the lucky little tiger's fate can't be used in combination, so can it be used to synthesize? Two different companion pets are synthesized, and it is possible to produce different fates, just like the fusion of silver-winged flying ants and celestial spiders, before. At the same time, the king of low altitude became the king of the sky. By combining the little tiger with the kitten and puppies, can it become a fate like a lucky kitten? Can it be superimposed? Zhou Wen was considering the feasibility of this matter. If he can really synthesize it like this, then he can completely synthesize the lucky fate into another powerful companion pet, which not only has a lucky bonus, but also has a strong combat power. Now Zhou Wen can only think about it this way: the blood-colored villain can't die, and the dungeon can't be refreshed. His thoughts are all fantasy, and there is no way to brush the little tiger. Because Zhou Wen has never refreshed the copy, Zhou Wen has almost wiped out all the monsters that can be brushed these days. And he is about to fall into the point where there are no monsters to brush. This is the first time Zhou Wen has encountered such a situation since he obtained the mysterious mobile phone. Although there are some dungeons that have not been visited before, such as places like Laojun Mountain, Zhou Wen does not dare to go now, for fear that the blood-colored villain will die in it. Fortunately, Zhou Wen has a lot of books to read recently, so he doesn't really have nothing to do. He can't extricate himself from the ocean of knowledge every day. Xing Tianluan had the heart to cry. Originally, he thought that using the relationship between his classmates, it should not be difficult to get a hair from Zhou Wen. He started looking for members of the Xianwen Society who were close to Zhou Wen. Said that the student union wanted to join the activities with them, and hoped that both Li Xian and Zhou Wen would be able to participate. He was responsible for all the costs of the event, and for this, he also spent a lot of money to get some passes for special dimension fields. But who knew that Li Xian told him that Zhou Wen was in retreat and refused to participate in all activities? As a result, the joint activities were held and the money was spent, but Zhou Wen was not seen. What should I do? What should I do? Xing Tianluan was extremely anxious. There was only less than a day left for the eccentric person. He had to get Zhou Wen's hair as soon as possible. He dared not imagine the consequences of failure, dare not think about the tragedy of that stray dog. Xing Tianluan thought of many ways, but it didn't work. In the end, he had no choice. He had to find Zhou Wen himself, and in any case, he had to get a hair of Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was reading a book on the second floor. Near the balcony, the sun was shining on his body, and his body was warm and felt very comfortable. Because the listening earrings were always on his ears in a companion state. Before Xing Tianluan reached the gate of the courtyard of the small building, Zhou Wen had already heard Xing Tianluan coming here. What is he doing here? Zhou Wen wondered in his heart. Xing Tianluan was obviously walking towards his small building and was about to reach the courtyard gate. I must get his hair. I must get it. Zhou Wen listened carefully and heard Xing Tianluan muttering to himself. He hardly made a sound. Even if he stood beside him, ordinary people may not be able to hear it, but truth listening is really great for enhancing hearing, and it still allows Zhou Wen to hear clearly. Whose hair does he want? Mine? What does he want my hair for? Zhou Wen immediately had some bad associations. There are many magical dimensional powers in the Federation. It is said that some people in the Western District can use the cursed vitality skills using things like human hair and nails, and they can curse a person to death across thousands of mountains and rivers. There are many similar abilities in the Eastern District, and even more exaggerated. Without any contact, just need to know the birth time, you can kill people thousands of miles away. Zhou Wen has not been involved in this aspect of vitality skills at present, and he does not know much about it. He has fought with real swords and real guns. Whether the opponent is an epic human or a companion pet, Zhou Wen has the power to fight, but he is afraid of this kind of connection. If you can't see your face, you may have the ability to be recruited. Against such an ability, even if it has the power to destroy the world, it is impossible to find a target, and it is completely useless. Just like exploring the dimensional realm, there are many powerful human epic powerhouses, who did not even see the dimensional creatures, and died directly. It is not that they are not strong enough, but the resistance to unknown forces is too poor. A body of strength, after all, is just a reckless man. Of course, there are also reckless men. I heard that the hero of the Xia family used to practice innate invincible magic, and he has reached the level of invincibility. No evil force can kill him. He can be described as a model of rampage. But in the end, he still got the Tao, fell into the dimensional realm, and did not end well. Therefore, Zhou Wen has always believed in one sentence: knowing oneself and knowing the enemy can win 100 battles, and if you can't take risks, you won't take risks. After all, there is only one life. While Zhou Wen was thinking, Xing Tianluan had already rang the doorbell outside. It looks like someone from the Supervision Bureau has arrived. Zhou Wen probably guessed what was going on. After thinking about it, he went down and opened the door. He wanted to find out from Xing Tianluan who the Supervision Bureau sent. Xing Tianluan, what's the matter with me? Zhou Wen looked at Xing Tianluan outside the door and asked, I have something important to talk to you about, can I go in? Xing Tianluan said cautiously. Come in. Zhou Wen has been maintaining vigilance, not getting too close to Xing Tianluan, and always maintaining a certain distance. Who knew that after Xing Tianluan entered the door, he closed the door and knelt down with a plop. Zhou Wen, please save me, if you don't save me, I will die this time. What are you doing? Zhou Wen frowned slightly. Xing Tianluan said, I asked for leave to go home the night before yesterday, and when I was walking on the road, I met a strange middle-aged man. Xing Tianluan recounted what happened that night. After thinking about it, it was impossible to forcibly get the hair from Zhou Wen. He knew that Zhou Wen was from the N family. He really couldn't afford to offend him, let alone use it. Powerful. Zhou Wen, I beg you, save me, I really don't want to die. Xing Tianluan was about to kowtow. Zhou Wen reached out and supported Xing Tianluan. Although he didn't like Xing Tianluan, he didn't have any grudges. The other party saved him like this, which made him a little uncomfortable. But who knew that his hand had just touched Xing Tianluan's hand, and where the two touched, Xing Tianluan's flesh and bones suddenly exploded together, and the two arms instantly turned into blood mist. Neither of them thought that there would be such a change. No matter how fast Zhou Wen retreated, his hands were still stained with blood mist, and Xing Tianluan also fell to the ground and screamed. In a forest in the suburbs, a mocking smile appeared on the corner of Yake's mouth. How could Yake pin his hopes on other people? He convinced Xing Tianluan that he needed to get Zhou Wen's hair. It was possible to deceive Zhou Wen. Because even Jing Tianluan himself believed that it was true, and it was impossible for others to see the flaw. Old man, I haven't been active for so long, come out and do some activities. Yake said, the blood surging. In his body, condensed a blood-colored clown's soul. The blood-colored clown's life soul came to Yake, and Yake pulled Jing Tianluan's hair out of the clown puppet and sent it to the clown's life soul. The clown's life soul reached out and grabbed the hair, and the hair immediately burned with blood-colored flames, which soon burned to ashes, and turned into blood. Light and merged into the clown's body. With blood as a medium and soul as a guide, the blood cursed. Clown, use your power to make those ignorant people tremble and wail again. Yake looked at the blood-cursed clown excitedly and roared in a low voice. The blood-cursed clown's eyes flickered with blood, and a strange blood-colored flame rose from his body. In the dormitory, Zhou Wen looked at the blood on his hands, and was about to get rid of the blood, but it was too late. He only felt the heat in his ears, and then a force entered his body from his palm, and it spread all over his body. A large amount of vitality poured into his body, and the vitality was so huge that it was almost comparable to the lightning he endured in the Longmen Grottoes last time. Zhou Wen suddenly realized that it was the Fate Soul that listened to the evil spirits that played a role in dissolving the strange power of the other party. It's still careless. Zhou Wen reviewed what he did wrong, but after thinking about it, he understood that if he had the intention to calculate the unintentional, no matter how much he guarded, he would inevitably miss some omissions. The best way can only be to attack instead of defend. To destroy the enemy first, then you can really rest easy. But now, he doesn't even know where his opponent is. He glanced at Jing Tianluan, who had split his arms on the ground and was crying, and Zhou Wen only felt a chill in his heart. This time it's Jing Tianluan, so he can ignore it, but what about Li Xian and Wang Lu next time? Can he still be so indifferent? Zhou Wen called the college's emergency number and asked the doctor to deal with Jing Tianluan. Yake stared at the blood-cursed clown in front of him. Seeing that the blood-cursed clown's eyes were getting stronger and stronger, the power of the blood curse should have controlled Zhou Wen, so he ordered, bring him here. Zhou Wen felt an endless stream of vitality pouring into the body, so that his body could no longer hold it, and a large amount of vitality overflowed from the body. Suddenly, the listening earring on the ear, as if being pulled by something, automatically floated up, and the tip pointed in one direction. As soon as Zhou Wen's heart moved, he walked outside the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Jing and Wang Lu were standing outside the door, about to knock on the door. Apparently, Jing Tianluan's screams alarmed them, and they came to see what happened. You guys help take care of him, don't let him die, I have to go out for something. Zhou Wen pointed to Jing Tianluan, who was screaming inside, and then walked out directly. He doesn't sympathize with Jing Tianluan, but if Jing Tianluan really died in his dormitory, he might not be able to explain it clearly. Without any evidence, the college can only think that he killed Jing Tianluan. No matter what the expressions of Jing and Wang Lu were, Zhou Wen went directly in the direction pointed by the earrings. After leaving the academy, Zhou Wen went all the way west, in the direction pointed by the earrings, and soon left the city and entered the suburbs. A forest appeared in front of Zhou Wen, and the burning sensation of the listening earrings on his ears became stronger and stronger, letting Zhou Wen know that he was close to his goal. Slowing down, Zhou Wen cautiously entered the woods, and the hearing of the listening earrings also played to the extreme. The area of more than 100 meters was under his hearing, and it turned into an image and appeared in his mind. Not long after entering the woods, the ability to listen to the earrings let him see a man standing in the woods, and in front of him there was a blood-colored clown-like soul. As Jing Tianluan said, the man was wearing a shirt and a suit, with a unique hat on his head. His face was a typical Western face, with blue pupils, deep facial features, and rare silver hair. His complexion was originally white, but he looked pale again. He looked completely bloodless, as if he had rubbed white powder on his face. When Zhou Wen sensed Yake also sensed something, frowned, looked towards Zhou Wen, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Did the Supervision Bureau only send you here alone? Zhou Wen clenched the bamboo knife and walked towards Yake step by step, while the power of listening was constantly scanning the surroundings to make sure there was no ambush. You are not controlled by the blood curse, and you can find it here, which is interesting. Yake stared at Zhou Wen and looked at it, his eyes flashing strange light, as if he was looking at some interesting toy. You won't find it interesting soon. Zhou Wen has determined that there are no ambushes around. The bamboo sword is unsheathed in an instant, and the person appears in front of Yake. Like a teleportation. Jake's body. Yake obviously did not expect Zhou Wen to be so fast. Such strength is fundamentally different from the information Shinyuchi gave him, and the other party is not an ordinary legendary student at all. So young epic? Yake's eyes narrowed. Zhou Wen's knife was too fast, and he was obviously a little worse in combat power, or he had been imprisoned for too long, and his body function had not fully recovered. Too late to dodge. With a mist-like black gas in his hand, he shot at the bamboo knife, but the black gas was directly cut open by the bamboo knife, and one of Yake's palms was cut off. The power of the bamboo sword continued, and it slashed into Yake's body in an instant. Hearing the tearing sound in his ears, Zhou Wen found that what the bamboo knife cut off was just Yake's coat, but his man was gone, only the severed hand on the ground was still shaking slightly. Zhou Wen glanced around, listening to the earrings to the extreme, mapping everything around him in his mind, but he did not find any trace of Yake. When Zhou Wen was searching for Yake's trail, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. An ant crawled over under his feet. There were many ants in the woods, but this ant was a little weird, and it climbed straight to Zhou Wen's feet. Zhou Wen's heart moved, and he quickly retreated, but the small body of the ant exploded like a bomb, blasting the nearby land and trees, forming a large pit with a diameter of more than 2 meters. I just want to play games quietly. Zhou Wen flew back, his body touched a leaf, and the leaf exploded like a grenade. Fortunately, Zhou Wen was wearing a mutant stone scorpion armor. At the moment when the leaf exploded, Zhou Wen rushed out with ghost steps and endured. The explosive force is minimized. Despite this, the mutant stone scorpion armor was still blackened, and Zhou Wen was a little surprised. This person's ability is too strange, and he can turn natural things like ants and leaves into his weapons, which is hard to guard against. The entire forest was full of bugs, leaves, and grasses everywhere. Zhou Wen didn't know that there was something wrong with the bug, nor did he know which leaf would turn into a bomb, or the grass on the ground would turn into a mine. Zhou Wen's body stood in the air, his listening ability and eyes were looking for Yake's trace. If he couldn't find him, no matter how strong his strength was, it would be useless. But within the range that Zhou Wen could find out, there was no trace of Yake at all. In the entire forest, there was only the sound of the wind blowing through the leaves and the chirping of insects and birds. Zhou Wen hung in the air, using the great demon god's physical flying ability to prevent himself from touching anything, and then slowly moved in the air, looking for where Yake might be hiding. If something like a worm, bird or leaf comes close to him, he will kill it first. However, there was no more explosion, but Zhou felt that Yake was still here and he did not leave, and the atmosphere in the woods was completely wrong. Bang! Zhou suddenly heard an explosion, but the explosion didn't come from him, but on a nearby big tree. A bug exploded in the canopy, blasting the canopy directly, and the branches and leaves scattered all over the sky. It fell everywhere, and a swarm of poisonous bees in the tree also flew out. Zhou looked at the leaves and poisonous bees in the sky, as if he was looking at a large group of bombs. There was only one thought in his heart, and he must not let them touch him. With the ghost steps and the dragon gate flying immortal technique, Zhou figure flashed quickly, and the leaves and poisonous bees all over the sky could not touch his figure. Bang bang! Bang bang! Several large trees were blown up, causing the leaves and birds and insects to be blown up. Zhou flew continuously, his figure was twisted, and he passed through the leaves like a ghost. He didn't touch the leaves, but the nearby leaves exploded automatically, as if the entire forest had become an explosive storehouse. Anything close to Zhou might explode. Zhou couldn't prevent himself, so he could only dodge out of the woods, came to the sky above the woods, looked down at the woods from the sky, and observed everything in the woods. The power of listening to the truth has presented all the movements in the woods in his brain, and no disturbance can escape his ears. Zhou can be sure that the person must still be in this area, but he just used some unknown method to hide. As long as he looks carefully, he can definitely be found. This is the most terrifying opponent of the same rank that Zhou has encountered since his cultivation. Although he has fought against others before, the strongest ones are only the mutants and the charms. No matter how powerful they are not as good as this person. Insidious and scary. Although the previous Yanjin was equally insidious and terrifying, Yanjin was not good at fighting, more like a crazy researcher, but this man was like a killing machine, although his own fighting ability was not very strong, but he the ability and means, but he did not need to kill himself. Zhou went back and forth, swept the nearby woods several times in the air, but never found any trace of Yake. That bastard Shinyuchi, is this the ordinary student he said? Yake was also scolding in his heart at this time. Before he was locked up, he had seen a lot of masters. There were only a handful of people as terrifying as Zhou. He couldn't believe that Zhou was just a student. Yake didn't dare to move, although he had used witchcraft to disguise himself and turned himself into a part of the forest, but Yake could feel that if he showed a little strangeness, he would be discovered by Zhou in the sky. Although he didn't know how Zhou did it, Yake knew that Zhou had used a certain method to scan the situation in the woods. Sweep. Yake closed his eyes and didn't want his eyes to attract Zhou's attention. But his heart was full of heat. He likes to kill people, the more powerful the person, the more excited he will be. At this time, his blood is about to boil, and he can't wait to kill Zhou immediately, so that his inner can be satisfied. As for Shinyuchi's order to bring Zhou back alive, Yake has completely forgotten about it. He is shrinking like a poisonous snake looking for an opportunity. Once the prey has a flaw, he will deliver the most fatal blow. I don't believe it, you can always fly in the air. Yake patiently waited for the opportunity. One was in the air and the other was in the woods, and it was deadlocked like that. Zhou has never been able to find Yake's hiding place, and it is not convenient for Yake to attack the woods casually, which will only give Yake an opportunity. Time passed by, but Yake found that Zhou had been suspended in the air, and there was no sign of falling down at all, and the thought of killing Zhou became more and more fiery. Half a day passed like this, and the sky gradually darkened. My chance has come. Feeling the light in the sky gradually dimmed, Jake knew that his chance had come, and the night was his home. Although he couldn't find Yake's position, Zhou was still waiting patiently. He was waiting for the opponent to make a move. As long as Yake made a move, it was impossible to hide it perfectly, and it was possible to find his true body. With such a terrifying character, Zhou really doesn't want to let him go, otherwise if he does it again, Zhou doesn't know who the next victim will be. The sun went down, but the moon climbed up quietly. Zhou was still suspended in the air, waiting for Yake to reveal his flaws. Suddenly, Zhou felt that something was wrong in the woods. A snake was swimming quickly under the leaves. It was normal for a snake to move in the grass, but Zhou felt that something was wrong with the snake. Its goal seemed to be very clear. Swim in the depths. Zhou summoned Ba Jian and slashed it with a single sword. The sword light broke through the forest in an instant, and while cutting off a big tree, it also cut the snake into 2 pieces. Bang! The snake's body exploded, blasting a large pit in the vicinity, but on the other side, Yake's body emerged from a fist-sized tree root cave and ran wildly in the jungle like a dark shadow. But the direction he was running was neither Zhou in the air nor deep in the woods. Zhou dodged and chased after him, but saw Yake stopped, showing his snow-white teeth, and smiled gloomily at Zhou. While smiling at Zhou, Yake held a blood-colored dagger in his hand and threw it violently, but the dagger was not thrown at Zhou, but at the ground. Zhou suddenly felt something was wrong, glanced at the place where the blood-colored dagger flew over, and immediately realized the problem. Shadow. There is the moon shining on his body, the projection position on the ground. What Yake wants to attack is not him, but the shadow he casts on the ground. It was too late to dodge, and there was no time to think about it. Zhou's first reaction was to summon the life-defying ancient emperor's soul. At the moment when the life-defying ancient emperor's life soul was summoned, the blood-colored dagger was also nailed to Zhou's shadow, but because the life-defying ancient emperor's life soul, like a human-shaped sun appeared, a strong light was next to Zhou's figure, making him the shadows were scattered, most of the shadows turned to another direction, and the shadows illuminated by the moon had faded and were almost invisible. It was just a slight palpitation, and I didn't feel any damage to the body. The tyrannical sword in Zhou's hand and the bamboo knife slashed towards Yake together, appearing to be in front of Yake like a ghost. Yake's head shrank, the Beijian was cut from the air, but the bamboo knife was cut from his waist, but he found that it was only his clothes that was cut off, but Yake's people were gone. Bang bang. Bang bang. Yake's clothes actually exploded in front of Zhou, forcing Zhou to retreat quickly, back into the air again, and switch back to the great demon god's fate. The scene froze again. Both of them knew that they had encountered a terrible opponent, and they were waiting for the other to make the first move, waiting for the moment when the other party revealed their flaws. Zhou was not in a hurry. He didn't believe that the other party could keep hiding without eating or drinking. He flew in the air, grabbed it, took out a cake and a can of Coke from the Chaos Pearl, and got a green onion out, served with Coke and scallions, and monitored the situation in the woods while eating. That kid is also a character, so he has no taste. What is the name of what he eats? Yake couldn't get used to Zhou Wen's way of eating, but his stomach couldn't help but feel a little hungry, and the scent of red wine and barbecue came to his mind. After swallowing, Yake forced himself to stop thinking about it, and continued to spend it with Zhou Wen, while secretly looking for opportunities. It is impossible to control Zhou Wen through moon shadow witchcraft, and Yake can only think of other ways. Yake patiently endured below, but Zhou Wen ate and drank in the sky. At first, he just filled his stomach. Later, he even took out the vacuum-packed duck head and beer, and just sat in the air and ate and drank. This kid's taste is really bad. Is that what people eat? Yake wished he could take the things Zhou Wen ate and throw them into the trash can, resisting the urge in his heart. Yake glanced at the place where Zhou Wen's shadow was, but he didn't dare to go there easily. Although it seemed that Zhou Wen was eating and drinking, he believed that as long as he changed a little, Zhou Wen's sword light would definitely come over immediately. He has already seen Zhou Wen's sword light. Although it is worse than the real Kendo masters he knows, his sword light seems to have some special attribute attached, and even his hand can be cut off. Extraordinary. After Zhou Wen had eaten and drank enough, he said to the woods, "You can't escape no matter what. Why don't you come out and let's talk, if you can provide enough news to make my heart feel, maybe I will spare your life, not sure." Yake continued to lurk, ignoring Zhou Wen, as if he hadn't hurt him at all. "Your ability is so outstanding, and you want to be a person of status in the Supervision Bureau. Why should you risk your own life?" Zhou Wen continued to test. But he said a lot of words in a row, but no one answered. Suddenly, Zhou Wen found that someone was approaching the tree forest. The man was riding a gray wolf, and the speed was astonishingly fast, and soon he was approaching the forest. Zhou Wen took a closer look, and it turned out to be Sheng. "Asheng, don't go into the woods." Zhou Wen shouted to Sheng in the distance, but it was already a little late. The gray wolf that Sheng sat down was too fast and rushed into the woods. Bang bang! Zhou Wen immediately saw the sound of explosions in the woods. Leaves exploded like bombs, the exploded trees were broken, the soil flew over, and there was a mess everywhere. Zhou Wen was worried, but saw Asheng rushing out of the dust, not injured except that his clothes were a little damaged and looked a little embarrassed. Black sorcery. Life blast. Who is the person in the woods from the West District? Asheng stared at the wood and asked. No one answered. The woods were still silent, only some birds and beasts fled for their lives after being alerted. "Master Wen, are you okay?" Seeing that no one answered, Sheng asked Zhou Wen in the sky. "It's okay, he hides in the woods and can't come out. I'm blocking him here so that he won't escape." Zhou Wen said. "Have you played against him? Tell me about his appearance and ability." Sheng said. Zhou Wen told himself about Yake's appearance and ability. Sheng's face was very strange. When he heard Zhou Wen mention the bloody clown's life and soul, he finally couldn't help exclaiming, "The blood-cursed clown. Could it be from the West District? Murderer Yak, can't be wrong, it must be Yak." Except for Yak, no one has the abilities of blood-cursed clown, moon shadow witchcraft and life blast at the same time. "As if he is famous?" Zhou Wen asked. "Of course it's famous. Decades ago, the name Yake shocked the entire Federation. He committed more sins than Jing Daoxian. Jing Daoxian kills at least according to his mood. Yake. Kills only because he likes to kill. There was once a city where people were all killed by his curse. In order to hunt down Yake, the Federation killed a lot of top epic powerhouses before arresting him. He should be locked up. Could it be that? And Xing suddenly realized that in order to arrest Zhou Wen and go back, the Supervision Bureau had released the murderer of Yake. But thinking about it, and Xing felt something was wrong. He thought it couldn't be Yake. If it was Yake, how could he be blocked by Zhou Wen? The Supervision Bureau is really doing everything, just to catch one of me. How dare you let out a big devil like Yake? Zhou Wen frowned slightly. If it wasn't for his special abilities and mythical companionship, please help each other. I am afraid that he has already died in the hands of Yake. In fact, Zhou Wen should be thankful that the Yake he encountered was Yake, who had been imprisoned for decades. Most of his companion pets had died in battle before he was imprisoned. The battle with Zhou Wen mainly relied on perfection. The blood curse clown's life, soul and vitality skills. If his original companion pet is still there, it will only be more terrifying. Yake was lurking in the grass, secretly surprised that he had been trapped in prison for more than 20 years. How come young people today are so powerful? Like this young man in his 20s, Yake used to kill whatever he wanted, and he didn't need to waste too much hands and feet. But for the two young people I met today, Zhou Wen forced him to hide in secret. The later and Xing seemed to be older, but he was definitely not 30 years old, that is, 25 or 6 years old. The fact that he was able to escape safely even in the blast of life under the cloth made Yake a little doubtful whether the Federation has grown explosively in the past few decades, but according to what he has seen along the way, although human beings have grown, they should not be strong. That's right. Yake is Yake after all, and he didn't have the idea of running away because of the strength of Zhou Wen and Sheng, but the murderous intention in his heart was even more fiery. If my former companion pets were still there, it would be much easier to kill them. But unfortunately now I can only think of other ways. Yake's thoughts turned, all thinking about how to kill Zhou Wen and Sheng. There was no way to kill them. The idea of escape. I'm afraid Shinyuchi could not have imagined that it would be so difficult for a big devil like Yake to catch a high school student. You must know that Yake was pursued by the Supervision Bureau with all his strength, and in the pursuit of the sky and the earth, Yake killed more than 20 epic supervisors. Yake was even more daring. When he was being hunted, he sneaked into the holy city instead, captured the son of the previous Supervision Bureau chief, and killed him in front of the experts who were chasing him by the Supervision Bureau. Shinyuchi wanted to make a deal with Yake once and for all. He hoped that Yake could catch Zhou Wen back without knowing it. But he didn't want Yake to be in trouble now. Glancing in the woods for a while, Yake's eyes flashed a ruthless color, which violently detonated the life explosion he laid down. Boom! One after another leaves exploded in the woods like bombs, and in an area hundreds of meters long, there were explosions and old trees that were blown up. Large flocks of birds and beasts fled in all directions, and the forest became a mess for a while. No, he's going to run away. The range of Ting is only over 100 meters, and the explosion range has exceeded the distance that Ting can monitor. All kinds of birds and beasts in the woods are fleeing, and if Nyack is mixed in, it is difficult to find. Zhou Wen had no choice but to fly in the sky, constantly searching with his listening ability, hoping to find something unusual. Suddenly, Zhou Wen saw a dark shadow escaping quickly under the moonlight. Although the moonlight was bright, it was blocked by trees, and there were shadows everywhere. The shadow moved quickly in the shadows. I saw it by accident when I got to the place where the moonlight was shining. Zhou suddenly remembered that the other party wanted to pin his shadow before, and he was obviously proficient in shadow art. Now he escaped with shadow escape. If he succeeded, it would be difficult to find him again. Will there be any chance to find him next time? Even Zhou was not sure of his true identity. Feeling ruthless in his heart, Zhou switched out the ancient emperor's life and soul, and let the ancient emperor's life and soul fit with himself, and his whole body radiated brilliance, like a god of light. Rushed into the woods, chasing the shadow away. Don't chase. And Xing reminded Zhou loudly, but seeing Zhou rushing in without a pause, he could only rush in at the moment. The ancient emperor's soul brought Zhou powerful life essence, and his whole body exuded light and heat, illuminating the dark woods. There were leaves and branches falling towards Zhou. Zhou held the Ba Jian in one hand and the bamboo knife in the other. But when his foot stepped on the grass on the ground, the blade of grass suddenly exploded. Fortunately, Zhou was wearing a mutant stone scorpion armor, and jumped up with the explosion. His foot was a little above the tree trunk, and he continued to chase the shadow. Zhou didn't dare to land, and kept chasing after the tree. The brilliance of his body illuminated the woods, and under that brilliance, you can clearly see a black shadow moving quickly on the ground, without making any sound, and you can't hear it. Ba Jian slashed out the gear sword light that came with it, but the black shadow flashed quickly, dodging the sword light, and went around to the other side, trying to escape from the other direction. Zhou chased the black shadow, and kept cutting out the sword light, but the black shadow avoided Zhou's sword light again and again, like a ghost, making Zhou almost think that it was really just a shadow. However, seeing that the shadow has been avoiding the sword light, and will not fade under the illumination of his own brilliance, you will know that it is not a real shadow. Being able to use shadow done to such an extent and use life blasting in a large area. Is this person really Yake? And Xing chased into the woods, stood on the branch of a tree, and looked at Zhou chasing and killing the shadow. I was in shock. He had heard a lot of legends about Yake before, that kind of evil and powerful vitality skills, almost unpredictable, capable of killing people invisibly. Such a legendary person would be suppressed by Zhou, forcing Yake to reassess Zhou's strength. Master Wen is afraid that he will not be the second Lord Overseer in the future. And Xing secretly said in his heart that he watched Zhou grow up, but even he was surprised by such a growth rate. Seeing that he was cornered by Zhou and had nowhere to escape, He Yingyan suddenly revealed Yake's true body, and saw Yake standing there, the blood-cursed clown's life and soul blocking him, his hands hard carrying a gear sword light blow. Bang! The blood-cursed clown flew upside down with Yake behind, and slammed into an ancient tree, and blood spurted out of Yake's mouth. Where is Zhou willing to give him a chance to breathe? His feet fell on the ground, and with a violent force, he was about to rush up to kill Yake on the spot. But just as his feet landed, he suddenly felt his ankles tighten, and a terrifying force pulled him, almost making him fall to the ground. Zhou looked down and found that the one holding his ankle turned out to be Yake's severed hand. At this time, blood was surging on the severed hand, and he was holding his ankle tightly, and the blood was also entangled at the same time. Like a blood pattern, spreading rapidly on his legs, the stone armor seems to be painted with a blood talisman. Not good. Seeing this, and Xing wanted to rush over, but seeing Zhou Wen's expression and eyes, and Xing stopped again and did not rush over immediately. And Xing had seen similar eyes and expressions many times, and it was the kind of eyes and expressions that a certain Lord Overseer had carefully arranged for a long time and finally closed the net. Yake suppressed the excitement in his heart, stood up straight, licked the blood on his lips with his tongue, and looked at Zhou Wen, who was full of tattoos, with fiery eyes, being able to be the first person that Yake has killed in the past 27 years. Man, you should be honored. Following Yake's words, the blood-cursed clown beside him radiated blood-colored light, and the blood-cursed clown hung in the air, his hands clasped together as if worshipping Buddha, and he seemed to be singing something with the whispering sound of chant. The blood light on the blood-cursed clown became stronger and stronger, turning into blood-colored incantations, swirling around its body. On the palm of Zhou Wen's ankle, it also exploded with the blood curse on the blood-cursed clown. The strange blood-colored curse patterns covered Zhou Wen's stone armor, as if wrapping him in a net composed of blood-colored curse words. Generally, in this way, you should feel more honored than me. Zhou Wen was trapped by the blood incantation. But he didn't panic, looking at Yake and said. A trace of unease surged in Yake's heart, stared at Zhou Wen and asked, why? Because you will be killed by me. You have lived for so many years, should it be the first time that you have been killed by someone else? Zhou Wen said. Really? Then I'm really looking forward to it. Yake felt that something was wrong, but the arrow was on the string, and he had to send it, but the uneasiness made him start it ahead of time, and he didn't wait for the blood curse clown to finish the spell. The blood-cursed clown flashed red light, flashing and flashing, like an alarm class, and the next second, the blood-cursed clown's body exploded violently. With the self-destruction of the blood-cursed clown's soul, the blood-colored incantation on Zhou Wen's body and the severed hand also exploded together, which turned out to be a spell that perishes together. Bang! Zhou Wenshan rose up with a blood-colored light explosion, and everything, with a diameter of more than 10 meters, was destroyed by the blood-colored light explosion. Impossible. Yake stared at the open space after the blood burst, but saw that Zhou Wen was still flowing with holy light, standing there like a god of light, but he was not injured at all. Yake couldn't believe his eyes at all. It was an evil self-destruction skill that the blood-cursed clown only realized after he was promoted to the perfect level. The power of its self-destruction was enough to hurt mythical creatures, but the blood-cursed clown's life and soul exploded once, and it took a long time to recover. Yak was rarely used until it was locked up. Forced to be helpless today, he used the power to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800, but he didn't want to hurt even a single hair of Zhou Wen. How could he not be shocked? But after all, Yake is a man of iron will, and when he finds that something is wrong, he wants to escape in the form of a shadow, without any hesitation. You've had enough. Now it's my turn? Zhou Wen held the tyrant's sword, but the sun-like brilliance gradually disappeared, replaced by a mysterious atmosphere. Unlike the brilliance of life just now, there is no trace of vitality overflowing from Zhou Wen's body now. And the whole person seems to be integrated into the void. Double fate soul. And Xing was surprised and delighted. The dual life soul is too rare, because the vitality art is prone to conflict, and most people can only practice one kind, otherwise it is very likely that the conflict of the vitality art will cause physical damage, especially when promoting and sudden impulse. Especially the origin chi art of conflicting attributes, if the fates collide, it will kill people, not to mention the life and soul. If there is a conflict, I am afraid it will be more painful than death. And Xing knew a person who practiced the dual vitality art and condensed the dual life soul. That person was extremely talented. With great perseverance, he condensed the two vitality art into the life soul. He thought it was all right, but after that, he controlled his body by himself during the day, but once he fell asleep, his body would be occupied by his life spirit, and he did a lot of crazy things that he didn't know. To a mental hospital. Zhou Wen's ability to cultivate a dual life soul proves that his talent is indeed as excellent as the old principal said, but Xing is worried that the dual life soul will harm Zhou Wen. Moreover, it is even more difficult to promote the myth with Zhou Wen's double life soul. There was no way to go, and now he has set up obstacles himself, which makes Xing very worried, and the real surprise is joy. Zhou Wen changed his fate to the great demon god, and the lost kingdom ring also appeared on his finger. Zhou Wen was suspended in the air, looking at Yake, who had turned into a shadow and escaped, and had no intention of chasing him. Just touched the lost kingdom ring on my finger. The ring. With the grimace ring face flashed a strange light in its eyes, as if the devil had opened his eyes. And the brilliance gradually spread outward, making the original simple and unpretentious ring with no half-carvings. A mysterious engraving of incantations. Bang bang. Bang bang. Yake fled frantically, but when his body rushed through the sword marks that Zhou Wen had just cut out in the woods, sword lights erupted from the sword marks. Yake rushed too fast and fled too quickly, triggering an unknown number of sword marks in a row. One after another sword light pierced into his body and exploded directly, instantly blasting Yake out of the shadow state. Yake was covered in blood, with wounds torn by the sword light everywhere, fell to the ground, and kept coughing up blood. I can also spell? Yake stared at Zhou Wen, forcibly swallowed a mouthful of blood, and asked in a hoarse voice. No, but thank you for the inspiration you gave me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have thought of using my life and soul in this way. Zhou Wen's words were true. It was Yake's fighting method that inspired Zhou Wen. Let him combine the knowledge of space and dimension he had seen recently, and finally found the grammar of using the lost kingdom, which is no longer as simple and rude as it used to be, just used for teleportation. The ability of the lost kingdom to change the spatial trajectory is not just as simple as teleportation. Yake looked at Zhou Wen with a complicated look. He prided himself on being a genius, but when he was Zhou Wen's age, he was only just promoted to legend, and he was far from being on a par with the current Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen didn't have any hesitation. Ba Jian cut out the magic star wheel, and he was going to kill Yake, who was seriously injured on the ground, and didn't want to give him any chance. Yake was powerless to dodge, but there was no frightened look on his face, but his eyes were full of fire. It's amazing, this world is amazing. There should be a lot of people as strong as you, right now. It's so exciting. Yake muttered to himself with some fanaticism. Zhou Wen ignored what he said. Ba Jian directly split Yake's body, only to see blood spurting. Yake was split in half on the spot. But when Yake's body fell, Zhou Wen was surprised to find that Yake's body turned into a puppet the size of a palm. The puppet was cut in half. And he was still talking. Zhou Wen, I'm so excited. For me, you are the top ingredient. I will definitely kill you and make your flesh and blood into the top food. Before that, how can you protect your body? Don't let any contamination ruin this peerless ingredient. In a cave, the pale-faced Yake spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was abnormally flushed. He used the puppet clone spell to fight Zhou Wen, although the one who was killed was only the puppet clone, not his body, but a clone. Killed, he himself was not lightly injured. Moreover, the life-soul blood-cursed clown really blew himself up, and it was a very serious blow to him. Although I can't wait to eat the delicious food, I still have to get some companion pets first, otherwise it might not really be his opponent. Yake wiped the blood from his mouth, thinking about how to get companion's pet. He naturally disliked ordinary companion pets. With his current situation, it would take too long to get a sufficiently advanced companion pet. Since those guys in the Federation want me to do things, they should naturally have some blood. A hint of mockery flashed in Yake's eyes. If it is said that before the battle today, he also considered taking Zhou Wen to the Supervision Bureau in exchange for Real freedom, then after the battle today, he has no such idea at all. Yake walked out of the cave and headed in the direction of Luoyang City. He had no communicator such as a mobile phone on him, so he had to find a place to contact Shinyuchi. He didn't plan to tell Shinyuchi what happened today. Failure would only make others think he was incompetent. Yake planned to tell Shinyuchi that the people in the inn family were protecting Zhou Wen, and he needed some companion pets to catch Zhou Wen back. For others, it may be necessary to have companion eggs, but Yake is different, even if it is a companion pet with an owner. He believes that Shinyuchi should not refuse his request. Entering Luoyang City, Yake went to the store to buy a mobile phone and contacted Shinyuchi. As he thought, although Shinyuchi was a little reluctant, he still agreed to his request and asked him to wait for 2 days, and he would be ready soon as companion pet. After making the call, Yake wanted to throw the phone into the trash can, but found that there are several different types of trash cans. He didn't know what those trash cans meant, so he threw it into one of the trash cans. Uncle, you made a mistake. You just lost your mobile phone, right? It's recyclable, you should put it in the recycling bin on the other side. A young girl came over and said to Yake. Yake glanced at the girl coldly, and the girl and Yake looked at each other, and suddenly looked blank, and then walked towards Yake as if he had lost his soul. Yake turned and walked towards the out-of-the-way place, and the girl followed behind him, not knowing what she was doing. Arriving in an empty alley, Yake looked at the girl and stretched his hand to her neck, but before his fingers touched the girl's neck, he stopped again. His expression became very strange. Damn, now my mind is full of those delicious ingredients. How can I eat this kind of garbage? Yake glanced at the girl in disgust, gritted his teeth, and turned to leave. Shortly after Yake left, the girl woke up and looked around blankly, not knowing why she was here, nor did she know that she had just escaped. Zhou Wen glanced at the entire forest, and never found that kind of breath and feeling again, confirming that Yake's real body is indeed not here. Isn't it possible to kill him after wasting so much energy? Zhou Wen sighed. He really wanted to kill Yake, that man was really terrible. And Xing came over and said with a smile, you, a student, can actually push Yake to such a degree that no one will believe it if you say it. You should be proud. What's there to sigh? Don't be joking, you can't kill him this time. And next time I don't know what terrible means he will use to deal with me and the people around me. Zhou Wen said. And Xing nodded and said, a big devil like Yake will definitely not let it go. It's really not suitable for you to stay in the academy. You are fine. With your ability, Yake wants to move you. The people around you are hard to say. Zhou Wen also felt a big headache because of this. He himself is not afraid, but if Li Xian or Wang Lu and others are standing in front of him next time, and then they blow up directly, blood splattered all over, Zhou Wen can't imagine how it would feel. Master Wen, if you don't want to go to An's house, I have a suggestion. It can prevent the people around you from being hurt by Yake and make you safer. And Xing said with narrowed eyes. What advice? Zhou Wen asked. Recently, Cheesy Mountain has been very uneasy, and there are often creatures that break the ban. Deputy Governor Qin is forming a special team to guard Cheesy Mountain. Those people are not regular troops, and most of them are free hunters or criminals. Sin practitioners, if you are interested, you can join this army. First, you can help guard Qizishan. Secondly, you can avoid injuries to those around you. Thirdly, there are many masters in the army, and Yake wants to move. It's not that easy for you, and Xing said. Aren't you afraid that I will be killed by the forbidden creatures in Qizishan? Zhou Wen looked at Xing depressedly and said. I didn't really dare to recommend you to go before, but I just watched the battle between you and Yake, and I think it's the same whether you go or not. And Xing said. How can it be the same? Zhou Wen felt that Xing's words were unreasonable, and of course there was no danger if he didn't go. And Xing said with a smile, with your current ability, if you are killed, then Qizishan's position must have been lost. Even if you don't go to Qizishan, after the forbidden creatures inside rush into Luoyang City, you will, it's still the same to fight them, isn't that the same? Do I just have to fight them? I won't let go? Zhou Wen said with a pouted mouth. You can also run in Cheesy Mountain, don't worry, you are not a regular army, just run. And run, not a deserter. And Xing looked at Zhou Wen with a smile and said. Zhou Wen hesitated in his heart, how comfortable life is in the academy, if possible, he really doesn't want to go to such a dangerous place as Cheesy Mountain. And Xing looked at Zhou Wen's hesitation, and continued, let me tell you this way. If Luoyang City really falls in the future, then it must be the work of the dimensional creatures in Cheesy Mountain. If I were you, I would go to Cheesy Mountain now. Take a look, you can at least get to know the creatures there first, and you will know how to deal with it in the future, which is far better than others who are not prepared. Is Cheesy Mountain that scary? Zhou Wen asked with some doubts, when he saw Xing's solemn words. According to our long-term research, there may be the ruins of ancient Chaoga in Cheesy Mountain, don't you think it's scary? And Xing said solemnly. Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback. There were two most famous battles between gods, monsters, immortals, saints, and people in the history of the Eastern District. One was the battle between the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu, and the other was King Wu's attack on Zhou. From this battle, Zhou Wen thought about it and thought that it would be good to go to Chess Piece Mountain. You can also look for the little hand pattern and see if you can download Chess Piece Mountain into the game. Just like what Xing said, the more you know about different dimensional creatures, the higher the possibility of surviving after the large-scale ban on dimensional creatures is broken. While the dimensional creatures in Chess Piece Mountain have not rushed out on a large scale, this is the best opportunity to go to Chess Piece Mountain. The situation will only get worse in the future, and it will not be so easy to think about it again. Take it as a trip. Go there for a walk, and it's not too late to go back to the academy after Yake's matter is settled, and Xing said. Okay, when will we leave? Zhou Wen asked. Let's just do it now. And Xing looked at Zhou Wen and said, don't you want to go back to the academy to say hello to your classmates? Wouldn't that mean telling Yake who it would be more effective to threaten you with? Zhou Wen thought about it. And thought that was the truth. He gave up his plan to go back to the academy and followed in Sheng directly to Cheesy Mountain. Cheesy Mountain is not far from Luoyang City, and Zhou Wen followed in Sheng too. The Cheesy Mountain station not long after. Because the situation in Cheesy Mountain was getting worse and worse, Qin Wufu was transferred here to temporarily take charge of the guarding of Cheesy Mountain. Adjutant, are you sure you want Zhou Wen to join the newly formed team? After Enxing introduced Zhou Wen to Qin Wufu looked at Zhou Wen strangely and said, "Yes." Enxing answered with great certainty, "Yes, but you should also be aware of the situation of that team, the members are more complicated." Qin Wufu knew Zhou Wen and knew his relationship with the Yin family, so he would say it more euphemistically, otherwise he would directly refuse to join the team. After all, Zhou Wen is just a student, and his newly formed team is used to guard Cheesy Mountain. And the members in it are all epic. And Xing saw Qin Wufu's concerns, so he said, "You also know about Zhou Wen's situation, because of Wang Mingyuan's affairs, the Supervision Bureau has been looking for trouble for him, so Madam asked him to come here mainly because I hope you can take care of him. Actually, it's just a matter of a few days, and Madam has other arrangements, and will let him go back soon." Qin Wufu suddenly felt a headache, and guarding Cheesy Mountain was enough of a headache for him, and now he has sent a related household like Zhou Wen to take care of him. However, Qin Wufu was not good at disregarding Ouyang Lan's face, and reluctantly agreed to accept Zhou Wen, but he refused Zhou Wen to join the team and only said that he should stay here for a few days without really doing anything. It doesn't matter whether Zhou Wen Dao is here, he originally stayed here for a few days temporarily, and he would have to go back to the academy after Yake's problem was solved. So Zhou Wen stayed at Qizishan Station, because he had no position and was not a member of the soldiers, he didn't need to be on duty, and no one cared about him, which was exactly what Zhou Wen wanted. Zhou Wen went to look outside Qizishan Station that day, and saw that the direction of Qizishan was surrounded by clouds and fog, and he couldn't see anything at all. The mountain pass was like a monster in the fog with its big mouth open. And the river water flowing out of Cheesy Mountain turned out to be red as blood. And Xing told him that it was like this a few months ago. "Which army are you from? What are you doing wandering around here?" Zhou Wen walked slowly along the riverbank alone, looking for the pattern of the little hand, when an officer leading the patrol stopped him. Zhou Wen showed the certificate Qin Wufu gave him, and the officer took a look at it, and was immediately awe-inspiring. After a military salute, he handed the certificate back to Zhou Wen with both hands. It turned out to be Dr. Xiao Zhou. "What are you doing here?" On the certificate Qin Wufu gave him, the title column stated that he was an intern. Although he was only an intern, doctors were very respected in the military. No one could guarantee that he would not be injured on the battlefield. It's time for a doctor's help. In general, people who can become military doctors have the ability to treat, and this ability is extremely rare and precious on the battlefield. Even an intern is a rare animal. The officer didn't know that Zhou Wen was not even an intern. This identity was given to him temporarily by Qin Wufu in order to facilitate him to stay in the barracks. "I just came to see near this river," Zhou Wen said casually. When the officer heard Zhou Wen say this, he thought that Zhou Wen was investigating and taking samples, so he sighed. "Dr. Xiao Zhou, then you have to investigate and investigate. There is indeed a problem with the water in this river. Recently, many of our soldiers have grown red on their bodies. My rash, the more often my brother patrols near the river, the more fierce it grows. Although that thing is not very harmful, as long as it is not close to the river, it will heal in 2 days, but the itching is really bad. I can't help but patrol. Have you tried wearing a filter mask? Although Zhou Wen was not a real doctor, he still knew a little about basic common sense, so he asked, casually. I tried it, but it didn't work at all. I even wore protective clothing, but it still didn't work. As long as I got close to the river, the rash should or will come out, the officer said. Zhou Wen didn't know much, and was thinking about how to send them away, so that he could continue to look for the little hand pattern, but who knew that he saw a soldier running from the direction of the mountain pass out of breath. You're not guarding the outpost, why are you running back? The officer saw the soldier and immediately stepped forward and asked, Lu Gueha. He suddenly fainted. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wake up. There were a lot of rashes on his body. The soldier said, panting. What? Find a doctor. It happens that Dr. Zhou is here. Come and see us. The officer remembered that Zhou Wen was an intern, and dragged Zhou Wen to the mountain pass. Zhou Wen's face turned green. He was just a fake. How could he know what medical skills, and how could he see what a ghost is? But he didn't deny it before, and it's hard to say anything now. He thought that when he got to the place, he wouldn't say anything, just let them send people to the medical team and it's over. That sentry post was the closest reconnaissance point to Cheesy Mountain. Usually, 2 soldiers would stand guard and monitor the situation nearby. When Zhou Wen came to the sentry post, he found that it was really close to the pass of Cheesy Mountain, and the cliffs of the pass could be vaguely seen. There was a soldier lying in the box, and Zhou Wen was taken aback when he saw his face. There were many red rashes on his face, and some of the rashes had begun to fester, looking like blood spots on his face. Similar. What's the matter? How could his rash be so severe? The officer asked, staring at another soldier. The soldier didn't dare to hide it, and told the truth. Originally, it was stipulated that the change was every 3 days, and you can only stay here for 3 days at most, but Lu Gui had something to do before, and he changed posts with other comrades. Counting today, it has been continuous. I've been here for 7 days. The army clearly stipulates that you can only stand guard for a maximum of 3 days at a time, and you can't approach the river for at least 3 days after that. He actually stayed here for 7 days, don't you die? The officer said while looking at Zhou Wen. The soldier smiled wryly and said, Lu Gui said that his life is tough, so he is not afraid of this. At first, he was really fine, and he did not develop a rash like us after standing on the post for 4 or 5 days. On the 6th day, he only developed a rash. A little rash, but who knew that his rash broke out suddenly today? The whole body is covered with the same, it is still festering. It was not so serious when I left before. Doctor Xiao Zhou, what do you want to do? The officer looked at Zhou Wen and asked. What else can I do? Hurry back to the medical team. Zhou Wen just wanted to say this, but saw the soldier's body trembling. And the rashes that could be seen outside the clothes were rapidly decaying, and the hands and face were festering everywhere. I don't know if he was woken up by the pain. The soldier stretched out his hand and grabbed his face. When he went down with one hand, he scratched the skin of his face. He scratched several blood grooves directly on his face, and he could see the cheekbones. Look. It looks terrifying. But the soldier didn't care. He still grabbed desperately, and he grabbed his face to a pulp after a few times, but he still refused to stop, and was still grabbing desperately. Hold him down. The officer immediately ordered, and the soldiers rushed forward, holding his hand down one at a time, preventing him from scratching his face. I don't know if Lu Gui is really awake. He doesn't speak, he just struggles desperately, trying to scratch his face. Lu Gui, you don't want to die. The officer yelled loudly, but Lu Gui didn't seem to hear it at all, just struggling desperately, kicking his feet desperately, rubbing on the ground, and after kicking his socks off, it was found that his feet were also covered with festering rashes. Suddenly, Lu Gui's body stopped struggling, but blood was leaking from his mouth, and it looked like he was about to die. Dr. Xiao Zhou, what can I do? Hurry up and save Lao Lu. A soldier who had a good relationship with Lu Gui was about to cry. Zhou Wen thought to himself, I'm not a real doctor, how do I know what to do? I wanted to talk about sending it to the medical team, but looking at the situation, I'm afraid it's too late. Zhou Wen thought about it and felt that this rash might also be a toxin. Maybe the Dark Doctor's attack with poison will be useful. At this time, Zhou Wen could only treat the dead horse as a living horse doctor. He would rather let the soldier die in his hands than watch him die like that. At the moment, Zhou Wen no longer hesitated, summoning the Dark Doctor to appear on him in a companion state, and using the skill of fighting poison with poison, a syringe appeared in his hand. Press him tightly, don't let him move, Zhou Wen said to the soldiers. After all, he is not a real doctor, and injections are not his strengths. Fortunately, if it is only intravenous injection, he can still complete it. Several soldiers held Lu Gui firmly. Zhou Wen stuck the needle in, pushed the syringe a little bit, injected a little bit of toxin into Lu Gui's body, and then stopped to see his reaction. The poison of Dr. Dark is very strong. It didn't take long for him to react after being injected. The blood spilling out of Lu Gui's mouth was significantly reduced, but Zhou Wen didn't know whether he was about to die, or whether fighting poison with poison had the effect. After waiting for a while, the festering rash on Lu Gui's body no longer festered, and Lu Gui's body was not shaking so much. Seeing that the toxin was effective, Zhou Wen pushed in a little more, but Lu Gui's body trembled even more, but the rash on his body was fading. Zhou Wen knew that this was really effective. It was normal for Lu Gui's body to tremble, and Dr. Dark didn't know what the poison was. After injecting it into the body, it was very painful. Zhou Wen had tried it before, but it was not something that ordinary people could endure. However, this also shows that Lu Gui's body is improving, and he has no pain before. Zhou Wen didn't dare to inject too much toxin. Seeing that he was getting better, he took the syringe and looked inside Lu Gui's body with the light of the Dark Doctor's perspective. He didn't find any problems, and he didn't know the source of the rash. Ah! It hurts. Lu Gui's eyes widened and he screamed, his body struggling even more. Dr. Xiao Zhou, what's going on? The officer and several soldiers looked at Zhou Wen. They didn't know what the situation was now. His condition has improved a lot, and his life should be saved, but the follow-up treatment cannot be carried out here. You should send him to the medical team, Zhou Wen said. The officer hurriedly summoned a cow-shaped companion pet, rode up with Lu Gui, and took him back to the station. Dr. Xiaozhou, do you want to go back together? The officer asked Zhou Wen. I still have something to do, and I have to take a look by the river. You can go. Zhou Wen doesn't have any medical skills at all, even if he is in the past, it is useless, but since fighting poison with poison has worked, Lu Gui's life should be saved, the extent of recovery depends on those real doctors. The officer was in a hurry to take Lu Gui back, so he didn't say anything more and hurried back to the station. Zhou Wen continued to look in the direction of Cheesy Mountain, hoping to find the small hand pattern. He did not dare to get too close to the mountain pass of Cheesy Mountain. The place is extremely unstable, and there may be other dimensional creatures rushing out at any time, that is, look for it nearby. But on this side of the river, there is no such thing as a stone tablet at all, and there is no human building. There is no small hand pattern. Seeing that it is getting closer and closer to Cheesy Mountain, the rocks at the mountain pass can be clearly seen. The rocks of Cheesy Mountain are very distinctive. Most of them are black, but some of the rock layers in the black are white, which looks contrasting, like some white lines are drawn on the black cloth. The blood-colored river water slowly flows out of the mountain pass. If the color is darker and darker, it really looks like blood. Is there no small hand pattern? Zhou Wen was a little disappointed. Looking at the direction of Cheesy Mountain, he did not dare to go forward. A warning sign was already set up in front of him, indicating that it would be very dangerous to go inside. Zhou Wen took the mysterious mobile phone and took pictures around with the camera function. There was no vibration reminder on the mobile phone. Let's move forward. If there is nothing on the mountain wall of the mountain pass, then go back. Zhou Wen hesitated for a while, but decided to walk forward again, to see if there was anything on the mountain wall at the mountain pass. With his current strength, as long as he doesn't encounter mythical creatures, there shouldn't be too much danger. However, Zhou Wen is still cautious and does not dare to have any careless thoughts. The strength of power is not absolute, and he is not all-powerful. In case of encountering a dimensional creature that he cannot restrain, even if it is the same rank, even more than his rank, it may also kill him. Lu Su was looking at the materials and doing research when he suddenly received an emergency call. He rushed over to take a look at the soldier's condition, and asked with a frown, "What's the matter with him?" Dr. Lu Gui, he violated the rules and stood at the sentry post for 7 consecutive days, and it became like this. The officer said. 7 days in a row at the sentry post? He's dying? Lu Su was slightly taken aback, stepped forward to look at Lu Gui's injury, and asked in disbelief, "He must have been scratched, right? It's really festering place," but the more Lu Su looked at it, the more strange it became. The injury on Lu Gui's body seemed to be a sign of a rash, but it was obvious that the rash was no longer festering, and there were signs of improvement. If it really was a rash, it should not, that's right. We happened to meet Dr. Xiaozhou before. Dr. Xiaozhou injected some medicines into Lu Gui at the sentry post, which made Lu Gui's condition improve a little, and it is much better now. The officer said what happened before. Once again. Dr. Xiaozhou? Which Dr. Xiaozhou? Lu Su felt a little weird. She has been researching for so long, but she has never found a cure for the rash. Once it occurs, she will surely die. According to what they said, Lu Gui stayed there for 7 consecutive days without dying. There is no doubt that the rash is onset, and it should soon turn into blood. According to their descriptions, Lu Gui was almost a dead person. And even if Lu Su was present at the time, it was impossible to bring Lu Gui back to life. But the doctor Xiao Zhou they were talking about actually only gave Lu Gui a shot, which made Lu Gui have a clear improvement. Now there is almost no sign of a rash attack, which made Lu Su a little unbelievable. It's Dr. Zhou Wen. His certificate says that he is an intern. The officer replied. Lu Su thought about the medical team in her mind, but their medical team did not have such an intern. There were indeed a few new interns this year, but none of them had the surname Zhou. Let's do an inspection first. Lu Su asked Lu Gui to come in, and now Lu Gui can lead by himself, but the wound on his face is more serious. Lu Su checked Lu Gui and treated his wound, but Lu Su was even more surprised. Lu Gui had festering rashes all over his body, indicating that the attack was really severe at that time. Lu Gui and the others should not lie, but those rashes showed no signs of continuing to decay, but were slowly improving. After Lu Su's examination, Lu Gui's rash is almost no problem now. Even if no treatment is given, it will almost heal in a few days, but the festering wounds need to be treated, otherwise scars will be left on the whole body. The injury that Lu Gui caught himself was more serious, and he was afraid that it would take a lot of time to treat. Are you sure the intern doctor you met is called Zhou Wen? Lu Su asked again. The officer answered affirmatively, it's Dr. Zhou Wen, that's right, I looked very carefully at that time. That's weird. Lu Su really wanted to see Zhou Wen and asked him what he had injected into Lu Gui. But she couldn't remember that there was such a person in the treatment team. Back in his office, Lu Su called out the medical team's personnel file and looked at it. There was indeed no one named Zhou Wen among the intern doctors, not even one with the surname Zhou. It's really weird. Could it be that they were really lucky enough to meet an immortal? Lu Su wondered to himself. Zhou Wen was less than 200 meters away from the mountain pass of Cheesy Mountain. With his eyesight, he could already see if there was any pattern engraved on the mountain wall, so he did not go any further. Zhou Wen kept looking at the top of the mountain wall, and after looking for a while, the small hand pattern was not found, and he saw a strange little flower. That little flower grows on the wall of Cheesy Mountain, which is more than 10 centimeters high. The leaves are black, but the flower is white. That little flower grows alone on the stone wall, no plants can be seen for a few hundred meters left or right. If something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Zhou Wen remembered that he was taught in school that there are many terrifying creatures of the plant system in the dimensional field. Maybe the little flower in front of him is a terrifying dimensional creature of the plant system. So when Zhou Wen saw the little flower, his nerves immediately collapsed, not because of excitement, but because of vigilance. The abilities of the plant system are often special. Many dimensional creatures of the animal system rely on force to win, but these Zhou Wen are not so afraid. However, most of the plant-based dimensional creatures do not win by force. Among the knowledge he learned in school, many flower-based dimensional creatures kill people with the fragrance of flowers, and some fungus-based dimensional creatures can emit tiny particles that are almost invisible to the naked eye. Invisible spores enter the human body through the respiratory tract, mouth and nose, or even pores, parasitic in the human body, and treat the human body as nourishment, sucking the human body to death. Zhou Wen wore the listening truth earrings and listened to the sound of the air flowing. He didn't notice any tiny particles flowing from Xiaohua's side, so he felt a little relieved. Although He didn't know if the little flower was a plant-type dimensional creature. Zhou decided to stay away from it. And it was not a big mistake to be careful. He didn't want to die here inexplicably. He turned around and walked in the other direction, wanting to stay away from the floret, but just after Zhou walked a few steps, he heard a voice coming from the floret. "Can you hear me?" It was a woman's voice. Although the sun hadn't set yet and the sky wasn't too dark, Zhou was still shocked. Turning his head to look at the location where the sound came from, he saw that there were no people or dimensional creatures there. And there was still only a small flower growing on the mountain wall. "Can you hear me?" The voice came from the little flower again. What was even more strange was that the little flower turned the flower's direction and aimed at Zhou. Zhou kept his mouth shut and stared at Xiaohua, but he was slowly backing away. Zhou didn't want to know why this weird little flower could talk, he just hoped that nothing would happen to this little flower. He wasn't sure if he could handle it. "Why are you leaving?" "I just want to chat with you, and do nothing else." The woman's voice came out of the little flower. "It's strange for me to believe you." Such lines often appear in film and television works. Many men say this when they lie to women to open a house. Zhou secretly slandered in his heart, but people still stepped back and did not answer Xiaohua. Zhou heard a story from his grandfather when he was a child. He said that when he was walking in the middle of the night, he heard a stranger calling your name behind your back. Don't answer, and don't turn your head to look at it, or you will die unexpectedly. 7 steps, from now on, if you take another 7 steps, you will die. If you don't believe it, you can continue walking. The voice came from Xiaohua again. The cold sweat on Zhou's forehead instantly fell, and he stood there, not knowing whether to continue walking or not. Logically speaking, listening to the truth should be able to restrain some evil forces, but there is no invincible ability in this world. Zhou has not yet figured out what kind of evil forces that listening to the truth can restrain. If that little flower was just an alarmist, it would be fine if Zhou left, but what if it was telling the truth? Zhou didn't dare to gamble with his life. However, Zhou was unwilling to be frightened by the little flower. As soon as he gritted his teeth, Zhou continued to step back, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Zhou stepped back and looked at the little flower on the mountain wall. Xiaohua didn't make a sound anymore, which made Zhou a little more at ease. 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps, Zhou continued to walk, the truth-listening earrings on his ears had not responded. Zhou secretly drummed, "Is it really cheating me? Why is there no response at all? I thought so in my heart, but I didn't dare to step out of this last step." That's right, Zhou is indeed afraid of death, and it seems that there is no need to gamble with his life like this. "Why don't you go? You still have 1 step left, keep going." Xiaohua finally spoke, but her tone was full of ridicule. "We have no grudges, and no grudges, why do you make trouble for me? If you are short of fertilizer, I will help you find it. If you are short of water, I will help you water it. What do you think?" Zhou stood there looking at the mountain wall, the little flower on top shouted, "Who wants you to water and fertilize?" The little flower said in a cold voice, "From now on, I will ask you to answer. If I am satisfied, I will spare your life, otherwise you will not be able to survive or die, and even die, I will also make you into lamp oil. I can't stand the threat of others because of my violent temper. I'll leave." "What can you do?" Zhou said as he raised his foot and continued to walk. But just as he lifted his heels, he felt his head dizzy, and almost fell to the ground. He was horrified and stopped quickly, without really raising his feet to take this step. Damn, how could this be? Zhou was completely horrified, and now he knew that what Xiaohua said was true. Why don't you go? Keep going, where is your temper? Xiaohua teased. Zhou thought to himself, there's no need to fight with a flower and lose your life. It's useless to even listen to the evil spirit. I don't know what the origin of this little flower is. I think you have a small flower growing on the mountain wall, and you have no company. You must be very lonely and sad. I don't see other people's sadness and suffering the most, so I'll chat with you. But since it's a chat, you can't just ask. If I have questions, I have to ask you some questions, don't you think? Zhou bargained. Xiaohua didn't refute him, just asked, what's your name? Zhou shuddered in his heart. He remembered that in myths and legends, there was an ability to imprison people by calling their name. For a while, he didn't know whether to answer. Why are you such a mother-in-law? It's better to die. Xiaohua said impatiently. My name is Zhou. What's your name? Zhou knew that it was useless to report a fake name, because the name was actually just a code name. The name reported from his mouth, whether it was true or false, represented himself. If the other party really had that ability, a false name is also valid. Just call me Lord Emperor. Xiaohua paused, then continued to ask, what are you doing here? I said I came to travel, do you believe it? Zhou said so, but he was slandering in his heart, a flower also wants to be the emperor, is it crazy? Xiaohua giggled, I believe, why? Don't you believe it? Since you are here to travel, then this emperor will do a good deed and take you on a trip to Cheesy Mountain. With Xiaohua's voice, a crack appeared on the wall of the mountain where Xiaohua took root. And the cracks are gradually expanding, causing the mountain of chess pieces to shake slightly, and the mountain seems to be about to crack. Don't be so troublesome. I'm afraid of heights, and I don't like climbing mountains. I'll just watch the river view here. The cold sweat on Zhou's forehead increased a lot. Only then did the swaying mountain calm down, and Xiaohua laughed and said, are you really not going to come in and take a look? I really don't need it. Zhou waved his hand quickly, and then changed the subject, are there many dimensional creatures in Cheesy Mountain? Is there a mythical existence? Of course there are, and there are many more. Which one do you want to see? I can let them come out to see you. Xiaohua said with a smile. No, I just ask casually. Zhou saw that the little flower was getting louder and louder, and he was very doubtful in his heart whether it was bluffing himself. It's just a flower, and it still grows on this kind of mountain wall that has been beaten by wind, water, and rain, but its tone of voice, as if it is the king of Cheesy Mountain, really makes Zhou very suspicious. Are there many human beings with strength like you now? Xiaohua asked. It should be a lot. Zhou thought about it and felt that it should not be a lot. In the era of Jing Daoxian, the dimensional storm had just arrived, and there were still very few epic-level powerhouses. These decades have passed, and epic-level powerhouses are not as rare as they used to be. What is the human population now? Xiaohua continued to ask. It should be less than 10 billion, right? Zhou thought for a while and answered, these are not secrets, there is nothing to hide. Then there should be Hundreds of millions of people like you, right? Xiaohua said thoughtfully. There shouldn't be that many, right? Zhou Wen heard Xiaohua say that, and it was really difficult to speak, because the real situation and Xiaohua's guess were too different. Although Zhou Wen doesn't know how many epic-level powerhouses there are in the Federation, it is estimated that it is difficult to reach even 6 figures. It would be good to have tens of thousands. 10 million? Xiaohua guessed. Again. A little less. Zhou Wen had no choice but to say. Is it only a few million? Are human beings so weak now? There are so few people at your level. Xiaohua said in a tone of disbelief. Almost. Basically, I'm relatively weak. What can Zhou Wen say? He can't tell Xiaohua. The number she guessed should be reduced by 100 times. Zhou Wen thought for a while and asked, are you familiar with Qizishan? Have you ever seen a pattern here, that is, a picture of a small hand, which may be holding something? Zhou Wen roughly described the pattern of the little hand. Anyway, he can't leave now, so why not take the opportunity to inquire about the news? Maybe this little flower really knows. There is indeed such a pattern. It's on the top of Cheesy Mountain. I don't know who carved it. I hate it when I see it. What are you looking for? Xiaohua asked. Zhou Wen was overjoyed when he heard that there was actually a small hand pattern, but when he thought that the small hand pattern was on the top of Cheesy Mountain, how dare he go up, he couldn't help but become sad again. I've seen similar patterns in other dimensional fields, but I don't know what the pattern means, so I've been doing research and wanted to take a photo. By the way, do you know what that little hand pattern represents? Zhou Wen Bansen said half falsely. How would I know, and I don't know who carved it when I was bored. It's easy for you to see it, and you can naturally see it when you climb to the top of the mountain. Xiaohua said. Forget it, I don't want to watch it that much. Hearing that he was going to climb to the top of the mountain, Zhou Wen refused, without even thinking about it. There are countless terrifying creatures in Chess Piece Mountain, and the ghost knows whether he can come out after climbing up. Unexpectedly, the little flower laughed. You don't want to climb, but I let you climb. From now on, if you can't climb to the top of the mountain within an hour, your eyes will go blind. When Xiaohua said that he would die in 7 steps, Zhou Wen didn't pay much attention to it, but this time he saw it clearly. As soon as Xiaohua's voice fell, one of its petals withered, turning into light and dust in the air. Seems to have disappeared out of thin air. Zhou Wen didn't feel anything on his body, and the earrings didn't respond, but he knew that he might have been tricked. What is the origin of this little flower? Why is its power so weird? Zhou Wen looked at Xiaohua and asked, you said just now that I would die if I walked 7 steps, and now you let me climb the mountain within an hour. Isn't this a contradiction? Xiaohua said. Lightly, don't worry, the power of the first wish has been covered by the second wish, you can go anywhere now, and you won't die again, but after an hour, if you don't get on board at the top of Cheesy Mountain, you will inevitably become blind, and even the mythical vitality skills that can bring you back to life will not restore your sight. If you don't believe me, just leave here and try it. What exactly do you want to do? Zhou Wen raised his head and stared at Xiaohua on the mountain wall and asked. If he went to Cheesy Mountain, he was afraid that he would not come back, even if he was blind. It would be better than death. At least he still has the listening earrings. Even if he is blind, he will not be completely blind. I don't want to do anything, I just think it's fun. If you don't want to climb the mountain, you can go now, but if this emperor is in a bad mood one day and thinks of you again, he may make another wish to make you a disabled person with incomplete limbs. Class, it will definitely be very interesting if you think about it, Xiaohua said. Zhou Wen stared at Xiaohua and thought to himself. Sure enough, you shouldn't take risks in the vicinity of the dimensional realm. How good it would be to play games at home honestly. If you want to kill me, just do it, why bother? Zhou Wen stared at Xiaohua and said. If it wasn't for your appearance, do you think you could still stand and talk to this emperor now? Xiaohua said contemptuously. Zhou Wen was speechless for a while, thinking to himself, you are a flower, do you know how good human beings look? Xiaohua continued, well, let me tell you another secret. There is a treasure on the top of Cheesy Mountain. If you can climb up, you will have a chance to get that treasure. According to your human standards, it is a myth. Things? What mythical thing? Zhou Wen asked. You'll know if you climb up and take a look yourself, but the emperor will give you another reminder, don't think about flying up. Just climb up from the mountain wall, otherwise you will die. Xiaohua said. Okay, I'll crawl. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth, knowing that he had messed with this little flower. Even if he left now, I'm afraid there would be endless troubles. It's better to go up and take a look. If there really is a small hand pattern there. Put the little hand taking pictures of the pattern and downloading it into a game, he can learn the secrets of Kizishin in the game and find a way to relieve Xiaohua from his entanglement. Zhou Wen walked to the stone wall, stretched out his hand to grab the gap in the rock and climbed up. This climb, immediately, something was wrong. Below Cheesy Mountain, there seemed to be a strong magnet pulling his body, making him feel that his body suddenly became much heavier, and it was very difficult to get up, just like an ordinary person climbing a rock. Does it feel heavy? Xiaohua's voice came. Why is this? Zhou Wen asked as he climbed up. Cheesy Mountain is a forbidden place, even those true immortals dare not approach, that is, your human body can approach, and will not be hurt by the power of the ban, but it will also be affected. Xiaohua said. Forbidden place? Who banned this place? Zhou Wen took the opportunity to inquire about the news. If you can climb to the top of the mountain and see that mythical thing, you can naturally guess who he is. If you can't climb up, it's useless to tell you. Xiaohua paused and said, since you have already climbed up, then don't think about retreating. Or you will surely die. If you don't believe me, take a look below. Zhou Wen lowered his head and looked down, and was suddenly shocked. He only climbed up a few meters, but the bottom turned into an abyss. As if it went straight to hell. Smelly flower, wait for me, wait until I download the copy of Kizishin. Find your flaws in the game, and then clean up you. Zhou Wen, secretly ruthless. I don't know if it's an illusion or what's going on below, but since he came up, Zhou Wen didn't plan to retreat, so he continued to climb up. The more he climbed up, the heavier his body felt, as if an iron chain was hanging on his body. Zhou Wen's strong physique had only climbed a few hundred meters, and he felt a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, the chess piece itself is not high, that is, 700 or 800 meters. If it is a mountain that is several thousand meters high, Zhou Wen really doubts whether he can climb it. Xiaohua said aside, I can't tell, your perseverance is pretty good. It's okay, you have been in Cheesy Mountain for so long, do you know who the original owner of Cheesy Mountain is? Zhou still didn't forget to inquire about the news. The owner of Cheesy Mountain is me, Xiaohua said with a smile. Zhou naturally refused to believe it. According to Ensheng, Cheesy Mountain may lead to the ancient song. If this is the case, there must be many mythical creatures in it, and many of them are famous in myths and legends. Even if this little flower has a strange ability, but said that it is the master of Cheesy Mountain, Zhou must not believe it. Seeing that he was approaching the top of the mountain, Zhou couldn't hear any sound from the top of the mountain, as if some mysterious force blocked the sound there, preventing Zhou from peeping at the top of the mountain. Now Zhou felt as if someone was pulling him with an iron chain. Every time he climbed up, he had to use all his strength. He had to use the ancient emperor's life and soul, and his life energy was full of energy, which made him feel a lot easier. Hey, the breath of the ancient emperor. You practiced the ancient emperor's scripture? Xiaohua felt the power of the ancient emperor's life and soul, and immediately guessed. Zhou cultivation technique. You still know the ancient emperor's sutra? Zhou said. Xiaohua said with a smile, that's not a great thing. Why can't I know? But it's no wonder you were able to climb Cheesy Mountain so easily. Originally you practiced the ancient emperor scriptures, but after you practiced the ancient emperor scriptures, the road ahead will be it's not that easy to go, and it's extremely difficult to pass the level of the myth. Why is it difficult to practice the ancient emperor scriptures? Isn't it difficult to practice other vitality art? Zhou heart moved, and he wanted to find some ways to promote the myth from Xiaohua's mouth. So far, Zhou has not heard that there are mythical powerhouses in human beings. If he can figure out a way to promote mythology, maybe he can become the first mythological powerhouse among humans. It's also difficult, but the general vitality art is to comply with the order of heaven and earth, but the ancient emperor's scripture is to destroy the order of heaven and earth, so it is naturally more difficult, and the founder of the ancient emperor's script, the most powerful human emperor among you, finally there is no way to change your life against the sky. Xiaohua said. Which emperor? Zhou asked quickly. As a human being, you have practiced the ancient emperor scriptures, and you don't even know the emperor of your own clan. The Swearen clan? Xiaohua was a little puzzled. Only then did Zhou know that the ancient emperor sutra turned out to be the primordial qi art left by the Swearen clan, the leader who brought fire to mankind. Zhou originally thought that the ancient emperor's scripture was discovered on Yebatai, and it might have something to do with Yebwa, but he didn't expect it to be Sueren's vitality art. When you say that you change your life against the sky, do you mean that the emperor was not able to be promoted to myth? Zhou thought to himself, if this is the case, then it will be even more difficult to promote the ancient emperor's scriptures to myth level in the future. You can also understand that. Xiaohua said paradoxically, and did not continue the topic, but instead said, when you reach the top of the mountain, you will see a stone step, walk along the stone steps, don't mess around. Go, or don't blame me if you die. The little hand pattern is engraved on the big stone at the end of the stone steps. What is the mythical thing you're talking about? Zhou asked. It's coming soon, right on the rock. Xiaohua still didn't answer the question. The top of the mountain was already in sight. With the blessing of the ancient emperor's soul, Zhou still tried his best to be able to climb up a little. When he finally climbed to the top of the mountain, then his hands and 10 fingers on the ground were shaking. Looking up at the top of the mountain, I saw a stone step leading to the center of the top of the mountain, where there was a large black stone like a steamed bun. Zhou Wen saw the small hand pattern on the stone at a glance, and couldn't help but be overjoyed. That little flower didn't lie to me, it really has a little hand pattern. Zhou Wen stood up and carefully approached the big black stone in the shape of a steamed bun along the stone steps. Zhou Wen didn't take a few steps when he felt the mysterious mobile phone vibrate in his pocket. Zhou Wen took out the mobile phone, and the camera function was automatically turned on. Aim the phone at the black stone, the camera of the phone will automatically focus and lock the small hand pattern on the stone. After taking a picture with a click, it will enter the downloading interface. What are you holding in your hand? Xiaohua's voice came from the mountain wall below. Mobile phone, don't you know? Zhou Wen saw that the top of the mountain was not as dangerous as he thought, nor as scary as Xiaohua said. It was bare and nothing, and he felt a little more relaxed. Now that he has downloaded the copy of the game, he can study Xiaohua's weakness when he goes back. As long as he doesn't die here, even if he is blinded by Xiaohua, he still has a chance to make a comeback. Wait, if I'm blind, will the blood-colored villain in the game be blind? Zhou Wen suddenly thought of this serious question. He and the blood-colored villain can share the same perspective. If the blood-colored villain also becomes blind, and he can't see the screen of the mobile phone, wouldn't it be impossible to play games? What is a mobile phone? It doesn't seem to have any fluctuations in vitality. It doesn't look like a treasure. Xiaohua said. It's not a treasure, it's just a communication tool that we humans usually use. You can talk from a distance, and there are some functions such as taking pictures. Everyone has it. Zhou Wen tried his best to describe the mobile phone as more popular, lest Xiaohua suddenly be interested in mobile phones. What is taking pictures? Xiaohua asked again. It's just to take pictures of the scenery. You can take pictures of people and things, Zhou Wen said, while putting away the mysterious mobile phone. It seemed that Xiaohua seemed to be interested in mobile phones. Is that so? Take a picture for me to see, Xiaohua said. Zhou Wen was already mentally prepared, took out the ordinary mobile phone, and took a few photos of the surroundings with the mobile phone. This thing is a bit interesting, and the pictures taken are so real. Xiaohua paused, and then said, how does this thing need to communicate over a long distance? It's very simple. The mobile phone has a number. As long as you dial this number, you can make a long-distance call with another mobile phone, but there is no signal here, so there is no way to talk. Zhou Wen looked at the signal indication on the mobile phone and found one thing: no signal. What is a signal? Xiaohua asked again. I don't quite understand this either. It probably means that we humans have built some signal towers, through which we can transmit signals over long distances. There are no signal towers here, so there is no way to use mobile phone calls. Zhou Wen didn't understand it very well, probably say it. Understood, you have 2 mobile phones, just give me one. You should have no opinion, right? Although Xiaohua was asking, her tone was unquestionable. Yes, but there is no signal here, so it's useless to hold your mobile phone, right? And you have no hands, how can you play with your mobile phone? Zhou Wen said. Don't worry about it, you can just put your phone on the stone steps, Xiaohua said. Zhou Wen deleted his own data on the phone, but fortunately, he didn't use it much at ordinary times. There wasn't much private information in it, and it was deleted in 2 or 3 times. What are the numbers of this phone and other phones? Xiaohua asked again. Zhou Wen told Xiaohua his mobile phone number, and then said, I haven't registered for another mobile phone number, and I will have it when I go back and register for the number, but there is a communication software in it, which can be used to communicate with the software, but there is no such thing here. Signals and communication software can't be used either. It doesn't matter, you tell me how to use it. Xiaohua was very calm. Zhou Wen told Xiaohua how to use the communication software, and now he still wants to go back alive, so he is responsive to Xiaohua. By the way, where is the mythical thing you said? Why didn't you see it? After Zhou Wen finished speaking, Xiaohua made it clear, and she didn't know whether she really understood or falsely understood. Anyway, there is no signal here, and the mobile phone is nothing. It's the same whether you understand it or not, so he was too lazy to say more, and instead asked, Didn't I tell you, it's on the big rock? You can see it when you go to it, Xiaohua said. The steamed bread-shaped rock was just over 1 meter high, and after Zhou Wen got closer, he could see the top of the rock. I saw a white jade box inlaid in the center of the stone. Zhou Wen saw that there was nothing special about the white jade box, so he asked, Is the mythical thing you're talking about in this jade box? Of course it's different, that jade box is a mythical thing, Xiaohua said. Is the jade box a mythical thing? Zhou Wen looked around and did not see anything special about this jade box, that is, there was no extraordinary brilliance, and there was no mythical spell pattern. It looked like an ordinary box carved from suet white jade. It is only about 1 foot long and 4 fingers wide. The real treasure is right in front of you, but you don't know your face, so you have no eyes. If it was my temperament back then, I would gouge out your eyes first, so as not to look angry. Xiaohua paused and continued, that treasure box is the mythical object of a top-level mythical powerhouse. It possesses terrifying and boundless power. Even a mythical creature like a dragon and a phoenix cannot resist the power of the treasure box. This mountain of chess pieces cannot be destroyed because of its suppression. Ban. You mean, if I take it away, Qizishan's ban will be lifted? Zhou Wen asked in surprise. He originally thought that Xiaohua wanted to trick him into taking away the treasures here, and then reach some kind of conspiracy, but whoever Xiaohua said in the first sentence actually pointed out the importance of this jade box, which surprised Zhou Wen. Xiaohua said with some disdain, a weak human like you has no qualifications to take it away. Even a mythical creature must have a special physique to be able to take it out. You are still far from it. After a pause, Xiaohua continued, but if you can advance to the mythical level in the future, you can come and try it. You are cultivating the ancient imperial scriptures, and you may have the opportunity to take it away. I'm crazy to take it and let you monsters run amok in the world? Zhou Wen secretly thought. Xiaohua seemed to see through Zhou Wen's thoughts, and said with a smile, It's only a matter of time before another dimension dominates the earth. Even if you don't take it, someone will take it away in the future. Even in another dimension, this thing is unique. Treasure, killing many mythical creatures. If you are really that great, treat it as non-existent. Zhou Wen was a little moved when he heard it, and what Xiaohua said was not unreasonable. If it was really at that time, if he didn't take it, it would be cheaper for others. Although he knew that Xiaohua was tempting him, it would be a lie to say that he was not tempted, but now this thing is absolutely impossible to get. I'll try it in the game later. If I can take it away in the game, it shouldn't have any effect on the real world. Zhou Wen thought to himself. The mountain has also climbed, the things have been taken, and I have given you the mobile phone. Can I go now? Zhou asked. Whatever you want. Xiaohua didn't mean to stop Zhou. Zhou hurriedly climbed down the road again. Going down the mountain was more difficult than going up the mountain, but fortunately Zhou had practiced for so many years, even if he couldn't fly, he was still agile. Which, I'm really gone. Zhou arrived at the foot of the mountain and said in the direction of Xiaohua, for fear that something would happen to it. If you don't leave, do you still want me to keep you for a meal in Cheesy Mountain? Xiaohua said coldly. Don't be so polite, then I'll go first and call if you have time. Zhou hurriedly turned around and left. The little flower has a gloomy and uncertain personality, and it's better to leave quickly. When I find your flaws in the game copy, it won't be too late to come back to clean you up. After Zhou got away from Kizishin, he took out the phone and saw that the copy of Kizishin had already been downloaded, and there was one more on the desktop. New game icon. The icon is a black mountain, and the name below it is Chess Piece Mountain. Zhou rode the mutant stone back and opened the copy of Chess Piece Mountain. After entering the game, the blood-colored villain stood in front of the wall of Chess Piece Mountain. On the mountain wall, there was a small flower. Although the Q version of the flower looked a little different from the real one, it could still be vaguely seen that the small flower that Zhou had seen before. Although it was in the game, Zhou held back and didn't attack the little flower, because he couldn't die yet. Now every 24 hours, he would go to the underground sea and give that black dragon a hit. The poisonous dragon palm wants to grind the black dragon to death. In case a mythical companion pet is exploded, it will make a lot of money. Even if there is no mythical companion pet, it is a huge gain to be able to explode a vitality skill crystal or something. After all, Zhou still does not have the ability to kill mythical creatures. It's too hard to get a mythical dimensional crystal. Standing in front of the mountain wall and looking at the little flower in the game did not speak like in reality, but grew quietly on the mountain wall. Zhou decided to wait for him to kill the black dragon before cleaning up the little flower, and then chose to quit the game dungeon. In the dark cave, a seductive woman was locked by crisscrossing chains. The chains engraved with runes passed through her bones and locked her in the cave, making her unable to move. When he arrived, he could only sit against the mountain wall, and his neck, hands, and feet were also locked, making it difficult to move at all. At this moment, in front of the seductive woman, there was a mobile phone suspended, the one that Zhou placed on the stone steps. The seductive woman's eyes fell on the phone, but there seemed to be a pair of invisible hands, holding the phone and quickly operating it. The cell phone thing is a bit interesting. A strange smile gradually appeared on the seductive woman's face. Zhou returned to the station, and the game copy was finished again. There was really nothing to do, so he took out the books from the chaos space and read. When he fought with Yake before, he had a new understanding of the Lost Kingdom, but it has not yet reached the level where the Lost Kingdom can be promoted to the evolutionary level. Now I just use this time to study it and see if I can go further. Let the Lost Kingdom become an evolutionary body. The soul of life itself has certain abilities, but how to use the ability of soul of life still needs to be developed by the owner of soul of life. Teleportation is only the most basic application of the power of space trajectory. After being inspired by Yake, Zhou thought of another way to use space trajectory, which is trajectory control. After the power of ordinary people is released, it is equivalent to the money that was spent. It is impossible to get it back, and it is impossible to reuse the money to buy things. However, after using the function of the space trajectory, you can still control the power. After hitting, and there are still trajectories connected to each other, but this connection is different from the connection in ordinary people's cognition. It is invisible and intangible, and there is no reality. The rope lock exists. Using this way of trajectory connection, Zhou can, like Yake, arrange his strength in advance, just like laying a mine. Zhou has a detonator and can detonate the mine that was buried in advance at any time. However, in comparison, Yake's life blasting is more sinister and fierce, because Yake is to detonate the energy of the life body itself, that is to say, he did not consume his own vitality, but just used force. Zhou method, but at the cost of consuming his own vitality, was able to lay mines, which was a lot of trouble, and the consumption was even more serious. However, life blasting is too ruthless, and every blow needs to cost someone else's life. The stronger the life energy, the stronger the explosion will be after being detonated. Zhou tried to use the spatial trajectory. He realized every trajectory connection would form a string on the ring. If the trajectory was connected more, the ring would be covered with various lines, like a spell. Zhou has been studying the role of space trajectories, and using this as a breakthrough point, trying to promote the lost kingdom to the evolutionary body. It's a pity that the promotion of life's soul is obviously not that simple. Zhou has studied for an afternoon and has not made much progress, but he has become more proficient in the use of space trajectory. Dr. Xiaozhou, you live here. I really want to thank you last time. Thanks to you, Lu Gui was able to save his life. Dr. Lu said that if you hadn't dealt with it in time, Lu Gui would have died. Zhou eye reading inside the room didn't feel comfortable. I just arrived at the door with the book in hand. I opened a chair and sat at the door reading a book. An officer with a wash basin saw him and immediately came up to say hello. It's nothing, that's what I should do. Zhou also regarded the dead horse as a living horse doctor at the time, and he didn't want to do this kind of thing again. Dr. Xiaozhou, I have been to the river too many times recently, and I also developed a red rash on my body. Although it is not serious, it will subside on its own in 2 days, but it is really itchy. Is there any way to relieve it? The officer asked Zhou. Of course, one injection can stop the itching, Zhou said without hesitation. The dark physician's attack with poison can suppress the rash toxin. As long as the dose is appropriate, it is easy to eliminate the rash. Really? The officer's eyes suddenly lit up. And he looked at Zhou expectantly and said, Dr. Xiaozhou, can you give me an injection? I can't stand it anymore. I wish I could sever my bones. Caught rotten. Okay, come here and stretch out your arm. This is a trivial matter for Zhou. It's just a small effort, and it's right to help them. After all, they were stationed here and fought against other dimensional creatures with their lives, so that the residents of the city could live and work in peace and contentment. The officer was overjoyed, and hurriedly rolled up his sleeves and stretched out his arms. Zhou directly summoned the Dark Doctor to attach himself to him, using the skill of fighting poison with poison. A syringe appeared in his hand. Because he was not professional at all, and Zhou didn't need to use the band to make the blood vessels protrude, he directly inserted the needle into the vein blood vessel, and then slowly pushed a very small amount of toxin into it. The officer was still excited at first. thinking that he finally didn't have to endure the itch that made people crazy, but the next second, the officer's face turned white all of a sudden. He only felt an unparalleled pain that he had never experienced in his life, and instantly hit his body, making him feel as if his whole body was cramping. Anyone who has had leg cramps knows that cramps are very unpleasant, but now he feels that his whole body is cramping violently, not only his legs, but also his fingers and toes, and his internal organs are cramping. The officer fell directly to the ground, lying on the ground like a mad sheep, and kept twitching, foaming in his mouth and his eyes turning white. At this moment, if he still has the strength, he can't wait to hit him to death. This kind of pain is much more uncomfortable than the previous itch. Is the weight a little more? Zhou muttered to himself, looking at the officer. He didn't really worry about what would happen to the officer, because the dose he pushed in was very small, and it wasn't enough to cause too much damage. It just hurt for a while. The nearby soldiers didn't know what was going on, so they all gathered around with concern. Seeing the officer convulsed, he couldn't speak, so he wanted to send him to the medical team. Don't touch him, he will be fine soon. Zhou stopped the soldiers. One of the soldiers seemed to understand very well, and said to the other soldiers, "This little brother is right, this is called Yongdian madness, you can't move him when he is convulsing, otherwise it may cause death. You quickly put his head on his side, then block his tongue with something, don't let him bite his tongue, it should be fine in a while." Yongdian is crazy. The officer finally endured the most painful period of time and sat up with a pale face. At this time, his regretted bowels were all green. A few times just now, he thought that he would die, so as not to suffer such inhuman sins. If he knew it was so painful, he would rather itch. Dr. Xiaozhou, thank you. Although he regretted it, the officer politely thanked Zhou before leaving with a pale face. Zhou didn't take this matter seriously either, it was just a little effort. But Zhou didn't expect that his effort would play a big role at night. The officer was patrolling with a group of soldiers as usual. When they were patrolling a place by the river, a strange fish suddenly stuck out its head from the river and sprayed blood on the soldiers on the riverbank. The soldiers all dodged. However, the blood water covered a large area like rain, and they had already hid quickly, but they were still drenched on their bodies. The other soldiers were poisoned on the spot, passed out directly, and began to develop red rashes on their bodies. Only the officer, although drenched in blood, was surprisingly fine. Fortunately, he didn't faint, so he was able to bring his soldiers back to the camp in time. Otherwise, if they all fainted, they would be dead and not found. The officer used his companion pet to bring a group of soldiers back to the camp and sent them to the medical team. When Lu Su saw that the rashes on their bodies had begun to fester on a large scale, he shook his head helplessly. No way, they're toxins, it has spread to the blood in the whole body, and there is no way to do it. The officer was stunned when he heard it, and said in disbelief, "Impossible, how could there be no help? Dr. Liu, if you think of a way, there must be a way to save them. These soldiers have been with him until now, how could he not have feelings?" And hearing that they were going to die naturally made him unacceptable. They were directly sprayed with blood by the dimensional creatures you mentioned. The toxins spread too fast, and there is no way to save them. Fortunately, you are not contaminated with blood, otherwise you will be the same as them. Lu Su said. No, I also got blood, why am I fine? By the way, it's Dr. Xiao Zhou, and Dr. Xiaozhou can definitely save them. Last time Lu Gui was more serious than them, and it was Dr. Xiaozhou who cured him. Dr. Lu, quickly, call Dr. Xiaozhou, he can cure it. The officer said anxiously. Lu Su frowned and said, the Dr. Zhou when you mentioned earlier, our medical team does not have this person at all. If there is, how could we not let him come to save you? Why not? He is obviously a member of your medical team. I have seen his documents. By the way, he is not a doctor, but an intern. The officer said. There is no such person in the intern, and there is no surname Zhou at all. Lu Su felt that the officer must be too sad and started talking nonsense. If he was really sprayed with blood, how could he come back alive? And he also, all the comrades in arms pulled back, but he seemed to be fine. Impossible, he is clearly there. The officer said, as if thinking of something, he ran out of his legs, as if going crazy. Alas! What a sin! Lu Su sighed. This era is an era that drives people crazy. Although human beings have superpowers that they never dared to dream of before, they also bear pressures that were unimaginable before. Something wrong. From Lu Su's point of view, this officer was like those who couldn't bear the blow and had a psychological problem. The officer didn't think so much, and ran all the way to the place where he met Zhou Wen before. He remembered that Zhou Wen came out of that dormitory before. He wanted to find Zhou Wen, not to prove that Dr. Xiaozhou really existed, but to save him own comrades. Zhou Wen was lying on the bed reading a book when he suddenly heard a rapid knock on the door, and then heard someone shouting desperately outside the door, Dr. Xiaozhou, help! Dr. Xiaozhou! Are you there? Zhou Wen heard that the officer was outside the door, so he opened the door and asked, Dr. Xiaozhou, it's really nice of you to be here, please save my brother. Seeing Zhou Wen, the officer was about to cry, and could not help but drag Zhou Wen to the medical team. What's the matter? Zhou Wen was dragged by him and ran to the medical team asking confused. When my gang of brothers were patrolling the river, they were attacked by dimensional creatures that suddenly appeared in the river. They were sprayed with blood, and then quickly fell into a coma. It festers quickly, other doctors are helpless, you will be too late if you don't go, the officer said. Hearing what he said, Zhou Wen hurriedly accelerated his pace. He didn't want to see a living person die in front of him. Since it was just a prison, he had to do his best. Soon, Zhou Wen was pulled by the officer to the medical team, and saw 6 soldiers lying in a special ward, with 2 nurses and a doctor taking care of them. However, their condition has not improved at all. The rashes on their faces and hands have festered into blood holes. From a distance, they look like small blood-colored flowers on their faces. There is no beauty at all, but it only makes people shudder. Dr. Xiaozhou, save my brothers quickly, and give them an injection. The officer pulled Zhou Wen eagerly and said, You are the Dr. Zhou Wen they said? Lu Su looked at Zhou Wen suspiciously. She was sure that Zhou Wen was not a member of the medical team. She knew all the members of the medical team. Too young, probably not yet 20 years old, no wonder the officer called him Dr. Xiaozhou. Nowadays, people usually go to college at the age of 16 or 17. After graduating from college, they should be over 20 years old. I'm a new intern Zhou Wen, and I haven't reported to the medical team yet. Zhou Wen said and showed his ID. Lu Su took the certificate and looked at it. It was true. It was a medical intern. This person was not made up by the soldiers. Can I see their injuries? Zhou Wen asked Lu Su. Of course. Lu Su also wanted to know if Zhou Wen could really cure that toxin. If he could, Lu Su would even be very grateful to him. The army is not a hospital. There is no comparison and selfish jealousy among ordinary doctors. Being able to save a soldier's life is more important than anything else, and if Zhou Wen can treat this rash, then it will be a great thing for the entire Qizishan garrison, and it will solve a big problem for them. Seeing Lu Su's agreement, Zhou Wen walked up to a wounded soldier and looked at his injury. The two little nurses next to him looked at him curiously. Zhou Wen seems to be younger than them, but he is called a doctor by the officer, and he seems to have pinned all his hopes on him, making them very curious about what kind of person Zhou Wen is. Is it true? Able to treat red rashes on these soldiers? Zhou Wen knew at a glance that it was indeed the same as the previous rashes. He immediately summoned the Dark Doctor to possess the body, used the skill of fighting poison with poison, and a syringe appeared in his hand. When Zhou Wen didn't hesitate, he grabbed the soldier's wrist and stabbed it directly. Lu Su was taken aback, but it was too late to stop it. Zhou Wen just glanced at it like this and pierced the needle directly, which was a bit unreliable. But Lu Su thought about it. No matter how unreliable, there is still some hope after all, even if Zhou Wen doesn't get a needle, these soldiers will not survive, and they will not stop. With the experience of the first 2 times, Zhou Wen probably already knew what dose should be injected, so after a certain dose was injected, he immediately stopped and walked to the next soldier. There were only 6 soldiers in total, but in a short while, Zhou Wen had all injected. Okay, that's all I can do. For these festering injuries on their bodies, I need to trouble the nurses to help them deal with it. Zhou Wen said. Dr. Xiaozhou, are they all right? The officer asked nervously. If there is no accident, it should be the same as Lu Gui. I need to rest for a while. I still have something to do, so I will go back first. Zhou Wen said and went out. The officer believed in Zhou Wen very much. Hearing Zhou Wen say this, a big stone in his heart fell to the ground. After thanking Zhou Wen, he went to the hospital bed to see his comrades in arms. However, Lu Su frowned. From the injection to the patient to his attitude, it was obvious that Zhou Wen was really unprofessional, and even his qualifications as an intern were questionable. For such a serious patient, after the injection of the drug, the reaction must be observed. He didn't even look at anything and left after the injection. How could he look like a doctor? How did Lu Su know that Zhou Wen was not a doctor at all, nor did he know medical skills, so it was useless to stay. Lu Sujing wanted to stop Zhou Wen, but before she could speak, she heard a little nurse call out, he has a reaction. Lu Su was startled, and quickly looked at the little nurse. Seeing that the little nurse was pointing at a soldier, her face was full of surprise. Lu Su looked at the soldier, and was also surprised. The soldier snorted and woke up, and the rash on his body seemed to have stopped and continued to fester. The 6 soldiers woke up quickly. They didn't want to wake up. The toxin injected by Zhou Wen made them so painful. Lu Su quickly checked the 6 soldiers one by one, and found that the toxins and rashes on their bodies were subsiding, and their spirits were gradually improving, which was incredible. It's incredible, how did he do it? Lu Su was surprised, but she didn't sit still. Together with 2 nurses, they treated the festering wounds on the 6 soldiers. Although the toxins and rashes are gone, the festering wounds are not healed and still need to be dealt with. After working for a long time, when the 6 soldiers fell asleep, the look of surprise in Lu Su's eyes became stronger and stronger. What is certain is that the rashes on these soldiers have indeed subsided in such a short period of time. How did he do it? Lu Su researched for a long time, but couldn't find a way to treat the rash. It's good if it didn't flare up, but once it did, it would be fatal. But today, these 6 soldiers had already stepped into the gate of hell, and they were still stabbed back by Zhou Wen, which made her a little unbelievable. What kind of medicine did he use? How could it be so effective? Lu Su thought to himself. Thank you, Dr. Lu. The officer said to Lu Su gratefully. Although it was not Lu Su who rescued his comrades, Lu Su did his best to deal with the festering on their bodies, which was already very commendable. I ask you, are you really stained with blood? Lu Su asked, while looking at the officer. Yeah, if I can react, I won't let my comrades be drenched in blood. The officer said. Then why didn't you get a rash like them? Lu Su asked again, now she naturally completely believed what the officer said. The officer thought for a while and said, it should be this morning that I asked Dr. Xiao Zhou to give me an injection. Is that injection still effective? Now he is very glad that he let Zhou Wen give him an injection, otherwise they will all be unconscious there, and when the other patrols find them, they are probably already dead. In comparison, the little pain he suffered was nothing at all. Is the effect of the drug lasting, or does it form an antibody? Lu Su thought to himself, if it was the latter, then the medicine Zhou Wen used would be even more precious. Lu Su planned to find a time to have a good talk with Zhou Wen to see if there was a possibility of promoting that drug to benefit the soldiers. He originally thought that Zhou Wen would report to her soon. Lu Su was the head of the medical team and the intern should just report to her. But Lu Su waited until the next day and still didn't see anyone from Zhou Wen. Lu Su was not angry because of this, because she knew very well that the intern should report to her first, and then their medical team could arrange accommodation and issue certificates. Zhou Wen didn't report to her, but he already had a residence and documents. Obviously, his identity was unusual. In addition, Zhou Wen was able to treat the rash, which made Lu Su feel that his background was not simple, so Lu Su planned to visit Zhou Wen in person. The officer often came to see his comrades, and it was not difficult to find out Zhou Wen's residence, but when Lu Su arrived at Zhou Wen's dormitory, he found that the door was locked and there was no one inside. However, after seeing Zhou Wen's residence, Lu Su was even more certain that Zhou Wen was not an ordinary intern. How could an intern live in a single-room dormitory? Even an ordinary lower-ranking officer would not be treated like this. She, the main person in charge of the medical team, was reluctant. Mixed up a single room. After thinking about it, Lu Su returned to the medical team first, planning to visit again at night. Zhou Wen was indeed not at the station, because his mobile phone was taken away by the little flower, and he couldn't contact his classmates and promised Wang Lu to help her by breakfast. Zhou Wen hadn't come and asked her for leave. So Zhou Wen asked Qin Wufu's adjutant for a pass, went to a nearby town, and bought some new mobile phones. Zhou Wen doesn't have much pursuit of mobile phones, as long as they can be used, so I bought a cheaper one and got a new number. Although the old number can be reported as lost, Zhou Wen was afraid that something would happen to Xiaohua, so he even changed the number. After everything was done, Zhou Wen logged into the communication software again, intending to send a group message to tell them that he had changed his number. But just after logging in, the sound of the message kept ringing. When I opened it, many of them were sent by Wang Lu. Big liar, no credit. Without sincerity, you persisted for 1 day, and not even the next day. Stingy, stingy. You can't bear that little breakfast money, don't you think? You know that you are wrong, don't you dare to speak? Sorry, I was hunted down and lost my mobile phone. I didn't come and contact you. I promised you that I won't forget it. Wait for me to go back. Zhou Wen replied with a message. There are also messages from Li Xian and Huang Jilai, and Zhou Wen also replied one by one. In the end, Zhou Wen also saw a system message, opened it and saw that it was an application for adding a friend. Zhou Wen subconsciously wanted to turn off the information. Generally, he would not add friends casually unless it was a friend application that was agreed in advance, but Zhou Wen was shocked when he saw the ID of the friend who applied for a friend. There. Master Emperor. No way. It's just a coincidence. There is no signal at Cheesy Mountain at all. The little flower has no hands at all, how can it play with the mobile phone? It even knows to add me as a friend? Zhou Wen was surprised. Looking at the friend request, I have the urge to delete it immediately. However, Zhou Wen knew that escaping would not solve the problem, so he passed the friend application to see if this Lord Emperor was the little flower, or it was just a coincidence. Why did it take so long to pass my friend application? Don't you want to live? Just after passing the application, a message came from Lord D. Zhou Wen couldn't believe that a flower could play with a mobile phone, but looking at the tone, it really looked like the flower was carved out of a mold. Who are you? Zhou Wen asked, tentatively. What? Forgot about this emperor so soon? Would you like me to make another wish for you to deepen your memories? A message quickly replied. It turned out to be Lord Emperor. I didn't expect you to be able to use your mobile phone. You shouldn't have a signal there, right? How did you get online? Zhou Wen replied. How can it be so hard to live with this emperor for such a trivial matter? In the message returned by Lord Emperor, there was a hint of pride, but she did not say how she did it. Since you can use a mobile phone, I suggest you go to the internet to read books or TV shows. I personally introduce you to watch Super God Gene. It's very beautiful, and you should be interested. Zhou Wen just sent the message, I regretted it, and it was too late to take it back. Okay, this emperor will see it. Lord Emperor has seen the message and quickly replied to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was greatly annoyed, the little flower might really be just a flower, and it can survive in the sun without harming human life. But let it see the super god genes, if it really becomes a foodie like those people inside, wouldn't there be a lot of human beings to suffer? Lord D is like a young man who has just learned to chat online, or maybe she has been alone for too long, chatting endlessly, answering anything, and constantly asking Zhou Wen all kinds of questions, so that Zhou Wen has nothing at all time to do other things. Back at the station, Lord D was still asking him various questions about the internet, looking very excited. When Zhou Wenjing was thinking about how he could drive Lord Emperor away, Lord Emperor suddenly sent another message. What does it mean when the mobile phone prompts that the battery is low? Mobile phones rely on batteries to provide energy. If the power in the battery is used up, the mobile phone will automatically shut down. It needs to be charged before it can continue to be used. Zhou was immediately happy, thinking that there is no wire in your broken place, so it must be charged. If there is no electricity, I will see how you use the internet to annoy me in the future. How to charge it and bombard it with lightning? Lord D sent another message. Definitely not, lightning is unstable, it will blow up the mobile phone and charge the mobile phone. It must be ordinary household electricity, and it must have a special charger. You can find out by searching the internet. Zhou said. There was no news from Lord Emperor. Zhou was secretly happy, wondering if his mobile phone had run out of battery, and he could finally get rid of this big trouble in the future. Who knows that after a while, Lord Emperor sent another message. You are limited to bring a small diesel generator, a barrel of diesel, and a charger for your mobile phone before noon tomorrow, or I will make a wish to turn you into a cripple. Zhou was overjoyed and sad, his mouth opened wide, and he didn't say a word for a long time. I'm being hunted down by the enemy family now? How can I have time to get those things for you? Besides, those things have to be bought in a nearby city. Even if I want to go, I won't be back before noon tomorrow. What's more, there are powerful enemies chasing me every day, I don't dare to go. Zhou complained. What enemy? Lord Emperor asked in a message. Zhou talked about Yake's various abilities, and added fuel to it, deliberately exaggerating Yake's strength, as if he would be killed by Yake as soon as he went out. I thought he was a great character, but it turned out to be just an unattractive character, so, before tomorrow evening, you bring me all the things I want. And I will give you a good thing, so that you can easily kill that enemy. Lord D said disdainfully. What good stuff? Zhou heart moved. You will know when you come. Remember, you have to send things over before the sun goes down tomorrow, or I will make a wish for you to have incomplete limbs. Lord Emperor died after sending a message. Zhou sent a few more messages in the past, but there was no response at all. I wonder if that flower's ability to make wishes can work on me from a long distance? Zhou thought for a while, and felt that it would not be worthwhile to gamble with his limbs because of a generator and a little diesel, and the flower also said that he would give him something good to be able to kill Yake. Zhou Dao thinks he can take a trip. When Zhou went out again, he rode the mutant stone scorpion to the nearby city at full speed. He wanted to go back quickly, so he quickly sent the flower away, and he read books and played games with peace of mind. The mutant stone scorpion ran no slower than a car, and did not need to take the road. Zhou went straight to the nearby city and quickly bought all the things the flower needed. Zhou originally thought about whether he would encounter Yake's ambush on the road, so he was always careful, but nothing happened, and Yake never appeared. It's not that Yake doesn't want to ambush Zhou, but he doesn't have time at all. Shinjuchi did get him a lot of companion pets, but those companion pets all have owners, and Shinjuchi must find a way to get their companion pets over by himself. Those people were all prisoners in Paradise Prison. Shinjuchi sent them here, but he didn't expect them to go back alive. Yake forcibly plundered the companion pets of those people one by one. It took a lot of time and energy to complete it in a while, and there was no time to ambush Zhou. Zhou came to Cheesy Mountain again with a small diesel generator, a barrel of 20 kg diesel, a charger and other things, and saw the little flower. Just put things next to the mountain wall. Sure enough, a familiar female voice came from the flowers. Sir D, I spent most of my savings to buy these things. You have to save some money. If it breaks, I won't have the money to buy new ones. For you later. Zhou cried and cried, mainly because he didn't want Xiaohua let him buy things. Don't lie. To me, I think the price on the internet is very cheap. Lord D said. The price is very cheap, but I don't have time to make money at all. If I don't have income, how can I have money? I've almost used up my savings to buy these things. Zhou said. Lord Emperor seemed to think that what Zhou said made sense. He pondered for a while and said, I have something here, you can exchange it for money. I put that thing on the stone steps on the top of the mountain, you can get it yourself. And what I have before, the thing promised to you is also there, you can use it to deal with your enemy. As long as you are not too stupid, he will die if he dares to come to you. What is it? Zhou asked. You'll know when you see it. Lord D didn't tell him directly. Zhou had no choice but to climb to the top of Cheesy Mountain again. Sure enough, he saw that there were two more things on the stone steps. One was a dimensional crystal, and the other was a small bone flute. If your enemy comes to you again, you can play the bone flute. It will be useful at that time. Another piece of dimensional crystal, you can exchange it for money. Lord D's voice came from the mountain wall. Zhou saw that the bone flute was very simple and rough, and he didn't know what kind of animal bones it was made of, and he didn't see any special breath flowing, similar to the things of the earth. The other dimensional crystal is actually a crystal of vitality skills. The light and shadow inside is a jade pipa. It looks a bit gorgeous. I just don't know what level this crystal of vitality skills is. I can only use it after I go back. Mysterious phone look. He was afraid that if he took out the mysterious mobile phone here, he would be attracted by the flower. How do I use this bone flute? Zhou put away the dimensional crystal and asked, with the bone flute. When you see him again, use your whole body to blow the bone flute. It will naturally have a magical effect at that time, but I tell you, this bone flute can only be used once, so don't use it indiscriminately. Lord D said. Zhou saw that she refused to speak. So he had to take the bone flute and go back. When he got down the mountain, he saw that the generator and diesel oil that were placed at the foot of the mountain were gone, and he didn't know where they were taken. Xiaohua didn't make a sound anymore and ignored Zhou, which was in line with Zhou Wen's intention, and left Cheesy Mountain on a mutant stone. After he was far away from Cheesy Mountain, he quickly took out his mysterious mobile phone and took a picture of the dimensional crystal. He was shocked by this photo. The dimensional crystal turned out to be a mythical crystal of vitality skills. Crystal Jade Pipa, mythical grade. Just a few words, but Zhou Wen's heart trembled and he almost shouted. However, when Zhou Wen wanted to put it in his mobile phone, a line of prompt popped up on the mobile phone. It requires a physique of 41, a space attribute of 21, a space-related fate, and a space-related soul. The attributes are not up to the standard and cannot be absorbed. Not only are there special attribute requirements, but there are also requirements for fate and soul. I have never seen space attributes, and I don't know where to get them. The physical requirement is 41, which means that it is basically impossible to become a myth at the epic level. Vitality skills, because the average epic powerhouse can only reach 40 physique points at the highest. Zhou Wen couldn't help but feel a little depressed after reading it. Fate and soul requirements, his great demon god Fate and Lost Kingdom should be able to meet, but this attribute is indeed a bit troublesome. The requirements are too high, but after all, there is a chance to absorb. Unlike ordinary people, there is no chance at all. Zhou Wen naturally does not plan to sell this thing. Since it can be used, of course, he must keep it for himself. When enough attributes are obtained, he can absorb and comprehend the mythical vitality skills. An epic-level use of mythological vitality skills, think about it. All feel. Putting the crystal into the chaotic space, Zhou Wen looked at the bone flute in his hand again. Any crystal from the flower is mythical. Thinking that this bone flute will definitely be of great use, she said that it can only be used once. Zhou Wen didn't even try. He took a picture with his mobile phone, but the mobile phone didn't respond. Putting the bone flute into the chaotic space, Zhou Wen thought of one thing. The chaos bead contains the first order of chaos primordial chi art, and Zhou Wen also got started, but he did not continue to practice it. But this vitality art is also a space. Attributes should be somewhat similar to Demon God Ji. Zhou Wenwei has too many vitality techniques, and I really don't have the energy to study the first order of chaos, but thinking about it now, it seems that there are too many skills. Those mythical vitality skills have requirements on fate and soul, maybe in the future useful. Of course, Zhou Wen only thought so. Now he has no energy to study the first order of chaos. He has to condense all the other life and souls first, and then be promoted to the perfect body. At that time, if you can't break through to the mythical level, there will be enough time, and it will not be too late to study. Although he took Xiaohua's bone flute, Zhou Wen did not intend to use it. Xiaohua said that the bone flute could help him defeat the enemy, but Zhou Wen was not sure what the actual situation was. Isn't it a catastrophe? Before returning to the station, Zhou Wen's cell phone rang when he got to a place with a mobile phone signal, and looked at the message from Wang Lu. It's been a while since the message was sent, but Zhou Wen has been in a place where there is no signal, so he didn't receive the message. Need help? Wang Lu's message was very simple. I can handle it, and I'll go back when the matter here is resolved. Zhou Wen replied with a message. I'll wait for you, I'll make up for the breakfast I owe me later. Wang Lu quickly replied with a message. How to make up for this? Don't you have to buy it all the time? Breakfast is not enough, let's make it for lunch. Okay. After chatting a few words with Wang Lu, I found that Lord D had sent a message, and it seemed that the phone was charged. Zhou Wen felt a little weird and said to himself, it's just a flower. How on earth do you use generators? Clicking on the message of Lord Kaidi, I saw that what she sent was a dynamic smiley expression. I learned so fast. I can even use expressions. Zhou Wen didn't reply to her, for fear that she wouldn't finish chatting with herself. And then she wouldn't have time to do other things. Seeing that Zhou Wen didn't reply, Lord Emperor sent another emoji and launched an emoji bombing. Zhou Wen naturally ignored her. After a while, Lord D finally said, is my expression wrong? Why didn't you answer me? It's usually only people who are idle and bored who make expressions, and if you make expressions, I thought you were fine. Zhou Wen said. When I was in high school, there was a female classmate who added Zhou Wen as a friend and sent Zhou Wen an emoji from time to time. Zhou Wen never replied, because he didn't know what the expression meant or how to respond. Oh, so it is. Lord Emperor suddenly realized. Now that you have a generator, you don't have to worry about running out of electricity. You can go online and watch those TV series. It's very interesting. Zhou Wen quickly introduced several classic sitcoms. With love to her. Zhou Wen thought to himself, if she watched those TV series, it would be good if she became a funny person because of the characters and ideas in the TV series. At least she would no longer have the idea of killing humans, and I can be considered as a meritorious person. Okay, this emperor will go. And have a look, remember to charge this emperor for the call. If I am suspended, you will die. Lord Emperor sent a message. I even know how to charge the phone bill. Zhou Wen was helpless. Fortunately, he just took advantage of the benefits, so he didn't care about the phone bill, and he had pre-stored a lot of phone bills in his mobile phone before. As long as she didn't make crazy calls and just surfed the internet, she didn't need to pay for the phone bills this year. I don't know if Lord Emperor is watching a TV series, and he didn't send any more messages, so Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the station at a faster pace. Lu Su came to Zhou Wen again at night, but found that Zhou Wen hadn't come back yet. He was about to go back, but Zhou Wen just came back from outside and was walking this way. Zhou Wen. Lu Su called out to Zhou Wen. Dr. Lu, do you live here too? Zhou Wen walked over and said. I don't live here, I came here specifically to find you. Lu Su said. Looking for me? Is there something wrong? Zhou Wen looked at Lu Su suspiciously. Why didn't you report to the medical team? Lu Su asked. Zhou Wen thought for a while and said, to be honest, I'm not actually an intern. This certificate is only for the convenience of staying at the station. This is not important, since you already have the status of an intern. You should also do what an intern should do, right? I have been researching rash, hoping to solve this virus, but the progress is not very big. Can't tell me what medicine you use? If your medicine needs to be kept confidential, you don't need to tell me the specific ingredients. I just want to know, after using your medicine, will it form antibodies? Are there any negative effects? If you can form antibodies and have no negative effects, I hope you can take some out. I will apply for a special fund to buy them and inject this medicine into the soldiers, which can reduce many casualties and be of great help to future battles. Even if antibodies cannot be formed, so I also hope to buy a batch of spares. Lu Su said like a barrage of cannons. Dr. Lu, I'm really sorry, I haven't used any drugs. In fact, what I used to treat those soldiers was an ability of my companion pet. As for antibodies, I don't understand the effect of the companion pet's skills. I don't know how long it can last, although I also want to help you, but there is really not much I can do. If another soldier is injured like this, you can call me at any time. Zhou Wen said. Hearing Zhou Wen say this, Lu Su was slightly disappointed. The vitality skills of companion pets are generally time-sensitive. They are useful at the time, but after this time, they are useless and will not form antibodies. In this era, companion pets are more and more widely used in medicine. You can have such a companion pet, which is already a good condition to become a doctor. Are you interested in learning some medical knowledge from me? Lu Su felt. Zhou Wen has such a companion pet, it would be a waste if he is not a doctor. Zhou Wen shook his head and said, I'm really sorry, I still have a lot of things to do, and I don't usually have much time. Although Lu Su was a little disappointed, he didn't say anything more. Since Zhou Wen has the ability to treat rash, this is already an unexpected gain, and it can reduce a lot of casualties. This matter did not end there, because in a few days, Lu Su would find out that those soldiers who had been injected with toxin by Zhou Wen had already been immunized with rashes, and even if they had been stationed by the river, they would not have rashes again. Although the Dark Doctor is only epic, he is not an ordinary companion pet at all. No matter his origin or ability, he is very special. Zhou returned to the dormitory and finally got a good night's sleep. When he woke up, he went to the underground sea first and gave the black dragon a slap. There were already several poisonous sores on the black dragon's body, and although those poisonous sores had not yet killed it, it was obvious that the black dragon's mental state was already a little wrong. If the other 8 black dragons are majestic young people, then this one black dragon is like an old man who is twilight. Its movements have become much slower in all aspects, and it seems to be a little muddled, as if its mind has not been clear. It seems that the toxin has already had a great impact on it, but I don't know how long it will take to poison it to death. What Zhou is most looking forward to now is to be able to explode the black dragon companion pet. When this guy was chained, both speed, strength, and ability were greatly weakened. Once the ban was lifted, Zhou would be killed if he couldn't hold on for even a minute in front of Heilong. The gap was too big. If you can get a black dragon companion pet, you may be able to have a real mythical thug, and you don't need to cultivate it slowly like Banana Fairy. Although it is really fun to cultivate from scratch, the actual combat ability is indeed poor, and it is too slow. The Tyrant Beeman is still legendary, and he does not know when he will be able to advance to epic. For 2 days in a row, Lord Emperor did not send a message. Zhou could finally read books and play games with peace of mind, but even the mortal level mobs in the game copy were about to be wiped out by Zhou. Keep reading. That guy Yake won't give up, right? It's been a few days, why hasn't there been any movement yet? Zhou didn't make much progress in reading, so he missed Kyoko a little. Fighting against a guy like that, the kind of face-to-face death situation is certainly terrifying, but there is also a vague feeling of excitement. At that time, Zhou felt that his thoughts seemed to have become much clearer, and his thoughts had become more active and agile. At this time, Yake was so excited that he couldn't control himself. In front of him, there was a white-haired old man. The old man was like a dementia. In the eyes, even more red light flickered. The blood-cursed clown was possessed by the old man, replacing his will to control his body, and even the memory in his mind. From the old man's memory, Yake discovered a big secret. The old prisoner, he has never told anyone about having a mythical companion pet, and at a huge cost, he silently cultivated a mythical companion pet to an epic level. He originally thought that he could rely on myth-level companion pets to become a hegemon in the future, but the resources needed for promotion of myth-level companion pets were too many, and he couldn't afford it himself. As a result, he had just cultivated the companion pet to the epic level, and the incident happened there. He was secretly arrested by the Supervision Bureau and locked in Paradise Prison. Because his position is relatively special, and the corruption is some special items, it is not convenient to deal with it publicly, so the Supervision Bureau will take over. Because it was only a corrupt criminal, the Supervision Bureau just conducted the interrogation as usual, and did not waste resources using too drastic means. This time he was also sent to Yake by Shinyuchi, originally just because he had a companion pet that could change color and disguise, which Yake asked for by name. But he didn't want Yake to discover this great secret in his memory, and couldn't help but be overjoyed. What a idiot, he has such a mythical companion pet. But he was easily caught by the chaos of the Supervision Bureau, even if he has a mythical companion pet. It's still trash. But this just happened to be cheaper for me. Yake no longer hesitated, and directly activated the ability of the blood curse clown to control the old man's body, making him forcibly transfer his companion pet to Yake at the cost of his life. When the man fell like a mummified corpse, a strange tattoo appeared on Yake's arm, which was a purple cat-shaped tattoo. Shin-yuchi, you can count all the calculations, but you can't count me, Yake. We'll have such luck, right? With this mythical companion pet, the taboo you left on me can no longer restrain me. Wait for me. After enjoying the delicious meal, I will definitely go to Kyoto and kill not a single one of the Supervision Bureau. Yake looked at the purple cat pattern on his arm, and the excitement on his face became more and more intense. When Yake robbed the old man's mythical companion pet, Joan was also happy. After waiting for so long, the fruit on the dead tree finally matured and fell from the tree. The phone vibrated automatically to remind Zhou Wen that he got the fruit in the game. Mythical companion eggs, have they hatched? When the blood-colored villain caught the fruit, a prompt popped up on the phone. Mythical companion egg. Zhou Wen was both surprised and delighted. Although he had already guessed, but seeing the mythical companion egg, Zhou Wen was so excited that he couldn't help himself, and quickly looked at the properties of the myth companion egg. Magic baby, mortal, evolvable, fate, son of dimension, soul of life, supreme true demon, wheel of fortune, 1 turn, strength 11, speed 11, physical fitness 11, vitality 11, talent skill, magic sword, associated state, none. What's the situation? Zhou Wen was stunned. For a while he couldn't understand Sean, and the attributes of this demon baby were too weird. Originally, Zhou Wen thought that a mythical companion pet could be hatched directly. After all, there was an example of a dark doctor, but now it doesn't seem to be the case. From the perspective of mortal level and evolvability, this should be the initial state of mythical companion pets, but even mythical creatures will not have life and soul at the mortal level, and they have to be promoted slowly up, and then condensed out. However, the demon baby actually has a fate and a soul at the mortal level, and there is a wheel of fortune that Zhou Wen has never seen before. I don't know what this is. Although I don't know what's going on, Zhou Wen hatched her first. After absorbing a lot of vitality, the copper-like companion egg turned into a streamer and merged into Zhou Wen's body, turning into a thumb-sized purple-haired girl. The baby pattern appeared on Zhou Wen's arm. Zhou Wen summoned the demon baby. One was only 40 or 50 centimeters tall, about the size of a doll, but with long purple hair, wearing purple armor, and a strange companion pet with an ancient copper sword in his arms appeared in front of Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen saw that her face was the same as that of the fierce girl, but her figure was much smaller, similar to that of a baby. Zhou Wen was looking at the girl, and the girl was staring at Zhou Wen, and she seemed to be looking at Zhou Wen, which made Zhou Wen a little surprised. The companion eggs born on the dead tree, the companion pets hatched, are weirder than each other. The Dark Doctor is already surprising enough. This demon baby has just hatched, and it seems to have its own thoughts. Zhou Wen's thoughts moved, and the demon baby received his order. Holding the ancient sword in his arms, he walked towards the table next to him, and jumped to the table. He picked up the teacup and poured a cup of tea for Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen saw that she was as obedient as a common companion pet, so he was relieved a lot and asked her to do some things. The magic baby followed Zhou Wen's instructions and completed it exactly. Although it's a bit strange, it should be fine. Zhou took back the magic baby, took out his mobile phone and entered the game dungeon. Most of the monsters in the copy have been killed by Zhou, and there are still some scattered King Kong warriors in Wanfo Cave. Zhou lazily wasted time to find them and kill them one by one. Now it is just time to test the strength of the magic baby. After searching for a long time, I finally found a King Kong warrior. Zhou gave an order to the demon baby to kill the King Kong warrior to see if she could do it. The King Kong Lux is legendary, and the defense is very amazing, while the magic baby is only a mortal rank. It stands to reason that the magic baby should not be the opponent of King Kong Lux. However, the magic baby has a fate and a soul, which ordinary legendary creatures do not have. Zhou brought her here, just to see if her fate and soul can be used. The magic baby received Zhou's order, but stood there without moving, holding the ancient sword and standing there looking at the King Kong leasher. Afraid? Zhou was thinking, but suddenly saw the ancient sword in the demon baby's arms automatically come out of the sheath, turned into a purple light and flew out. Even Zhou didn't see the sword light clearly. The King Kong warrior actually already it was split in half by the sword light, and a dimensional crystal exploded and disappeared. The flying sword turned around, and automatically returned to the magic baby holding the scabbard. What a powerful vitality skill. This is definitely not the level of Immortal level vitality skill. It is even stronger than my Fei Wei Fei Xian. Such vitality skills, logically speaking, need to consume a lot of vitality. The vitality of a mortal embryo is fundamentally strong. It's not enough to support the release of such a powerful vitality skill. How did she do it? Zhou was surprised and kept looking at the demon baby. After thinking about it, Zhou took back the magic baby, switched the dungeon again, and entered the Zhuolu battlefield. This Zhuolu battlefield is very broad. Zhou ran a long way in the game and finally found a surviving dungeon and summoned it again. Devil baby, let the devil baby try to kill the monster. Although the scorpion is not as powerful as the mutant stone scorpion, it is also the first class level among the epics. The demon baby still held the ancient sword in his arms, coldly watching the rushing scorpion, and when the scorpion was close to her, the ancient sword in her arms automatically unsheathed again, turning into a purple light and slashing at the scorpion. He let out a roar. The black smoke above his head condensed into a dragon-shaped life soul, and sprayed black smoke against the purple light, trying to use the black smoke to resist the purple light. Zhou had seen the power of the black smoke, but the purple sword light directly slashed the black smoke, the soul of life, and the scorpion, cutting it in half like cutting tofu. Zhou was stunned, watching the ancient sword return to the scabbard, the demon baby holding the ancient sword in his arms, still standing there expressionlessly. This guy is really amazing. Is this still a mortal level companion pet? If she continues to be promoted, what changes will there be? Zhou felt that the promotion of the demon infant would definitely not be like a normal mythical creature. After all, she already has a fate and a soul, and it is hard to imagine what will happen to her evolution again. Condensing the second life and soul? Or strengthening the original life and soul? Zhou couldn't guess, and the wheel of life and soul made Zhou feel a little strange. Unfortunately, I don't have a real mythical companion pet. I don't know if there is such a thing after being promoted to myth. Zhou guessed secretly in his heart, but there was no answer. No human being can be promoted to myth yet. Only some mythical companion pets in the 6 major families. Zhou has no friends in the 6 major families. And there is no place to inquire. But now I have finally confirmed one thing. Although the demon baby is still mortal, her combat power is stronger than that of most epic creatures. With just one move of the magic sword, I am afraid that most epics can be killed. Biology. This is for you, and cheer up in the future. Zhou gave her an epic companion egg, which was exposed before, and Zhou was not willing to use it as food to feed his companion pet. However, in the recent period, he has not brushed the dungeon again, and has no chance to explode any companion eggs. It is just this one, which he put in the game dungeon. Who knew that the demon baby just glanced at the epic companion egg, and then turned his head to the side? That indifferent attitude made Zhou more depressed than contempt. You don't even eat epic-level companion eggs. You're a picky eater, isn't it? Zhou thought that if it was the tyrant Beeman, he would have run over like a pug long ago, but this guy even ignored it. The demon baby still stood there with a look of indifference, without any reaction. It seemed that she would only move when Zhou gave an order. Forget it, you'll eat it when you're hungry. Zhou saw that there was no hunger reminder on his phone, so he put the companion egg in the game copy again, and it wasn't too late to pick it up when the demon baby was hungry. It's not a way to go on like this. I can't brush the dungeon now, but several of my companion pets have to eat, especially the tyrant Beeman. If it hadn't hatched a lot of food and left it to it, I would slowly control it and give it to it. Just eat it and let it live. I'm afraid it's already out of stock. Zhou thought about it, and there was no good way. He could only wait for the black dragon to die before brushing the dungeon. Lu Su was looking at a report, which was a random inspection report of several soldiers, and the results surprised her. The soldiers who were rescued by Zhou before were healed within 2 days, but the scars on their bodies would take a while to disappear, but it did not prevent them from participating in the battle. The day before yesterday, another banned creature appeared, and a large number of soldiers participated in the encirclement and suppression operation. As a result, some soldiers were drenched with blood and water. Among them, 3 soldiers were rescued by Zhou. When the other soldiers had rashes all over their bodies, passed out on the spot and were dragged into the river, but the 3 of them had nothing to do, and luckily escaped. Lu Su had their blood drawn for testing, but the test results showed that they had a high resistance to rashes. Even if the virus entered their bodies, it would not cause much harm, but would slowly die, unable to reproduce and spread. How could this happen? If 1 or 2 can be said to be a coincidence, and they are all like this, then there is only one possibility. Zhou companion pet power really made their bodies produce antibodies. The more Lu Su thought about it, the more he felt correct. This discovery made Lu Su very excited. Although there is no medicine, Zhou companion pet ability is more effective than medicine. If all soldiers can have such resistance, then their battles in Cheesy Mountain will become much more active. At least they no longer have to worry about falling into the blood river, and can fight in the blood river. You don't have to worry about standing on guard for too long, and you will get a rash, so you can send more people to strengthen monitoring, and it is easier to deal with an accident. In the past, because the soldiers could not stay by the river for a long time, although there were enough people, they could only be divided into several groups and rotated continuously. With Zhou ability, there is no need to be so troublesome, and more sentries can be set up. Post to expand the scope of monitoring. This time, Lu Su did not rush to find Zhou, but went to Qin Wufu's office. Qin Wufu was handling official business, and when he heard the guard's message that Lu Su wanted to see him, he stopped what he was doing and asked the guard to invite Lu Su in. Although Lu Su was only in his 30s and his position was not high, the medical team was related to the lives of tens of thousands of officers and soldiers, so Qin Wufu did not dare to neglect. Susu, what's the matter with me? Qin Wufu didn't have much pretense, not to mention that Lu Su's family had some connections with him, and he always regarded Lu Su as his junior. Lu Su said, Uncle Qin, I want to ask you for someone who has such a big face to let you run this trip in person? Qin Wufu looked at Lu Su curiously and asked. After Lu Su was in charge of the medical team, she did not use her relationship with him to put forward any conditions, but she managed the medical team in an orderly manner, and the soldiers also agreed with her. This made Qin Wufu very satisfied. Now Lu Su suddenly asked for someone, which made Qin Wufu also curious about who she really wanted. An intern, Lu Su said. Qin Wufu was even more strange. Looking at Lu Su, he asked. The medical team is under your management. You want an intern, what do you mean by coming to me to ask for someone? After speaking, Qin Wufu suddenly realized, you want to recruit new intern doctors, right? It's not that. Uncle Qin doesn't want to help you recruit, but now there are too few people studying medicine. Since the dimensional storm, the probability of human beings getting sick has decreased year by year, and fewer people are studying medicine, and to be a military doctor, you must also have medical skills. Uncle Qin, I don't need to recruit new doctors. I just want an intern in the station. Lu Su said. The intern in the resident? Qin Wufu was slightly startled. He knew that Lu Su was not someone who was looking for trouble. Since she said she wanted this person, there must be this person in the resident. People are in the station, and they don't belong to Lu Su. Qin Wufu immediately thought of Zhou Wen, looked at Lu Su strangely and asked, the person you want isn't Zhou Wen, right? Uncle Qin really knows him, yes, I just want him. I hope he can come to the medical team and become a full member of the medical team. Lu Su said. Qin Wufu looked at Lu Su and asked, why do you want him? Qin Wufu felt extremely strange in his heart now. He knew very well that Zhou Wen was just an ordinary college student, and he did not study medical skills. He also filled out the certificate of the intern for Zhou Wen, mainly to facilitate Zhou Wen to come and go in the station without training with ordinary soldiers. With him, Uncle Qin can solve a problem in your heart. Lu Sujing said. Oh. What's the problem? Qin Wufu looked at Lu Su with interest and asked. The rash problem with Zhou Wen, our soldiers will no longer have to be afraid of the bloody river water, nor will they have rashes again. They can always stay at the sentry post, do not need to rotate frequently, and can also fight in the bloody river water. Lu Su said word by word. What? Are you sure? Qin Wufu stood up in shock, staring at Lu Su and asked. Lu Su was right, this was indeed one of his heart problems. Because of this problem, the combat effectiveness of the troops lost at least 40%, and the monitoring of Qizishan was relatively weak. In the past, Yanjin was there. Although Yanjin had a strange temper, he was able to help him solve these problems. Now, although Lu Su is also highly skilled in medicine, he couldn't solve these strange problems. But Yanjin disappeared, Qin Wufu couldn't get in touch with him, and there was no news about Yanjin from the forensic doctor, which made Qin Wufu a headache. Lu Su suddenly said that Zhou Wen could solve the problem of blood and water, which made Qin Wufu surprised and delighted, and a little unbelievable. Several soldiers rescued by Zhou Wen, they were all infected with rashes before, and they had a flare-up. Later, Zhou Wen cured them. After they were cured by Zhou Wen, their bodies were no longer afraid of blood rivers. This is some experimental data I did. Lu Su handed Qin Wufu the information he brought. After Qin Wufu read the information, his expression became strange. However, Lu Su said excitedly, "Uncle Qin, with Zhou Wen's ability, our deployment in Cheesy Mountain will not be so passive. I'm afraid I can't give you this person." Qin Wufu said. Lu Su couldn't help but be startled, and asked inexplicably, "Why? Uncle Qin, don't you believe me? I can guarantee that these materials are true." The ability of Zhou Wen's companion pet can indeed effectively form antibodies, allowing the soldiers are no longer afraid of blood in the river, and the side effects are very small. No, Su. You misunderstood me. I believe in your research and materials, and I know that Zhou Wen may indeed have such abilities, but I still can't give it to you, or I don't have the right to give it to you. Qin Wufu said with a wry smile. You are the commander-in-chief of Qizishan, how can you not have power? What is Zhou Wen's background? Could it be sent by the Federation? Lu Su asked suspiciously. No, he should be considered a member of the Sunset Army, but his identity is somewhat special. Qin Wufu said. No matter what his identity is, since he is a member of the Sunset Army, even the Lord Overseer has the obligation to protect the lives of the soldiers and the responsibility to contribute his own strength. Lu Su said solemnly. It would be easier if he was the Overseer, but unfortunately he is not. Qin Wufu said. Uncle Qin, who is he? Lu Su couldn't hold back. His name is Zhou Wen, and the man Mrs. Lan married is also surnamed Zhou. What do you think his identity is? Qin Wufu said. Lu Su's eyes widened suddenly, and she said in surprise, Mrs. Lan has found such a young husband. This is not an old cow. What nonsense are you talking about? Mrs. Lan's husband is Zhou Wen's father. Zhou Wen is still studying at Sunset College. He is still a student. He used to study with Wang Mingyuan for a while, so the Supervision Bureau has been eyeing him and wants to arrest him. Go back to interrogate. Madame Lan put him with us in the hope that we can protect him. Now you ask him to treat those soldiers. If there are people from the Supervision Bureau among the soldiers, how can I explain to Madame Lan? Qin Wufu snorted. Lu Su suddenly realized, so that's the case, but in this case, even for Mrs. Lan, he should do his best to help, right? Nonsense, I said no to this matter, but I can't let him have any accidents. It's not that Qin Wufu didn't want Zhou Wen to contribute. But when Enxing came, he repeatedly told him that Zhou Wen must not be allowed to have an accident or interfere with Zhou Wen's actions. If there was a problem with Zhou Wen, Mrs. Lan would definitely pursue it to the end, and even the Overseer would not be able to stop him. Qin Wufu knew that in Tianzhua was the most pure filial piety. Mrs. Lan said that even if Tianzhua didn't want to, it was absolutely impossible to say too. Mrs. Lan's temper, Qin Wufu knows, even though Mrs. Lan seems to be very talkative, but if it really touches her bottom line, she is also a master who can't hold back. Lu Su was rejected by Qin Wufu, but he still didn't give up. Obviously, so many soldiers could be killed and injured, so why couldn't Zhou Wen be used? Lu Su felt that Zhou Wen was not that kind of playboy. From her perception of Zhou Wen, she felt that Zhou Wen was a very gentle person who was very willing to help others, without the temper of a young master. Uncle Qin said no, but if Zhou Wen wants to, then it's another matter. Lu Su decided to persuade Zhou Wen by himself. After Lu Su left, Qin Wufu looked at the information in his hand and couldn't help muttering to himself, this Zhou Wen is such a pity, if he hadn't been involved in Wang Mingyuan's incident, his future would have been limitless, and now he is being watched by the Supervision Bureau. It's really hard to say whether there will be a life to grow up in the future. Lu Su came out of Qin Wufu's office and went directly to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was reading a book. After Lu Su came, he explained his purpose to Zhou Wen clearly. After Zhou Wen waited for Lu Su to finish speaking, he looked at Lu Su and said, Dr. Lu, if it was in the past, I would definitely be obliged, but now I am afraid there is no way I can promise you. Lu Su sighed and said, I can understand. After all, you are being watched by the Supervision Bureau. If you have too much contact with the soldiers, the Supervision Bureau will take advantage of it. Zhou Wen shook his head, I'm not worried about my safety, but I'm afraid that those soldiers will be implicated by me. Lu Su didn't say anything else. She felt that Zhou Wen's words were just an excuse. No matter how strong the Supervision Bureau was, it was impossible for them to forcefully rush into the barracks to kill people, and how could it endanger ordinary soldiers? Lu Su thought that Zhou Wen said this just to make his face look better. However, Lu Su didn't think there was anything wrong with Zhou Wen's actions. After all, everyone only has one life. It's not wrong to cherish one's own life. Everyone has the right to protect themselves. So Lu Su didn't say anything. Although she was a little disappointed, she decided to go back and try it out to see if she could study and cultivate antibodies from the bodies of the soldiers who had been treated by Zhou Wen. Although it may take a long time to do this, Lu Su has no other way. Dr. Lu, if there is nothing important, I hope you try not to come to me in the future. If you have something, you'd better send me a message. Zhou Wen felt that if Lu Su came to him frequently, he would probably be implicated by him. People like Yake are the best at taking advantage of other people's weaknesses. As long as he can achieve his goals, Zhou Wen believes that he can do anything. Don't worry, I won't bother you again. When Lu Su heard Zhou Wen's words, he couldn't help but be completely disappointed. After walking out of Zhou Wen's dormitory, Lu Su was about to go back to study the antibody. After walking a few steps, he saw a man in an officer's uniform walking towards him. The officer walked with his head lowered, and the brim of his hat covered most of his face. Lu Su didn't see what he looked like. When he got closer, the officer also raised his head. Lu Su looked at the officer, but felt a little strange. The officer in front of him looked about 30 years old, and his face was pale. Officers around the age of 30 are not uncommon in the Sunset Army, but this officer is obviously from the West District, which is very different from the East District. Although there are also officers from the West District in the Sunset Army, but the number is relatively small. Lu Su should know him. Yes, she has never seen this officer. Just as she was about to open her mouth to ask, the officer raised his hand and pressed it on her shoulder. Lu Su wanted to avoid her, but her body refused to obey her orders. The hand was still pressed on her shoulder, and she immediately felt her body slump. Stiff, unable to move, opened his mouth, but couldn't even make a sound. The officer smiled at Lu Su and asked, gracefully, you should have come out of Zhou Wen's room. Just now, right? Zhou Wen has been wearing the listening earrings. Although he is still in the house, he has already discovered the problem immediately. He opened the door and walked out, and saw Yake wearing an officer's uniform standing there as expected. Meet again, yes, you have protected my ingredients very well. Yake stared at Zhou Wen's body and looked up and down, as if he had been examining him as his own food. You enter the military camp so blatantly, are you not afraid of being surrounded and can't escape like last time? Or, are you just a clone? Zhou Wen also stared at Yake. Yake smirked, it's hard to say who is surrounded. As for whether this is my main body or my clone, you can guess. If you guess right, I can let you choose which cooking method to be enjoyed by me. Zhou Wen held the bamboo knife silently. He didn't want to guess, and he didn't say that you put nonsense like Lu Su. For a person like Yake, those words have no meaning. In his eyes, life is probably inferior to ants. Contrary to Zhou Wen's expectations, Yake actually pushed Lu Su towards Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen did not go to help Lu Su, but took a few steps back, allowing Lu Su to stumble and fall to the ground. Lu Su was stunned. She didn't know what Zhou Wen meant, why. She didn't even want to help her, and just wanted to stand up, but heard Zhou Wen say, sit there first and don't move. Although Lu Su didn't know what Zhou Wen meant, she also knew that the current situation was not right. After listening to Zhou Wen's words, she sat on the ground and didn't stand up. She probably guessed that Yake should be a member of the Supervision Bureau. Call someone? Lu Su looked at Zhou Wen and asked. Zhou Wen shook his head slightly, just looking at Yake. Yake laughed, don't be so nervous, I did plant a life explosion on her, but I didn't plan to detonate it. In fact, it's not just her, everyone in the entire military camp, except you, everyone as I planted a life explosion, as long as I want, I can hold a fireworks display here at any time, do you want to see it? Lu Su's body trembled when she heard the words life blast. Obviously, she also knew what these 4 words represented, and why Zhou Wen didn't help her just now. If Zhou Wen had met her just now, she might have already fried. Zhou Wen, don't worry about me, inform the deputy governor, and no matter what, you can't let such a person leave. Lu Su said through gritted teeth. It seems that you don't believe me anymore. Yake stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Only to hear bang bang bang, continuous explosions sounded in the station. Zhou Wen and Lu Su watched helplessly as the body of a nearby soldier exploded, and such an explosion resounded several times in other parts of the barracks. Zhou Wen counted in his heart, a total of 5 sounds. The entire barracks immediately became a mess, sirens were everywhere, and the soldiers rushed to the location of the explosion in a panic. Lu Su looked at the blood in a place not far away, and she was dumbfounded. It was not that she had never seen a dead person fighting against other dimensional creatures. Many people died, but it was the first time she had seen a person who died like this arrive. And Yake also said that the entire station, including her, was planted with life blasting by Yake. Thinking that all the soldiers were blasted like just now, Lu Su felt a chill running down his back, and his body was completely blown away. I couldn't help shivering. Now Lu Su finally believed what Zhou Wen said before. He was not afraid that some of the soldiers wanted to harm him, but that he was afraid of involving those soldiers. How did you do it? Zhou Wen looked at Yake and asked. He also checked the Information on life blasting later, which is similar to his poisonous dragon palm. It needs to be exposed to the medium of life to be able to use life blasting. Moreover, the process is more complicated than that of poisonous dragon palm. It is not as simple as taking a shot. It's easy to use small animals like ants and plants like leaves as vectors, but it's not so easy to use people as vectors. Yake actually blasted the entire station with life. Zhou Wen didn't quite believe it, thinking that it was very likely that Yake was just bluffing. Maybe he planted the explosion of life only a few people just now. Yake said with a smile, if someone else asked this question, I would not bother to answer it, but you are different. Saying that, Yake stretched out a move, and a purple cat appeared in front of him. The cat had short purple hair and a raised tail, but its eyes were black, and there were double pupils in one eye, which looked very demonic. Different. Mythic level. Cursed cat demon, although it is still only epic and has not really been promoted to mythology, but its abilities are very compatible with me. After having it, I no longer need to plant life blasting myself, just put the life explosion can be added to its curse, and all those cursed by it will automatically plant the life explosion. Yake said excitedly. The cursed cat demon and his abilities are a perfect match, greatly improving Yake's abilities. There should be a limit to the curse. It's impossible that the cat will curse whoever it wants. Zhou Wen glanced at the chaotic military camp and continued to talk to Yake. Of course there are restrictions, no power is completely unlimited. Although the cursed cat demon is a mythical creature, it also has restrictions, but this restriction is not a problem for me, so now everyone in this camp, including this woman, has become my bargaining chip. If you don't want them all to become fireworks, just follow me obediently. Yake said. Why don't you just curse me directly, wouldn't that be more convenient? Zhou Wen asked again. Such top-quality ingredients naturally cannot be polluted in the slightest, otherwise it will be a huge waste. Before I make you into delicious food, I will not let you suffer any damage. As Yake spoke, he saw Qin Wufu rushed towards Zhou Wen with a group of epic officers. When such a strange explosion occurred at the station, Qin Wufu immediately thought that something had happened to Zhou Wen. If a dimensional creature from Qizishan rushed out, there would be no movement at all. With such a method, he knew at a glance that it was a life explosion. Qin Dutong, don't come here. Zhou Wen said to Qin Wufu. If it's like what Yake said, everyone has been blasted with life, and those Qin Wufu and those epic officers are terrifying big bombs. The epic explosion of life energy is not the level of those soldiers. I am afraid that the entire station will be instantly moved to the ground, and Zhou Wen should not be killed. He is from the Supervision Bureau? Qin Wufu stopped, looked at Zhou Wen and Yake, then looked at Lu Su, who was sitting on the ground, and finally his eyes fell on Yake. Although he could only see Yake's back, he was sure that this person should be a member of the Supervision Bureau. Although he was wearing a military uniform, he did not have the temperament of a soldier at all. Long time no see, Qin Wufu. Yake turned around and looked at Qin Wufu. Qin Wufu saw Yake's face clearly and was shocked. Impossible. Yake. How could you come out? Back then, Qin Wufu had participated in the operation to round up Yake, and many of his comrades in the Federation participated in the operation together with Qin Wufu. At that time, Qin Wufu was still a high-spirited young man, and he and a group of epic powerhouses in the Federation rounded up the murderous demon Yake. At that time, he had no fear at all, but only had a passion for killing the people. However, as the roundup progressed, more and more companions were silently killed by Yake by various means, and they had not even seen Yake's face a few times, which made Qin Wufu realize that Yake, he is simply a terrifying devil, a cunning fox, and a vicious viper. He possesses all the qualities necessary for a wicked person, and is simply a born devil. There is a scar on Qin Wufu's back that spans the entire back. It was left over from that battle. If it wasn't for his extraordinary destiny, he would have died in that battle. The name of Yake suddenly changed the faces of some middle-aged soldiers. The murderous demon Yake was the name that their parents used to scare them when they were children. If they made a mistake, or if they were constantly distressed, then his parents would say that the murderer Yak is coming to take them away and eat them. It is simply a shadow of childhood. Even though they have grown into epic existences, hearing this name is still subconsciously fearful. A 27 or 8-year-old epic officer had obviously never heard of the name of Yake, and may have heard of it, but he had no deep impression of Yake. After all, when he was born, Yake had already been arrested. No matter who you are, you can't act arbitrarily here, the young epic-level officer said coldly. He prided himself on being a genius. He was promoted to epic at the age of 27 or 8, which is not inferior to the geniuses of the 6 major families. How many? It's a pity that he didn't know how terrifying the person in front of him was, and he underestimated what kind of existence a person who could leave a demonic name in the history of the Federation was. Yake didn't even look at him, just reached out and snapped his fingers. Boom! The body of the young officer exploded, and the terrifying shock wave collapsed the nearby houses. Although the officers responded quickly, they were too close. Many officers were injured, and the neighborhood was in a mess. From now on, shut up for me. I don't have time to waste on you rubbish, whoever talks nonsense. This is the end. Yake said coldly. He. An officer with a fiery temper was about to rush towards Yake, but was stopped by Qin Wufu. Yake, what are you trying to do? Qin Wufu stared at Yake and asked. I just want him. Yake pointed to Zhou Wen and said, follow me now, if you dare to say no, I will turn everyone here into fireworks as a celebration before I enjoy the food. Zhou Wen, listen to me, now you leave here immediately and leave it to me to deal with it. Qin Wufu stared at Yake, his body shone with light, and a pair of armor appeared on him. Other officers and soldiers also summoned their companion pets, ready to fight at any time. It seems that you still don't know what's going on right now, so I'll let you sober up. Yake said, raising his hand and snapping his fingers. Yake, wait a minute. Zhou Wen said. Yake stopped, looked at Zhou Wen with interest and said, what? Do you understand? Zhou Wen nodded and said, I understand, I'll go with you. Zhou Wendao didn't agree to go with Yake because of Qin Wufu. He was not afraid of Yake, and he had to find Yake's real body and completely solve the trouble of Yake. Even if he starts now, killed Yake in front of him, but he didn't know if this was Yake's second clone puppet. Zhou Wen, no, you can leave here now. Qin Wufu shouted. Duke Qin, now the entire military camp has been blasted with life by Yake. As the commander-in-chief of Qizishan, do you want to bury everyone with me? Zhou Wen just wanted to get out of here quickly. I don't want to waste any more time. When everyone heard this sentence, their expressions changed drastically. Everyone was planted with life explosions. Wouldn't they explode like the young officer just now? It's impossible. Life blast requires contact to be released. We haven't seen him at all. Qin Wufu said discolored. You should have seen it, right? Yake pointed to the cat at his feet. Everyone's eyes turned to the cat, and their expressions changed at first glance, because they did see the cat, but they saw it accidentally. But when they paid attention, they didn't see it again. When I saw it, I thought I was dazzled. Now they all realize that something seems wrong, and the self-destruction of the young officer just now made them feel chills. Do you want me to prove it to you? Akko said coldly. No, I'll go with you. Zhou wanted to get rid of the current situation quickly. He had to find Yake's true identity as soon as possible. Such a dangerous guy still can't get along with himself, and he can't let him continue to live no matter what. This time it is a soldier who has nothing to do with him, and it is difficult to guarantee that the next time it will not be his own relatives and friends. Zhou. Qin Wufu looked at Zhou with a strange expression. Director, please remember your responsibility. It's not me, Zhou, that you want to protect, but the thousands of ordinary people behind you. Zhou just wanted to go with Yake quickly. If Qin Wufu stopped him, he would instead. It became an obstacle for him, and he could only have to put a hat on Qin Wufu's head, so that he would not give birth to the determination to die. But these words had completely different meanings in the ears of Qin Wufu, Lu Su, and other officers and soldiers. Zhou image suddenly became taller in their hearts, and it was simply the image of a saint who sacrificed himself to save the people of Li Min. How do they know that Zhou can't wait to be as far away from them as possible, and no one wants to be with a bunch of bombs that may explode at any time? Let's go. Jake turned and walked towards the gate of the station. Zhou followed behind him without hesitation. Qin Wufu opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything, just gave Zhou a military salute. All officers and soldiers saluted Zhou and watched him and Yake leave the barracks. I've already come out with you, can I unlock the life explosion on them? Zhou said to Yake after leaving the station with Yake. Put this on. Yake took out a strange set of chains and handed it to Zhou. What is this? Zhou looked at the thing. It felt like a shackle, but it was much thinner, and it wasn't as simple as locking hands and feet. This is the trapped yuan lock invented by the Supervision Bureau. It is made of yuan gold. After wearing it, it can lock 26 places that may be the Sea of Qi, almost including the position of the Sea of Qi that may be formed by various yuan Qi. Art, wearing this thing, even the gods can no longer use their vitality. I was locked by this thing for 28 years, but this is just a simple version. Mine is more complicated. It is not convenient to get it. This is my intention, what the Supervision Bureau asked for. It was specially prepared for you. Yake said. Zhou glanced at sleepy Yuan Sua and frowned. You're making me commit suicide. Of course, you can also choose to watch a fireworks feast. Yake pointed to the direction of the station. Okay, I'll wear it. Zhou pretended to be difficult, but he actually sneered in his heart. This thing may be useful to others, and can lock the sea of vitality of others, but Zhou has no sea of vitality at all. If he insists on saying a sea of vitality, then his entire body is a sea of vitality, unless his body is directly destroyed. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to break his vitality. This is what makes the Immortal Lost Sutra different. Zhou puts on The sleepy Yuan lock as if he didn't wear it. After taking the trapped Yuan lock, Zhou put it on, and saw that the chains wrapped around his body like a corset. In some special parts, after metal needles pierced into his body, there were 26 in total. Targeted at 26 places that may be the Sea of Vitality. Even if the top powerhouse in the Federation is locked by this trapped primordial chain, he will no longer be able to use the power of primordial chi. If primordial chi cannot circulate, he will not be able to use primordial chi art, nor will he be able to summon companion pets. Although there is not much vitality required to summon a companion pet, there is no vitality at all, and the tattoos made by the companion pet cannot be activated, nor can the companion pet be summoned. You are very strong, but unfortunately you are bound by the so-called morality of the world, and you are so stupid that you sacrifice yourself for others. This is the only place where you are not strong enough, and the only place that disappoints me. Originally I thought that under my persecution. Next, you will be inspired by your inner true self, abandon those rubbish and release your true self, and really push your spirit and sex to the extreme. I didn't expect you to be so thoroughly brainwashed by those stupid etiquette. Disappointed. Seeing Zhou put on the trapped Yuan lock, not only was Yake not happy, instead, he looked disappointed. Isn't that what you want? Zhou looked at Yake coldly and said, Of course not, I said it earlier. What I want to see is the moment when your body and spirit are at their peak, and only then can you be the top and most irreplaceable ingredient in the world. It's a pity your spirit, it's so bad, it's so stupid, it's taking your deliciousness off the table, says Yak. Zhou seemed to be annoyed, stared at Yake and said, You are so particular about doing evil. Should I say you are an artist among villains? Or should I say you are an asshole? It doesn't matter, I am who I am, and I don't need anyone to understand my pursuit. Yake glanced at Zhou and said, If I eat you now, it will be a waste of food, but don't worry, I will soon push your spirit to the extreme. What do you want to do? Zhou face changed slightly. Do you feel it? Your spirit has become active. Yake looked in the direction of the station and continued, Dispose of those stupid garbage now, so that they can't become a mental obstacle for you, so that you can really find myself. Are you a lunatic? Zhou suddenly understood that Yake still wanted to kill those people in the station to persecute and stimulate his spirit. I'm just helping you find your true self. Jake's eyes were frantic. You are a lunatic yourself, do you still want to turn me into a lunatic? Zhou stared blankly at Yake. He was not angry, but was just judging whether the Yake in front of him was a clone or his body. If being a lunatic can get you happiness, why didn't you go crazy last time? Yake said lightly, and at the same time summoned the cursed cat demon. You said that you used the curse of the cat demon to plant life blasts on everyone. Is it actually fake? Zhou looked at him and said, Why do you say that? Yake stopped and asked with interest. As far as I know, the curse itself has various restrictions, and the curse needs to pass through the medium, and if you want to add life blasting to the curse, it is more difficult, and the conditions should be more stringent, even if it is a mythical companion pet. Shouldn't the curse ability be strong enough to curse at will without media? Yake nodded and said, You're right, I really can't curse everyone. I just put a curse on something in the military camp, and everyone who comes into contact with that thing will passively be infected with the curse, was planted with a life blast. It shouldn't be that simple. Like this curse of passive infection, it's impossible to spread it on a large scale at will. Zhou said with certainty. Oh, then how did you say I made them all infected and cursed? Yake stopped his movements and asked Zhou with interest. You have detonated a soldier and an officer, so this kind of thing must be touched by both soldiers and officers. Just touching it is not enough, there must be a special ceremony, or medium, to infect them with the curse. I said before that they were all planted with life blasts. You once showed them the cursed cat demon and made them think they were cursed by the cursed cat demon. In fact, at that time, you had exposed that you did not give everyone the fact of the curse. Zhou said. Go ahead. Jake smiled. And in the military camp, those who can meet the above-mentioned standards, I think about it, there is only one thing, and that is the signature book when the post is handed over. You put the curse on the signature book, and all the people who have signed on it, officers and soldiers, it is equivalent to the completion of the ceremony, will be infected with the curse. You said you did not put the curse on me, because you do not want me to have any damage, in fact, because I did not write on the autograph book my own name, so you can't curse me. You are indeed very smart, almost all of them, but even if your name is on the autograph book, I will not let you be cursed and stained. Yake said. I just want to play games quietly. It seems that I guessed right. The current you should be your real body. I didn't expect you to be so bold and dare to enter the military camp with your real body. Zhou looked at Yake and admired. You even guessed this, how did you guess it? Yake was slightly surprised, looking at Zhou and asked. I didn't know it before, but I'm sure now. Zhou said. Yake was startled, then laughed. Interesting, you are really interesting. It's a pity that a smart person like you sacrificed himself for those garbage, but fortunately, otherwise, with your ability and mind, it's really hard to get you back. You're right, this is my real body. Because even if I don't go there, I can't summon mythical companion pets, and naturally, I can't complete those methods. Everyone thinks that I am a despicable person who can only hide in the dark. Everyone thinks that I will not go in and take risks, but I just went and came out unharmed. Isn't it very interesting? Yake was a little proud. You are indeed a bold and careful devil. People like you live in the world. I am afraid that many people will have trouble sleeping and eating, right? Zhou sighed. Others are not in my consideration. But you should be happy, although you are dead, but those who want to arrest you, I will not let them go. I will destroy the entire Supervision Bureau. It can be regarded as avenging for you. Yake said. I have been poor since I was a child, and I have developed a bad habit. I always like to do my own things, and I don't know how to enjoy life or the services of others. Therefore, my own hatred is still myself. Go and report. Zhou said. It's very embarrassing for me to say that. I'm already hungry. Now. I can't wait to swallow your delicious food right away. I really can't wait that long. Yake licked his short lips and said. So, I'm going to kill you first. Zhou stared at Yake and said. Unfortunately, you have already put on the Sleepy Yuan lock, and there is no chance. Yake is obviously very confident in the Sleepy Yuan lock. After all, this is something that has locked him for 28 years. Over the years, he has not been able to escape the imprisonment of the trapped Yuan lock. Really? Zhou violently exerted force, and the trapped essence lock that locked him like a shackle shattered inch by inch, directly turning into fragments and splashing in all directions. Yake's expression changed greatly, and he wanted to snap his fingers and kill all those who were cursed, giving Zhou Wen a psychological blow first. But his hand was just raised, seeing a flash of sword light, incredibly fast, cut off his hand directly, and the light of the sword did not stop, slashing towards Yake's body. Because Zhou Wen put on the trap to unlock, the realm line in Yake's heart dropped too low. He was too close to Zhou Wen, and Zhou Wen's speed was too fast. He wanted to find out faster than him in the epic level. I am afraid that there are not many people, and Yake is far less fast than Zhou Wen's knife. Yake suddenly turned into a shadow and escaped, but the bamboo sword in Zhou Wen's hand was faster than the shadow escape, and he slashed above the shadow. The bloodshot, a tiger-shaped companion pet was cut in half by Zhou Wen, and the body and blood of the tiger-shaped companion pet suddenly exploded. The explosive force was stronger than the full blow of an epic creature. There are many horrors. Obviously, the Shirhu-shaped companion pet itself is epic. Die. Yake's figure fled to another place, and at the same place, a dozen epic companion pets appeared at the same time and were detonated by Yake. Within a few hundred meters, it was suddenly blasted by a terrifying force, forming a huge explosion of light soaring into the sky, which could be seen from dozens of miles away. Inside the station, Qin Wufu and others saw the terrifying explosion of light and felt the shaking of the ground. And their faces suddenly turned very ugly. Zhou Wen may have an accident, let's go and have a look. Qin Wufu immediately rushed in the direction of Guangbang, which is the direction Zhou Wen was taken away by Yake. And that terrifying power eruption is not even an epic level. Zhou Wen must not be able to explode with such a strong power, so there is only one possibility left, and it is Yake who is exploding his power. Lu Su also rushed in the direction of Guangbang with everyone. She felt extremely sad. She still remembered that when Zhou Wen said he didn't want to implicate the soldiers, she also thought that Zhou Wen was greedy for life and fear of death. However, in order to save their lives, Zhou Wen chose to leave with a murderer like Yake. And his ending can be imagined. Knowing that hell is ahead, a young boy who was still in school, for the sake of these real soldiers, bravely chose to step into hell, which made Lu Su both ashamed and moved. Zhou Wen, don't die. This is the prayer in Lu Su's heart, and it is also the voice of many Kizishin soldiers and officers. At the moment Zhou Wen walked with Yake for them, Zhou Wen was no longer an ordinary name in their hearts. So simple. Yake stared at the place where the light exploded. He was extremely conflicted, and he didn't want Zhou Wen to die like this. In his opinion, this was a waste of food. But at that moment, he really felt that his life was seriously threatened, and he subconsciously used all his strength. Compared with food, his life was more important. Yake stared at the place where the light exploded. Although more than a dozen epic creatures blew themselves up in one place at the same time, the power was enough to kill any epic creature, but Yake was still worried. As long as he couldn't see Zhou Wen's body, he won't be at ease. Boom! I saw a figure rushing out from the explosion of light, exuding light and heat in the air, like a round of the sun, holding a big sword in his hand, slashing down from the air. The sword light is like a sun. The sun shone down like a light wheel. The light was incredible, and the domineering was unimaginable. Is this guy a monster? More than a dozen epic companion pets blew themselves up at the same time. But they didn't kill him? Yake was shocked, but his eyes were even more frenzied. He didn't want to run away at this time, and now his thoughts of wanting to eat Zhou Wen were even more intense, and he almost devoured himself. Reaching out his hand, the cursed cat demon turned into a ring and appeared on his finger. Wearing the ring, Yake didn't run away, and even punched Zhou Wen's sword light. This is obviously not Yake's style. But Zhou Wen's sword light still chopped up without hesitation. Click! The cat demon ring on Yake's finger and one of his arms were cut off at the same time, and Yake's people also flew out at the same time. But he had a crazy smile on his face. Curse of blood. Change of life. The blood on Yake's body rose and turned into blood-colored curse lines, and his life-soul blood curse clown appeared directly on Zhou Wen's body, and Zhou Wen's body was immediately affected. Wrapped in blood, it suddenly fell from the air. Just look at your life and mine, who is tougher? Yake's long hair was flying, and the blood curse rose on his body, and he was about to activate his spell. I just want to play games quietly. Just as Yake was about to explode the spell, a purple light slashed from behind him. Yake's movement suddenly stiffened. His raised hand stopped in mid-air, and a head flew up with the splattered blood. Half empty. Not far behind. Yake, a girl dressed in purple armor, like a doll, stood there with a cold face, holding a copper scabbard. Thump. Yake's corpse fell, and the ancient sword also returned to the scabbard in the arms of the demon baby. Zhou Wen didn't dare to be careless, and still stared at Yake's corpse, for fear that the corpse would turn into a puppet. Fortunately, what he was worried about didn't happen. Yake's body didn't turn into a puppet, but his mysterious mobile phone vibrated. Zhou Wen took out his mobile phone, and the dead tree automatically appeared on the screen of the mobile phone. As soon as his body was photographed, his corpse and blood disappeared, and the disintegrating blood-cursed clown also turned into a red stream of light and was sucked into the phone. On the crown of the dead tree, there is an extra bud. When Qin Wufu brought people over, he only saw a big pit with a diameter of several hundred meters, and Zhou Wen was standing in the big pit, but Yake was nowhere to be seen. Zhou Wen, are you alright? Where's Yake? Zhou Su looked at Zhou Wen suspiciously and asked. It should no longer exist in this world. Zhou Wen put his mobile phone in his pocket and said casually. Qin Wufu, Lu Su, and a group of epic officers were all shocked. The meaning of Zhou Wen's words was obvious, but they couldn't believe it. But the fact is in front of us, such a fierce battle and an explosion of power, even Qin Wufu, is difficult to complete. In such a battle, it is natural that you will die or I will die. Since Zhou Wen can stand here unscathed, then Yake's, the outcome is self-evident. Looking at Zhou Wen standing in the big pit, Lu Su and the others were all shocked, but it was still hard to believe that a murderer like Yake, with a famous reputation, would be killed by a college student like Zhou Wen. Even if they didn't know how powerful Yake was before, but Yake went into the barracks alone, and killed so many soldiers and officers while talking and laughing, but they were all helpless. To be killed by one of Zhou Wen's students is really hard to accept. Back at the station, Lu Su strongly requested an identity check for Zhou Wen, but found that Zhou Wen was really uninjured. Zhou Wen's deeds became legends at Qizishan Station. Soldiers talked about Zhou Wen's deeds. Zhou Wen's heroism, Zhou Wen's strength, and Zhou Wen's superb medical skills. At the Qizishan Station, Zhou Wen has become synonymous with omnipotence and is respected by many soldiers and officers. Even when Qin Wufu reported to Tianzhua, he used such exaggerated words of praise that Tianzhua's face became rather strange when he heard his report. Overseer, it's a waste for such a talented person to stay in the academy to study. Please make sure to let Zhou Wen stay in Cheesy Mountain. I hope he can become the leader of the special operations team. Qin Wufu directly stated his own feelings during the video call. Ask. Do you think that, given his age and qualifications, if he is the leader of the special operations team, will those people obey him? And Tianzua asked. Please rest assured, Lord Overseer. I have already asked their opinions, and they all agree. Except for Zhou Wen, they will not accept the team leader. Qin Wufu said immediately. And Tianzua's expression became even weirder. He pondered for a while and said, I can't control this matter. His surname is Zhou, not N. I don't care about his business, and your proposal, I'm afraid it's the one from our family. The Queen Mother will not agree. Qin Wufu sighed and said, that's right. Mrs. Lan shouldn't let him take risks, but it's too wasteful for such a talent to stay in the academy. As long as he is allowed to practice for a few more years, he will definitely be able to defend one side in the future. And Xing stood beside him seriously, but for some reason, and Tianzua always felt that he was holding back a smile. After waiting for Qin Wufu to hang up the call, and Tianzua turned his head and glared at Xing and said, what are you happy about? Don't you know how many soldiers have died? Overseer, I didn't laugh. And Xing said straightly. Does the Supervision Bureau really think that all the people in our and family are dead? They dare to kill the soldiers of the Yin family in our military camp. They have to pay the debt. And Tianzua said coldly. What does the overseer want them to pay back? And Xing's eyes also turned cold. It's time to move the nail you buried in the Supervision Bureau, and Tianzua said. Yes, I understand what to do. And Xing's eyes suddenly lit up and he said excitedly. Then let's do it. Don't make them wait too long, and also, the news that Zhou Wen killed Yake, block it first, and don't let the news spread to Qizishan. And Tianzua said. Even if it spreads out, I'm afraid no one will believe that Yake will be killed by Master Wen, right? And Xing said. Yake is naturally not something that one of his students can kill. And Tianzua said. And Xing immediately understood what Tianzua meant. Don't worry, Overseer, Yak's death has nothing to do with young Master Wen, and was killed by our family's army. Did I say that? And Tianzua glared at him. No, the Overseer never said it, but if others think that way, you can't stop the Overseer. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with young Master Wen, and they will not find out about young Master Wen. And Xing said solemnly. What's the matter with me if I don't check him? A guy who can only cause trouble, it's just right to die. And Tianzua snorted coldly. Then what do you mean, Overseer, do? You want him to stay in Qizishan, or let him go back to the academy? And Xing asked. Don't ask me about him, ask the person at home yourself. And Tianzua said without looking up. When Yake died, Zhou Wen felt a lot easier, but his mind didn't stop. The Supervision Bureau used someone like Yake to arrest him, which was no different from killing him. Although Zhou Wen's current strength is not enough to confront the Supervision Bureau head-on. But if he does nothing, doesn't it mean that Zhou Wen can be deceived, so that the Supervision Bureau can send more people unscrupulously? No, I have to find a way to let the Supervision Bureau know the pain. Although I can't compete with the Supervision Bureau head-on, I don't have to be hard-headed, just like Yake, maybe I can do something. Zhou Wen's mind was spinning rapidly. Zhou Wen doesn't like arguing with others, let alone having grudges with others. Even arguing with others makes him feel troublesome. However, he also has his own bottom line and temper. Zhou Wen's understanding of the Supervision Bureau is limited, and even if he has any ideas, there is nowhere to start. So Zhou Wen first called Enxing and asked Enxing for the information of the Supervision Bureau. Master Wen, although Yake is very strong, he has been imprisoned for so many years. Compared with the Supervision Bureau, his strength is still much worse. Enxing paused and said, "You can rest assured about this matter. Well, Njia will never let it go, and the Supervision Bureau will definitely pay the price. We are already in the process. I just want to know more about my enemy." Zhou Wen didn't explain much. That's right, you will have to deal with the Supervision Bureau in the future, and you should have a detailed understanding of them, so please wait a moment. I will sort out the information, print a copy for you, and let someone send it to you. Some information is inconvenient to give you online. Enxing said. Okay. Zhou Wen was not in a hurry. And he hadn't figured out what to do. Did you really kill Yake? Enxing asked, curiously, because Yake's body was not found at the scene, not even blood. I don't know what to say. In theory, it should be dead. Zhou Wen said. That means there is still the possibility of living? Enxing asked. You don't need to worry about Yake's problem anymore. Zhou Wen said with certainty. The reason why he didn't say that Yake was dead, but only said that he disappeared into this world, is because of the companion eggs born from the dead tree. Zhou Wen always felt that they were different from ordinary companion eggs, and seemed to carry some things from their lifetime. Can be seen as their avatars. Zhou Wen is still looking forward to the companion pet that Yake has transformed into. If he can have the ability to blast life, it will be of great help to Zhou Wen in future battles. Although he can use the space trajectory to achieve an effect similar to life blasting, the practicality is much less, and the use of it is not as flexible as life blasting. Moreover, Yake is also proficient in shadow escape and various spells. The only thing Zhou Wen is uncertain about now is how much of his skills can be retained after Yake becomes a companion pet. Didi. The voice of the message came from the phone. Zhou Wen took out his mobile phone and looked at it, and found that it was a message from Lord Emperor. I need these things, buy them back for me. The content behind the message is a long list. Zhou Wen took a look and found that those things were all chemical utensils, instruments, and materials. What do you want these things for? Zhou Wen felt very strange. He remembered that he did not introduce Lord Emperor to watch TV dramas related to chemistry. The answer from the adults is very simple. Study chemistry? Zhou Wen was surprised, thought for a while and asked, have you watched the TV series I introduced you to before? It's too fake, it's boring. Those fake things in your human beings are useless. They are only interesting in chemistry and some technology. You can buy them for me quickly. I want to see those things before sunset tomorrow. Lord Emperor sent a message. Impossible. Many of the things you want need to be purchased in big cities. Small cities don't have them at all. If you go to big cities, you may not be able to come back in 10 days and a half. Zhou Wen is telling the truth. In a small city, it's okay to buy a test cup or something. But if you really buy those instruments, it's impossible. Lord Emperor also seemed to have learned a lot about the current situation in the Federation from the internet, and probably also knew that Zhou Wen did not lie. After a wall of silence, he sent another message. I want you to enter Chess Piece Mountain once, and get something from it. Master Emperor, you also know how weak I am. If you let me enter Cheesy Mountain, wouldn't that kill me? Zhou Wen immediately sent a message to refuse. As long as you do as I say, nothing will happen. If you don't go, I will make a wish to cut off your limbs now, said Lord D. What do you want me to do in the end? Zhou Wen frowned slightly. If Lord Emperor let him in to break the ban, then the problem would be big. Go and get a treasure inside. With that treasure, you can directly pass it to me through the treasure in the future. You don't have to run around anymore, which can save a lot of time. Lord D said. There is such a treasure, what is it? Zhou Wen was greatly moved. Judging from the current situation, Lord Emperor really needs him to do things, and there is no reason to harm him now. If you can enter Cheesy Mountain to see the situation inside, it will also help to clear the Cheesy Mountain dungeon in the future, not to mention that there are treasures you can take. Lord D said, it's not anything special, it's just a flower, but that flower grows in Cheesy Mountain. You must enter the mountain too. Bring the flower out. I can help you take it out. Is it really not dangerous? Zhou Wen hesitated. There is indeed a lot of danger in Chess Piece Mountain, but as long as you do as I say, there will be no danger, unless you seek death yourself and don't obey my orders. Lord D paused and said, you have no right to choose, show me in front of Chess Piece Mountain within an hour, or else. I see, all limbs are cut off, right? Zhou Wen answered. Although he was a little reluctant, Zhou Wen still had to go. He had seen the strength of Lord Emperor, and the ability to make a wish was so terrible that he couldn't even resolve the evil spirits of listening truth. He really couldn't do it if he didn't go. It's really wrong to take risks, and I won't go to unfamiliar dimensional fields casually in the future. Zhou Wen packed up his things and rushed to Cheesy Mountain. When he saw the little flower again, Lord D didn't say anything to him at all, but saw a crack in the mountain wall from where the little flower took root, which could probably allow a person to squeeze in sideways. Go in. The voice of Lord Emperor came from within Xiaohua. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth, got into the crack, and walked in sideways. The crack was narrow, Zhou Wen could only slowly move inwards on his side, the darker he went in, and soon he could not see his 5 fingers. Fortunately, Zhou Wen listened carefully, and probably knew the situation nearby, and he didn't even feel it. Fear. After walking for a while, the crack finally opened up, and Zhou Wen found that there was a huge mountain belly space ahead. Zhou Wen's position is in the middle of the mountainside, and at the bottom of the mountainside space, there is a huge strange building. Zhou Wen has also seen a lot of ancient architectural drawings, but this is the first time I have seen such a building. The building has a base layer like steps, but it is huge. And each floor is similar to a square. Only at the top, there is an ancient building. Inside the ancient building, there are colorful treasure lights rising into the night, illuminating the entire mountainside space. In the ancient building, colorful treasures blazed into the night, but under the base, there was a blood-like liquid seeping out, and the underground river flowed through the base, taking the blood-like liquid out, and immediately turned into a blood-colored river. Now Zhou Wen finally knows why the river outside turned bloody. It turned out to be because of this weird building. Looking carefully at the place where the blood seeped at the base of the building, Zhou Wen's face changed slightly. The bottom of the base was actually made of countless skeletons and dead bones, like countless skeletons poured into cement. Just looking at it makes people's scalp tingling. Climb down the mountain wall, remember, don't leave the mountain wall, and don't use flying, you must be down to earth. The voice of Lord D came, but this time it was not a real voice, but an Zhou Wen sounded in his mind. Isn't the flower you mentioned in that ancient building? Zhou Wen tried to speak in a low voice. Lord Emperor really heard what he said. Yes, after you reach the bottom of the mountain wall, swim down the river, remember not to take the front steps, swim from the left side, there is a hole there, you have to go from there, get in. There won't be any strange creatures in the river, right? Zhou Wen always felt a little uneasy when he looked at the blood-colored river under the ancient building. Of course, you haven't used that bone flute, have you? After you go into the water for a while, you will use your teeth to bite the bone flute and swim forward. No matter what you see or feel, don't panic, don't talk, just follow the path I instructed to swim forward. Is there anything else to pay attention to? Can you finish it all at once? Zhou Wen said depressedly. No, you can go down, Lord Emperor said simply. Zhou Wen took out the bone flute, bit it with his teeth, and then climbed down with his hands and feet. When outside, although the river water was blood-colored, it was only a bit similar in color, and there was no smell of blood, but it was different here. Bare. When he got to the bottom, the smell of blood almost made him want to vomit. Looking at the river water that looked like real blood, and the skeleton base layer seeping blood in the distance, Zhou Wen jumped into the water with his teeth gritted. Poisonous. Even so, after getting into the water, Zhou Wen felt a little itchy on his skin. Although he had put on the mutant stone scorpion armor, there were still some gaps in the armor, and there was no way to prevent the blood-like river water from seeping in. Fortunately, there was no other reaction other than a little itching, so Zhou Wen felt a lot more relieved, and he speeded up and swam towards the left side of the building. Swimming and swimming, Zhou Wen suddenly felt that under the blood-colored river, something seemed to be floating up and approaching him. That thing is a behemoth, and its whole body seems to be shaking with some kind of power, and I can hear its existence, but it is affected by the tremor, and I can't hear its specific appearance, but it feels very big. Don't stop, don't talk, keep swimming, don't panic, unless you want to die. Lord Emperor's voice sounded in his mind again. Up to now, Zhou Wen can only continue to swim forward, but he has been listening with his ears pricked up. He feels that the thing under the water has reached below him. What is it? Smelly flower, don't hurt me. Zhou Wen secretly thought. He felt that the thing was about to touch his body, and many things like seaweed or tentacles had already touched his body. Don't stop, keep swimming. Don't worry about it. Lord Emperor's voice rang again. Zhou Wen could only listen to him and continue to swim forward, but soon, Zhou Wen found that there were many red things drilled out of the water around him. The things were the size of a pinky finger, like water plants and tentacles drilling from the water. Come out and occupy nearly 100 meters of the river surface. When Zhou Wen's body touched those things, it only felt soft and sticky, and he didn't know what it was. Continue to swim, don't worry about them, it doesn't matter if you meet them. Lord Emperor's voice resounded in Zhou Wen's mind again. Zhou Wen felt itchy all over his body. He knew that it would never be the same as what Lord Emperor said. At least these things must be highly poisonous, that is, his poison resistance is high enough. Biting the bone flute and swimming desperately in those red things, this is no longer swimming, it is almost crawling on those red things. Fortunately, those things did not attack him except for the itchiness. Zhou Wen climbed all the way to the left side of the base of the ancient building, and then climbed a few hundred meters, but did not see the hole that Lord Emperor said. It's here, right here, about 3 meters below the water, you dive from here. Lord D said suddenly. Your sister, even. If all limbs are cut off next time, I will never come again. Zhou gritted his teeth and pulled away. Those red things that looked like water plants and got into the blood. The smell of blood made him want to vomit impulse. The constant tremors of those red things seriously affected Di Ting's hearing. Zhou drilled down with the red water plants, and after groping for a while, he finally found the hole that Lord Emperor said. The hole was about the size of a dog hole, and Zhou head was just able to get in, so he barely squeezed in. There was a passage behind it, which was submerged by the river. Fortunately, there were no red water plants in it. You can probably hear it clearly. Situation inside. Don't surface first, just swim underwater according to my instructions. Now you have to pay attention. You have to swim against the bottom slate. If you are found by those things outside, you will be dead. Your sisters. Zhou had the urge to curse in his heart. But as of now, there is no other way but to swim forward cautiously against the bottom slate. The passages below extend in all directions. Zhou swam forward according to the instructions of Lord Emperor, and at the same time, he also remembered the path he swam, so that he can come back next time. The real person will definitely not come again, but in the game, he still has to continue to explore here. Fortunately, Zhou has learned the 9 dragons art, and the breath-holding time underwater is much longer than that of ordinary epic-level humans. If it is replaced by ordinary epic-level humans, not to mention the poison in the water, I am afraid that I can't bear it for such a long time underwater. Live up to the surface for a breather. Okay, there are stone steps in front of you, so just go up the stone steps. After swimming for a while, he passed through many passages submerged in water. When Zhou was about to lose his breath, he finally heard that Lord Emperor asked him to leave the water. Voice in. Rush out of the water along the stone steps. Zhou gasped for breath, but he gasped, and when he saw the scene in front of him clearly, he couldn't help holding his breath. At the end of the stone steps, there is a stone platform. On the stone platform are stacked hill-like dimensional crystals, exuding colorful light like a treasure mountain. I didn't use my mobile phone to take pictures, but just by looking at the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the crystals, I knew that they were definitely not ordinary. Go around the treasure platform and go back. Lord Emperor's voice resounded in his mind again. Can I take back some of the crystals here? If I need to buy anything in the future, I don't need to ask you for money again. Zhou swallowed and asked. Even he couldn't help his heart beating wildly in the face of the mountains of advanced crystals. If you don't want your life, go get it. If you want your life, stay away from them and don't touch it at all, said Lord D. Stingy. Zhou murmured, bypassing the piles of crystals, and when he walked behind the crystal pile, he found a strange creature lying on top of the crystal pile, curled up as if sleeping. The creature was golden in color and looked like a pangolin, but it seemed a little different. What dimensional creature is that? Zhou asked, while looking at the pangolin lying on the crystal pile. Since Lord Emperor didn't warn him to be careful, it shouldn't be dangerous. In the words of your human beings, it is a mythical creature called Shokai, which can devour any creature that is greedy for wealth. Lord Emperor said. Mythical creature. Why didn't you say it earlier? Zhou Wen's face changed slightly, and his voice was lowered. As long as you don't have the greed to touch those crystals, it won't wake up and say what is it doing? Lord Emperor said as a matter of course. Zhou. Wen was secretly shocked. If he hadn't listened to the words of Lord Emperor just now, and greedily went to obtain crystals, he was afraid that a catastrophe would be imminent. Behind the treasure platform is a stone staircase. Zhou. Wen walked down the stone steps and came to a hall. There were many strange animal-shaped stone carvings in the hall. The stone carvings themselves were simple and elegant, but there was nothing special about them. Their mouths contain eggs of various colors and sizes. Are those companion eggs? Zhou Wen looked at the 2 rows of stone carvings on both sides of the hall, each of which contained companion eggs. Yes, in the words of your human beings, those are mythical companion eggs. Lord Emperor said. Mythical companion eggs? Where is this place, and why are there so many treasures? Zhou Wen asked in surprise. There are at least a dozen of those stone carvings, and all of them are mythical companion eggs, which is a bit too scary. Didn't you go to school or learn the history of the Eastern District? Lord D said with some contempt. What does this have to do with whether I have studied history? Zhou Wen asked rhetorically. Since you have studied history, when you see Lu Tai, you should be able to recognize it. This is a unique building in the world. Lord D said. Lu Tai? Is that the famous Lu Tai built by the tyrant who consumed national power and squeezed the people? Zhou Wen's history is very poor, that is, he looked at it when he was preparing for the exam, but he had also heard of Lu Tai, because it is so famous. Back then, the tyrant devoted the whole country to build Lu Tai, and hid countless rare and exotic treasures in Lu Tai, and eating, drinking, and having fun in it, was simply enjoying the wealth and honor of the world. Which made Zhou Wen a little envious. Yes, this is the Lu Tai in your human legends, but the function of Lu Tai is not as simple as the treasures that you humans say. Then what is it used for? Zhou Wen asked. Lord D said with a weird laugh, you should have seen the film and television works about Lu Tai, right? There is a scene in which the enchantress invites the gods to come down to earth and drink at the same table with the tyrant, right? I've seen it, but in fact those are not gods, they are all transformed by monsters invited by the enchantress. Zhou Wen thought for a while and said. Although the plot is very unremarkable, but it is also a little bit of a touch. The role of this Lu Tai is related to being a different dimensional creature. It can also be regarded as a demon. Lord D said lightly. Can these companion eggs be taken away? Zhou Wen stared at the companion eggs and asked, these are all mythical companion eggs, just take one away. It can also be sold at sky-high prices, even if you don't sell it, you can use it yourself. What do you think? Lord Emperor asked back. If you can't take it, forget it. Zhou Wen said helplessly. Then. Why don't you hurry up? There is a pot of flowers in the right corner of the hall, and that's what you want to take. Lord D urged. Zhou Wen looked for the location that Lord Emperor said, and saw a pot of flowers in the corner of the wall. It looked very inconspicuous. It was a gray clay pot with a flower planted in it and 2 leaves growing lazily. And a flower that looked like a morning glory, drooping listlessly, as though malnourished, were about to wither. What are you doing? Why don't you move it away? Lord D urged again. Zhou Wen had no choice but to move the flower pot. He was in a bad mood. After Seeing so many high-level crystals and mythical companion pets, he could only move such a pot of flowers out. Lord Emperor, it's not easy to come here. Do you see anything else for me to take out? To avoid another trip next time? Zhou asked reluctantly. Everything in Lutai is guarded by dimensional creatures. If you have the ability, you can take it as much as you want. This emperor will never stop you. Lord Emperor said disdainfully. Hearing what she said, Zhou gave up his plan to get other things, and walked back while holding the flower pot and asked, "What's the use of this pot of flowers?" Don't underestimate it. This pot of empty words has the ability to teleport in space. After you buy something, you can send it to me as long as you put it in the flower. It was originally just a fixed-point teleportation device? Zhou was suddenly disappointed. You don't have to be disappointed. In the future, if this emperor has something for you, you can also send it to you through it. It is much more convenient than your human mobile phone, and it is probably similar to the quantum transmission device that you humans are researching and have not yet achieved. The adults thought about it and said. Zhou smiled reluctantly, and he could only expect to get good things from Lord D in the future, otherwise his trip would be in vain, except for a pot of flowers. Zhou looked around reluctantly, and saw a portrait of a nine-tailed fox engraved on the front wall of the hall. He couldn't help looking at the portrait and said, "Is this what the legendary monster girl really looks like?" Yes, if I were you, I would not continue to look at her. Lord D said coldly. Why? As soon as Zhou asked, he felt that his Sutra of Lost Immortals had reacted, and the speed of circulation began to slow down. Almost at the same time, Zhou saw that the eyes of the nine-tailed demon fox seemed to shine with a strange light. Hurry up and close your eyes, you are a human looking at the catalogue of the inheritance of the demon gods. Do you want to become a demon? Lord Emperor said coldly. Zhou did not withdraw his gaze, because of Lord D's scolding, but kept staring at the nine-tailed demon fox pattern on the stone wall. The fascinating immortal sutra in the body started to run automatically again as before. This feeling was too familiar to Zhou. It was the same feeling when he learned the primordial chi art, such as the Little Prajna Sutra. Zhou watched and saw that the statue of the nine-tailed demon fox changed into a weird black tiger, and after a while, it changed into a cow with wings, and then Zhou saw the stone statues on the stone wall keep changing. There were many statues of creatures that Zhou had never heard of before. Don't look at it, it doesn't matter if you seek death yourself. Who should buy this emperor's stuff? Lord Emperor was very anxious. Although she can also talk to others on the internet, it is not an easy task to trick others into coming to Kizishin. I am afraid that no one will dare to come. Even if someone dares to come, and there are garrison guards when they go out, outsiders will not be able to get close to Cheesy Mountain. Taking a step back, even if you can get close to Cheesy Mountain, it is not easy to find someone who can enter Cheesy Mountain without dying. After the Emperor went online, she found out that the strength of human beings is much weaker than she imagined, and Zhou is already considered a first-class combat power among humans. Zhou ignored Mr. Emperor and kept staring at the stone wall. There were thousands of patterns of monsters changing on the stone wall. Zhou only felt that the monsters had charm and temperament, but did not see anything special. But the Sutra of Losing Immortals turned slower and slower. When Zhou couldn't remember how many stone carvings of monsters he had seen, the Sutra of Losing Immortals finally stopped running. The next second, the Lost Immortal Sutra ran wildly, But the path and mode were completely different from before, and it turned out to be a brand new vitality. Art. This kind of origin chi art is extremely demonic, giving Zhou Wen a strange feeling. When running the origin chi art, his flesh and blood trembled, as if making the sound of a dragon, his muscles and bones roaring like a tiger and a wolf, and his hair was rooted like a hedgehog. Put up, like a dandelion man. Impossible. How could a human being enter the demon god's inheritance catalog? This is impossible. Inside the cave, Lord D widened his eyes in surprise, as if he had seen something extremely incredible. When Zhou Wen was running a new vitality art in his body, he also got some news in his mind, letting him know that this vitality art was called Demon God's Bloodline Catalog. However, Zhou Wen has only practiced the origin chi art, he has just started. And he is still far from condensing his fate. Strange, you have practiced the Demon God Inheritance Catalog, how come? There is no demonization? Are you not a human at all? After Zhou Wen retracted his gaze, he heard Lord D's voice resounding in his mind. It's just a casual look, wouldn't it turn into a monster like this? Zhou Wen said indifferently, he didn't really practice the bloodline catalog of the demon god, it was all simulated by the Lost Immortal Sutra, and naturally, there would be no emperor. The dangers of adults. Lord Emperor didn't say anything, just urged Zhou Wen to leave Lutai quickly. Zhou Wen put the flower pot into the chaos bead, and then went back along the way he came, all the way out of Cheesy Mountain, and he didn't let out a long breath until he emerged from the crack. Go back first, buy all the things I need as soon as possible. And then send them to me through that syllable flower. Lord Emperor urged. After Zhou Wen returned to the dormitory, he breathed a sigh of relief and decided not to venture into those unknown different dimensional fields again. Think of a way to deal with Lord Emperor's wish? Otherwise, she is always asked to do this and that, which is really troublesome. Zhou Wen thought about it, but didn't think of a good solution. In the next few days, Zhou Wen went to a nearby small city to buy some common chemicals and utensils, and tried to send it to her. With words. That empty flower is really easy to use, as long as you say open to the morning glory like. Flower, its flower will open into a small space portal, just throw something in there. Lord Emperor was temporarily appeased, but still urged Zhou Wen to go to the big city as soon as possible and buy everything she needed. Zhou Wen promised, but he did not rush back to the academy. He stayed in the barracks for a few more days. After infecting the soldiers with a rash, he injected them with venom so that they had antibodies, no longer feared the river of blood, and their combat effectiveness was also improved. Improved a lot. Now those officers and soldiers call Dr. Zhou when they see Zhou Wen, and they don't even need to use small print, they obviously respect him very much. Zhou Wen is not used to it. He clearly knows no medical skills. Every time he is called by the soldiers as Dr. Zhou, he feels strange. The people sent by Ansheng finally came and brought the information of the Supervision Bureau, many of which were confidential documents. Ansheng repeatedly told Zhou Wen to destroy it immediately after reading it, and never let others see it. Zhou Wen carefully studied the thick stack of materials, which contained a detailed description of the department of the Supervision Bureau, subdivided into each department and each position, and said it very clearly. After reading it, Zhou Wen realized that the scope of the Supervision Bureau's powers is really huge, almost the same as that of the ancient Mayan Yui. However, the data also mentioned a lot of the achievements of the Supervision Bureau. Many big devils who harmed one side were arrested and returned by the Supervision Bureau, and The sacrifices were not too many. When the Supervision Bureau was first established, it was to target those unscrupulous big devils, as well as some federal officials and local giants who secretly did bad things. It's just that with the changes of the times, the power has become larger and larger, but there is no restriction, and the Supervision Bureau has gradually changed its taste. The current inspectorate has a total of 15 branches, stationed in 15 important cities in the Federation, responsible for intelligence investigation and supervision in the surrounding areas. There are 15 branch ministers like Chiao Siyuan. All of them are epic-level powerhouses, and each has their own strengths, which are not comparable to ordinary epic level. That's not to mention, at the headquarters of the Supervision Bureau, there are more experts like Clouds, Shinyuchi needless to say, although no one has seen him make a move, but all those who want to be detrimental to him have disappeared from this world. No one has heard of anyone who can move him. At that time, Yake killed the son of the former Supervision Bureau chief, which made the former Supervision Commissioner almost mad, and arrested Yake on a large scale, but because of his anger, he made several uncool decisions, which almost caused the Supervision Bureau to be arrested by Yake. Get disabled. Shinyuchi was ordered in danger, designed to capture Yake, and re-established the prestige of the Supervision Bureau. At the same time, a large number of talents were collected, such as Chiao Siyuan, who were all fresh blood excavated by Shinyuchi from the base. In addition to Shinyuchi, the Supervision Bureau also has 4 major supervisors, each of which is a terrifying figure, and some other epic powerhouses. After Zhou Wen studied it carefully, he found that it was definitely not an easy thing for him to move the Supervision Bureau. And some petty troubles would have no impact on the Supervision Bureau at all, and would not make them feel pain. Zhou Wen felt that a man does not need to waste time on trivial matters, but once he decides what to do, he must be ruthless and ruthless. As soon as he makes a move, he must kill the enemy. Let him hurt to the bone, let him be afraid to the core. Swearing a few swear words, saying something cruel, or smashing something and slapping someone, in Zhou Wen's view, it means nothing. Even if you kill 2 people who catch the Supervision Bureau, even if you kill the sub-minister, it is not a problem for the Supervision Bureau. It's not a big deal, just change someone to be the head of the division. Killing the Supervision Bureau's nest directly and destroying the Supervision Bureau, Zhou Wen still does not have that kind of strength. A person as arrogant as Yake, the Supervision Bureau imprisoned him for 28 years. After he came out, he did not immediately seek revenge from the Supervision Bureau, but followed the order and ran to arrest Zhou Wen, which shows the horror of the Supervision Bureau. Zhou Wen studied for a long time, and a piece of news caught his attention. The inspectorate has great power, but unlike ordinary local wealthy families or families, they are only a federal functional department, and they receive wages from the federal government. Although it is easy for a department like the Supervision Bureau to get money, Shinyuchi strictly forbids extortion from the people below. In this regard, Zhou Wen still admires Shinyuchi. 2. Be able to control such a department to this extent is not something that everyone can do. However, only relying on federal funds is obviously not enough for the operation of the Supervision Bureau. There are 2 main sources of income for the Supervision Bureau. One is the sponsorship of major chaebols, and the other is a Yuanjing mine. According to the information given by Sheng, more than 60% of the economic source of the Supervision Bureau is this Yuanjing mine. Zhou Wen is really not unfamiliar with Yuanjing mine. There are quite a few Yuanjing mines in the Bat Cave. Because those Yuanjing mines cannot be taken out, Zhou Wen has not paid much attention to it. Going to the bat cave is mainly for hunting. Antivirus bat. However, the dungeons have not been refreshed recently, and the poisonous bats in it have long been killed by Zhou Wen, and Zhou Wen has not been to the bat cave since then. However, after reading the information of Yuanjing mine, Zhou Wen made a surprising discovery. The role of Yuanjing is similar to Yuanjing. Both can be used to make Yuanjing weapons, and even a laser ray weapon. That kind of laser ray has a certain lethality to dimensional creatures. The value of Yuanjing is higher than that of Yuanjing, but the reserves of Yuanjing are generally not as high as that of Yuanjing mine. The output of the few Yuanjing mines discovered so far is only a few tons per year. Zhou Wen estimates that the annual output of a Yuanjing mine is similar to the Yuanjing in the Bat Cave. The Yuanjing mine of the Supervision Bureau is a rich mine. It has been dug for several years, and the amount of Yuanjing produced is still very stable. It is estimated that it should be fine for another 10 or 20 years. Because Yuanjing mine is under strict protection, there is only so much information. There is no specific production and reserve information, but it is estimated that there must be a lot. Every time the Supervision Bureau needs money, it will shoot a large number of Yuanjing. What really made Zhou Wen interested in Yuanjing ore was one of the notes. Some dimensional creatures of soil or rock series will use Yuanjing ore as food to promote their own evolution. When Zhou Wen saw this comment, his eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he took out his mobile phone directly, switched to Zhuolu Dungeon, and soon came to the Poison Bat Cave. Looking at the Yuanjing mine that looked like a star in the cave, Zhou Wen summoned the Tyrant Beeman. The Tyrant Beeman, who was 3 or 4 meters tall and was already like a monster, saw those Yuanjing mines. His eyes suddenly lit up. He let out a roar, rushed over, grabbed the rock wall, and took a bite. Zhou Wenren was stunned to see the Tyrant Beeman chewing and swallowing the rock with Yuanjing ore like broken candy. However, the Tyrant Beeman had no intention of stopping. One bite after another, he chewed and swallowed all the nearby Yuanjing mines, and even chewed and swallowed many rocks. He was really not picky at all. This guy deserves to be a monster who can eclipse thousands of mountains in the future. Zhou Wen couldn't help but admire. Although they are also mythical creatures, Banana Fairy and Di Ting's appetite are much worse than it. And the devil baby hasn't eaten at all since it was born. The Tyrant Beeman is just like a rig, where it gnawed away a layer of the rock wall. During this time, the Tyrant Beeman was indeed starved, because there was no dungeon to brush. In order to save food, Zhou Wen waited for it to be very hungry every time before giving him a little food. During this time, the Tyrant Beeman didn't even talk about eating. Full, not even half full. With food this time, it would not give up and eat wildly all the way. It took half a day to forcibly devour all the Yuanjing ore in the entire Bat Cave, and its stomach was propped up like a big ball. This guy, I really can't support it in the future. If it wasn't for the game copy and the Yuanjing from the Bat Cave, Zhou Wen now has the urge to strangle the Tyrant Beeman before it becomes the ultimate foodie before the prodigal son, kill it first, so as not to harm the world. Suddenly, Zhou Wen saw Beeman, the tyrant who had been eating, burp, and then a black light radiated from its body, completely covering its body. Are you going to evolve into an epic level? Zhou Wen was overjoyed, knowing that Yuanjing mine has such a great effect on the Tyrant Beeman. Zhou Wen has brought it here long ago. The Bat Cave that has been brushed so many times before is simply a waste. After being promoted to the epic level, the tyrant Beeman should become more edible, right? Zhou Wen thought of the Yuanjing mine of the Supervision Bureau, and a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. The tyrant Beeman has been evolving. Zhou Wen doesn't know when it will be able to evolve, but the bat cave in the game is quite safe, so he left it here. Zhou Wen himself continued to study the information of the Supervision Bureau, especially the part about Yuanjing Mine. Yuanjing Mine is not in the Holy City, nor in Kyoto, but in a field of dimension in the wild, but that dimension field has been blocked by the Supervision Bureau, and Kai Jin, one of the 4 superintendents, is guarding it. It is not easy to enter the dimensional realm and find Yuanjing ore. After Zhou Wen's research, he found that there are many people who want to make the idea of Yuanjing mine, but they have not been able to succeed. The main reason is that the dimensional field itself is very evil, and it is the biggest reliance of the Supervision Bureau. When ordinary people enter that dimensional field, it is not clear that they will die. White. According to the information, and Xing and the others must have sent people there too, but the results were not very good. Many people were sent in, but only 2 survived. Soon after the 2 people came out, there were also problems. 1 went crazy and the other committed suicide. Now the only information in the Yin family was brought out by those 2 people. After Zhou Wen read the information, he showed a happy expression. The place was really evil, but he might be able to give it a try. Zhou Wen has carefully studied the information brought by Xing, and believes that the power there is likely to be a curse power, and listening has a strong ability to restrain the curse power. However, the specific situation still needs to be verified before we can know. It is best to find the small hand pattern and download the dimensional domain to the mobile phone first. Zhou Wen did not plan to go to the Yuanjing mine immediately. The tyrant Beeman is still incubating, and now he is going. It's useless, he can't go mining by himself, even if he goes in now, it won't be of much use, and he won't be able to take too many crystals. As usual, Zhou Wen went to the underground sea first. At this time, the black dragon already had more than a dozen palm prints on his body. In addition to those palm prints, other parts of the body also began to have poisonous sores and ulcers. After Zhou Wen went into the sea, the other 8 black dragons came to attack him, but the black dragon was in a daze, as if he was half asleep and almost unconscious. It seems that it should be soon. Zhou Wen was delighted, looking forward to what would happen after the death of the black dragon. After escaping from the underground sea, Zhou Wen didn't leave the game immediately and observed the sapphire sky for a while, but he didn't find anything inside. He had approached there before, and then died directly. In the sapphire-like sky, there should be terrifying creatures, but they have never been found. Zhou Wen was about to quit the game, but suddenly saw a blue light flashing in the sapphire sky in the distance, like an electrocardiogram signal flashing away in the sapphire sky. The blue light came suddenly and disappeared quickly. Zhou Wen saw the blue light flash, and after waiting for a while, he did not find the blue light appearing again. I don't know what it is. I think it should be a mythical creature, right? Zhou Wen knew that even if he knew what it was now, it was useless. With his current strength, killing a locked black dragon would be so useless. A mythical creature without bondage, he has no chance at all. I looked at Beeman, the tyrant who evolved in the Bat Cave. He is still evolving, and he doesn't know when he will be able to evolve successfully. Exiting the game, Zhou Wen received a call from Xing. Master Wen, I have good news to tell you that our plan for the Supervision Bureau will soon bear fruit. And Xing said. Hearing that the Supervision Bureau was about to be unlucky, Zhou Wen was naturally very happy, but he wanted to send them to hell himself. Asheng, Yake is dead, I want to leave Cheesy Mountain. Zhou Wen said. Of course, the Supervision Bureau shouldn't have time to deal with you for the time being. I'll have someone send you back to the academy tomorrow. And Xing said. No. I'll just go back by myself. Before that, I want to go back to my hometown. Zhou Wen said. Also, even Yake is not your opponent. It's really not easy to find someone who can protect you. You can decide for yourself. And Xing paused and asked, why are you returning to the dimension? There shouldn't be any relatives there, right? Some things are at home and I want to take them back. By the way, can you get a pass for the ancient city of Guide? I want to go and see when I go back this time. Zhou Wen said. It's easy, just go directly, I'll make a phone call to arrange it there. And Xing said cheerfully. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Wen packed up his things, and then went to tell Qin Wufu what he was going to do. Not only did he want to return to the dimension, but after that, he also went to the Yuanjing mine of the Supervision Bureau. The reason why he had to go to Guide Mansion first was because Zhou Wen wanted to go to see the Vulcan platform in reality and the stone knives in the stone furnace. In the game, the stone knife is just a phantom, and it can't be touched, so this time I stopped by to have a look. Do you really want to leave? If you want, you can stay here. I will let you be the leader of the special operations team and be in charge of those guys. I will be responsible for the explanation from the overseer. Qin Wufu wanted Zhou Wen to stay. He felt that Zhou Wen's return to the academy was a waste. Professor, I am still a student after all, for now. The focus should still be on studies. Zhou Wen said. Also, there are indeed a few amazing people in Sunset College, especially Principal Lung. Even if he is the first person under the mythology, it is not an exaggeration. If you learn more from him, it will be beneficial. Qin Wufu said. Zhou Wen nodded slightly, then I'll go now. So fast? Qin Wufu was slightly surprised. It doesn't make sense to stay for one more night, I still have some things to do. Zhou Wen said. Also, but you have to say goodbye to those guys, or they will eat me. Qin Wufu laughed. After leaving Cheesy Mountain, Zhou Wen rode directly towards the Guide Mansion on the mutant stone scorpion. When he left the Guide Mansion, he was only a mortal-level teenager, and now he has been promoted to the epic level in less than a year, which is very different from the past. Coming to the ancient city of Guide again, Zhou Wen remembered the fact that he participated in the actual combat test with Li Xian, and it felt as if it had happened a long time ago. Entering the ancient city, and seeing scattered people fighting those withered soldiers in the ancient city, Zhou Wen bypassed them and headed towards the depths of the ancient city. Although I have only been here once in reality, I have not known how many times I have played it in the game. Zhou Wen is no longer familiar with the ancient city of Guide. Naturally, the flamingos on the Vulcan platform could no longer hurt Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen walked up the steps, and the flamingos attacked the sky. Zhou Wen just ran the ancient emperor scriptures, and those flamingos flew back automatically. Coming to the top of the Vulcan platform, there is not much difference from the game, the layout is the same, but the game is the Q version, which looks more cute, but in reality it is more simple and vicissitudes. There was a flame burning in the mottled stone furnace, and there was a stone knife inserted in the flame. It looked rougher than in the game. It should be hand-ground. There are also potholes and natural stone patterns on the knife. Only the blade edge, the treatment is relatively finely ground and looks very sharp. This should be regarded as a semi-natural and semi-artificial stone knife. Zhou Wen ran the ancient emperor's scriptures, and at the same time summoned the ancient emperor's life and soul, attached to him, and then put his hand into the stone furnace. The flames in the stone furnace seemed to sense something, and they separated automatically without burning Zhou Wen's palm, revealing the stone knife in the stone furnace. Zhou Wen grasped the stone knife in his hand, and suddenly felt a rough texture unique to stone. I got it. Does the stone knife in reality really exist? Zhou Wen was surprised. The moment he held the stone knife, Zhou Wen suddenly felt an ancient aura coming from the stone knife, which made him feel a little shocked, and involuntarily clenched the handle of the knife. With a gentle pull, the stone knife was pulled out a little by him, and Zhou Wen suddenly felt that the entire ancient city of Guide was shaken, and flames spurted inside the stone furnace, as if countless creatures were roaring and roaring inside. Zhou Wen's face changed slightly, and he immediately pressed the stone knife back again, and the terrifying feeling disappeared again. This stone knife, wouldn't it be like the jade box on Chess Piece Mountain? Is it something that was banned from different dimensions? Zhou Wen let go of the stone knife and did not dare to touch it again. Although he didn't know what the consequences of pulling out the stone knife would be, Zhou Wen chose not to touch it. After getting off the Vulcan platform, Zhou Wen realized that something was wrong. Originally, the most people in the ancient city of Guide should be withered soldiers, and withered generals were only a few. But now Zhou Wen actually saw more than a dozen withered bone generals nearby, but he didn't see it when he came. Obviously this just appeared. The stone knife was pulled just now, and it really had an impact. Zhou Wen continued to walk out, and found that there were indeed many more withered generals. Originally, it was great to meet one or two withered bone generals in the ancient city, but now Zhou Wen only saw it along the way. The appearance of so many withered bones generals makes the garrison very happy. Usually, there are only a few withered bones soldiers to kill. Now there are suddenly so many withered bones generals, and the explosion rate is also much higher, which naturally makes them very excited. Zhou Wen was a little worried in his heart. Judging from the current situation, if the ban in the dimensional field is really broken, the situation may be more serious than expected. After returning to the old house and staying for one night, Zhou Wen set off for the Yuanjing mine of the Supervision Bureau early the next morning. The dimensional field where Yuanjing mine is located is called the Valley of No Crying. Legend has it that there was originally a very beautiful valley. A young couple lived in the valley. Women grew vegetables and flowers in the valley, while men went hunting in the mountains and lived like a fairy companion. But once a man went hunting in the mountains and never came back. The woman waited hard for the man to come back, but did not wait for him to come back. Since then, nearby villagers have been hearing the sound of crying in the valley at night, almost without interruption. Some villagers dared to enter the valley during the day, and then found that the woman had been dead for a long time. The villagers buried the woman's body and renamed the Valley of No Weeping, hoping that the woman could rest in peace and stop crying, but the woman's cry could still be heard from the valley every night. Of course, these are just legends. There was no crying in the Valley of Blessings, but since the different dimensional storm, there really was a sound of crying in the Valley of Blessings, but it wasn't the woman's. All those who enter the Valley of No Crying will cry involuntarily, and they cannot control it. If they go too deep, they will die inexplicably crying. The Supervision Bureau obviously has mastered the secrets of the Valley of Do Not Cry, so it can come and go freely in the Valley of Do Not Weep, unaffected by the mysterious power. However, other forces sent many people to find out the secrets of the Valley of No Cry and snatch the Yuanjing mine inside, but they all came back without success, and many people died. This includes the people of the Yin family, and the tears of Bukugu were also known to the Yin family after the two survivors returned. Zhou Wen suspected that the crying power should be a power similar to a curse and truth. Listening has a very good restraint on power, such as a curse, so Zhou Wen planned to come to the Valley of No Cry and try it. If he can really restrain the power of the Valley of No Cry, then he has a good chance to enter the Yuanjing mine. Of course, Zhou Wen did not venture into it. First, because the tyrant Beeman has not evolved yet, and secondly, he still wants to find a small hand pattern outside. If he can find a small hand pattern, try it out in the game first, then you will be more sure. Luo Yang settled down, and Tianzhua frowned and looked at Ansheng and said, "What do you mean by that stinky boy lost contact? When he went to the ancient city of Guide, he also contacted me, but after that, he completely lost the news. It has been 4 days now, and no news of him has come back. He has not returned to Luoyang nor been in Guide. There is no news of him from Cheesy Mountain, and Xing said. What about his people? And Tianzhua asked. And Xing pondered for a moment before saying, Overseer, I think he may have gone to the Supervision Bureau. Nonsense, what can he do when he goes to the Supervision Bureau? He doesn't really think that if he kills a Yake, he will be able to become an enemy of the Supervision Bureau, right? And Tianzhua put the teacup heavily on the table. And Xing said with a wry smile, Master Wen looks mild-mannered, as if he doesn't care about anything, but he is as stubborn as you, Overseer, and the Supervision Bureau has repeatedly bullied him. Master Wen is sure he won't let it go. He asked me for the information of the Supervision Bureau before, and he must have gone to the Supervision Bureau for trouble. Naughty, with a little achievement, you are arrogant and arrogant. You don't know how high the sky is, and you think you are invincible. After killing a Yake? And Tianzhua said angrily. Overseer, I don't think Master Wen is a reckless person. I think he must have his own ideas. Maybe he can really do something. And Xing said. What can he do? Don't say that Shinyuchi is even afraid of me for 3 points. It's just that the 4 inspectors under his command are not weaker than Ak, and they are all extremely difficult characters. If he just wants to let out his anger, it's okay to kill a few scumbags, but if he really dares to go to the headquarters of the Supervision Bureau, he will surely die. And Tianzhua paused and said, if he really just kills a few scumbags to vent his anger, it will be a dead end. Stupid pig, doing that kind of thing won't help him in the slightest. It will only make the Supervision Bureau target him even more. Master Wen is not a murderer, so naturally he won't kill people to vent his anger. And Xing muttered in his heart, it seems that the person who likes to kill should be you, right? Humph, who knows what mess he will do. Go and bring him back to me. And Tianzhua said. Overseer, didn't you say leave him alone? And Xing asked. Of course I don't care about him. He died just in time. I was afraid that he was going to die and would be arrested by the Supervision Bureau. The one at home hasn't fallen out yet? And Tianzua glared at Sheng and said, you immediately go, no matter what method you use, be sure to bring him back. Yes, I'm going to Kyoto right now. And Sheng responded. Shinjuchi has been in a bad mood recently. An inspector in the bureau recently defected and stole a lot of secret files at the same time. Those secret files recorded some actions of the Supervision Bureau, and these actions were investigations against some members of the 6 major families. The exposure of these secret files immediately made the Supervision Bureau a target of public criticism. The Supervision Bureau was originally the guard dog of the 6 major families, but now it wants to bite the master, and the result can be imagined. Shinjuchi is already devastated. The only thing fortunate is that the inspector's grade is not high enough. The files he stole are only a small part, and they do not involve the important core. Although only some peripheral members of the 6 major families were investigated. In the file, Shinjuchi was still held accountable and forced to explain to the 6 major families, for which the Supervision Bureau also paid a small price. Originally, the Cape family, like Liz, would provide a huge amount of aid to the Supervision Bureau every year. In fact, the 6 major families have the same assistance to the Supervision Bureau, but this year it is almost time to transfer money. The big family's aid was cancelled at the same time. Although the excuses were different, Shinjuchi knew very well that this was just a small beating against him by the 6 major families. Not only that, some inspectors in the Supervision Bureau who have investigated the 6 major families have also encountered some problems. Although no one has been killed yet, Shinjuchi knows that if such a thing happens next time, it will not be so simple. And Tianzua, your revenge came really fast. Shinjuchi had already guessed who did all this, and apart from Tianzua, he really couldn't think of another person. Even Yake missed, this Anjia is really getting more and more difficult. Shinjuchi was thinking about what to do next when he heard a knock on the door. Officer, Beibing City has agreed to deal with us. This is the price list they gave. The secretary handed a document to Shinjuchi. Shinjuchi looked at the price list carefully, frowned and asked, why is it 30% more expensive than what we negotiated before? The Arctic City said that they produce less and less Aurora Essence, so they have to increase the price, which is the lowest price they can accept. The secretary said helplessly. It's getting less and less, it's just that they know that we urgently need the Aurora Essence, and the lion just opened his mouth. Shinjuchi snorted coldly, but he was a little helpless in his heart. The Aurora Essence must be obtained. This is a necessity for the promotion of the mythical companion pet. No matter how expensive it is, it must be won. After the companion pet is promoted, it is the most powerful trump card in the hands of the Supervision Bureau. This is a major event and must not be delayed. However, the current economic situation of the Supervision Bureau is too bad. It originally counted on the aid funds from the 6 major families, but now that the aid funds are gone, the normal operation of the Supervision Bureau will be difficult, let alone buying those priceless Aurora Essence. It seems that only the Yuanjing in stock can be used. Shinjuchi thought about it, and there was only one way. The Yuanjing mine of the Supervision Bureau has huge reserves, beyond everyone's imagination. Even when Shinjuchi first started mining, he did not expect that the reserves there would be so large. However, Shinjuchi was not in a hurry to exchange Yuanjing ore for money. He only sold a few tons of Yuanjing ore every year, and a large amount of Yuanjing ore was still stored in the warehouse under the mine. If all the Yuanjing mines there are taken out, the operation of the Supervision Bureau for decades in the future will not have to worry about funds. Of course, Shin-Yuchi will never let anyone know that the Supervision Bureau has such a large amount of wealth, even the 6 major families only think that the Yuanjing mine is just an ordinary rich mine. Continue to talk with Beibing City and try to lower the price. Shin-Yuchi said to the secretary. Money is rich, but it must not be wasted. Those Yuanjings will be of great use in the future. If it is not a last resort, Shin-Yuchi does not want to spend a cent. Yes, the bureau. The secretary answered the order and went out. Shin-Yuchi picked up the information from Luoyang and watched it for a while, and couldn't help frowning. Even Yake can't bring Zhou Wen back from Anne's house. Who is more suitable to send? Shin-Yuchi couldn't think of a good candidate for a while, and it was more difficult than he thought to get someone from the uncrowned King Anjia of Luoyang. Originally thought that Yake should be able to handle this matter, but Yake failed. Let's think about it again. Shin-Yuchi has no plans to give up. Although Yake failed, Wang Mingyuan's matter is of great importance. The 6 major families gave him death orders. In any case, he must investigate clearly, even if he is willing to give up. The 6 major families are also unwilling. Zhou Wen was lying on the top of a hill, observing the valley not far away with binoculars. That valley is the legendary Valley of No Crying. From the outside, the entrance of the valley is not very big, and it looks like 3 or 4 trucks pass side by side. There are checkpoints built there, and people are patrolling, but these are not the key. Those patrolling are just ordinary inspectors, that is, legendary rank. It is not difficult to rush into the Valley of No Crying. In fact, many people rushed in before, but not many survived. The Supervision Bureau obviously did not focus their defense on the outside. The Yuanjing mine should be the core of their defense, and Kai Jin, one of the 4 inspectors, should also be there. Zhou Wen is not very familiar with Kai Jin, but in the information Shin gave him, he mentioned this person in great detail. Very few only know that he is good at using knives. But Shin-Yuchi was willing to hand over such an important Yuanjing ore to him, from which we could know that this person was not simple. There are drones flying nearby from time to time. Zhou Wen can only hide in the dark and continue to observe the situation in the Valley of No Crying. The distance is still too far, and I can't see if there are any small hand patterns over there. It has to be a little closer. Zhou Wen thought for a while, summoned Di Ting, and hid himself in the grass on the mountain to let it pass. Take a look. The truth listening is only as big as a finger, and the target is relatively small. It is difficult for ordinary people to see it, and ordinary radar cannot detect its existence. Di Ting ran quickly between the grass and the mountain forest, and soon approached the Taniguchi of the Valley of No Crying. Zhou Wen's order was to let it look for the small hand pattern, and Ting did not lean towards the checkpoint, just under the cover of the grass, at the mouth of the valley. I looked around, but found nothing. I can't find the villain pattern, so I have to go in and try it myself. When Zhou Wen was thinking about how to get in, the phone vibrated, and when he took it out, he found that a line of prompts popped up in the game. Kill the mythical creature True Blood Demon Dragon and discover the dimensional crystal. True Blood Demon Dragon? What is it? Zhou Wen was stunned for a second. After realizing it, he was overjoyed. Immediately, he quickly took out his mobile phone, entered the battlefield copy of Zhuelu, and controlled the blood-colored villain, too. run wildly towards the underground sea. The crystals dropped by that black dragon won't be swallowed by other black dragons. Right? Zhou was slightly worried, but thinking that it was a game, not reality, the black dragon should not have such high wisdom. Running to the underground sea, a fierce man plunged into the sea, and after a while, he saw 8 black dragons pulling carts, and one of the black dragons disappeared. I don't know where the black dragon died? Zhou had a slight headache, but it should probably be around here. Now Zhou doesn't dare to let the blood-colored villain die. If he dies, nothing will fall. Controlling the blood-colored villain, he turned around and ran, led the 8 black dragons out of the water, and then took them around in a large circle, leading them to a position closer to the coast, and then used teleportation to throw them away, from the other side. One direction went back to where it was just now. Zhou went back to the place where he encountered the 8 dragons before and looked for it. Without much effort, he saw a place on the bottom of the sea where the treasure was shining. Zhou dived over to take a look and saw a dragon ball-like orb falling on the ground. In the sand on the bottom of the sea, the light and shadow of a black dragon in the orb was swimming, and it was a crystal of vitality skills. Zhou got the vitality skill crystal, and before he could look closely, he first controlled the blood-colored villain to leave the underground sea, so as not to be chased by the 8 dragons. Now that he has no teleportation ability, if he is entangled by 8 dragons, it will not be so easy to get rid of them. After returning to the bat cave, Zhou carefully looked at the crystal of the vitality skill of the True Blood Demon Dragon. True Blood Demon Dragon Crystal, Mythical Grade. Requirements: Strength 41, Poison 21, Strengthen the physique like Fate, Strengthen the physique like Life Soul. I already have 41 points of strength. Although I don't know why I need the poison attribute, my poison attribute is also up to the standard. I can strengthen the fate and soul of the physical type. I don't know if the Ancient Emperor Sutra counts? Zhou found one hidden cave, ready to give it a try, switch the original chi art to the Ancient Emperor scripture, and then let the life-defying Ancient Emperor's life soul fuse with himself. When Zhou tried to absorb the True Blood Demon Dragon crystal again, the Dragon Ball-like crystal suddenly became bright, and a trace of black gas overflowed from the crystal and penetrated into the body of the blood-colored villain. Zhou suddenly felt a terrifying force roaring in his body, as if it would burst his body. Soon, Zhou discovered that something was wrong. His body muscles were expanding and his bones were growing. The whole person grew a head taller in a short period of time, and he was almost 2 meters tall. Moreover, scales were born on the body. But those scales were not black. Under the irradiation of the Ancient Emperor's body, those scales showed the same color as blood crystals. Zhou only felt pain all over his body. The top of his head seemed to be pierced through 2 holes, and the spine on his back was also in severe pain, as if a blade was cutting his flesh. Zhou endured the pain, and didn't feel much better until the crystallized energy completely melted into his body, but he looked at himself with the selfie function of his mobile phone and found that his body was like a humanoid dragon beast, except for without a dragon tail, he had dragon horns growing on the top of his head, dragon fins growing on his back, and scales all over his body. No matter how he looked, he didn't look like a human being. He quickly stopped the vitality skills he just learned, and then Zhou felt like his body was a deflated ball, and it suddenly shrank to its original appearance, and the alienation states, such as dragon scales and dragon horns on his body, also disappeared. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly looked at the information in the game, only to see that the game had already popped out a prompt. Absorb the crystals of the true blood demon dragon, and comprehend the true body of the mythical vitality skill demon dragon. Although it is a mythical vitality skill, the image is a bit too weird. Zhou tried to use the demon dragon again and found this mythical vitality skill. It can only be used when he uses the life-defying Ancient Emperor's life soul, and when he uses other vitality tactics, he can't transform. After turning on the demon dragon's real body, Zhou looked at himself in the camera lens of the mobile phone, and couldn't recognize it at all. In the sun-like brilliance, there stood a blood-red human dragon. Because the brilliance was too strong, he could only vaguely see one. The figure of the blood-colored human dragon is strange, no matter how you look at it. The demon dragon's real body only lasted for about 10 seconds, and Zhou felt that his vitality was exhausted and he automatically returned to human form. The Ancient Emperor Sutra does not have the ability to have infinite vitality. This demon dragon can only last for about 10 seconds. I don't know how powerful it is. Zhou didn't dare to try it in reality, so he returned to the game and brushed some first. The vitality crystallized, replenished his vitality, and then went to the underground sea. Because Zhou had restarted the game copy when his vitality crystallized, so when he reached the underground sea again, the black dragon became 9 again. Seeing the 9 black dragons roaring and rushing over, Zhou opened the real body of the demon dragon, like a humanoid dragon beast exuding terrifying brilliance, and rushed towards the 9 black dragons. For nearly 10 seconds, Zhou felt as if he had become a Superman. His physical strength and speed were able to compete head-on with the black dragon, without losing the slightest. He was simply a human-shaped dragon beast. As a result, 10 seconds later, Zhou was beaten back to his original form and was killed by 9 black dragons not long after. Unfortunately, if I can use the demon dragon's real body in the state of the Slayer, I can enter the Supervision Bureau now, smash the headquarters of the Supervision Bureau, and let this department be removed from the name. Zhou felt very regretful. But 10 seconds is enough for Zhou to do a lot of things, but within these 10 seconds, Zhou cannot use other vitality skills. If vitality is consumed by vitality skills, the demon dragon will automatically stop, and even couldn't hold on for 10 seconds. It's not that I can't use the demon dragon real body for a long time. I can completely brush some vitality crystals in the game. After the demon dragon real body is over, I will find a place to absorb the vitality crystals, but in this case, it will still take a while in the middle. As a buffer, Zhou is still very satisfied with the demon dragon's real body. The mythical power and speed are not fake. Even if you don't use any vitality skills, you can easily kill epic creatures with only strength and speed. It's time for that self-righteous little flower to pay the price. Zhou excitedly opened the copy of Kizushin, ready to teach that little flower a lesson, find out her weaknesses, and never have to be angry with her again. Because the tyrant Beeman has not evolved successfully, Zhou can only hide in the cave and wait for its evolution to complete, and then go to the Valley of No Crying. During this time, except for playing games, Zhou has nothing else to do. The blood-colored villain came to the mountain wall of Cheesy Mountain. In the game, Zhou had nothing to be afraid of. He straightened his back and summoned the tyrant sword in his hand. With one move, the magic star will directly slashed against the sky, and the blood-red light will suddenly broke. The sword came out and slashed towards the little flower on the mountain wall. A petal of the little flower fell silently, the magic star will slashed on the petal, and the petal shattered immediately. Zhou Wenjing wanted to see what tricks the little flower had, but suddenly he saw the blood-colored villain fell to the ground, and the game screen went black. Zhou Wen only felt a chill in his body, but fortunately he didn't have too much conflict with Lord Emperor before, otherwise the body would be rotting now. How did you die just now? I only saw a petal fall, and then I died. Directly. Zhou Wen thought to himself. Obviously, the wishing power of the little flower and the power of the curse are not the same system, but they are both capable of killing people. It's obviously the same murder, why won't the power of wishing be restrained by the evil soul? Zhou Wen was a little depressed. Reborn from a drop of blood, he came to the wall of Cheesy Mountain again. Zhou Wen showed 18 martial arts, and used all the skills he had learned, even all kinds of companion pets in turn, but the results were the same. As long as the little flower drops a petal, the blood-colored villain will die immediately, and there is absolutely no possibility of surviving. Zhou Wen also tried to let the demon baby release the ancient sword from a distance, to cut the little flower, but before the ancient sword arrived, the petals had already fallen, and the blood-colored villain fell to the ground again, and the game was over. What kind of broken flower is this? Let no one live? After Zhou Wen died again, he had the urge to drop his phone. No matter how strong other dimensional creatures are, at least they can still see some possibilities. They can't kill them now, just because they don't have enough strength. When they have enough strength in the future, they will naturally have the opportunity to kill them. But this little flower made him completely unable to see the slightest possibility that a petal would fall and die if it was a god or a ghost. Zhou Wenping calmed down and began to think about Xiaohua's problem. The little flower in the game obviously has no intelligence, let alone communicate with people. It is just an unconscious flower. Only when I attack it, it will automatically respond and drop a petal. This is similar to what I encountered in reality. Is it the difference between the game and reality, or is there any other reason? Zhou Wen had long felt that the emperor should not be as simple as a flower. Maybe this flower is just a message from the emperor. It's just a tool for sound. The real Lord Emperor should be someone else, but Zhou Wen doesn't know what she is. Entering the game again, this time Zhou Wen did not attack Xiaohua, tried to ignore it, and then climbed up the mountain wall. The result was a little unexpected. Zhou Wen didn't attack Xiaohua, and that Xiaohua didn't attack him either, and still grew quietly on the mountain wall, as if it was just an ordinary wild flower. Zhou Wen has already had the experience of climbing Chess Piece Mountain once, and it is the same in the game. There is a very powerful force pulling his body, making it very difficult for him to crawl. I finally climbed to the top of Cheesy Mountain. Just like in reality, a stone step leads to the center of the top of the mountain, where there is a big rock in the shape of a steamed bun. In the center of the big stone, there is a snow-white jade box inlaid. Zhou Wen manipulated the blood-colored villain to touch the jade box, but he felt an empty space, and his palm passed through the jade box, as if it was just a phantom. Not a real thing. As expected, this jade box, like the stone knife, is something that suppresses the different dimensional domain. It cannot be touched in the game at all, and can only be obtained in reality. Although Zhou Wen was greedy, but once the ban on the different dimensional domain was lifted, there will be too many people killed by then, and he will not take it now anyway. When going down the mountain, Zhou Wen saw the small flowers on the mountain wall, and suddenly a flash of light flashed. When Lord D asked me to enter Cheesy Mountain, it was not the mountain pass that I went to, but a crack in the mountain cracked from the root of the small flower. Said, in fact, this little flower is the key to enter Cheesy Mountain. Is this a secret way? But how can I ask Xiaohua to help me open the passage into Cheesy Mountain? I don't know if begging it will work or not. Zhou thought about it and tried it. Anyway, it doesn't take much effort to beg. Xiaohua, can you help me open the way to Cheesy Mountain? Zhou said to Xiaohua. But Xiaohua didn't respond at all, and seemed to have no intention of paying attention to him at all. Can't you? Zhou thought of his own method of using Yan Konghua again, thinking that both are flowers. And maybe there is something in common, so he shouted at Xiaohua, and Lord Emperor taught him the language. The actual meaning is, open. Boom. With the fall of a petal, the entire Cheesy Mountain shook, and the mountain body cracked from the root of the small flower, and it really opened. It's really possible. Then I died so many times before, didn't I die in vain? Zhou was slightly depressed. But thinking of the mountains of high-level crystals in Chess Piece Mountain, and the dozen or so mythical companion eggs, Zhou didn't care too much, and controlled the blood-colored villain to rush in. Everything was the same as when Lord Emperor brought him here, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at the mountainside space where Lutai was located. Zhou still followed the previous method and climbed down the mountain wall, then jumped into the river and swam in the direction of Lutai. After swimming for a while, I felt that there was a behemoth under the river, close to the blood-colored villain. Zhou had already experienced it and ignored it, but soon, those red tentacles or water plants were suddenly entangled. He directly entangled the blood-colored villain and instantly pulled it into the river. Zhou didn't even have time to do anything, and the game screen went black. What's going on? Zhou was depressed. He did everything according to the method before, but there was no bone flute in the game, so he naturally had no way to let the blood-colored villain bite the bone flute. River, it is estimated that the problem lies here. Since the old method doesn't work, we can only go for it. Zhou couldn't get the bone flute into the game, so he had to give up the old way. He summoned the stone armor, held the Ba Jian in his hand, and listened to the earrings in place. He held the banana fan in the other hand, rode on the poisonous white shadow, and flew directly in the direction of Lutai. Before approaching Lutai, I saw a black gas rising from the ancient building, condensed into the image of a black nine-tailed demon fox, entrenched above the ancient building, and the tail formed by the 9 black gas condensed swaying. ZZ, a pair of wicked fox eyes, was staring at the blood-colored villain.